After offending numerous powerful factions, she unexpectedly transformed into a female and became the object of desire for various adversaries. Upon her birth, Shen Yueyu was foretold to evolve into the mightiest being of the Star-Lawn Kingdom, leading the original owner to recklessly offend every influential male in sight. When Shen Yueyu traversed into this character, she anticipated a blissful second half of her life. However, to her astonishment, on the day of her transformation, she unexpectedly became a weak female. Shen Yueyu, run, quickly run. The multitude of males she had previously antagonized began. A genderless rival has transformed into a female? Yet, she is so beautiful, capturing her for revenge sounds delightful. After falling in love, the rival mused, how can this little female be so captivating? I vow to protect her from now on. Everyone presumed Shen Yueyu had transformed into a delicate beauty in need of protection, oblivious to the fact that when she finally revealed herself, the power radiating from her astonished the entire world. What? She possesses an extraordinarily rare female with an SSSS-level psychic ability. What? She is also a formidable female with an SSS-level male offensive power. As the males fervently vied for her affection? Be honest, I beg you not to forsake me, my dear wife. Chapter 1. Provoking the Marshal. System. Are you certain that by provoking him, I can unlock my transformation ability? At a lavish royal ball, Shen Yueyu discreetly inquired, her gaze fixed on the man in the black suit across the room. Yes, came the mechanical voice resonating in her mind. As long as you act according to the original plot and decrease Ryuan's favorability towards you by 10 points, you will unlock your transformation ability. Shen Yueyu's eyes brightened at this prospect, yet she felt a twinge of caution as her gaze fell upon Ryuan. The man leaned casually against a chair, his silvery hair reflecting the dazzling lights, with a prominent nose and silver eyes partly concealed beneath long white lashes, exuding an air of icy detachment, as if the snow-capped mountains were untouched by emotion, his shadowy countenance emanating an imposing presence, without the need for anger. As the Marshal of the Star-Lawn Kingdom, Ryuan was already renowned, and the consequences of provoking him would undoubtedly be severe. Noticing Shen Yueyu's hesitation, the system encouraged her, fear not, host. There is a prophecy that you shall evolve into the strongest entity of the Star-Lawn Kingdom. By then, a mere Ryuan will be at your mercy. Host, the opportunity lies before you. If you fail to complete the plot and transform within 3 days, we shall both vanish. Heeding the system's words, Shen Yueyu steeled her resolve and approached Ryuan. Many males at the ball were on the lookout for appealing females, yet Ryuan appeared indifferent, leisurely perusing a book. Seating herself beside Ryuan, Shen Yueyu courteously extended her hand. Hello, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Her voice was barely a whisper, but Ryuan's fingers did not pause in their reading. His deep, casual voice emerged from his throat. Leave. He did not even glance at Shen Yueyu. She squinted at him slightly. He seemed like a cold, impolite man, necessitating some unconventional means to capture his attention. Is that so? Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly, lifting the glass of red wine Ryuan had previously sipped from the table. Several onlookers noted the commotion, yet did not pay it much heed. In the next instant, Shen Yueyu tilted the glass and poured the icy red wine directly over Ryuan's head. Onlookers observing the scene gasped. Has Shen Yueyu lost her mind? How dare she treat Ryuan this way? Crimson liquid cascaded through Ryuan's silvery hair, gliding down his cheek as he looked up, allowing the liquid to trickle past his silver lashes, dropping from their tips. The red wine trickled across his cool lips, diminishing his frosty demeanor, imbuing him with an alluring hue. Shen Yueyu had encountered many handsome men, but she had to admit that Ryuan's striking appearance was truly exceptional, embodying the archetype of a cold and rugged beauty. The next moment, Ryuan's frigid gaze fell upon Shen Yueyu. What are you doing? His voice, seemingly laced with frost, carried an air of authority, as his beautifully arched brows furrowed in displeasure, his entire being emanating an S-level male psychic power, creating an undeniable pressure. The atmosphere of the ball shifted abruptly, as the majority of males were subdued by Ryuan's aura, some even displaying expressions of anguish as they glanced towards him. Shen Yueyu felt acutely the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from Ryuan, yet she maintained her composure, merely curling her lips into a slight smirk before discarding the glass. Smash! The sharp sound resonated clearly in the air as the glass shattered into several pieces upon hitting the ground. Of course, I merely wish to greet you, Marshal. Shen Yueyu tilted her head. Numerous attendees at the ball whispered among themselves. Indeed, Shen Yueyu's impulsive behavior had offended many, but none anticipated her audacity to provoke the Imperial Marshal directly. Yuan was notorious for his fierce reputation, cold and unapproachable. Others would steer clear of him, and even the royal family gave him due respect. Yet this troublemaker, who had yet to undergo her transformation, dared to tread upon sacred ground. The gazes of the onlookers towards Shen Yueyu grew particularly nuanced. While Shen Yueyu appeared unfazed on the surface, internally she was lamenting, hastily inquiring the system. System, has Yuan's favorability towards me indeed decreased? Host, Yuan's initial favorability was -60, and there are no signs of it decreasing. No way, with his emotions so stable, after my actions, he remains unperturbed. Shen Yueyu gritted her teeth in frustration. It seemed she truly had no choice but to adhere to the original plot. Confronted with Yuan's murderous glare, Shen Yueyu wore an apologetic expression. My sincerest apologies, Marshal. I regret my clumsiness just now. To demonstrate my contrition, I have a gift for you. With that, Shen Yueyu raised her hand, and her attendant promptly placed an exquisitely crafted box before Yuan. The box was fashioned from fine metal, adorned with intricate engravings, exuding a sense of immense value upon first glance. What lies within this box? Uncertain. Perhaps a rare treasure? To appease Marshal Yuan, the item must be of considerable worth. It seems this saint's son has some fear. Should he fail to apologize today, he may well face dire consequences. Numerous voices speculated regarding Shen Yueyu, while many pondered the contents of the box. Yuan's expression darkened, his elegantly defined fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, as if his temper might erupt at any moment to claim Shen Yueyu's life. He showed no inclination to open the box before him. Shen Yueyu instructed her attendant to unveil the box. The attendees surrounding them widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the revelation within. Gradually, the contents became visible. It turned out to be an utterly unremarkable red dress. This hardly appears to be of significant value. What is Shen Yueyu up to now? Even Yuan's expression betrayed a hint of confusion as he turned to fix his gaze upon Shen Yueyu. What do you mean? It's quite simple. Shen Yueyu stepped forward and unfurled the dress. This is a gown I specially tailored for you, my esteemed Marshal. As she spoke, she held the dress up to Yuan, measuring its fit against him. For some reason, I find myself rather eager to witness you donning a red dress, dancing bare-bottomed within my castle. Surely you would grant me this request, wouldn't you? Shen Yueyu's words dripped with arrogance, yet within her heart, she lamented silently. Forgive me, Yuan. To preserve my life, I must resort to such tactics. Once I successfully evolve, I shall surely repay you in kind, and you may have whatever treasures you desire. Indeed, the moment those words escaped her lips, Yuan's gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of murderous intent lurking within his eyes as he regarded Shen Yueyu. Shen Yueyu, Yuan ground his teeth, each word emerging from his mouth with palpable tension. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Shen Yueyu's mind. Plot completed. The system has detected a -12 change in Yuan's affection towards you. Congratulations, host. The conditions for evolution have been met. You will commence the process of gender transformation within the next 2 days. Do ensure to seize the moment. A wave of elation surged within Shen Yueyu. She excitedly lifted her gaze, only to find Yuan had risen, his entire being radiating an unrelenting aura of aggression directed at her. Having yet to undergo her transformation, how could she possibly contend with an S-rank male? She scarcely possessed the strength to evade his impending assault. Alas, it seems I have ventured too far. Chapter 2. The Onset of Divergence. In the original narrative, Shen Yueyu was utterly incapacitated by Yuan's relentless assault. At this moment, the suffocating force of the attack surged forth like a torrential flood, and despite Shen Yueyu's mental preparation, an inexplicable dread enveloped her. She hastily attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. She could only brace herself for the impending blow. Just at this critical juncture, a figure swiftly positioned themselves in front of Shen Yueyu. She looked up in astonishment. The newcomer was clad in an exquisite light-colored gown, their flowing white hair cascading like a waterfall. With a tall and poised stature, they elegantly raised a hand, albeit with some effort, to shield Shen Yueyu from Yuan's strike. A gust of wind stirred around them, the white hair billowing as the person turned to glance at Shen Yueyu, their tea-colored eyes radiating concern, and their soft pink lips curving into a gentle smile. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Their voice was soothing, akin to warm tea, with a demeanor both kind and refined. The individual was none other than the royal fifth prince, Si Huaiqing. I am fine, Shen Yueyu replied. Thank you. A sense of confusion washed over her. In the original plot, Si Huaiqing had not intervened on her behalf. Why had the narrative shifted? Si Huiqing nodded nonchalantly and then turned his attention back to Ruiyuan. As an S-rank male himself, Si Huiqing was capable of withstanding Ruiyuan's strike. Yet it was evident that Ruiyuan was displeased. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, Ruiyuan furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? Ha! Si Huiqing chuckled softly. Shen Yueyu is prophesied to become the strongest in our Starwave Kingdom. For the future of our kingdom, it is only natural that I protect her. Si Huiqing spoke with calm composure. I understand that the marshal is quite vexed. How about we wait until the Holy Sun's divergence is successful, and then you may compete with him? While his words seemed neutral towards Shen Yueyu, they also provided a plausible excuse. Very well, Ruiyuan sneered at Shen Yueyu. I have no desire to crush this little chick of a male right now. I shall see what level you attain after your divergence. With that, Ruiyuan cast a displeased glance at Shen Yueyu before turning on his heel and departing. System. Shen Yueyu called out in her mind. Are you certain I will diverge into the strongest being of the Starwave Kingdom as the rumors suggest? Uncertain, the system responded lazily. The subsequent plot is yet to unfold. Rumors are just that, rumors. We are distinct entities, and that is a different matter altogether. Shen Yueyu gritted her teeth, regaining her senses as she noticed numerous inquisitive gazes scrutinizing her. Clearly, they were all speculating about what kind of being Shen Yueyu would ultimately diverge into. If she proved powerful, offending Ruiyuan might not be a concern, yet if she were weak, she might face a frenzied backlash from these onlookers. It was truly a matter of life and death. Cold sweat trickled down Shen Yueyu's forehead. Why did it feel as though the pressure was mounting? Host. Do not lose heart. Although the situation appears dire, we can still seek our own good fortune. The system's comforting voice echoed in her mind. Shen Yueyu forced a smile. I truly cannot remain in this Starwave Kingdom any longer. I must find a more secluded place to diverge. If I emerge as a formidable entity, I shall return with confidence. If I fail, then I shall discreetly slip away. Avoiding capture should be manageable. With this plan in mind, Shen Yueyu decided to leave the ball, returning to her castle to gather some valuables before making her escape. She rushed back, drenched in cold sweat, and from a distance, spotted a young man standing at the entrance. The youth was clad in a sharp combat uniform, his raven-colored hair casually falling over his brow, revealing a pair of pale blue eyes that glinted with an indifferent fierceness, his striking features unmarred by any flaw. This young man was none other than Lu Kuwu, the guard brought back by the original owner. He was undeniably handsome. However, Shen Yueyu had little inclination to admire his looks at that moment, hastening into the castle. Master. Lu Kuwu followed closely, his tone somewhat stiff. Is there something you require of me? No need. Shen Yueyu waved him off as she ascended the stairs, her pace unwavering. Lu Kuwu fell silent, trailing behind her in quietude. Shen Yueyu made her way directly to her treasure chamber. Upon her arrival in this world, she had eagerly collected all the valuable items around the original owner, stowing them away in this room. Now, gazing at the glittering gems that filled the space, Shen Yueyu felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. These treasures were worth at least 100 million beast coins. Having been accustomed to poverty in the modern world, she had never experienced such wealth, even if her divergence encountered some issues. As long as she took these valuable items with her, she need not worry about her future. In time, she would have a plethora of handsome companions by her side, reaping the rewards of her life. Although she was destined to diverge into a male, that hardly hindered her pursuit of attractive suitors. With these thoughts, Shen Yueyu chuckled, quickly retrieving a prepared box and stuffing it with the most precious small items. Lu Kuwu observed her with an inscrutable expression as she gleefully packed the various gems into the box, pressing down on it with vigor. What should I do? It seems my master's gone a bit mad. Chapter 3. Fleeing with Wealth. Once Shen Yueyu finished her packing, she found herself in a quandary, staring at a pile of gold artifacts. She could not fit any more, yet the pure gold items felt too precious to discard. Master, are you planning to leave the castle? Lu Kuwu asked suddenly after watching her for a moment. Shen Yueyu was startled by his sudden inquiry, but upon recognizing him, she exhaled in relief. Truth be told, Shen Yueyu did not wish to disclose her plan to anyone. The more people who knew, the greater the risk she faced. I will leave with you, Lu Kuwu declared resolutely. I will always protect you. Gazing into Lu Kuwu's steadfast eyes, Shen Yueyu recalled his past actions, which indeed demonstrated unwavering loyalty. Moreover, with these treasures in tow, she needed a capable guard by her side. With this in mind, Shen Yueyu softened her tone. Very well. She concealed the remaining gold and silver treasures beneath a brick before feeling a sense of relief as they departed. The two made their way swiftly to the city gate. Shen Yueyu walked ahead while Lu Kuwu silently followed, carrying a small bundle on his back. When Shen Yueyu glanced back at him, she found him unexpectedly endearing. Just as they were about to exit the city gate, a soldier with a weapon stepped forward to block Shen Yueyu's path. Halt! Looking up, Shen Yueyu noticed several soldiers glaring at her. It was evident they intended to prevent her from leaving the city. What is the meaning of this? Do you know who I am? She demanded, frowning. We do, the leading soldier replied. You are His Highness the Holy Sun. Shen Yueyu nodded in satisfaction. If you know, how dare you obstruct my exit? Having only recently traversed into this narrative, the original character was notoriously arrogant. Relying on the prophecy of becoming the strongest in the Starwave Kingdom, he had offended many, even the royal family. These soldiers were not even on his radar. The soldiers exchanged glances, clearly recalling some of Shen Yueyu's notorious rumors, their expressions growing peculiar. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yueyu pressed, "What are you waiting for? Step aside." Just then, a voice suddenly resonated in the air. It was I who instructed them to intercept you. The voice was imbued with an aristocratic authority, laced with the usual pride of royalty. Shen Yueyu's heart skipped a beat as she turned towards the source of the sound. There, descending the steps of the city wall, was a tall man clad in black, accompanied by several guards. His movements were remarkably graceful, yet they caused Shen Yueyu to furrow her brow. The man's raven hair fell elegantly across his brow, and his chiseled features bore an air of cold indifference, rendering him somewhat unapproachable. His obsidian gaze fixed upon Shen Yueyu, exuding the oppressive weight of an upper echelon, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within her. Host, that is Crown Prince Si Yelin, an SS-class male endowed with unparalleled power and authority. Exercise utmost caution. The system's tone shifted to one of heightened vigilance, laden with caution. Shen Yueyu's expression turned serious. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean by this? Si Yelin approached with a mocking smile, closing the distance between them. I have yet to inquire why the Saint's son is so hastily departing the city. Shen Yueyu's heart raced, but her demeanor remained composed. I merely seek a moment of leisure. It was a pretext difficult to believe.
Si Yelin sighed lightly.
If I recall correctly, you are on the verge of your differentiation. Are you not? The Empire has invested immense effort in your cultivation, and its citizens eagerly await the outcome. Yet here you are, leaving the city just before this momentous event. As he spoke, Si Yelin's piercing gaze scrutinized Shen Yueyu, swiftly unraveling her intentions. What is this, Saint Son? Do you intend to flee? Shen Yueyu's fingers tightened suddenly. No, she could not admit it, otherwise, her desire to leave would only become more complicated. Before she could utter a word, a figure swiftly positioned himself before her. It was Lu Kuwu. He stood resolutely in front of Shen Yueyu, confronting Si Yelin. Both towering figures equally imposing. Lu Kuwu soon unleashed his mental power, his stance taut and ready. Though skilled, he was merely a B-class male, a mere insect compared to the SS-class Si Yelin. Si Yelin regarded Lu Kuwu with disdain, barely concealing his contempt for engaging with him. His gaze fell upon the bundle Lu Kuwu carried, an eyebrow arching slightly.
Oh?
Planning to abscond with the funds, are we? Am I correct, Saint Sun? Realizing the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Shen Yueyu understood that if Lu Kuwu and Si Yelin clashed, there would be no escape for her. She swiftly pulled Lu Kuwu back, forcing a strained smile. No, that is not the case. Since your Highness believes we are fleeing, I shall simply return. Si Yelin remained silent for a moment, merely observing her. Shen Yueyu felt unnerved under his scrutiny, tightening her grip on Lu Kuwu and gritting her teeth. Stop staring. Let's go. Though reluctant, Lu Kuwu noticed Shen Yueyu's seriousness. Despite her evident lack of strength, she was determinedly pulling him away. He pursed his lips and willingly followed her. Observing the duo as they gradually distanced themselves, Si Yelin refrained from pursuing them further. However, his voice grew icier as he instructed those beside him. Continue to keep an eye on them. Chapter 4. Pretending to be my female, Lu Kuwu trailed behind Shen Yueyu. And after they had put some distance between themselves and the confrontation, he inquired with confusion, Master, are we not leaving the city? How could we? Shen Yueyu gritted her teeth. She had no desire to remain in this place rife with competing factions as she approached her differentiation. The original owner had offended many, and any untoward incident would spell trouble. We must avoid direct confrontation with them for now. As she spoke, an automobile parked not far down the street caught her attention. The vehicle exuded an air of elegance, its sleek exterior gleaming under the sun, appearing exceedingly valuable. What captivated Shen Yueyu even more was the unmistakable royal insignia adorning its body. This was the vehicle of the royal family. A wicked idea sparked within her. At that moment, the occupants of the car remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. The man seated in the back spoke softly to the East City. Just as his calm and gentle words faded, a low voice issued a threatening command from beside him. "Don't move." Simultaneously, a razor-sharp dagger pressed against the man's throat. He stiffened slightly, while Shen Yueyu's grip on the dagger tightened to the point of her knuckles turning white. Thankfully, she had grown accustomed to her circumstances. Having learned some skills in her previous life, she had stealthily entered the vehicle while it was parked. Otherwise, this situation would not have unfolded so smoothly.
Now.
Shen Yueyu scrutinized the man within the car. He wore a light-colored trench coat, his silken white hair cascading gracefully, exuding a delicate fragrance akin to tea. Every movement exuding elegance that hinted at an exalted status. "Shen Yueyu?" The man seemed to sense something, turning his gaze toward her. "Don't look back." Shen Yueyu's heart raced, urgently warning him while pressing the knife closer. Yet the man showed no concern, glancing back to clearly observe her. His features were gentle, and his tea-colored eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Shen Yueyu, his thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, seemingly unfazed by her presence. "It truly is you." The dagger drew a thin line of blood along his neck, forcing Shen Yueyu to retract it slightly. "You." Fifth Prince Si Huijing. Shen Yueyu furrowed her brow. This was getting complicated. She had intended to abduct someone of decent status to facilitate her exit, only to discover that his status was exceedingly noble. What is the Saint Sun doing? Si Huijing's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze playful. "Let me guess." His eyes wandered towards the distant city gate. "You wish to leave the city?" Shen Yueyu clenched her fingers, yet did not deny it. "And if I do?" She had originally planned to coerce Si Huijing into aiding her escape, but now the situation seemed dire, considering he was an SS-class male. In a real confrontation, she and Lu Kuwu would be no match for him. "Why do you wish to leave?"
Si Huijing inquired, puzzled.
"You are on the verge of differentiation. The Empire will dispatch the most authoritative forces to protect you, and during this period, no one can harm you." As he spoke, he noticed Shen Yueyu's indifference. Could it be that the Saint's son fears a failed differentiation and the consequent condemnation from the Empire? Shen Yueyu's pupils constricted sharply as she met Si Huijing's knowing gaze. "You'd better not meddle." Shen Yueyu threatened, "Take me out of the city, or I will slit your throat." Her threat seemed feeble before an SS-class male, akin to a kitten swatting its paw. Shen Yueyu was acutely aware of this, thus bracing herself for the likelihood of being apprehended again. Unexpectedly, Si Huijing's eyes glimmered with amusement. "Very well." Shen Yueyu was taken aback, not expecting such a prompt acquiescence. "Really?" "Indeed," Si Huijing replied with elegant affirmation. "However, given your current attire, it will be challenging for me to assist you."
What do you propose?
Shen Yueyu asked, wary. "A simple exchange," Si Huijing stated matter-of-factly. "You shall change into a suitable outfit and disguise yourself as my female, and I will escort you out of the city." Shen Yueyu, donning merely a casual outfit of men's leisure wear, with her light brown hair barely grazing her earlobes, had yet to undergo her gender differentiation. At this moment, her appearance was indeed androgynous. A flicker of caution washed over her heart as she inquired of the system, "What is the credibility of Si Huijing?" The system's monotonous voice responded, "To the host, though Si Huijing possesses a degree of cunning, he has never failed to uphold his word." Shen Yueyu pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. Slowly, she released the dagger pressed against Si Huijing, saying, "Very well, you had best keep your promise and take me out." Si Huijing nodded with a smile. The two entered one of the most renowned boutiques for women's clothing in the city. Upon entering, Shen Yueyu immediately reached for a dress that was quite ordinary. The gown, entirely black with lace trim, possessed a conventional design devoid of any particular flair. However, due to the elevated status of females with psychic abilities in the city, such dresses commanded a hefty price. The sales assistant glanced at Shen Yueyu and exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed sir of the merfolk, this dress is priced at approximately 100,000 beast coins. You certainly have an eye for quality." 100,000 beast coins. Is this extortion? Are feminine garments truly this exorbitant? Shen Yueyu felt the dress grow heavy in her hands and glanced back at Si Huijing, ready to return it. This was simply unacceptable. Si Huijing shook his head. Just as Shen Yueyu sighed in relief, Si Huijing's calm and detached voice interjected, "Take that one." Following his gaze, she beheld a long dress in a delicate shade of lavender at the center of the store, crafted from exquisite cloud brocade that shimmered with a captivating pearlescent glow under the lights. The design was nothing short of stunning. Even Shen Yueyu, who was preparing to embrace her masculine identity, found herself irresistibly drawn to the garment. However, upon glancing at the price tag, her heart skipped a beat. 600,000 beast coins. Shen Yueyu promptly rejected the idea, exclaiming, "I am male. I have no need for such an expensive dress. Wearing such a gown merely to escape would be an utter waste. You are my female. Naturally, you deserve only the finest," Si Huijing stated blandly, as if the notion of this being inappropriate had never crossed his mind. Shen Yueyu's forehead twitched in frustration. "I am male." She had only just begun to relish the opportunity to be male in this world. She wasn't ready to relinquish that enjoyment just yet. "You are my female." Si Huijing, ever so refined, clung stubbornly to this assertion. Shen Yueyu was baffled by his sudden obstinacy and leaned closer to him, whispering, "It's just a charade. Your Highness need not take it so seriously." Si Huijing's fox-like eyes lowered slightly. "I apologize for my overstepping." However, he remained unwavering. "This is my condition for exchange. Wear it, and I shall escort you and your guard out of the city." Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu frowned, sensing something amiss in his words. When suddenly the system's voice chimed in, "System loading differentiation program successful. Please prepare to differentiate within 5 hours. Should this time elapse, the system will initiate forced differentiation." The urgency of these warnings became increasingly grating, causing Shen Yueyu's heart to race. She chose not to contest Si Huijing any further and swiftly changed into the dress. To her surprise, instead of feeling ridiculous in such an extravagant gown, she found the effect quite pleasing. Even with her ambiguous appearance, she exuded an unexpected air of nobility and elegance. Si Huijing's gaze fell upon her, momentarily caught off guard, as if contemplating something profound. "I am ready. Let us depart now," Shen Yueyu declared, not pausing to admire her reflection, for she had yet to undergo differentiation and felt no particular allure. "Please," Si Huijing gestured. His eyes fixated intently on Shen Yueyu. Despite her discomfort, she climbed into the carriage, unaware if Si Huijing was being deliberate when he drew back the tightly shut curtain. As they passed, numerous male beastmen and a scant few female beastmen gawked, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait. Did I just see that correctly? Is that not His Highness, the Fifth Prince? And beside him, is that a female? Who is she? Why can't I see her face clearly? His Highness is usually disinterested in females, so who is this fortunate one?" The commotion escalated, and countless gazes turned towards her. Shen Yueyu desperately raised her hand to shield her face, internally lamenting her predicament. The original owner had been accustomed to arrogance due to the Empire's most potent prophecy, leading many to recognize her and assume she would differentiate into a male. Despite the high status of females with psychic abilities, only males possess the capacity for offensive strength. Should anyone discover that the esteemed saint was clad in women's attire, seated beside the Fifth Prince, would she retain any semblance of dignity? Karma, indeed. "I should never have gifted that dress to the marshal. The tables have turned on me now." Shen Yueyu cursed inwardly, wishing her hands were larger to fully conceal her face. Si Huijing observed her reaction with amusement, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If you fear being seen, you may lean against me." Chapter 5. Leaving the city. Shen Yueyu cautiously opened her fingers just enough to glance at Si Huijing. Noticing his gentle smile, with his lashes lowered and white hair brushing against his brow, he appeared almost ethereal in beauty. It was undeniable that Si Huijing was indeed among the most handsome of men. Shen Yueyu felt it prudent to lean against him to obscure her face. Thus, she did not hesitate, instinctively resting her head against his chest, nearly burying her face there. Soon, she caught a whiff of a subtle tea fragrance emanating from Si Huijing, which enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Si Huijing watched her with a smile, his body stiffening momentarily before relaxing, as if naturally cradling his female companion. The clamor from outside the carriage grew louder. My goodness, could it be that His Highness the Fifth Prince and that female are truly in such a relationship? What status could this female possibly hold to have captured the Fifth Prince's favor? His Highness is an S-rank male. Only an A-rank female could provide him with any minuscule calming effect. Otherwise, he too could succumb to beastly instincts. Is it conceivable that this female might be an S-rank? This is impossible. Not only in our Xinglan kingdom but worldwide, there are no S-rank females. If the female His Highness holds does not possess at least an A rank, is he not courting disaster? Oh, beast god, when will our Xinglan kingdom see an S-rank female? Listening to the chatter from the streets, Shen Yueyu felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Upon her arrival in this world, she had taken time to familiarize herself with the hierarchical distinctions of gender, males and females ranked from E to A, with S-rank males being exceptionally rare, while S-rank females were virtually non-existent. The higher the rank of a male, the greater his absolute power. Yet, they required the calming presence of a female S psychic energy, or risk losing their sanity and devolving into beast men. Conversely, the higher-ranked females could soothe even the mightiest males, granting them elevated status, while an A-rank female could potentially possess hundreds of husbands, often enjoying greater respect than males. The most unfortunate were females devoid of psychic energy, as they could not provide emotional reassurance and thus held no status in Xinglan, relegated instead to the fringes of society or reduced to mere instruments for reproduction. Shen Yueyu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety as thoughts of the prophecy swirled in her mind, pondering what level of male she might evolve into. The more she contemplated the prophecy, the more dubious it appeared. She had encountered the fifth prince. At that moment, the voice of the guards at the city gate suddenly echoed outside the carriage, causing it to come to a halt. It was the same soldiers who had questioned her earlier. Shen Yueyu immediately became alert. Your Highness, who is this in your embrace? One of the soldiers inquired as he regarded Shen Yueyu nestled in Si Huiqing's arms. She is my female, Si Huiqing replied, casting a glance at Shen Yueyu. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his tone calm and nonchalant. The soldiers' eyes widened in astonishment, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Shen Yueyu further. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon her as if they were daggers, Shen Yueyu instinctively buried her face deeper, exhaling softly. At that moment, she distinctly sensed Si Huiqing's body stiffen for a brief moment. He seemed to emit a stifled grunt, his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Shen Yueyu's cheeks flushed with warmth. Had she inadvertently touched a forbidden area? Would Si Huiqing hold it against her? The thought made her ears burn, and had it not been for the multitude of eyes upon her, she might have leapt up in embarrassment. I see. Your Highness, please take care. The soldiers, oblivious to any abnormalities, had the audacity to compliment Si Huiqing a few times before allowing their departure. Once the prying eyes faded from view, Shen Yueyu finally sighed in relief, raising her head and distancing herself slightly. Si Huiqing appeared unfazed by her movement. Shen Yueyu opened her mouth, intending to convey her apologies, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Si Huiqing's ears tinged with a faint blush. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. Uttering a word would only heighten the awkwardness between them. Where shall we go? Si Huiqing was the first to break the silence, his voice soft and pleasant, resonating harmoniously in her ears. Shen Yueyu surveyed her surroundings, noting that the carriage was veering towards a more secluded area, which put her at ease. I wish to venture into the depths of that forest, she declared. Si Huiqing raised an eyebrow, surveying the dark, endless expanse of trees before him. Are you certain, Holy Son? This forest is rife with wild beasts. Should you encounter a ferocious creature, you are at a critical stage of differentiation. It will be fine, Shen Yueyu reassured him. My guardian will protect me. Lu Kewu, having cleverly concealed himself in the trunk of the carriage to evade inspection, had successfully emerged. Since the Holy Son is so determined, I wish you success in your differentiation, Si Huiqing remarked as he escorted Shen Yueyu deep into the thicket. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Yueyu replied with a smile, though her heart remained vigilant, concerned that Si Huiqing might reconsider and act upon other intentions. Yet, after bidding her farewell, he departed, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. As Shen Yueyu watched the carriage recede into the distance, she muttered to herself, what a mysterious individual. What on earth is he up to? Lu Kewu's gaze fell upon the flowing gown Shen Yueyu wore, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Master, what shall we do next? Let us proceed deeper into the mountains, Shen Yueyu replied, taking the burden from Lu Kewu's back. I wish to inspect whether the gems within are intact. Lu Kewu shook his head. No, they are not missing. He would always strive to fulfill Shen Yueyu's commands. The forest chosen by the pair was shrouded in thick mist, with towering trees reaching skyward, their branches obscuring the light entirely, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and profound. As they ventured deeper, Lu Kewu spoke cautiously. Master, this forest harbors wild beasts. We must remain vigilant. Listening to the distant sounds of birds, Shen Yueyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Counting the gems helped alleviate her anxiety. Regardless, this forest was far safer than the imperial city. Should she successfully differentiate into a male of S rank or higher, perhaps she would face no threats. However, should she fail or regress in rank, she would undoubtedly encounter the terrifying retribution of her adversaries. After all, the original owner had made many enemies over the years, and they would undoubtedly come to collect their debts. The original owner owes a debt. I shall repay it. Shen Yueyu sighed, hoping earnestly for a favorable differentiation. Chapter 6. Differentiating into a female? In an effort to prevent Si Huiqing from having a change of heart, Shen Yueyu continued deeper into the forest with Lu Kewu. Eventually, she came to a halt at a secluded lake. The lake before her was enveloped in mist, its emerald waters shimmering with clarity, adorned with unknown green tendrils that floated upon the surface, creating an expansive and breathtaking vista. Recalling that her original form was that of a mermaid, Shen Yueyu pondered that differentiating within the lake might yield better results. Turning to Lu Kewu, she instructed, I will differentiate here. Please guard me for a while nearby. Lu Kewu looked momentarily taken aback, remembering how Shen Yueyu had once been domineering and commanding. It appeared that she had genuinely changed. Very well, he agreed, instinctively positioning himself behind a stone by the lakeside. Shen Yueyu gazed at the water, stepping forward until the lake gently lapped at her body. System. Activate the differentiation program. Her heart raced with excitement, wondering what level of male she would evolve into this time. Understood. The host will undergo differentiation within half an hour. Please ensure your safety, the system responded. Shen Yueyu's cheeks flushed with anticipation as the cool water enveloped her neck. She attempted to submerge her head beneath the surface. Having learned to swim in her previous life, she was unafraid of drowning. Yet, this time, her body afforded her an entirely different sensation. She discovered that she could breathe underwater. Simultaneously, as she concentrated on her legs, she realized they transformed into a tail. However, as she had yet to differentiate in gender, her tail appeared unremarkable, a pale blue, devoid of any distinctive features. So this is the joy of being a mermaid. Shen Yueyu had never experienced such a feeling. She gleefully flipped in the water, feeling as though she could glide effortlessly through the seemingly bottomless depths. Before long, she felt an intense warmth radiate within her body, gradually closing her eyes as she began to reach out to the mysterious force. Lu Kewu, anxiously standing by the lake, swiftly dispatched a lion that attempted to approach. His loyalty to Shen Yueyu remained unwavering, and he too was curious about what she would evolve into. Regardless of her form, he would accompany her, he thought. With a swift motion, he withdrew his dagger from the lion's carcass, blood splattering across his face, yet he paid it no mind. His gaze fixed anxiously on the lake. Shen Yueyu had been submerged for half an hour, yet there had been no sign of her. Master, what has become of you? Just as he contemplated jumping into the lake to check on her, a ripple suddenly broke the serene surface at the lake's center, sending concentric circles outward as if some mysterious force was stirring the tranquil world. The unknown vines by the lakeside were influenced by a mysterious force, blossoming into delicate white and pink flowers. A warm breeze swept through the area, transforming the previously eerie and shadowy landscape into a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Even the once ominous bird calls became unexpectedly cheerful and melodious. What is happening? Lu Kewu swallowed nervously. Glimmering lights rose from the surface of the lake, and wherever these ethereal beams touched, even the withered trees sprouted fresh green leaves, creating a vibrant patch within the depths of the forest. At the heart of the lake, the radiance intensified, revealing a mesmerizing mermaid at its center. Is that the master? Even Lu Kewu, who had encountered countless beauties, was left awestruck. Unable to regain his composure, the maiden possessed a cascade of resplendent golden hair that flowed down to her fishtail, each strand swaying gently in the breeze, shimmering with a starlit allure. As he gazed downward, her tail transformed into a dreamlike shade of pale purple, the sunlight reflecting off her scales, revealing an exquisite brilliance that radiated elegance and nobility. Coupled with her flowing lavender gown, she appeared significantly more regal and enchanting than any princess of the royal court. And that visage. Lu Kewu was momentarily entranced, having never before beheld such a captivating countenance, leaving him at a loss for words to describe her beauty. Master? The aura surrounding her was unmistakably that of Shen Yueyu. Lu Kewu recognized it without a doubt. The maiden slowly opened her lavender eyes, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, as she extended her hand to admire her own appearance. This mermaid was none other than Shen Yueyu, who had just successfully transformed. She hurriedly inspected her exaggeratedly long hair and fishtail, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. No, it cannot be. Shen Yueyu's heart raced as she peered into the lake's reflection, only to be met with a countenance so stunning it could bring gods to tears. A female? How could this be? Her vision darkened in an instant. She had been gracefully floating in midair, but as panic overtook her, she disregarded all semblance of poise and plunged into the lake with a splash.
I'm doomed. I'm doomed.
She had calculated everything, yet never anticipated that she would transform into a female, after spending so long as a woman. Was it too much to wish to experience life as a man just once? Shen Yueyu, in a fit of exasperation, demanded of the system. System, explain this to me. Why have I transformed into a female? The system, seemingly at a loss, took a moment to respond. Don't you find yourself rather beautiful? Beauty is indeed a delightful bonus. Shen Yueyu gritted her teeth. But don't you realize that beauty alone can lead to a dead end? The system fell silent, and the more Shen Yueyu pondered, the more incredulous she became. Just tell me, is there an even worse situation than this? There is. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. It has detected that you currently possess neither the offensive power of a male nor the mental fortitude of a female. Congratulations, host. You can now focus on being a beautiful waste of space, hee hee hee. The system emitted a series of mechanical chuckles, causing Shen Yueyu to glare daggers at it, her fury nearly igniting. Is this amusing to you? Quite so, host. The system continued its mechanical laughter. How about I blow you up instead? Shen Yueyu's voice turned cold and resolute. I can't go on like this. Let us perish together. The system's laughter abruptly ceased, as it seemed to recognize Shen Yueyu's genuine anger. Don't be impulsive, host. The system exclaimed anxiously. This occurrence is indeed a significant oversight. So I have specifically requested a special mechanism from my superiors as compensation. What sort of compensation? Shen Yueyu tightened her grip in the mental realm, metaphorically throttling the system. You better provide me with a satisfactory answer. Chapter 7. Capturing the Fugitive. Ouch, host, be gentle. My neck is going to snap. The system cried out in distress. Is that so? Shen Yueyu ground her teeth. I thought you had no neck. The system let out a lament. Please, host, don't be agitated. I assure you that this compensation will leave you utterly satisfied.
Speak.
Shen Yueyu demanded through gritted teeth. Well, the system paused to gather its thoughts. Although you currently lack mental energy and offensive power, you can still pursue critical characters within this narrative to level up. Just think. If you were to transform, the best possible outcome would be to become an S-rank male. However, if you navigate these characters successfully, the system presented Shen Yueyu with a detailed list of potential targets. Just one successful capture would elevate you a level. If you were to conquer them all, you could ascend to an S-rank female, or rather, an SSSSS-rank female. After all, an S-rank female has never been seen before. You would be unparalleled. Seeing Shen Yueyu accept the list, the system pressed on. Even if you desire male offensive capabilities, it is achievable, as long as you engage with specific characters. You could possess male offensive strength while being female. Imagine a SSSS rank female with SSS rank male power. Wouldn't that be extraordinary? The system spoke eloquently, while Shen Yueyu scrutinized the names on the list, recognizing a few familiar adversaries. Si Huijing, Si Yelin, Rue Yuan. Aren't these her sworn enemies? How could she possibly conquer them? Shen Yueyu felt a headache coming on, but upon spotting Lu Kewu's name on the list, she sighed in relief. Is there any other reward? Shen Yueyu clenched her jaw. I am still unsatisfied with your compensation. The system hesitated. May I request to unlock the subsequent storyline for your character as well? This would be tantamount to granting you a rebirth ability. It cannot be too overpowered. The system's voice trailed off. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Kewu's anxious shout echoed from the lakeshore. Master, run they. Before he could finish, a horrific scream escaped Lu Kewu's lips. Shen Yueyu's heart jolted, a wave of foreboding washing over her. Could it be that the person she had offended was pursuing her? Soon another cold, dignified voice confirmed Shen Yueyu's fears. Shen Yueyu, Lu Kewu is now in my grasp. If you wish for him to live, you must step forward willingly. Shen Yueyu quickly recognized the voice. It was Si Yelin. The crown prince, endowed with absolute authority and an SS rank male, was far beyond her capabilities. Instinctively, Shen Yueyu flicked her fishtail, attempting to flee and find a hiding place. How could he have tracked her down here? Seemingly anticipating her thoughts, Si Yelin's voice followed. If you dare to flee, I will behead Lu Kuwu and toss his head into the lake. Then, I shall drain this lake until I find you. Following that, Lu Kuwu's voice rang out in angry protest. Master, don't worry about me, just go. Shen Yueyu's escape faltered. Incorrect. Her little stash of wealth remains with Lu Kuwu. She is already a beautiful waste of space. If she were to leave without any money, she would find it impossible to survive. Moreover, she could not escape her fate. Shen Yueyu stealthily peered across the lake's surface towards the shore. There, she beheld Lu Kuwu, bloodied and pinned to the ground, while Si Yelin nonchalantly drew a sharp dagger, pressing it against his neck. Shen Yueyu, I will count to 3. If you do not emerge by then, I shall kill him first. 3,
2.
Shen Yueyu clenched her teeth in anger. That mad dog, Si Yelin. She would remember this grudge. Si Yelin mocked Lu Kuwu. Huh, it seems your master no longer wants you as a dog? Lu Kuwu glared at him. That is none of your business. What a pity, Si Yelin sneered, his thin lips moving one. Just as he was about to plunge the knife down, a furious voice rang out from the lake. Do not touch him. The voice, filled with evident rage, was nevertheless melodious to the ears, akin to the chime of wind bells. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, Si Yelin included. What a breathtaking sight it was. The males present were nearly entranced. Emerging gracefully from the water was a mermaid maiden, possessing a cascade of exquisitely beautiful golden hair. Her lashes were as thick as butterfly wings, and her violet eyes exuded an air of elegance and mystery, captivating all who dared to gaze upon them. Her porcelain-like cheeks were strikingly stunning, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, radiating a divine purity. She donned a splendid purple gown that amplified her regal presence. Yet, where her fishtail should have been, she now sported long, slender human legs, her delicate feet bare and as exquisite as finely crafted jade. Even the fierce Si Yelin appeared momentarily dazed upon witnessing Shen Yueyu's appearance. A female? Si Yelin withdrew his hand, observing the tracker in his possession glow brighter as Shen Yueyu approached, confirming his suspicions. Shen Yueyu? He scoffed derisively. How has the esteemed saint's son been reduced to this state? However, to be fair, Shen Yueyu's current form surpassed the beauty of any female he had ever encountered. What does it matter to you how I have transformed? The soft and lovely female retorted, her words dripping with the essence of national pride. This was entirely incongruent with her stunning and noble visage, leaving many males momentarily speechless. Why are you following me? Shen Yueyu glared at Si Yelin, showing no intention of maintaining her composure. Wasn't it you who took the dishes while I turned the tables, you drawing the tiles while I self-drew? Shen Yueyu recalled the past grievances between her and Si Yelin. This was not a significant issue. Did he truly need to pursue her to this extent? Si Yelin raised an eyebrow. You also damaged some of my paintings. Of course, that was not the sole reason. Si Yelin began leisurely. I have come to capture you, for official business. Behind Si Yelin stood dozens of male soldiers, each appearing formidable. A wave of unease washed over Shen Yueyu. What official business? Si Yelin received a document from one of his subordinates, comparing it to the photograph of Shen Yueyu. His tone nonchalant. Saint Sun Shen Yueyu of the Xinglan Kingdom has squandered considerable resources of the empire for many years.
Now,
the beast men of the entire Xinglan Kingdom are eagerly anticipating the results of your transformation. Upon saying this, Si Yelin's gaze returned to Shen Yueyu, tinged with a hint of mockery. Capturing you is, naturally, to provide an explanation to the Xinglan Kingdom. Shen Yueyu felt a wave of dread wash over her. She knew without a doubt that returning in her current state would incite the fury of the entire Xinglan Kingdom, and the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. If you are so determined to take me back, why did you turn a blind eye and let me leave? The more Shen Yueyu pondered her initial departure from the city, the more she felt something was amiss. If Si Yelin had truly intended to stop her, she would never have exited the city so easily. So, at that time, did you deliberately let me go? Is it amusing to play cat and mouse? Shen Yueyu fixed her gaze upon Si Yelin, voicing her suspicions. My younger brother is rather naive. As his elder brother, I must keep him in check. Si Yelin replied calmly, neither affirming nor denying her words. Clad in a form-fitting combat uniform that accentuated his tall and lean figure, his dark hair fell to the corners of his eyes, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Shen Yueyu. Shen Yueyu's face was filled with resistance. Hey, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Let us negotiate. The empire has nurtured me over the years. If you itemize the costs of my upbringing, I assure you, I will repay every last bit. Will you let me go then? Repay? Si Yellen recounted, your expenditures over the years surely do not amount to less than 1 billion beast coins, and you currently. Si Yellen scrutinized Shen Yueyu. You exude no trace of spiritual energy. In fact, you are a female devoid of any spiritual power. What do you intend to repay with? Shen Yueyu's fingers tightened in response. Chapter 8. His Selfish Motives. Indeed, in the Xinglan Kingdom, females without spiritual power bore a stark contrast to those with it. Higher-ranking females could have hundreds of beast husbands to assist in repaying debts. However, those without spiritual power held no standing whatsoever. They were merely tools for reproduction or playthings, devoid of any true value. From this perspective, Shen Yueyu's chances of repaying her debt were nearly zero. I will find a way, Shen Yueyu declared. Even if it meant engaging in business to earn back the money, it was far better than being sent back for public execution. Even if you wish to repay, there is no opportunity for that. Si Yellen scribbled something on the document, which Shen Yueyu could not discern.
Why?
Shen Yueyu regarded him warily.
I have changed my mind.
Si Yellen cast a significant glance at Shen Yueyu. Of course. I have my own selfish motives. What selfish motives? Shen Yueyu frowned. Was Si Yellen planning to give her a beating before sending her back to the Xinglan Kingdom? You will find out soon enough. Si Yellen commanded. Take her away. With that, he turned to leave.
Hey.
Shen Yueyu called after his retreating figure. At least help me tend to Lu Kewu. He is injured because of you. Currently, Lu Kewu was stained with blood, his face pale, and he appeared to be in dire condition. Yet, Si Yellen did not halt his steps, utterly indifferent to Lu Kewu's fate. That scoundrel. Shen Yueyu seethed with frustration. Shen Yueyu was soon ushered onto a carriage, returning with Si Yellen. Perhaps due to Shen Yueyu's overwhelming beauty, the males escorting her dared not exert too much force. Their ears flushed, fearful of causing her any discomfort. Inside the carriage, Shen Yueyu sat facing Si Yellen. She glared at him, filled with indignation. At that moment, he was engrossed in a book that resembled an art album, his attention wholly diverted from her. System. Shen Yueyu began. Unlock the subsequent storyline. Understood. Unlocking the future fate of character Shen Yueyu. Please review, host. Shen Yueyu immediately began to explore the forthcoming events within her mind. In the original plot, Shen Yueyu's fate was far from favorable. After offending countless male overlords, she ultimately transformed into a female devoid of spiritual power, which meant she was utterly useless, possessing only her beauty. Upon being returned to the kingdom of Xinglan by the formidable Si Yilin, Shen Yueyu, who was initially destined for exile in the red light district, unexpectedly caught the eye of Rui Yuan due to her striking beauty. Consequently, she was coerced into bearing his child. Subsequently, due to her perceived moral shortcomings, she was passed among several males, giving birth to their offspring in turn. She was treated as mere merchandise, forced to serve as a breeding vessel, ultimately succumbing to complications during childbirth. What in the world is this? Shen Yueyu read through the narrative, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. This is nothing but a melodramatic, outrageous plot. Is such a design truly conceivable? She is being compelled to bear children for Rui Yuan. The very thought of Rui Yuan's fierce visage sent shivers down her spine. Especially that chilling declaration, Shen Yueyu, since you have offended me, you shall repay me with the birth of a child.
Horrifying.
Truly terrifying. Suppressing her discomfort, Shen Yueyu skimmed through the original text detailing the males demanding her to bear children. While she was not intimately familiar with some of the males, she recognized Si Lin and Si Huaijing among them. In the original narrative, she had even given birth to 3 children for Si Yilin. This is absurd. Either the world is amiss, or it is I who am deranged. Shen Yueyu lamented in her mental realm. System. What sort of ludicrous plot is this? Have I inadvertently entered a nightmare? Why does the original narrative revolve incessantly around childbirth? Am I not permitted to engage in any other pursuits? The system chuckled softly. Indeed. Host, your beauty is not without merit. Though you bore so many children in the original narrative, you remain stunningly beautiful, captivating any male who lays eyes upon you. How dare you? Shen Yueyu retorted angrily. Those were the offspring of the original character, not mine. While she seethed in her mental space, she suddenly felt an intense gaze fixated upon her. Startled, Shen Yueyu shifted her attention to the source. There stood Si Yilin, no longer perusing the sketchbook. His dark eyes locked onto her cheek, lost in thought. As he regarded her, Shen Yueyu returned his gaze with a polite glare. What does His Highness the Crown Prince mean by looking at me so intently? You are indeed quite remarkable.
Xie Lin replied.
His compliment was genuine, yet it only served to unsettle Shen Yueyu as memories of the original narrative flooded back. Could it be that he is now developing an interest in her? The Saint's son recalled how Xie Lin's long, elegant fingers had gently traced the pages of the sketchbook. A year ago, you destroyed 5 of my artworks, he stated, fixing his gaze upon Shen Yueyu. How do you propose to repay me? At this, Shen Yueyu recollected the incident where the original character, in a fit of rage, had stormed into Xie Lin's gallery and torn apart several of his precious paintings. Oh, original character, what a reckless act you committed. How am I to repay this debt? Shen Yueyu sighed inwardly. What do you wish for me to do, Your Highness? She asked warily. Surely, he would not demand that she bear his child in return? That was something she simply could not endure. Xie Lin maintained his gaze on Shen Yueyu. The way his fingers caressed the artwork taking on an almost suggestive quality. His dark eyes shifted, as if contemplating a method of compensation. Shen Yueyu swallowed hard, pondering how she might safeguard herself should Xie Lin harbor ulterior motives. What if you were to model for me? Let us create a series of paintings together, he proposed, regarding her with a rare glimmer of excitement in his otherwise inscrutable eyes. Despite her reluctance, she recognized that among all the females she had encountered, she was indeed the most exquisite. Xie Lin, though enamored with power, was equally passionate about art, having established the largest gallery and exhibition in the kingdom of Xinglan. What if I decline? Shen Yueyu stammered, shocked at the very notion of being a model. That would be quite shameful. You would do well to cooperate, Xie Lin declared with unyielding authority. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to confine you to fulfill that role. After all, to the Empire, you are merely a female devoid of spiritual power. No one, save for me, will come to your aid. His words were commanding, leaving no room for rebuttal, and indeed, Shen Yueyu found herself ensnared within his grasp. Resigned, she sighed. Very well, but if I am to serve as your model, I must receive some form of compensation. What do you seek as compensation?
Xie Lin inquired, surprisingly generous.
He elegantly crossed one leg over the other, his posture exuding the air of an aristocrat. How about 100 million beast coins? That is hardly a matter of currency, Shen Yueyu countered. Xie Lin raised an eyebrow. You may select any 5 items from my possession. At this proposal, Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Testing the waters, she ventured. What if I desire all your assets? Would you grant them to me? As she spoke, she inquired within her mental realm. System. What is the extent of Xie Lin's assets? The system promptly responded. As the crown prince, Xie Lin's wealth ranks among the highest in the kingdom of Xinglan, approximately amounting to 10 billion. 10 billion. Shen Yueyu felt a surge of excitement. If she could acquire Xie Lin's assets, repaying her debts to the kingdom of Xinglan would be a breeze. Yet, it was improbable that he would grant her such a fortune. Very well, Xie Lin replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. However, to claim all my assets, you must meet certain conditions. What conditions? Shen Yueyu felt a glimmer of hope. Xie Lin gracefully opened the sketchbook, presenting a page for her inspection. Like this. Shen Yueyu leaned in to see. The image depicted a female, entirely naked, reclining upon a sheer veil, her smile radiant, and her gaze clear. The artist conveyed no hint of lascivious intent. Rather, the work possessed an artistic quality akin to Western nude art, celebrating the beauty of the human form and evoking a profound sense of aesthetics, devoid of any vulgarity. Chapter 9. The Charming Prince and the Dazzling Model. Upon seeing the illustration, Shen Yueyu instinctively recoiled. While she held no aversion to the art itself, the thought of being such a model was utterly beyond her. This was simply too humiliating. Initially exhilarated, Shen Yueyu now felt like a quail, shrinking back into silence. Her ears flushed with embarrassment. Xie Lin observed her reaction with amusement. What is the matter? Do you no longer desire my assets? Biting her lip, Shen Yueyu found herself blushing under Xie Lin's strikingly handsome visage. She thought perhaps I should reconsider. Although becoming a nude model would grant her freedom, such an act was insufferable. She would rather perish than endure such indignity. Very well, Xie Lin chuckled lightly. Let us opt for something more conventional. He reluctantly set aside the artwork, feigning disappointment. Now let us discuss your terms. I shall ponder, Shen Yueyu replied, gritting her teeth. Xie Lin made no haste, reclining leisurely as he awaited her decision. System. Shen Yueyu called out. What is Xie Lin's current impression of me? She recalled the system mentioning that gaining Si Yilin's favor could enhance her spiritual power. The system promptly assessed, Si Yilin's favorability towards you stands at 30. Would you like to receive updates on any changes in his favorability? Yes, please. Shen Yueyu replied eagerly. Among all the potential targets, who holds the highest favorability towards me? The system analyzes. It is Lu Kuwu. The system responds. Lu Kuwu's favorability towards you is 20, making him the easiest target to pursue among all. Once his favorability reaches 80, your pursuit will be deemed successful, allowing you to unlock or upgrade your mental power. Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled with this revelation. Her current lowly status stemmed solely from being a female devoid of mental power. However, should she acquire it, even at a lower level, her circumstances would transform entirely. Females with mental power are prioritized for protection by the Empire, and some may even marry several beastmen to help alleviate their debts. Very well, I shall choose Lu Kuwu first. Shen Yueyu resolved firmly. Host. The system has detected that Lu Kuwu's life force is currently below 10, and it is rapidly diminishing. Please, host, proceed to rescue Lu Kuwu as soon as possible. A jolt of alarm surged through Shen Yueyu. Lu Kuwu must not perish like this. She turned her attention to Si Yelin. I've made up my mind. Si Yelin nodded, gesturing for Shen Yueyu to continue. I can agree to act as a normal model for you as a reference for your artwork. However, you must save Lu Kuwu and cannot send me back to Xinglong country. Si Yelin regarded Shen Yueyu, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. You must return to Xinglong country. Yet. He paused. I can allow you a delay of 10 days before your return. Can it not be longer? How about a month? Shen Yueyu haggled. Si Yelin clearly disapproved of her negotiation, his thin lips parting. 7 days. Shen Yueyu choked back a response, well aware that further discussion would likely yield an even shorter time frame. Very well, 10 days it is as I am in your hands. She muttered to herself, appearing to resign to her fate. However, what she truly contemplated was entirely different. Resignation? That word does not exist in my vocabulary, perhaps. I can utilize these 10 days to escape. After all, upon returning to Xinglong country, I would inevitably confront those sworn enemies, and when Rui Yuan descends into madness, who knows what he might do? I refuse to become a breeding machine. Shen Yueyu understood that she must flee. Stop the vehicle. Si Yelin evidently concurred with Shen Yueyu's terms, instructing the soldiers, administer treatment to Lu Kuwu. Upon issuing this command, Si Yelin turned to Shen Yueyu. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Come see me tonight. Due to the change in the Crown Prince's decisions, the entire army halted in this forest, with soldiers immediately setting up tents. As the Crown Prince, Si Yelin seldom resided in such a harsh environment. Consequently, despite the luxurious tents and various items he brought, it still took considerable effort to arrange them properly. So finicky, Shen Yueyu couldn't help but scoff. Lu Kuwu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. She watched as someone applied medication to him, stabilizing his life force, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, night fell. Shen Yueyu nestled within the tent, reluctant to meet the perverse Si Yelin until a soldier approached her. Miss Shen. His Highness the Crown Prince has summoned you 3 times already. He stated this would be the last time. Should you fail to appear, he cannot guarantee what actions he may take. Damn it. Shen Yueyu muttered under her breath, yet stood up earnestly, heading towards Si Yelin's tent. While others might have hesitated, Si Yelin was different. He was truly merciless, and inciting his ire could lead to dire consequences. She followed the soldier into Si Yelin's tent. This tent was the most spacious and opulent in the entire camp, the air infused with the royal fragrance. Upon further inspection, although the items within were few, each was of the highest quality, exuding a distinct elegance. Si Yelin had changed into lighter clothing, yet he still appeared extraordinarily regal, seated before an ornately gilded easel. Upon seeing Shen Yueyu enter, he merely lifted his gaze with indifference. Sit down. Shen Yueyu shot him a glare, choosing to occupy the solitary cushion in the center. Si Yelin glanced at her, and a flicker of intrigue flashed in his cold eyes upon meeting Shen Yueyu's gaze. Show your tail. Si Yelin's voice was flat. Reveal it. I refuse to change. Shen Yueyu retorted defiantly. Is my leg not sufficient? Si Yelin frowned. Will you, or will you not? I shall not change. Shen Yueyu stubbornly insisted. Si Yelin appeared amused by her obstinacy, his lips curling with a sardonic smile. Bring me a whip. Will you change or not? Shen Yueyu promptly relented. At the moment Shen Yueyu's tail emerged, Si Yelin's expression transformed abruptly. his exquisitely handsome visage fixated on her tail, his eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor, entirely shedding his prior indifference. Beautiful, simply beautiful, he murmured as he quickly picked up his brush and began to paint. Shen Yueyu found herself propped up in place, her waist aching, unable to move, filled with resentment. Truly, this mad dog is also a pervert, she thought to herself. As darkness deepened, the sounds of insects filled the forest. Shen Yueyu gradually succumbed to exhaustion, dozing off until she fell asleep. The air soon settled into a quietude, leaving only the soft sounds of breathing and the gentle rustle of the brush against the canvas. Daybreak arrived. Shen Yueyu slowly opened her eyes, discovering she had spent the night within the tent. Yet, she felt no chill. As she propped herself up, she realized a large coat had been draped over her. She recognized the garment. It belonged to Si Yelin. At that moment, the lingering royal fragrance wafting from the coat jolted her fully awake. Damn it, how revolting! She promptly tossed the coat away. The once magnificent garment was carelessly discarded, as if it were refuse. Chapter 10. The Cage. Host, must you truly exhibit such disdain? The system expressed bemusement, for Si Yelin was undeniably a top-tier handsome man, possessing both prestige and wealth, an epitome of the ideal. Fortunately, Si Yelin was not present, otherwise, he might deduct your favorability. Speaking of favorability, Shen Yueyu's interest piqued. What is Si Yelin's current favorability towards me? The system replied, it stands at 28. An increase of 2 points, and you have additionally earned 2 points. Whenever any target improves their favorability towards you, you receive corresponding points. Shen Yueyu quickly sensed something amiss. I recall it was 30 before. How did it decrease by 2 points? When did this occur? I heard no announcement. It happened while you were asleep in the latter half of the night. The system's analytical voice chimed in. What? Shen Yueyu was momentarily bewildered. I did nothing during that time, and yet my favorability increased? The system paused for a moment before responding. Si Yelin is indeed enamored with power, but he is equally captivated by art. Perhaps it is your appearance that has drawn him in. That explanation made sense. Shen Yueyu had initially been curious about how someone as seemingly aloof and unapproachable as Si Yelin could show interest in her in the original plot and even father a child with her. Now, it seemed likely that it was indeed a matter of appearance. As she gently brushed her silky golden hair, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. This appearance. I wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse.
What is the use of those points?
Shen Yueyu inquired. The points can be exchanged for the materials or various items you desire. It is advisable to accumulate them gradually for a more effective outcome. The system replied. I see. Just as she was lost in thought, she overheard a conversation among several soldiers outside. Hey, can you guess how long His Highness will remain intrigued by this female? I truly have no idea, but she is indeed the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. Is His Highness really not planning to seek a female to form a marriage contract? After all, if this gets out, those A-level females might not accept His Highness.
Shh. Keep your voice down.
What does it matter whether they accept His Highness or not? He is an SS-class male. No female in the world can soothe him. So His Highness has no intention of searching for a female. Indeed, unless an S-class female appears who is willing to soothe His Highness, it is only a matter of time before he loses control. Fortunately, His Highness has always been emotionally stable, with a consistently low risk of losing control. The murmurs gradually subsided, leaving Shen Yueyu with a complex mix of emotions. Is it because no female can soothe him that Si Yelin has completely given up? Who says there are no S-class females? The system murmured softly. Host, don't you have the opportunity to become an S-class female? No, an SSSS-class female. Shen Yueyu shot a glare at the system. Don't spout nonsense. Who knows when that will happen? I believe it will be soon, the system replied with a grin. After all, your beauty is not without merit, which male would remain indifferent upon seeing you? Even Si Yelin, that typically cold individual, has shown interest in your appearance. Just as Shen Yueyu was about to refute it, she heard footsteps approaching from outside the tent. Several soldiers entered, carrying plates, and placed them before Shen Yueyu. Miss Shen, this is breakfast specially prepared for you by His Highness. He mentioned that you should rest well in the morning, and he'll come to see you again in the afternoon. Shen Yueyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the contents of the plates, which held bread and beef. I understand, she replied. She chose to eat breakfast first. After all, one must have strength to escape. After her meal, Shen Yueyu decided to survey her surroundings. Although soldiers followed her as soon as she exited the tent, it was not too significant an impediment. For some unknown reason, Yelin was nowhere to be seen. But she estimated there were about 70 or 80 soldiers stationed there. How was she to escape? As she passed by one tent, a man's low call suddenly emerged from within. Saint's son. Upon hearing this title, Shen Yueyu instinctively stiffened and turned to look at the man. A man emerged from the tent, wearing a dark shirt beneath a white coat, with classic trousers that accentuated his tall stature. What was particularly captivating were his light blue eyes and his distinctly Western features, framed by half-rimmed glasses, his smile carrying a hint of mischief, yet an undertone of gloom. Dr. Tsang. The other soldiers immediately saluted him upon seeing him. This made Shen Yueyu recall who he was, one of the individuals whom the original owner had offended, Zhang Xiaoming. You are looking for me? Shen Yueyu crossed her arms, her entire being resisting his presence. Of course, Zhang Xiaoming replied, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Shen Yueyu. The crown prince has been searching for you for quite some time. Naturally, I must come and see. To Shen Yueyu's surprise, Zhang Xiaoming remarked, I must say, you have transformed into this form. How intriguing. His gaze upon her felt less like that of a person and more akin to that of a researcher examining a specimen, causing Shen Yueyu to instinctively step back. No wonder the crown prince has chosen to detain you temporarily. Zhang Xiaoming stepped closer. You are indeed worth his effort. Shen Yueyu furrowed her brows. What exactly do you mean to say? Weren't you always calling me a pervert? I am quite displeased with that, Zhang Xiaoming said, his light blue eyes glinting with amusement. Regardless, you have now transformed into a female devoid of mental power. No one in the empire will protect you any longer. And there are many who wish for your demise. Why not become my experimental subject, you perverse specimen? As Zhang Xiaoming's excitement grew, he added, at least I can guarantee you a period of safety.
No.
Shen Yueyu immediately rejected his proposal. She had witnessed Zhang Xiaoming's experimental subjects, and those living beings in his hands were akin to cold data, tortured to the brink of death, and potentially facing dissection. It was far better to die. What a pity, Zhang Xiaoming shook his head. Whether you agree or not is inconsequential. I will write to the Empire requesting your transfer. After all, the phenomenon of the Saint's son transforming into a worthless being certainly warrants thorough examination. Shen Yueyu regarded Zhang Xiaoming as though he were a monster, pressing her lips together in silence as she turned to leave, only to hear Zhang Xiaoming calling after her. You don't believe that Crown Prince Yelin will protect you?
Do you?
Shen Yueyu paused slightly. Chapter 11. You have a tracker on you. Zhang Xiaoming's mocking laughter grew louder. Do not be deceived by his apparent concern for you now. He does not love you. He merely loves his art. Once he tires of you, he will cease to protect you. Zhang Xiaoming's words dripped with derision. After all, he is an SS-class male. How could he possibly be interested in a female devoid of any mental power? Shen Yueyu could no longer contain her anger and turned to glare at him. Zhang Xiaoming. My affairs have nothing to do with you. Zhang Xiaoming seemed oblivious to the disdain in her eyes. Whether it has anything to do with me will become apparent once you enter my laboratory. Shen Yueyu, with a sullen expression, fell silent for a moment before quickly communicating with the system in her mental space. System, this person is insufferable. Is there anything useful on him? Shen Yueyu inquired.
Indeed.
The system replied. Zhang Xiaoming carries a vial of potent sleeping gas. Once utilized, it can render anyone within 100 meters unconscious in no time. Shen Yueyu's eyes lit up at this revelation. Perhaps the sleeping gas could aid her. Zhang Xiaoming continued to pursue her. So, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of resistance.
Slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yueyu suddenly turned around and struck him across the face. Zhang Xiaoming was entirely unprepared for her action, and the impact landed solidly. Only when the pain registered did he realize what had transpired. Shen Yueyu, seemingly unsatisfied with merely one slap, prepared to deliver a second.
Shen Yueyu.
Zhang Xiaoming immediately seized her wrist, his tongue brushing against his sore cheek as he warned in a low voice, do not push your luck. Yet, this was simply Shen Yueyu's usual demeanor, and Zhang Xiaoming found himself both accustomed and unaccustomed to it. After all, he was a B-class male, and here he was, struck by a female devoid of mental power. How utterly humiliating. The two individuals soon became entangled with one another, and the soldiers nearby were momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. They should have rushed to assist young Master Tsang, yet Shen Yueyu appeared to be a delicate and easily toppled female, seemingly not requiring their intervention. It was only when Zhang Xiaoming grasped both of Shen Yueyu's hands that the struggle came to a halt. Zhang Xiaoming was both amused and angered by her audacity. Shen Yueyu, who taught you to be so arrogant? having transformed into a useless female. How can you still be so unruly? Shen Yueyu glared at him, gritting her teeth. I have always been this way. Let go of me. Song Xiaoming, his chest heaving with irritation, released her hands. Fine, fine. Shen Yueyu, just you wait. Shen Yueyu looked back defiantly. I will wait. But do you truly think I fear you? Song Xiaoming, ruffling his disheveled hair, warned. I advise you not to entertain any thoughts of escape. There is a tracker placed on you by Si Yelin. You cannot escape. Shen Yueyu walked back, her pupils narrowing imperceptibly. A tracker. No wonder Si Huijing had managed to take her so far only for Si Yelin to find her effortlessly. When had he installed this tracker on her? At the city gate? Or even earlier? Seeing Shen Yueyu attempt to leave, Song Xiaoming's displeasure was evident as he stepped forward and seized her wrist. I have not finished speaking. Why are you running away? Shen Yueyu frowned, about to shake off his hand when it was promptly grasped by another large hand. Dr. Song. The newcomer spoke, his voice as cold as ice. You have said quite enough today. Shen Yueyu widened her eyes in surprise, realizing Si Yelin had approached without her noticing. His expression dark as he regarded Song Xiaoming with a warning glare. Song Xiaoming, ever wary of Si Yelin, withdrew his hand. But she is merely a trivial female. Why must your highness be so protective of her? Si Yelin retorted with a scoff. What? Do you wish to take her away? Song Xiaoming did not deny it. My laboratory would certainly welcome her. Then you shall have to wait. Si Yelin's voice grew softer. But Shen Yueyu heard him clearly. At least wait until I tire of her. Until then, you would do well to refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. Shen Yueyu's fingers clenched slowly as she strode into the tent. Upon entering, her expression froze in disbelief. Tire of her? What an absurd notion. Furious. She muttered through gritted teeth. If you enjoy playing so much, then play on without me. With that, she retrieved an item from her sleeve. Clearly the vial of potion belonging to Song Xiaoming, which she had pilfered during their scuffle. Otherwise, she would not have wanted to touch him at all. The potion was a vivid green, bubbling and emitting a mesmerizing array of colors. System, are you certain this potion can induce instant unconsciousness? Indeed, the system affirmed. Song Xiaoming's creations are of commendable quality. However, the system hesitated. Due to Si Yelin being an SS-level male, he is immune to anything below S-level. Damn it, Song Xiaoming. You incompetent fool. Shen Yueyu looked at the potion in her hand with disdain but ultimately decided to keep it. Is it true that there is a tracker inside me? Yes, the system responded. I did not notice it before, but upon closer inspection, it is indeed present. Can it be removed? Shen Yueyu understood that as long as the tracker remained, even if she managed to escape, she would be brought back. If that were the case, her escape would be utterly futile. Yes, the system replied, but once the tracker is removed, Si Yelin will immediately sense the anomaly and be alerted. Hearing this, Shen Yueyu felt a pang of concern. It seemed she would have to wait for the right moment. Soon, Si Yelin sent for Shen Yueyu once more. Although she was extremely reluctant, she ambled over, remaining silent as she took her seat, evidently unwilling to exchange even a word with him. Si Yelin, unperturbed by her demeanor,
continued to sketch quietly.
Suddenly, his brow furrowed as his gaze fell upon Shen Yueyu's wrist. The delicate skin bore distinct marks, as if someone had gripped it tightly, resembling a flaw on fine jade. Did Song Xiaoming do this? He inquired. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in her mind. Ding! The system has detected a decrease in Si Yelin's affection for you. Shen Yueyu raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself how petty Si Yelin was to deduct affection for such a trivial matter. She flicked her wrist and replied, Yes, but it's nothing serious. It will heal in a couple of days. Si Yelin's expression remained displeased. Stay away from him. He harbors no good intentions towards you. Shen Yueyu scoffed inwardly. Humph. You say others have ill intentions, yet you and Song Xiaoming are no better, both with ulterior motives. Si Yelin, unaware of Shen Yueyu's thoughts, interpreted her silence as agreement. Shen Yueyu grew increasingly bored as she waited in place. She did not wish to live this way indefinitely, feeling utterly stripped of her rights. She had to escape. She must escape. The challenge, however, lay in how to do so. At that moment, Si Yelin was intently observing her, and Shen Yueyu did not dare to act under his watchful gaze. Si Yelin, for his part, had no concerns. He viewed Shen Yueyu as merely a fragile female reliant on males, her stunning beauty being her only advantage. She lacked the courage and strength to flee. Time passed slowly. And just as Shen Yueyu was becoming increasingly restless, a soldier's voice suddenly interrupted the silence. Your Highness, Marshal Rui Yuan has arrived and requests your presence for a discussion. Yuan. Upon hearing the name, Shen Yueyu perked up. Was that not the man she had offended? Why was he here with them? This was truly a predicament. Memories of the original storyline flooded her mind, where he was the first to harbor sinister intentions toward the original owner of her body, sending a chill down her spine. She simply could not remain in this dreadful place any longer. Si Yelin, interrupted in his drawing, visibly exhibited his displeasure. However, he remained quite protective of his artwork, rising with a cold and composed demeanor as he made his way towards the outer chamber. After taking a few steps, Si Yilin glanced back at Shen Yueyu. There she was, the delicate and charming little female, crouched on the ground, observing him with an obedient demeanor that exuded no threat, making it all too easy to lower one's guard. Si Yilin's gaze softened slightly. Stay here obediently. I shall return shortly. Very well, Your Highness. Shen Yueyu replied with a compliant nod, appearing resigned to her fate. Only then did Si Yilin feel at ease to depart. It was not until his figure completely vanished that Shen Yueyu finally rose to her feet. Seizing a piece of furniture, she prepared to hurl it at Si Yilin's painting. To hell with you. I shall never be a slave. However, her resolve faltered upon glimpsing the content of the painting. The depiction of a mermaid, adorned with resplendent golden locks and an enchanting tail, gazed longingly at a figure from a distance, her movements exuding a tenderness akin to that of a lover. Bubbles rose around her, and at that moment, the mermaid's form was flawless, akin to a water sprite, though her facial features remained unrendered. A single glance was enough to evoke the ethereal elegance captured within the artwork. Shen Yueyu found herself momentarily entranced. The harmonious interplay of light and color dazzled her senses. Undeniably, Si Yilin possessed an extraordinary talent for painting. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yueyu set the furniture down, compelled by an appreciation for the artistry. Never mind, whether I shatter the painting or not makes little difference. After all, Si Yilin has yet to depict my face, so I need not fear recognition. From her sleeve, she retrieved the potion she had pilfered from Tsang Xiaoming. Initially, she planned to delay her departure, but it seemed that she must hasten her escape. Whether discovered by Tsang Xiaoming or coerced by Rui Yuan, neither scenario was to her liking. If she succeeded in fleeing, she could distance herself from this den of wolves. Should she fail, she might endure some suffering, but surely she would not perish. Regardless, this was far superior to awaiting her demise. Resolved, Shen Yueyu decided to leave with the potion. The soldiers stationed at the entrance regarded her with surprise. Miss Shen, His Highness instructed that you remain here until he returns. I am aware. Shen Yueyu replied with a faint smile. However, I no longer wish to wait. With that, she hurled the potion to the ground, swiftly covering her mouth and nose. The vial shattered upon impact, releasing a faint green mist into the air. Miss Shen, what are you doing? A few soldiers were bewildered by her actions, but their instincts prompted them to be on high alert. The green mist spread rapidly around them, and Shen Yueyu shifted her gaze, counting silently.
3, 2, 1, now.
The soldiers before her collapsed one by one, and she immediately sprinted towards the direction of the lake. Having thoroughly scouted the terrain upon her arrival in this forest, she knew of a vast lake within. If she could escape into the waters, her speed would increase fivefold. This advantage would allow her to easily outpace Si Yilin's men. With this thought in mind, Shen Yueyu's determination solidified, propelling her to flee with unprecedented swiftness. Some soldiers attempted to call out as they witnessed her escape, but they had already succumbed to the ground, their mouths opening but producing no sound. How could that female possess such a thing? It was only after Shen Yueyu had fled that Tsang Xiaoming emerged slowly from his tent, surveying the fallen soldiers before turning his gaze towards the direction Shen Yueyu had departed. What a clever little female, he mused, though his words trailed off into silence. He leisurely crouched down to neutralize the effects of the toxin on one of the soldiers. Go inform His Highness. Shen Yueyu has escaped. Chapter 13. Underestimating her. Si Yilin and Rui Yuan remained oblivious to Shen Yueyu's scheme, engaged in conversation. Do you truly believe that Shen Yueyu has transformed into a powerless female devoid of mental strength? Rui Yuan expressed his incredulity. The uproar surrounding Shen Yueyu's prophecy had been significant, even garnering the attention of other empires. Who would have thought that someone once so arrogant would become a seemingly useless female? Indeed, Si Yilin replied indifferently, evidently unconcerned.
Ha!
How amusing. It appears she is destined to remain this way for the rest of her life, Rui Yuan scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he rose to his feet. I must see her. I fear her expression upon encountering me will be quite complex. Si Lin frowned slightly at this but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Just as Rui Yuan took a few steps toward the exit, he keenly heard several bodies collapsing to the ground. What is happening? The two exchanged glances, and Si Lin's alertness heightened as they both exited the tent. Before them, a faint green mist hung in the air, and every soldier on duty lay motionless on the ground. An ambush? Rui Yuan's silver eyes glinted with malice. But who would dare attack us in this place? Si Lin crouched to inspect the fallen soldiers, pondering for a moment before speaking. This bears the hallmark of Song Xiaoming. His obsession with experimentation is renowned. Only his concoctions would yield such rapid effects. Rui Yuan interjected impatiently. What is that fool up to? I must find him and demand answers. They were unwilling to believe that Song Xiaoming would engage in actions detrimental to the empire, yet the truth lay starkly before them, sowing seeds of doubt. The two swiftly resolved to seek out Song Xiaoming for clarification. After a few steps, they saw a soldier staggering towards them. Your Highness, it's terrible. Shen Yueyu has incapacitated us with her toxin and escaped. Shen Yueyu? Si Lin nearly doubted his hearing. How could that be? The Shen Yueyu he had observed in recent days was but a soft and compliant female, utterly devoid of any offensive capability. How could she possibly orchestrate such a feat? Was she not a female stripped of mental strength? Rui Yuan, too, found himself questioning this notion. Are females not inherently delicate, requiring protection as a vulnerable demographic? Even though those females possessing mental strength held elevated statuses within the empire, it did not alter their frail forms. Without the protection of a male, even the weakest E-class male could crush them with ease. I too find it hard to believe, the soldier replied earnestly. But I witnessed her throw a vial to the ground, after which we quickly lost consciousness. I was able to escape thanks to Dr. Tsang. A vial? Rui Yuan quickly honed in on this pivotal detail. Isn't that the work of that Song Xiaoming? How intriguing, assisting a female in her escape. I must seek him out for clarification. Wait, Si Lin interjected. We can question Song Xiaoming later. For now, we must recapture Shen Yueyu. I need to have a serious conversation with her. Si Lin felt an inexplicable unease within him, akin to being nipped by a docile little white rabbit he had raised himself. Painful, yet intolerable. What are you in such a hurry for? Rui Yuan scoffed, a useless female. How far can she run? Capturing her will be a breeze. Besides, he continued nonchalantly, didn't you secretly install a tracker on her? Rui Yuan's expression remained impassive, but internally he was quite vexed. Shen Yueyu's action suggested she was keen to avoid him, as if she had hastily fled in a panic. Did he truly have such a repelling aura? The females of the empire seemed to flock to him, so why did Shen Yueyu wish to evade him so ardently? You go find Song Xiaoming. I must pursue her. Si Lin's countenance darkened. He swiftly retrieved the tracker to assess Shen Yueyu's situation, heading toward the lake. A dark turbulence swirled in his eyes. This time, upon retrieving Shen Yueyu, he intended to administer a thorough lesson, ensuring she would remember it well. Otherwise, if she dared to escape once, she would surely attempt it again. However, after taking merely 2 steps, the red light on his tracker inexplicably extinguished. Si Lin's typically cold gaze quivered with disbelief. How could this be? Shen Yueyu had somehow managed to disable his tracker. Rui Yuan also noticed Si Lin's unusual demeanor, a rare expression of astonishment crossing his face. This little female possessed more capabilities than he had anticipated. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. I've changed my mind. I shall accompany you to retrieve this disobedient little female and teach her a proper lesson. Si Lin remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together as he hastened in a determined direction. Beep, beep. The system detected Si Lin's affinity for you at 10. The system's announcement echoed in Shen Yueyu's mind, yet her movements did not falter. She swam desperately toward her chosen path. Host. Surely your act of fleeing has irked Si Lin. He dislikes it, hence the deduction in your affinity score, the system lamented. You had finally gained a little. And now you must start over. I care not for his preferences, Shen Yueyu retorted as she continued her escape. I no longer intend to pursue him. With so many potential targets, why should I hang myself on these few perverse individuals? I wish to live a while longer. System. Are you certain that Si Lin's tracking capability has been completely eradicated? Rest assured, host, This was accomplished at the expense of 22 points of energy, absolutely effective. As the system spoke, it began calculating. Originally, you would have gained 10 affinity points from your target, allowing you to acquire 10 points of energy. However, you are rather impoverished, lacking even this modest sum, and thus I must cover for you. I understand, Shen Yueyu replied dismissively.
I'll repay you when I can.
For now, my priority is to escape. Chapter 14. The Route. I wonder when you will be able to repay me. You could easily use your beauty to seduce them. Shen Yueyu chose to ignore the system's commentary and continued to inquire. If I flee toward District 103 now, I can avoid those lunatics, correct? Indeed, the system confirmed, processing the information. District 103 upholds freedom and equality. There, even females without mental prowess hold high status. The military district is currently under the command of General Jiang Ziao, who has had a long-standing feud with the Xinglan Empire, making it quite difficult for Si Yilin and his associates to pursue you. That's good. Shen Yueyu sighed in relief. It seemed that as long as she could reach there, she would be able to enjoy a period of peace. However, if you choose to go to District 103, I recommend you directly pursue Jiang Ziao. The system's voice brimmed with excitement as it continued. Jiang Ziao is an SS-level male. Not only is he handsome, but he is also straightforward and sunny. More importantly, due to the unique nature of this target, you could rise 2 levels. Though the prospect of advancing 2 levels is tempting, Shen Yueyu shook her head. You seem to have a misunderstanding about Jiang Ziao. From the original host's memories, he appeared quite fierce and temperamental. I know there were some grievances between the original host and Jiang Ziao, but host, you have transformed significantly. He will certainly not recognize you, the system urged. Shen Yueyu felt a flicker of intrigue. If he did not recognize her, it might be worth a try. I'll think about it. My intuition tells me he won't be easy to conquer. As she spoke, she swiftly reached the riverbank. Glancing back, she saw no one pursuing her and promptly dashed toward District 103. Of course, along the way, Shen Yueyu sustained some minor scratches from branches in her haste. But at this point, she was too preoccupied to care. Uncertain of how long she had been running, she dashed from dawn until dusk, utterly exhausted, and finally leaned against a giant tree to rest. Feeling drained, thirsty, and famished, she suddenly felt quite unwell. She wanted to venture out in search of food, but she was simply too weary to move. Even lifting her hand felt burdensome. This body had never endured hardship. It was far too delicate. Forget it. I'll rest for a bit and continue my journey tomorrow, Shen Yueyu mumbled, choosing to lean against a tree and drift into slumber. Naturally, to prevent being discovered, she had meticulously erased her footprints along the way. Time blurred as she slept into the early hours of the night when she was abruptly awakened by the sound of footsteps. Blinking her sleepy eyes, she turned towards the source of the noise, noticing numerous flashlight beams scanning the forest, seemingly searching for something. Upon observing their attire, Shen Yueyu quickly recognized them as Si Yilin's people. How had they found her here? Her mind sharpened with alarm, and she instinctively shrank further behind the tree to evade detection. Simultaneously, she scanned her surroundings, noting that several flashlight beams flickered ominously in the distance. Clearly, many had come. Oh no, host, these individuals must be Si Yilin's furious subordinates, specifically dispatched to locate you. It seems quite possible. Shen Yueyu inhaled sharply. They just won't let up. System, didn't you say you had erased the tracker?
How did they find me?
She questioned, suspicion etched across her face. You wouldn't be trying to lead me back into the original plot to sabotage me, would you? Host, that would be unjust.
Yes, Yueyu.
I have not exposed a single trace of your whereabouts, the system replied with an innocent tone. I guarantee not a single hint of your trail was revealed. Their ability to find you here is likely due to Si Yilin's calculations. What do you mean? Shen Yueyu pressed. Because they are aware that you are a female without mental prowess, a status that renders one lowly in any context. Yet District 103 is different. Should you venture there, you would receive substantial protection and perhaps even find a beastly husband, leading a fulfilling life. Nearby, only District 103 is capable of standing against them. Shen Yueyu felt a surge of vexation, but the system's reasoning held merit. Her best option indeed lay within District 103. As they pinpointed this location, it was evidently deduced from your physical endurance. Shen Yueyu found herself rendered speechless. This matter undoubtedly bore the mark of that cunning individual, Ryun. Only someone seasoned in prolonged combat could so accurately gauge her physical limits. Never mind, I should hasten my departure. With that thought, Shen Yueyu attempted to rise. After all, with nightfall upon her, She could utilize the cover of moonlight to facilitate her escape. Daylight would pose a far greater challenge. However, at that very moment, her stomach audibly protested, an unfortunate sound echoing through the stillness. The beams of several flashlights converged upon her location, and Shen Yueyu's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? Just when she feared the worst. If it came down to a mere clash of strength, she lacked the power to resist. Instinctively, she summoned every ounce of speed within her and sprinted downhill. Yet, in her haste, she miscalculated her footing and tumbled uncontrollably down the slope. What was that noise? A group of male soldiers turned their attention toward her direction, curiosity etched across their faces. It's likely that female. Let us investigate. Several soldiers hastened their search toward the source of the sound. As the flashlight beams swept over her, Shen Yueyu's heart raced. For she now knew these men were indeed intent on capturing her. She must not fall into their grasp. In a state of panic, Shen Yueyu clutched a sturdy tree root, just as she noticed a small gap between the root and the earth. Without a second thought for the muck, she swiftly squeezed into the crevice before the light could reveal her presence. Footsteps approached, but fortunately, the soldiers remained oblivious to her peculiar hiding place, drawn instead by the sound. The footsteps grew ever closer. Strange, we just heard a noise from over there. Where did it come from? One soldier pondered. Perhaps it was just a wildcat. Let us keep searching. As the footsteps neared, Shen Yueyu desperately pressed her body further into the gap, knowing that if anyone crouched down to inspect closely, she would surely be discovered. Soon, the soldiers stood directly in front of her, and her heart soared to her throat. She contemplated her escape should she be found. Yet, to her relief, the soldiers failed to scrutinize her hiding place and simply walked past. Shen Yueyu exhaled a breath of relief. Their conversation continued. However, His Highness the Crown Prince has decreed that if we fail to retrieve that female, and she refuses to return, then tomorrow afternoon, her guard, Lu Kuwu, is to be executed in public. Such loyalty is truly a pity. I've heard that Lu Kuwu has succumbed to emotional turmoil and injuries. His control levels have skyrocketed to 80, rendering him senseless and beastly. Only a female of C rank or above could possibly soothe him, but our team lacks any females. He is destined to perish in his beast form. Either way, he is doomed. If he is executed in his beast form, it should not be a particularly painful death. Chapter 15. Choices and sacrifices. The soldiers' figures receded into the distance, and though Shen Yueyu had escaped detection, her spirits were far from high. "See Yellen, you scoundrel. Have you begun to resort to threatening me through Lu Kuwu?" Shen Yueyu seethed, clearly incensed. See Yellen had always been ruthless, so such an act did not surprise her. The system interjected. However, according to my analysis, Lu Kuwu is indeed the most innocent and loyal among all the targets. "Host, will you abandon him?" the system inquired, falling silent as it awaited her response. Shen Yueyu knew that had she insisted on taking Lu Kuwu with her, it would have been impossible due to the constraints of time. She could not escape with an injured Lu Kuwu. They would both be trapped. A moment of silence enveloped her as she wrestled with her thoughts. Recalling the memories of the original host, she pondered how, despite the original's propensity for violence towards Lu Kuwu, he had remained steadfastly loyal, a commendable guardian. It seemed a pity not to rescue him. Yet returning to save him would plunge her back into a den of wolves. "System, how far are we from Zone 103?
she asked.
"Very close," came the reply. "You are merely 6 kilometers from Jiangzai's patrol team. Will you choose to flee directly to Zone 103, or return? The choice is yours." Shen Yueyu frowned, acutely aware that should she encounter Si Yellen, she, lacking the mental prowess of a female, would be powerless to prevent Lu Kuwu's transformation. He would still meet his demise. "Let's evade these individuals for now," Shen Yueyu stated. "For now, I must take one step at a time." She crawled out from the tree hollow, her once pristine attire now soiled with mud. Paying little heed, she quickly tied her skirt hem and cautiously skirted the beams of light, hastening toward Zone 103. However, as she approached the vicinity of Zone 103, she noticed an increase in the number of patrolling personnel. "There hadn't been so many before," the system remarked. "Host, it seems they have dispatched over 100 additional personnel to capture you." Shen Yueyu was both amused and exasperated by their overzealous efforts. How amusing that they would go to such lengths to find me. I had not anticipated this. After a brief pause, the system continued. "It appears their interest in you has deviated from the norm. I would prefer they be less concerned about me," Shen Yueyu retorted. Currently, her advantage lay in the cloaking darkness, where the enemy was in the light and she in the shadows. However, with dawn approaching, her escape would become increasingly precarious. Should she risk a bold advance or succumb to despair? Shen Yueyu found herself in a quandary, for any choice seemed doomed to failure. She had no desire to be returned, submissively, to those twisted individuals. She did not wish to bear a multitude of children. Just as she found herself at an impasse, a massive fire erupted not far away, followed by the deafening sound of an explosion. The shouts of several soldiers rang out. Not good. The people of Zone 103 are launching a surprise attack. They discovered our presence. Retreat at once. The numerous soldiers searching for her found their plans swiftly undone. Compelled to retreat. Many had perished under the assault from Zone 103 due to their lack of preparation, while the soldiers of Xinglan began to arm themselves in retaliation. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shen Yueyu quickly sought refuge in a relatively secure position to observe the unfolding events. Host. The commanding figure in the distance is Jiang Zai. I can sense his presence. You must go and engage him. Shen Yueyu peered through the branches in the direction indicated by the system. There, in her line of sight, stood a tall man clad in black combat attire, leading the charge. His stature was imposing, and as he wielded his weapon, the dark red hue of his short hair stood out vividly against the backdrop of gunfire. His eyes glinted with a wild ferocity, and a bloodthirsty smirk played at the corners of his lips. The soldiers of Xinglan have grown audacious indeed, daring to wreak havoc here. If they do not receive a lesson today, they might mistake Zone 103 for a paper tiger. Behind him trailed 100 fully armed males. An intimidating sight. As these individuals inched closer, they resembled malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of hell, seeking to claim lives. Host. This is an opportunity not to be missed. You must act swiftly. The system excitedly urged in Shen Yueyu's ear. Shen Yueyu regarded the system as one might a fool. Are you not aware of the current circumstances? You want me to pursue him? I fear that if I reveal myself, I will be ruthlessly struck down by his assault. This man is certainly not easy to conquer. As she spoke, Shen Yueyu discreetly observed the unfolding chaos. The clash between the Starry Lawn Kingdom and the 103rd District had descended into utter disarray, with both sides engaging in fierce combat. Some wielded firearms or unleashed their powers, while higher-ranking males transformed into beastly or semi-beastly forms, engaging in brutal skirmishes. Numerous combatants fell, yet the presence of Jiang Ziyu, an S-class male, significantly exacerbated the losses for the Starry Lawn Kingdom. Many soldiers from the Starry Lawn Kingdom had already perished, prompting them to prepare for an urgent retreat. Shen Yueyu quickly noticed a fallen soldier from the Starry Lawn Kingdom nearby, lifeless. Slowly emerging from the shadows, she dragged the soldier's body closer. Host. Are you planning to escape to the 103rd District amidst the chaos? The system inquired. While this action carries some risk, it may also bear fruit. Shen Yueyu remained silent, beginning to strip the soldier of his uniform. No, host, have you lost your mind? Are you truly attempting to pilfer from a corpse? Swiftly, she removed the uniform, exasperatedly retorting, who said I intended to steal his money. Can you transform me into his likeness in a short time? Ah. The system paused momentarily before responding. It is possible, but it will cost 30 points, and your current balance is only 20. How would you like to proceed? Just extend me credit, Shen Yueyu insisted, donning the uniform in a secluded spot where no one was watching. No, host, you have already accrued too much debt, the system protested. Since Si Yelin's group had managed to locate this place, it indicated their proximity, and they had also brought Lu Kuwu along. If she could rescue him and conquer Lu Kuwu, the most advantageous target, she could repay her debts and accrue additional points. Yet the system hesitated. Shen Yueyu, however, refused to grant it any time. Either provide me with a new face and conspire with me for the future, or you shall perish alongside me. What a pity. You are still so young, yet your stubbornness may lead to your demise. The system fell silent, but ultimately complied, granting Shen Yueyu the visage of the male in question. 30 points deducted. The host's face has been altered for a limited time of 3 hours. Please ensure your escape within this duration, or your true form will be revealed. 3 hours should suffice, Shen Yueyu pondered, picking up a weapon from the ground and swiftly joining the retreating forces of the Starry Lawn Kingdom. Thanks to her disguise and the chaos of the scene, no one suspected her presence, and she easily blended in, returning with many others. Of course, some males were left behind to battle the forces from the 103rd District. Shen Yueyu quickly arrived back at their encampment, where she soon encountered Si Yelin and Rui Yuan. Both displayed visibly grim expressions. Ha! Have the people from the 103rd District gone mad? They dare to launch an attack on us. Rue Yuan's displeasure was palpable. Especially upon witnessing the bodies of soldiers being carried back on stretchers, his mood darkening further. Clearly, our recent neglect has emboldened them. We were on the verge of capturing Shen Yueyu. Si Yelin was equally vexed. Their situation had escalated beyond simply apprehending a runaway female. It now entangled both factions in conflict. I will speak to Jiang Ziyu tomorrow, Rue Yuan declared through clenched teeth. If he does not cease his provocations, he should not blame us for being ungracious. However, Shen Yueyu must also be brought back. Rue Yuan's tone was resolute. She has offended me. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. A separate team must be dispatched to capture her. Si Yelin mused. Shen Yueyu was taken aback, casting a scornful glance at Si Yelin. To capture me, they are truly going to such lengths. Can't they focus on something more productive for once? As if sensing her gaze, Si Yelin abruptly looked at her. His dark eyes, sharp as an eagle's, emanated a penetrating force that made it difficult to maintain eye contact. Their gazes met in silence. Chapter 16. He succeeded. Shen Yueyu, who had initially relished the unfolding drama, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Her instincts warned her that if she continued to gaze, Si Yelin might indeed recognize her. Hastily, she averted her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she departed with the others. What is wrong with you? Rue Yuan noticed Si Yelin's unusual behavior. What is so captivating about that soldier? You have been staring at him for quite some time. Instinctively, Si Yelin sensed something amiss. Yet the soldier appeared unremarkable at first glance. Do you not find that male somewhat reminiscent of someone? Si Yelin inquired. Resemble whom? Rue Yuan scrutinized Shen Yueyu's retreating figure for a moment. He seems perfectly normal. I recognize that face. He has been with the squad for 2 years. I think you are being overly paranoid. Our priority should be strategizing against Jiang Ziyu. Perhaps Si Yelin conceded, retracting his gaze. Once Shen Yueyu sensed that the two had shifted their attention away from her, she exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she had the system to facilitate her clandestine actions. Otherwise, infiltrating would have been impossible. She promptly sought information on Lu Kuwu's whereabouts, disguising herself as a patrolling soldier to infiltrate further. Despite her mental preparation, the scene before her took her aback. Within the modest tent were several iron cages, housing 5 or 6 animals, including wolves and leopards. But not a single human in sight. These creatures appeared agitated and volatile, mirroring the behavior of untamed beasts. System, where is Lu Kuwu? Shen Yueyu questioned, doubting her own sense of direction. Host, these beings are males who have temporarily lost their sanity, having transformed into beasts due to their high loss of control and lack of female calming presence. They are currently devoid of reason, resembling ordinary ferocious animals. Lu Kuwu is the gray wolf to your right. Following the system's indication, Shen Yueyu indeed spotted a gray wolf with a predominantly gray-blue hue. Its striking light blue eyes reminiscent of Lu Kuwu's, and it bore several wounds. This battered gray wolf was fiercely guarding a bundle beneath its belly, which, upon closer inspection, was the very package Shen Yueyu had instructed him to carry. With the wounds and the package confirming his identity, Shen Yueyu recognized Lu Kuwu. At that moment, the gray wolf, like the other feral beasts, bared its teeth menacingly at Shen Yueyu, emitting a threatening growl that warned her to stay away. Host, Lu Kuwu's loss of control is exceedingly high. He no longer possesses any reason and cannot recognize you. It may be prudent to abandon him and depart. The system expressed a sense of reluctance at this juncture, yet it found itself devoid of alternatives. In a moment of uncontrollable fury, Lu Kuwu might even launch an assault on Shen Yueyu, a mere female devoid of any spiritual power, utterly incapable of extricating him from his predicament. If only the host possessed some level of spiritual energy, even a C-grade would suffice to save him, the system lamented with a tinge of despondency. Let us depart. Otherwise, once they arrive, your escape will be impossible. Shen Yueyu remained silent, disregarding Lu Kuwu's menacing demeanor as she approached him step by step. At that moment, an urgent horn blared outside the tent. Alas, an enemy attack. Everyone, assemble immediately and join me in repelling the foes. Instantly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps filled the air, accompanied by the exhortations of the males outside. You there, who just entered, hurry and come out. Time grew increasingly pressing. Host, there is little time left. We must leave. The system urged anxiously. Shen Yueyu gazed into Lu Kuwu's pale blue eyes and shook her head. No, I wish to give it a try. With that, she took a step forward and spoke in her natural voice before the persistently threatening Lu Kuwu. Lu Kuwu, it is I, Shen Yueyu. Do you remember me? The gray wolf, his face contorted in defiance, momentarily displayed a flicker of confusion in his eyes, pausing in his actions. "You promised to leave with me. Have you forgotten?" Outside, gunfire began to echo ominously, and chaos ensued. Yet Shen Yueyu kept her gaze firmly on Lu Kuwu, softly coaxing him. "I have returned to rescue you. Let us escape this place together." The gray wolf ceased baring his teeth, and upon witnessing this, Shen Yueyu hesitantly reached out to stroke his head. The system emitted a sharp alarm. "Host, you are out of your mind. He could easily sever your hand. He is a B-grade male, and a single bite could cost you your life." Ignoring the system's frantic shouts, Shen Yueyu tentatively placed her hand on the gray wolf's head. Lu Kuwu's eyes remained fixed on her, but, surprisingly, he refrained from biting her. He sniffed repeatedly at the sleeve of Shen Yueyu's garment, his nostrils flaring as if to affirm something. Shen Yueyu remained still, allowing him to smell her. Seemingly detecting a familiar scent, the vigilance in Lu Kuwu's eyes diminished slightly. Shen Yueyu murmured, "In a moment, I will carry you away. Please do not bite me, all right?" Lu Kuwu regarded her intently, neither explicitly rejecting nor accepting her request. Thus, Shen Yueyu cautiously unlocked the cage and cradled him in her arms. The system, witnessing this unprecedented scene, was evidently astounded. A male with a high level of uncontrollability recognizes no one, yet he allows you to hold him. This cannot be real. Lu Kuwu cast Shen Yueyu a doubtful glance but did not resist. He wriggled his body. Shen Yueyu instantly tensed up. The gray wolf nudged against the cage, swiftly retrieving a bundle from within and deftly draping it around his neck. The system was once again taken aback. Shen Yueyu was equally astonished, realizing that she had previously instructed Lu Kuwu to safeguard that parcel, and despite losing his rationality to beastly instincts, he endeavored to protect it. He had honored his promise to her. With time of the essence, Shen Yueyu could no longer afford to hesitate. She prepared to flee with Lu Kuwu just as soldiers stationed outside the tent lost their patience and barged in. "Why are you dawdling? Get moving." Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Shen Yueyu cradling Lu Kuwu. His expression shifted to one of disbelief, and after a brief pause, realization struck him. "No, it's you. You are that female." Now disguised in this manner, she had managed to deceive even him. The soldier's excitement surged. He knew the marshal had been searching for this little female, and if he could capture Shen Yueyu, a reward would surely follow. The system screamed, "Host, it's over. You have been discovered, and escape is impossible." Shen Yueyu felt her body stiffen. She contemplated how, in this savage world where the strong preyed upon the weak, a frail female like herself could extricate herself from this predicament. No matter how she looked at it, the situation was dire. She had no desire to be captured and return to become a plaything for those perverse individuals. Just then, the gray wolf in her arms began to struggle violently. His strength overwhelming, she could scarcely hold him. In an instant, like a flash of lightning, the gray wolf lunged at the male soldier. Shen Yueyu barely registered his movement as he pounced, swiftly and cleanly severing the soldier's neck with a single bite. The soldier gazed at Lu Kuwu, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to utter something, but only meaningless gasps escaped. The gray wolf's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he turned to fixate on Shen Yueyu. "Heavens!" the system exclaimed. "Host, he doesn't intend to kill you next, does he? You stand no chance against him." Chapter 17, Rescue. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, Shen Yueyu clenched her fingers anxiously. However, she still crouched down and tentatively extended her hand toward Lu Kuwu. "It's all right now, let us leave." Lu Kuwu emitted a low grunt, but approached earnestly, nudging his head against Shen Yueyu's fingers. Understanding his gesture, Shen Yueyu immediately took his lead and, amidst the chaos, dashed outside. Fortunately, given the urgency of the situation, most soldiers had rushed to other areas, and this particular tent was somewhat isolated, allowing her to escape unnoticed. Even when a few males sensed something amiss and attempted to capture her, they were swiftly dealt with by Lu Kuwu. Observing Lu Kuwu's efficiency in dispatching the other males, even those who transformed into beast or half-beast forms proved no match for him, Shen Yueyu realized that, even in his beastly state, he possessed considerable strength. It was merely that Si Yelin and his cohort were excessively formidable. As Shen Yueyu ran, she glanced down at the gray wolf that had been silently trailing behind her. At that moment, their eyes met, and the gray wolf rolled his eyes, seemingly expressing disdain for Shen Yueyu's ineptitude. Unexpectedly, this guard, now in beast form, displayed a haughty demeanor. The system found the situation amusing. As long as he does not bite me, everything will be fine, Shen Yueyu remarked. Although Lu Kewu appeared not to harbor any intent to harm her, his potential for violence was undeniably formidable. If he chose to, he could easily end her life, just as he had done to those males. The system began to worry again. Host, I now believe that the threat Lu Kewu poses to you surpasses that of the others. Those few may merely wish to have you bear their offspring, albeit in a rather twisted manner, but your demise would be slow. However, this one beside you could genuinely take your life. Shen Yueyu gently stroked Lu Kewu's head and spoke soothingly to him. Rest assured, I will assist you in your recovery. Lu Kewu looked at Shen Yueyu, tilting his head in confusion. Lacking rational thought, he could not fully comprehend her words. He only sensed that the fragrance emanating from this little female was familiar and comforting, compelling him to draw closer. As Shen Yueyu led Lu Kewu, they eliminated any hindrances along their path, making their way toward Area 103. Damn it, Zhang Zai is truly difficult to deal with. Ru Yuan gazed intently at the unfolding battle ahead, his voice a mere whisper. The proximity to District 103 certainly granted him an advantageous position. Meanwhile, Si Lin, silent beside him, appeared lost in thought, perhaps recalling whether that little female had successfully taken Lu Kewu back with her. Even at this juncture, he still ponders over that worthless creature? Ru Yuan's displeasure was palpable as he remarked, I see you have indeed become infatuated with your artistry. Si Lin raised an eyebrow. You stay here and keep watch. I shall return to check. With a cold snort, Ru Yuan did not impede him. You left several B-class males there. What could possibly go amiss? Shen Yueyu managed to pilfer the potion once by sheer luck, but there aren't enough potions for her to steal again. Nevertheless, your return will certainly ease my mind. Though this situation renders a delicate female powerless, Shen Yueyu has proven to be rather exceptional. As Si Lin turned to retreat, a voice as gentle as tea interjected, Hee. If my elder brother does not mind, might I accompany you to take a look? Si Lin turned to find Si Huaijing smiling at him. I had no intention of mentioning you, Si Lin replied, walking back with an air of irritation. Do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine escape with Shen Yueyu. Si Huaijing maintained a humble demeanor. Such matters are, of course, not beyond the elder brother's discernment. And yet you still assisted her? Si Lin halted, scrutinizing his brother. I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Didn't he, the elder brother, implant a tracker on her? Si Huaijing replied slowly, adjusting his clothing. Surely, with your prowess, subduing a female devoid of spiritual power should pose no challenge. Si Lin frowned, disapproving of his brother's enigmatic demeanor, always suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives. Cease your pretentious musings, he admonished. Overthinking will only accelerate your loss of control. At that point, even an S-class female would be unable to save you.
Si Huaijing smiled politely.
Just as Si Lin was about to speak, they both received news simultaneously, indicating that Shen Yueyu had fled with Lu Kewu towards District 103. Si Lin could hardly believe his eyes. Despite the presence of males far more powerful than Shen Yueyu in the camp, they were still divided into groups. And Lu Kewu was in a state of uncontrolled beast transformation. How had Shen Yueyu managed to escape? She is indeed quite remarkable, Si Huaijing remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Si Lin had no time to engage with Si Huaijing any longer and strode forward with urgent haste. Quickly gather our forces. We must pursue Shen Yueyu. One soldier hesitantly inquired, Your Highness, regarding the battle ahead. Si Lin, visibly agitated, furrowed his brow. Withdraw the troops. Our immediate priority is to recapture Shen Yueyu. This audacious little female has dared to act under my very nose for the third time. She must be taught a lesson. What? The soldier exclaimed in surprise. If we withdraw, what about Marshal Ru Yuan? I will speak with him, Si Lin commanded. Follow my orders. The soldier complied, though internally he muttered, having never witnessed the crown prince exhibit such concern for anyone. Was he truly exerting such effort over Shen Yueyu merely to fulfill his artistic ambition? Meanwhile, Shen Yueyu was sprinting towards District 103 with Lu Kewu in tow. Initially, she had the energy to run, but after days of exhausting travel, coupled with her current desperate flight, she was nearing her physical limits. As time passed, Shen Yueyu could no longer maintain the guise of a male, which only compounded her fatigue. Observing her fragile state, Lu Kewu emitted a low growl, baring his sharp, white teeth as the bundle around his neck swayed. Host, trouble is afoot. The system's voice suddenly alerted her. There are dozens pursuing from behind, and it seems some possess Si Lin's scent. What? Shen Yueyu's heart sank. Her escape had relied on Lu Kewu, but Si Lin was an SS-class male. Confronting him would leave her with no chance of escape. It seemed rest was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to push forward, yet her body, already at its limit, trembled uncontrollably. In her state of panic, her frail body could no longer endure, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. As she fell, pain surged through her from the excessive strain, leaving her nearly incapacitated. Despite her unwillingness to concede, her desire to flee was overshadowed by her newfound weakness. She felt utterly powerless. She attempted to prop herself up with her hands, but found it impossible. In that moment, Shen Yueyu distinctly sensed a beastly presence drawing near to her nape, hearing the creature's breath with alarming clarity. Instantly, her body tensed, and soon sharp teeth grazed her delicate neck. Her body, already tender and pampered, reacted painfully to the mere touch of Lu Kewu's teeth, breaking the skin and drawing blood. It was a dire situation. With just a slight exertion of force, Lu Kewu could deliver her demise. Panic gripped Shen Yueyu as the sharp pain jolted her senses, and just as she thought her end was near, the grip of teeth released. Lu Kewu stared helplessly at the small female, a drop of blood staining her neck, emitting anxious whimpers. He wished to gently lift her but feared causing further harm, caught in a flurry of anxiety. Observing the blood trickling from Shen Yueyu's neck, Lu Kewu, unsure of how to proceed, extended his tongue to tenderly lick her wound, attempting to heal her in this manner. Shen Yueyu was puzzled by his actions until she felt his tongue soothe her neck, leaving her momentarily stunned. An indescribable sensation spread from her neck, and though she didn't need to turn, she could feel Lu Kewu's presence nearby. "Host," the system's voice returned, a hint of embarrassment in its tone. "Lu Kewu is a male, and you are a female. Females are highly sensitive to the affectionate gestures of males, hence your body may exhibit certain instinctual responses." "I understand," Shen Yueyu replied, struggling to lift herself to meet Lu Kewu's gaze. She found him in his beast form, looking rather perplexed as he regarded her, seemingly realizing his mistake and emitting low whimpers. He did not appear to intend her harm. Shen Yueyu looked at him in confusion. "Do you wish to convey something to me?" The gray wolf emitted a low growl twice, then surprisingly lay down completely, signaling to Shen Yueyu with his eyes. "Are you suggesting that I climb on?" Shen Yueyu inquired skeptically. The gray wolf nodded. He had intended to carry Shen Yueyu on his back. However, she was exceedingly delicate, and he could easily harm her with even the slightest touch. Shen Yueyu almost believed she was mistaken. Yet she found herself with no better options and tentatively shifted her body toward Lu Kewu's back. Lu Kewu, seemingly concerned that she might struggle to mount him, lowered his body even further. Successfully ascending onto Lu Kewu's beastly back, Shen Yueyu caressed his blue-gray, soft fur, feeling a sense of disbelief. The large, fluffy ears of Lu Kewu were tantalizingly close, and she could not resist reaching out to pet them. The sensation was even more delightful than she had imagined. The gray wolf's tail swayed lightly, indicating he bore no ill will toward Shen Yueyu's actions. Once she secured herself, he slowly rose to his feet. Embracing him, a warm sensation enveloped Shen Yueyu, but at that moment, she heard the system's voice. "Host, we can no longer delay. We must flee. Si Yelin is less than a kilometer away." Shen Yueyu glanced back, realizing that her hasty escape had caused her to neglect covering her tracks. However, there was no time for concern. She gently stroked Lu Kewu to soothe him and pointed in a direction. "Let us go this way." The gray wolf responded with a low howl and swiftly carried Shen Yueyu toward Area 103. As she held onto Lu Kewu, she suddenly felt that risking everything to save him was worthwhile, even though she still had no idea how to revert Lu Kewu to his human form. "Host, if we reach Area 103, what is your plan to deal with Jiangzai?" the system inquired. "I recall that in the previous world, you had quite the knack for charming the main character." "Let me think," Shen Yueyu pondered. "What kind of woman would a straightforward man like Jiangzai prefer? Perhaps someone gentle and understanding, or someone fiery and alluring. Why not try both? To conquer Jiangzai, I first need to shake off those rabid dogs." Shen Yueyu shook her head, her instincts warning her that this time might end poorly. Indeed, the system's voice soon echoed again. "Host, Si Yelin and his men are less than 100 meters behind us." "What?" Shen Yueyu turned to look and, indeed, could faintly see figures pursuing them. The leader was Si Yelin, riding swiftly on a cheetah, followed by dozens of male soldiers, some in beast form and others in human form. The males, in their conscious state, could freely shift forms, and their speed was evidently greater than Lu Kewu's. Noticing Shen Yueyu glancing back, Si Yelin's icy gaze met hers from afar, sending chills down her spine. She immediately averted her eyes and turned back. Lukawu, they're catching up. Run faster. The gray wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, quickening his pace, while Shen Yueyu clung tightly to his neck. Observing Shen Yueyu's actions, the coldness in Si Yelin's eyes seemed to intensify. This little female had expended such effort to escape, only to return and provoke them for this guardian? She was remarkably audacious. Especially since Si Yelin noted that Shen Yueyu would risk injuring herself to flee from him, his mood plummeted to frigid depths. Did she truly despise him so? Your Highness. A soldier reported, they are gaining speed. If this continues, it will hinder our capture. I suggest we use firearms to obstruct them. Si Yelin fixed his gaze on the direction Shen Yueyu had fled, finally speaking. Approve the request. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something. Be careful not to harm that female. As for Lukawu, his fate is inconsequential. Chapter 19. Be good. Shen Yueyu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as she clung to Lukawu's furry form, finding comfort in his presence. It felt akin to leaning against a large dog, evoking fond memories of days gone by. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted from behind. Shen Yueyu's heart raced as she turned to see that Si Yelin had indeed ordered the use of firearms. That madman! The sound of bullets rang out in rapid succession, and Lukawu sensed the danger, dodging to evade the shots. Shen Yueyu felt the jostling intensify, but she could not afford to dwell on it now. System. Does Si Yelin want me dead? The system responded anxiously. He likely does not, but he seems genuinely enraged. Shen Yueyu tightened her grip on the gray wolf, and then made a bold decision. She spread her limbs wide to shield most of Lukawu's body from harm. The system screamed, Host, are you out of your mind? If those bullets hit you, it would be the end. It's different, Shen Yueyu replied with conviction. If I get hit, Lukawu can still carry me away. But if he is struck, we are truly finished. The system was frantically spinning in circles, having no other options but to fret. Indeed, upon witnessing Shen Yueyu's actions, she could feel the gunman's movements become more restrained, as if they were hesitating. She had gambled correctly. Si Yelin's artwork was not yet complete, and he did not wish for her demise. After approximately 5 minutes of tense standoff, a thunderous gunshot rang out beside her, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. Lukawu's leg had been struck by a bullet. Both he and Shen Yueyu fell forward with alarming speed, the force of their descent likely inflicting significant injuries on them both. As Shen Yueyu fell, she glanced back to see Si Yelin aiming his weapon at her, his gaze icy and terrifying. It was evident that the previous shot had been fired by him. Perhaps he truly intended to teach Shen Yueyu a lesson. The overwhelming momentum knocked her off balance, leaving her no time to react. She could only curl up to protect her head. Yet, as she hit the ground, the anticipated sharp pain did not strike her. Shen Yueyu opened her eyes in surprise, discovering that Lukawu had instinctively shielded her with his body, his back slamming hard against the ground and sliding for some distance. Lukawu let out a pained whimper, and Shen Yueyu turned to see blood gushing from the bullet wound in his leg. His back, too, bore the scars of their rough landing, with patches of skin scraped away, presenting a gruesome sight. Shen Yueyu momentarily froze, unable to process what to do, instinctively reaching out to cover Lukawu's wound. The gray wolf exhaled heavily, sensing the approach of strangers, baring his teeth in a warning to deter them from advancing toward Shen Yueyu. Yet no one heeded his threat. Si Yelin halted before Shen Yueyu, looking down at her from above. Shen Yueyu. Shen Yueyu lifted her gaze, her eyes blazing with anger as she confronted him. Si Yelin, what exactly do you intend to do? I am merely a trivial person. Is it necessary for you to pursue me so relentlessly?
Si Yelin,
fixated on the defiance etched across Shen Yueyu's face, could not help but marvel at her beauty, even in a state of extreme fury, as if she were a miraculous sight to behold. He found himself inexplicably burdened by an unsettling emotion, and he remarked, Shen Yueyu, you were the one who fled first. You promised me you would stay and return with me to Xinglan Kingdom. Yet you turned your back and walked away. What do you take me for?
Si Yelin,
do you not find your words amusing? Shen Yueyu rose to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of Lukawu as she gazed defiantly at him. You speak as though I had any desire to return with you. When have you not held a gun to my throat, coercing me to comply? I had no choice but to contend with you. Shen Yueyu, now thoroughly exasperated with Si Yelin, boldly expressed her innermost thoughts. Si Yelin let out a derisive laugh. Shen Yueyu, you are no longer the saint you once were. What did you say? Shen Yueyu looked at him in disbelief. I said, "You have evolved into a female devoid of spiritual power, utterly useless. Within the Empire, no one will protect you any longer." Si Yelin had many venomous words he wished to hurl at Shen Yueyu, yet as he gazed upon her countenance, he swallowed those harsh words. "I shall grant you one more opportunity," he said coldly. "Now, return with me at once. Perhaps I might consider a lighter punishment for you." His words were firm, unmistakably a command rather than a question. Chapter 20. Delicate Shen Yueyu stared at Si Yelin, her reason urging her to relent, yet she found herself incapable of submission. "System. Is there truly no turning point in this matter?" she inquired. Returning to the host, Lu Kuwu has sustained severe injuries, and his life hangs in the balance. He can no longer assist you. The system paused momentarily. "What else?" Shen Yueyu pressed. "However, I have detected individuals from Area 103 swiftly approaching, among them Jiang Ziyu." Upon hearing this, hope ignited within Shen Yueyu's heart. It seemed she had no choice but to take a gamble. Resolutely, she lifted her gaze to meet Si Yelin's frigid stare. "What if I refuse to return with you?" Si Yelin narrowed his eyes at her, and in the next moment, Shen Yueyu swiftly reached for the gun at his waist. Her movements were rapid, catching everyone off guard, some even rendered speechless. This little female dared to audaciously attempt to seize the prince's weapon. Had she lost her mind? As her fingers grazed the gun, a powerful hand seized hers with even greater speed. Si Yelin's grip was scorching and forceful, his icy gaze fixed upon the petite figure before him, applying a slight pressure. Crack. The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as Si Yelin twisted Shen Yueyu's hand into an unnatural position. Ah! A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, and although Shen Yueyu was accustomed to enduring pain, she could not suppress a cry of anguish. Her complexion immediately paled, her body trembling as she collapsed to the ground. Noticing the commotion, Lu Kuwu was evidently enraged. He attempted to lunge at Si Yelin, but his injured legs rendered him immobile, his body riddled with wounds, preventing him from standing. In a fit of fury, Lu Kuwu emitted a series of low growls, yet Si Yelin paid his threats no heed. He coldly observed Shen Yueyu's furrowed brow, tightened his grip, and remarked, "Females are indeed delicate. Take her away," Si Yelin commanded. Sitting on the ground, Shen Yueyu gazed at her dislocated wrist, trembling from the pain. She began to suspect that Si Yelin was deliberately inflicting maximum suffering upon her, teaching her a lesson. "Si Yelin, you scoundrel!" she cursed through clenched teeth. Si Yelin did not spare her a glance, while other male soldiers quickly approached to escort Shen Yueyu away. Their impressions of females were far from favorable, as those with spiritual power were often arrogant and domineering. Yet, Shen Yueyu's beauty was captivating. She needed only to sit there to dazzle with her breathtaking allure. Seeing her in pain, even they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. How could such a beautiful female be subjected to Si Yelin's cruelty? Truly, he was merciless. As the soldiers carried Shen Yueyu away, they did so with utmost care, fearful of exacerbating her pain. Si Yelin observed the scene, furrowing his brow as he scoffed. "What is the matter? Are you all too weak to carry her? Move faster." The soldiers, fearing to linger, dragged Shen Yueyu a few steps, while others moved to assist Lu Kuwu. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance. A bold male voice rang out, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Shen Yueyu turned to look. A young man clad in a black combat uniform was striding towards them. His dark red hair was thick and tousled, his features sharply defined, with an audacious glint in his eyes and a mischievous smirk revealing pulley white fangs. Following him were over 100 armed males, exuding an imposing presence. Shen Yueyu recognized him immediately as Jiang Ziyu. "What brings you here?" Si Yelin inquired with a cold gaze. Jiang Ziyu regarded Si Yelin, leisurely spinning his gun. The soldiers from Xinglan Kingdom were suddenly redeployed, much to Yuan's chagrin. "I suspected you were behind it, and lo and behold, I was correct." The atmosphere between the two was charged with tension, and Shen Yueyu assessed the situation. This might truly be her chance to escape. Therefore, she called out without hesitation, "Help. Someone. Please. Si Yelin is abducting me." At the sound of her voice, Si Yelin glanced back at her, his expression complex and inscrutable. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Ziyu, unable to see Shen Yueyu's face, raised an eyebrow and mocked Si Yelin. "I wondered why the esteemed crown prince of Xinglan Kingdom would suddenly withdraw his troops. It turns out you are here to commit such a nefarious act. What's the matter? Are there not enough females in Xinglan Kingdom to pique your interest, forcing you to resort to abduction?" Jiang Ziyue's words dripped with sarcasm, his lack of interest in Shen Yueyu evident, as his focus was solely on confronting Si Yelin. Si Yelin remained silent, but his soldiers could not tolerate such slander against the crown prince. Do not speak so recklessly. Whether I speak recklessly is irrelevant, Jiang Ziyue replied, shaking his head. The crown prince of Xinglan Kingdom still holds considerable weight. Since Rui Yuan is absent, why not accompany me back to Area 103 as a guest? Though termed as a guest, the intent behind Jiang Ziyue's invitation was apparent to all present. He harbored no good intentions. That depends on whether you possess the capability, Si Yelin retorted, his dark eyes brimming with icy resolve. If it were just the two of us, we might truly be at an impasse. Jiang Ziyang chuckled softly, however. This time I have brought Count Phase. As his words fell, indeed, a figure stepped forward. It was a tall young man clad in a beige coat, with light brown hair and gentle light brown eyes that seemed to soothe the heart like an autumn breeze. What a pity, Your Highness, Phase remarked with a faint smile, a hint of resignation in his tone. Phase was indeed an S-class male. The situation was now quite different with him and Jiang Ziyang confronting Si Yelin alone. Si Yelin frowned, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes as 9 ethereal black fox tails suddenly emerged behind him. Though the tails appeared fluffy, their tips glimmered with a dark crimson, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Above his head, a pair of black, furry fox ears emerged, typically endearing. Yet juxtaposed with his stern visage, they exuded a strong sense of detachment. Si Yelin had transformed into his half-beast form.
He was serious now.
The soldiers at His Highness's side grew anxious at the sight. It seemed they were now at a disadvantage. You all go ahead and inform Rui Yuan, Si Yelin instructed, casting a glance at Shen Yueyu. Additionally, do your utmost to bring her back. If she perishes, so be it. Just ensure her face remains unscathed. His gaze then shifted to Lu Kuwu, battered and bruised. A useless thing, discard it. Chapter 21. Impulse. His tone was frigid, and everyone from Xinglan Kingdom understood that it was imperative to summon Rui Yuan for assistance, without delay. In comparison to Si Yelin, Shen Yueyu's life was certainly expendable. Shen Yueyu was infuriated by his words. Lu Kuwu was not a useless being. He was far superior to Si Yelin in her eyes. Yet, Shen Yueyu had no choice at this moment. Observing Si Yelin's demeanor, Jiang Ziyang and Phase ceased their politeness, transforming into their half-beast forms to engage him in battle, while the lower-ranked males around them dared not approach. For any male ranked S-class or above, conventional firearms posed little threat. Only their combative prowess in close quarters could deliver a fatal blow. Miss Shen, please return with us. 2 soldiers grasped Shen Yueyu and began to pull her away. Both were A-class males, and she lacked the strength to resist. Lu Kuwu cast a desperate glance at Shen Yueyu, his voice a frantic howl as he longed to rescue her. Even in his current state of utter irrationality, Lu Kuwu could not bear to witness Shen Yueyu's distress. Yet, he found himself helpless, abandoned like refuse. No matter how hard he tried, he could not rise to his feet. Frantic, he realized he had no recourse. Shen Yueyu yearned to look back, but she was swiftly dragged forward, leaving her no other options. The sounds of gunfire and enraged beasts echoed behind them, indicating that a chaotic battle had already erupted. With individuals collapsing around her, Shen Yueyu dared not contemplate whether Lu Kuwu had sustained any injuries. Let go of me. Shen Yueyu struggled, but her efforts were in vain. Just then, the furious roar of a clouded leopard resounded from behind. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Ziyang and Phase, in their half-beast forms, launching an assault on Si Yelin, who appeared to be faltering under their relentless attacks. Your Highness seems injured, Shen Yueyu called out immediately. If this continues, who knows what calamity may befall him. The 2 A-class males hesitated upon hearing her words. But His Highness commanded us to bring you back. You are both A-class males, are you not? Shen Yueyu interjected. If you both assist, perhaps you could improve Si Yelin's condition. Otherwise, should he perish here today, the burden of responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. The 2 males, clearly flustered by her remarks, exchanged glances, realizing Si Yelin's precarious state. He was visibly injured, while Jiang Ziyang appeared far more capable. Protecting His Highness is paramount. They reached a consensus and promptly handed Shen Yueyu over to other males. Keep a close watch on her. Shen Yueyu stumbled as she was pushed, and the other males, now aware of her presence, approached to continue escorting her away. Stay away from me. With remarkable swiftness, she drew a dagger with her unrestrained hand and pressed it against her own face. If you dare come closer, I shall mar this visage. Her words were resolute. Clad in a thin dress, she appeared frail, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. Yet she held the dagger to her flawless cheek, her golden hair billowing in the breeze like a captivating painting. The soldiers from Xinglan Kingdom were momentarily taken aback. Yet they quickly regained their composure. The command had been to escort Shen Yueyu back, but they were also instructed to ensure her face remained unblemished. Was this female truly willing to disfigure herself to avoid their return? Do not act rashly, several soldiers urged, attempting to placate her. We will not approach. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Ziyang cast a glance in Shen Yueyu's direction. Although he could not see her face, her silhouette evoked an instinctive recognition of a beautiful, albeit stubborn, young female. Silent, Shen Yueyu pressed the dagger against her face, slowly retreating toward Lu Kuwu.
What?
Lu Kuwu, witnessing her actions, was in a frenzy, yet his body was at its limits, leaving him powerless. Surrounded by the tumult of battle, he desperately wished to prevent Shen Yueyu from coming closer, yet she was rapidly nearing him. Si Yelin, too, noticed the arrival of the two A-class males who had come to aid him, and he erupted in anger. What are you doing here? Did I not tell you to keep an eye on Shen Yueyu? This little female had eluded him repeatedly, demonstrating her cunning. Hence he had instructed the two A-class males to watch her closely. The two males were momentarily stunned, seeming at a loss for how to respond to Si Yelin. He turned his gaze, and his eyes instantly flared with fury. There was the delicate and seemingly obedient young female, now pressing a dagger against her face. Having escaped the grasp of the soldiers from Xinglan Kingdom, she was surrounded by males engaged in a fierce battle. Even the slightest attack could lead to her demise. Insanity! Si Yelin exclaimed, disregarding Jiang Ziyang and Fei's as he charged towards Shen Yueyu. Your Highness! The two A-class males were utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Was Si Yelin perhaps overly concerned for this female? This was a battlefield. As Shen Yueyu retreated, nearing Lu Kuwu, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist. Startled, she turned to find Si Yelin's dark eyes, filled with evident anger, locked onto her. Return with me, he commanded, his tone unyielding as he effortlessly knocked the dagger from her hand. What met her gaze was the imposing presence of his 9 fox tails, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. I ought to break both your hands and see how you attempt to flee. Si Yelin's face was thunderous, and although he forcefully pulled Shen Yueyu toward him, it was clear she was unwilling to depart. Si Yelin, let me go, or I shall not hold back. Shen Yueyu issued a warning. She harbored a profound disdain for Si Yelin at that moment. The misfortunes befalling her and Lu Kuwu were entirely his doing. Si Yelin, heedless of Shen Yueyu's resistance, remained indifferent to her thoughts, gripping her tightly. Observing his demeanor, Shen Yueyu decided to retaliate without restraint. She lowered her head and bit down fiercely on the back of Si Yelin's hand. This bite was devoid of mercy, as if she aimed to tear a piece of flesh from him. Si Yelin's beautifully sculpted brows furrowed even deeper, and at that very moment, he heard Jiang Zai's mocking voice from behind. Ha, Crown Prince, even at this juncture, you haven't forgotten about this female you've snatched. Simultaneously, the voice of a soldier from the Xinglan Kingdom rang out. Your Highness, be careful. Si Yelin frowned and evaded the first strike aimed at him by Feisi. Soon after, a more formidable attack surged towards him, this one launched by Jiang Zai. If Si Yelin were to seize Shen Yueyu and use her body as a shield to deflect this blow, he could swiftly extricate himself from the situation. However, should she endure this strike, her demise would be inevitable. Chapter 22. Indifference towards you. Si Yelin gazed at Shen Yueyu's defiant visage, but ultimately turned to confront Jiang Zai, simultaneously loosening his grip on Shen Yueyu. An astonishing shockwave erupted in the air, forcing Shen Yueyu back several paces. Upon closer inspection, Si Yelin, caught off guard, was sent reeling several dozen steps, crashing violently against a tree trunk. Soon thereafter, crimson began to seep from the corner of his mouth, starkly contrasting with his strikingly handsome face. Your Highness! The soldiers of the Xinglan Kingdom, witnessing this, rushed forth in desperation to shield Si Yelin. Unfazed, he wiped the blood from his mouth with a fingertip, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yueyu, his voice low and laden with authority. Shen Yueyu, come here, he commanded. Shen Yueyu met his obsidian eyes and instinctively took a step back, then sprinted towards District 103. Shen Yueyu. Si Yelin was evidently incensed by her actions, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yet, Shen Yueyu remained unmoved. Si Yelin struggled to rise, intent on reclaiming Shen Yueyu, which elicited a laugh from Jiang Zai. His eyes sparkled with derision. "Crown Prince, do you not find your actions rather demanding? Since this female has chosen us, she shall naturally be under my protection." Jiang Zai asserted confidently, "As for you, best leave this place." Si Yelin shifted his gaze to Jiang Zai. "Do you truly wish to oppose me? The relationship between District 103 and the Xinglan Kingdom has long been one of irreconcilable enmity, has it not?" Jiang Zai replied with a faint smile. "Feisty, take this female and that injured little wolf cub back to the camp for accommodation. Our District 103 is not in want of females." Jiang Zai.
What do you mean by that?
Si Yelin glared at him, malice evident in his eyes. "We in District 103 are not like your kind from the Xinglan Kingdom." Jiang Zai raised his head. "You in the Xinglan Kingdom treat females lacking spiritual power as mere refuse. However, to us, even those without powers deserve protection. Such hypocrisy."
Si Yelin scoffed.
"Come, let us engage in a proper battle." Jiang Zai's eyes glinted with excitement. "Having stolen the female you covet and ambushed you, I dare say, you must loathe me." Si Yelin remained silent, yet his eyes darkened with evident anger. Shen Yueyu, observing the two combatants, instinctively retreated with Lu Kuwu. Soon, a young man stood before her. Feisty regarded Shen Yueyu with a gentle smile, bowing slightly as he peered down at her, his brown eyes brimming with warmth. "Little female, allow me to escort you back to the camp, shall we?" Shen Yueyu glanced at the injured Lu Kuwu. "Thank you. You need not be so courteous." Feisty replied with a soft smile. "Come with us. I shall ensure your safety." Shen Yueyu nodded, casting one last look at Si Yelin, entangled with Jiang Zai, before resolutely departing without a backward glance. The clamor and shouts receded into the distance. In a daze, Shen Yueyu thought she heard Si Yelin's voice, warning her not to fall into his hands. She chose to ignore it, continuing her departure. Upon returning to the camp, Feisty arranged a separate tent and quarters for them. Shen Yueyu sensed that the atmosphere had settled. The demeanor of those from District 103 towards her starkly contrasted with that of the Xinglan Kingdom. They showed respect and protection even to females lacking in spiritual power, treating Shen Yueyu with courtesy, their curious gazes upon her filled with intrigue. Soon, a doctor attended to the wounds of both Lu Kuwu and herself. Fortunately, Si Yelin had only misaligned her bones. After realignment, her recovery was swift. Shen Yueyu, observing Lu Kuwu's beast form, could not help but voice her concern. "Count Feisty," she began, "do you know how to revert him to his original form?" Feisty regarded Lu Kuwu's numerous injuries with a hint of pity, shaking his head. "He naturally possesses a high level of instability, having lost his reason. He transformed into his beast form. Furthermore, the trauma he endured during the earlier chaos has exacerbated his instability to a staggering 90. Once a male reaches a level of 90, it becomes exceedingly difficult to calm him. At 100, he devolves into a beast, beyond salvation." As Feisty spoke, a trace of sorrow crept into his voice. "If our males lack a female to soothe them, they will inevitably face the day they lose control and become beasts. This is especially true for those of S-class and above. While an A-class female can barely pacify S-class males, SS-class males like Si Yelin and Jiang Zai are doomed to death. Even Feisty, in a bid for survival, had begrudgingly married an A-class female, hoping for even the slightest comfort. Yet, his wife did not harbor affection for him, and the time she spent comforting him was scant, yielding little effect. Thus, his instability remained high. After a moment of silence, Shen Yueyu's brow furrowed in worry as she gazed into Lu Kuwu's eyes, regretting her lack of spiritual power, which left her reliant on others to soothe him for any chance of survival. "Are there any C-class females in your camp?" Shen Yueyu recalled that Lu Kuwu was a B-class male. In the worst-case scenario, he would require a C-class female to calm him. If that female were only C-class, she would need to mark him as her own to achieve even the slightest soothing effect. Feisty smiled wryly. "In District 103, our females receive paramount protection. No female would willingly endure hardship here. Moreover, C-class females are exceedingly rare, making their presence even more unlikely. Is there truly no other way to save him?" Shen Yueyu's fingers gently caressed Lu Kuwu's head, her heart heavy with reluctance. She had expended considerable effort to rescue him, and the thought of abandoning him was unbearable. Feisty's gaze fell upon Shen Yueyu's delicate fingers stroking Lu Kuwu's fur. Those fingers were slender and fair, resembling the finest jade, and at that moment, she showed no disdain for their rough beast forms, seeming to genuinely care for them. This scene captivated many males, as such behavior was exceedingly rare. Moreover, This female had risked her life to rescue a male in a state of uncontrolled turmoil. They had seldom witnessed such resilience and lack of prejudice in a female. Regrettably, she is merely a powerless female who escaped from the Star-Lawn Kingdom. Otherwise, once pampered, a female would be unlikely to act in such a manner. The lives of males are utterly inconsequential in the presence of high-level females. There is still a possibility for salvation. Feisty smiled faintly. However, perhaps only General Jiang Ziyao could accomplish this feat. He has numerous admirers in Zone 103, including several A-class females, should he choose to speak. There will certainly be females willing to aid this individual. Is that so? Shen Yueyu felt a flicker of hope. Has he returned now? Yes. He is in the main tent. Feisty regarded Shen Yueyu, striving to choose his words carefully. While you are indeed beautiful, General Jiang Ziyao has never shown interest in females. Therefore, the likelihood of him acquiescing to your request is quite slim. Feisty endeavored to be as tactful as possible to preserve Shen Yueyu's dignity. The mere fact that Jiang Ziyao returned without so much as inquiring about Shen Yueyu speaks volumes of his disinterest in her. Chapter 23. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Shen Yueyu quickly comprehended the underlying implications of Feisty's words. It appears that winning over Jiang Ziyao would not be an easy endeavor. This matter necessitates careful deliberation. Thank you, Count Feisty. Shen Yueyu expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the tent, Si Yelin, Rui Yuan, and Si Huijing were present, and the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Wait, are you saying that the female Shen Yueyu was rescued by that Jiang Ziyao? Rui Yuan inquired, half leaning against the chair, his silver-white eyes reflecting displeasure. His countenance radiating an air that discouraged approach due to his foul mood. Indeed. Si Yelin narrowed his dark eyes. At that moment, he had removed his upper garment, revealing his firm, fair skin glistening under the light, his distinctly defined eight-pack abs subtly shifting with his breath, exuding a sense of strength. The only flaw lay in the injuries he bore, with a soldier presently applying medicine, blood seeping from the wounds. This is a matter concerning our Star-Lawn Kingdom. What significance does Jiang Ziyao's abduction of Shen Yueyu hold? Rui Yuan was irked. Once Shen Yueyu escapes to Zone 103, our chances of retrieving her will diminish significantly. Rui Yuan stated, feeling a headache coming on. Do you have any means to reclaim Shen Yueyu from Jiang Ziyao's grasp? Si Yelin pursed his lips in silence. His gaze fixed upon an unfinished painting set aside. The artwork, while beautiful, depicted a mermaid devoid of a face, leaving one in uncertainty regarding her appearance. Si Yelin recalled that 2 days prior, Shen Yueyu had been obediently gazing at him with tender eyes. At that time, she had seemed so docile, as if she bore no rebellious spirit. However, upon encountering her today, Si Yelin realized it was merely a facade the female had donned to escape them. That female is truly unlike any other, employing cunning tactics that even many A-class females could not rival. He had consistently underestimated her, granting Shen Yueyu the opportunity to outmaneuver him. Rui Yuan followed Si Yelin's gaze, and upon seeing the mermaid in the painting, he was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is this mermaid supposed to be Shen Yueyu? Is she truly this beautiful? Rui Yuan's face was one of disbelief. Having never seen Shen Yueyu post-transformation, he had always assumed that even if she underwent the metamorphosis, she would remain unattractive. Yet, the female in this painting was distinctly different. A single glance revealed her beauty. It is indeed her. Si Yelin did not deny this. She is even more stunning than the painting suggests. Rui Yuan regarded Si Yelin with skepticism. Clearly unconvinced, given Shen Yueyu's arrogant demeanor, how could she be exceptionally beautiful? I remember her appearance. Si Yelin focused intently on the artwork. I can gradually depict her likeness from memory. When the time comes, even if Shen Yueyu flees to Zone 103, we can use this painting to bring her back. That is quite a clever plan. Rui Yuan chuckled softly. This is what Shen Yueyu owes to our Star-Lawn Kingdom. She transformed into a powerless female and must publicly apologize and atone before all the beasts of Star-Lawn Kingdom. Si Yelin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the painting, his fingers gently caressing it, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Si Huijing observed the painting with intrigue, a glimmer of darkness flitting across his eyes as he secretly committed the figure within to memory. Unbeknownst to Shen Yueyu, such events were unfolding on Rui Yuan's side. She was diligently caring for Lu Kewu in Zone 103. Initially, she believed that as a female from Star-Lawn Kingdom, she would face some discrimination. Quite the opposite. The males in Zone 103 treated her with respect and care. Hardly anyone had attempted to belittle or ridicule her, which left Shen Yueyu feeling somewhat unaccustomed.
Yet,
She had not seen Jiang Ziao for quite some time. Shen Yueyu remained unperturbed. The following day, she ventured to the riverside at the back of the mountain, intending to unwind. The river before her was nearly crystal clear, revealing a bed of smooth pebbles beneath, with small fish darting about. And a refreshing breeze carried the fragrance of the water. Shen Yueyu inhaled deeply, the air filled with the unique scent of the forest, lifting her spirits. Looking down, she noticed her dress was stained with mud, making her appear somewhat unkempt. No wonder Jiang Ziao had not noticed me. I truly look a mess. Shen Yueyu chuckled wryly, recalling how her dress had been caked in mud and her hair smeared across her face, rendering her quite the sight. I should wash up, Shen Yueyu resolved, slowly peeling off her dress and stepping into the river. The cool water quickly enveloped her, and she soon transformed back into her mermaid tail, feeling an indescribable joy. She swam leisurely a few laps in the river before standing, gathering her golden locks to her chest, preparing for a thorough cleansing. At that moment, a sudden sound from the shore caught her attention, and she instinctively turned, alert. Who goes there? Before her stood a pure white little fox, its entire body covered in fluffy fur. The sunlight glinted off its coat, rendering it irresistibly soft and inviting, making Shen Yueyu wonder how delightful it would be to stroke it. The little fox possessed an exceptionally lovely face, with large, tea-colored eyes shimmering with a glint of water, and its thick eyelashes fanned out like delicate fans. It blinked innocently at Shen Yueyu, melting her heart with its charm. Behind it swayed 9 larger, fluffier fox tails. Gently brushing against a branch, it seemed that the sound she had heard was merely the result of its clumsy movement. Where did this little fox come from? Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She swore this little fox was the most adorable and beautiful creature she had ever seen, its fluffy fur simply her type. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the little fox was carrying a clean dress in its mouth, seemingly stolen from somewhere. At that moment, Shen Yueyu slowly rose from the water and walked toward the shore. Little fox, what is your name? The little fox was utterly mesmerized upon seeing Shen Yueyu. How could he possibly articulate the breathtaking scene before him? At that moment, the shimmering surface of the water reflected Shen Yueyu's satin-like golden hair, which cascaded carelessly over her chest, concealing her vulnerabilities. Yet, her skin, as radiant as white jade, gleamed vividly in his sight. The girl's beauty was so exquisite that it rendered him speechless, as if she were a deity descended to the mortal realm, possessing an indescribable nobility and grace. The little fox found himself momentarily entranced, unable to resist stealing another glance at Shen Yueyu. However, when his gaze drifted downward, his entire face flushed with an undeniable heat. Though his thick fur concealed it well, one thing was certain, his ears were undoubtedly crimson. As Shen Yueyu approached him step by step, the little fox's tea-colored fur rippled, and he suddenly bolted, attempting to flee. Shen Yueyu, unperturbed, thought, I don't understand. I just want a kiss. At that moment, she cared for nothing but to capture and indulge this irresistibly alluring little fox. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, swiftly pouncing on the fleeing creature. In truth, she merely caught hold of one of his furry legs. The little fox appeared astonished by this unexpected turn of events, innocently glancing back at Shen Yueyu, exposing his snowy underbelly and beginning to kick in protest. Shen Yueyu paid no heed, eagerly cradling him in her arms, unable to resist the urge to squeeze him. The sensation was even more delightful than she had imagined, akin to caressing an extraordinarily soft cotton candy, yet each touch felt substantial. After just a couple of strokes, her spirit soared. Little fox, your fur is so soft, Shen Yueyu remarked with a smile. Looking down, she noticed the little fox gazing up at her with an expression of innocent sorrow, his large, tea-colored eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and his lashes fluttering as if on the verge of crying. Why are you crying, little fox? Shen Yueyu felt her desire to cuddle him intensifying. Unable to resist, she leaned down and planted a kiss on the little fox's face. There, sister's kiss, no more tears, my dear. As she held him, it was evident that the little fox had become utterly rigid. He averted his gaze awkwardly, unsure where to look, his 9 tails freezing in place. Oh. Shen Yueyu mused curiously, little fox, why are your ears turning red? Chapter 24. Sister will give you a rub. How strange. I don't recall it being like this just a moment ago, Shen Yueyu remarked, reaching out to explore the little fox's fluffy ears. And why do you smell of tea? Do foxes now enjoy tea? The little fox shot her a glare, struggling to escape, but Shen Yueyu easily subdued his feeble attempts. She examined his paws and noticed the pink pads had been soiled with dirt, raising her eyebrows in surprise. How did you get your little paws all dirty?
Come.
Sister will take you to wash up. With that, Shen Yueyu unceremoniously scooped up the little fox and headed toward the river. The little fox seemed startled by her sudden action, letting out a sharp yelp as he flailed, attempting to climb back onto the shore. Unfortunately, Shen Yueyu did not grant him that opportunity. She swiftly seized him before he could escape, dragging him back into the water for a thorough wash. Don't be afraid. Little one, sister can swim, and I promise to keep you safe and clean. Ignoring the little fox's faint struggles, she rinsed him from head to tail. Why do I feel like this fox is somewhat reluctant yet inviting? Shen Yueyu pondered to herself. Yet, she quickly dismissed this absurd thought. After all, he was merely a little fox. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? He had been forcibly brought into the river. What creature, small or large, ever relishes a bath? All right, we still have your rear end to wash, Shen Yueyu declared, her hand poised to descend. The little fox trembled, seemingly having heard something particularly terrifying. He cautiously glanced back, only to find Shen Yueyu's serious expression. Oh no! The little fox could no longer contain himself and howled twice, his strength suddenly surging. And his fur bristled with alarm. Just as Shen Yueyu's hand neared his sensitive area, the little fox summoned an unexpected burst of energy and abruptly broke free from her grasp. Little fox, you? Shen Yueyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how the once docile creature had gained such strength. Though perplexed, her hand instinctively reached out to catch him. Just as she managed to grasp one of his tails, it slipped from her fingers, slick as oil, compounded by the soap on her hands. Wait, little one, come back. You can't swim. You'll drown. Shen Yueyu called out in concern. The little fox, however, darted swiftly beneath the water's surface, vanishing from sight in an instant. Little fox. Shen Yueyu anxiously searched the area for what felt like an eternity, but to her dismay, he was nowhere to be found, neither beneath the water nor on the shore. With a heavy heart, she resigned herself to the possibility that he might have truly escaped. With a sigh of regret, Shen Yueyu stood up and donned her clothes. Nearby, a lovely dress that belonged to the little fox caught her eye. It was quite beautiful and undoubtedly expensive. She returned the dress to its resting place. What a mischievous little fox. How could he carry someone's dress around like that? She mused. I hope the owner finds it. With that, she turned to leave, walking with an air of calmness, completely oblivious to the suspicious sounds emanating from the nearby thicket. A shadowy figure, armed with a dagger, moved stealthily toward Shen Yueyu, only to be chastised by a voice from behind.
Halt!
The shadowy figure turned, respectfully kneeling before the speaker, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Your Highness, the fifth prince, how may I serve you? The figure's eyes could only catch a glimpse of the pristine white cuffs of the prince's trousers, which were now dripping with water. Yet he dared not show any sign of laxity. What were you about to do? The icy voice of Si Huijing resounded from above. My lord, the crown prince's control levels have risen significantly. Do you not intend to apprehend the source of this turmoil, the female? A moment of silence followed, leaving the air thick with tension. Si Huijing remained unresponsive for an extended duration, leaving the shadowy figure anxious and uneasy. My lord? He ventured cautiously. You did not see Shen Yueyu today. Si Huijing's voice turned suddenly frigid, and at the same moment, an overwhelming aura of S-class masculinity emanated from him. Understand? The shadowy figure's heart raced in alarm, daring not to retort. Yes, your highness, I understand. Today, Shen Yueyu was at Jiang Zai's military camp and did not emerge. I had no means to approach her, nor did I see you, my lord. Si Huijing nodded curtly. You may leave. The shadowy figure hurriedly departed, not daring to lift his gaze throughout the entire exchange. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Had the prince just been unable to resist the allure of that female lacking spiritual power? That was simply inconceivable. Si Huijing was an S-class male. After all, how could he not easily escape the grasp of a mere little female? Yet, just moments ago, the shadow guard was perplexed. Until he had walked some distance away, Si Huijing gazed at his own drenched appearance, his lashes lowered, murmuring softly, what a pitiful sight. Clad in white formal attire, his hair, as pristine and lustrous as silk, clung to his form, accentuating his tall and upright stature. A droplet cascaded from the tip of his lashes, and his tea-colored eyes shimmered slightly, filled with an air of nobility and tranquility. Despite being completely soaked, he exuded an aura of elegance that seemed utterly unattainable. Shen Yueyu. See, Huijing murmured, his gaze falling upon the gown left behind by her. Only you would dare to treat me in such a manner. Chapter 25. Beast Transformation. Achoo. Shen Yueyu was strolling along the path when she suddenly sneezed. What could this be? She pondered, perplexed. Is someone speaking ill of me? It was indeed unfortunate for that little fox, as it had fled so swiftly. She mused, otherwise I would have truly liked to take it back and keep it, so I could pet it every day. That fox was the most beautiful little creature Shen Yueyu had ever encountered. She quickly returned to the military camp, soon spotting Count Feisy. Upon seeing her, he hastened his steps and approached, a sense of foreboding washing over Shen Yueyu. Count Feisy, she called out, what has happened? Yes. Feisy replied, worry etched on his face. Lu Kuwu has awakened. His loss of control is alarmingly high, and he remains in his beast form, devoid of reason. Just moments ago, he attacked other soldiers in the camp, and fortunately, no fatalities occurred. For the sake of maintaining order, we have had to confine him in a cage to prevent further harm. May I see Lu Kuwu? Shen Yueyu asked, her heart racing as she dashed towards the designated area. Upon entering the resting tent, she anxiously surveyed the scene. A large iron cage had been set up inside, surrounded by several male soldiers who were conversing, seemingly deliberating Lu Kuwu's fate. Inside the cage, Lu Kuwu remained in his wolf form, baring his teeth and growling ferociously at the soldiers. Lu Kuwu, Shen Yueyu exclaimed as she stepped inside, her heart heavy with concern. The soldiers turned their gazes toward her, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. What a stunning female, they murmured, unable to tear their eyes away until they noticed Feisy following her, at which point they hastily averted their gaze. Upon seeing Shen Yueyu, Lu Kuwu's ferocity diminished, and he appeared considerably more docile. Miss Shen, Feisy began, as you can see, Lu Kuwu's condition is dire. If he does not receive calming within 3 days, and his loss of control reaches 100, he is at great risk of permanently becoming a beast. Before that occurs, we will have to deal with him. Deal with him? Shen Yueyu gasped, her heart sinking. Yes. Feisy continued, his expression pained. A male transformed into a beast possesses the same mentality as a wild animal, often with even greater aggression. Keeping them alive poses a threat to the army. Thus, we must execute those who have lost control before that happens. The other soldiers shared the same grim sentiment, yet they understood that without a female willing to soothe them, becoming a beast was the inevitable fate of their kind. This had been the way of things since time immemorial, and they had grown accustomed to such measures. No, I cannot agree. Shen Yueyu immediately protested. She stepped forward and reached out her hand towards Lu Kuwu. He is very gentle and would not harm anyone. Just see for yourselves. Miss Shen, be careful. A soldier exclaimed in alarm, rushing to intervene, fearing for her safety. After all, such a beautiful female should not be put in harm's way. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a bloody scene, Lu Kuwu showed no inclination to attack Shen Yueyu. Instead, he affectionately nuzzled her hand. The fierce wolf had transformed into a large, friendly dog, creating an oddly harmonious tableau. See, he won't harm me, Shen Yueyu reassured them. While he may not harm you, Feisy observed, intrigued, he is still a danger to others. The army will continue with his disposal regardless. Indeed, another soldier chimed in. The male he bit has already been taken for medical attention, and Lu Kuwu's bite was severe. He bled profusely. I'm sorry, Shen Yueyu's eyes dimmed. I will find a way to resolve Lu Kuwu's situation. He will remain obedient in the cage and pose no threat to you. Please refrain from harming him over the next few days. Her voice was earnest. I promise to keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not cause any trouble. Feisy furrowed his brow. Miss Shen, I understand that you see him as a companion and wish to protect him. However, in his current state, sharing space with him poses a significant risk to your safety. I am not afraid, Shen Yueyu declared firmly.
He will not harm me.
The soldiers regarded her with a new light. Never had a female shown such willingness to approach their kind in beast form. Even they themselves were reluctant to draw near. Yet, Shen Yueyu was unafraid. It was a pity she lacked any psychic power, otherwise, she would surely have many suitors. Very well, we shall not intrude further, Feisy conceded, leading the soldiers away. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon us. Shen Yueyu nodded. Thank you. After they departed, she turned her attention back to Lu Kuwu. The gray-blue wolf lay there, seemingly aware of the trouble he had caused Shen Yueyu. He gently extended his tongue, licking her palm. Ticklish. She laughed, retracting her hand and affectionately ruffling Lu Kuwu's fur, whispering, Do not worry, I will save you. Unfortunately, it appeared Lu Kuwu did not comprehend her words. Shen Yueyu stood, her mind racing with thoughts. Isn't it merely a matter of finding a sea-level female? Perhaps I can seek Jiang Ziyan. Determined, she resolved to take action. After inquiring about Jiang Ziyan's expected return, she positioned herself along his usual route to wait. Hey there, let me help you with the vegetables. Shen Yueyu kindly offered to a soldier who was washing vegetables nearby, smiling brightly at him. The soldier, startled, waved his hands in protest. No, that is quite unnecessary. You are a precious and esteemed female. We can handle this. You should rest. Not at all, Shen Yueyu giggled. Since I am residing here, I ought to contribute. Despite the soldier's attempts to dissuade her, he found himself unable to resist her resolve. Just as Shen Yueyu finished washing a plate of vegetables to carry elsewhere, a sharp voice rang out behind her. Hey! Which little female is blocking our general's path? Move aside immediately. The sudden outburst startled Shen Yueyu, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground, the vegetable basin spilling onto the earth. I'm so sorry, I'll move right away, she stammered. Hearing Jiang Ziyan's impatient voice, who is she? The voice was exceptionally cold, exuding an aura of ruthlessness that repelled others. The general had forgotten. FaZe explained from the side. This is the female you retrieved from Sea Yellen a couple of days ago. Ah, so it was her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziao recalled the incident. Let us send her back to District 103. Having her here is merely a hindrance. Chapter 26. Successful Strategy. Is that so? FaZe managed a bitter smile. But I wonder when we will send her back. Today, Jiang Ziao replied with casual indifference, just as Shen Yueyu happened to glance up at him. Their eyes met in the air, and before Jiang Ziao could finish his sentence, it caught in his throat. Clad in his combat uniform, he appeared even taller and more imposing due to Shen Yueyu's seated position. From below, one could observe the striking intensity of his features. His eyebrows slightly arched with a hint of wildness, his lips cornered with a dash of mischief and impatience, his demeanor seemingly nonchalant. However, upon catching a glimpse of Shen Yueyu's appearance, Jiang Ziao was momentarily stunned, his pupils trembling in disbelief. The heavens had bestowed upon him an unexpected sight. The tips of his ears flushed a deep crimson, his voice caught in his throat, rendering him speechless, as if he had been frozen in place. The calm he had maintained vanished in an instant. Only when he noticed the look of confusion on Shen Yueyu's face did he snap back to reality and ask FaZe beside him, "What did she just say to me?" FaZe, puzzled, shot a glance at Jiang Ziao. "You just said we would send her to District 103 today." "Not that. I meant what she said." Jiang Ziao interrupted FaZe sharply. "What she said." FaZe regarded Jiang Ziao with a peculiar expression, but made an effort to recall. "Oh, forget it," Jiang Ziao exclaimed, his earlier arrogance dissipating, replaced by genuine concern as he turned to Shen Yueyu. "My name is Jiang Ziao, the commander of District 103. What is yours?" "Shen Yueyu," she replied innocently, just as she was about to launch her next offensive when suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. The system detected that Jiang Ziao's favorability towards you is 80. Jiang Ziao's current favorability towards you is 80, and you have additionally gained 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully strategized with the key figure Jiang Ziao. What? Shen Yueyu was momentarily dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe it. Is this really a successful strategy? It can't be true. She recalled that her previous attempt to win over Sea Yellen had not been so straightforward. It is indeed true. The system's voice grew exuberant. It seems he has fallen for you, at first sight. At first sight? Shen Yueyu could hardly fathom the implications of that phrase. Yet soon, the system's jubilant announcement unmistakably validated its claims. Congratulations, host. By successfully strategizing with the key figure Jiang Ziao, you have unlocked mental power privileges. Your initial mental power level, E, has risen 2 tiers to C. Congratulations, host. You are now a rare female with C-level mental power. What? Shen Yueyu was genuinely taken aback. She had previously heard the system mention that successfully strategizing with Jiang Ziao would elevate her levels, but it had never specified such a rapid ascent. This was astonishing. Almost immediately, she felt a warm surge flow through her body, as though something within her had shifted. Lost in thought, she suddenly sensed Jiang Ziao half-squatting before her. The earlier aloofness had vanished from his face, replaced by a hint of remorse as he helped her up. I apologize. My men were thoughtless and frightened you. Huh? Shen Yueyu looked at him in confusion. The Jiang Ziao she remembered had always been arrogant and unyielding. He would never apologize to anyone. Yet his current demeanor seemed genuinely sincere. Seeing her bewilderment, Jiang Ziao turned and scolded a soldier nearby. "It's your fault for shouting so loudly."
Huh.
The soldier clutched his head, visibly bewildered. It wasn't just him. Nearly everyone present, including Faze, was taken aback. When had their general changed so drastically? Hadn't he always looked down upon those females? "Hey," Jiang Ziao smiled at Shen Yueyu. "Please don't be upset. Did you hurt yourself when you fell?" His voice brimmed with concern. "Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have let anyone intimidate you." There was a trace of regret in his words, as if he felt he had not made a favorable impression on her. Previously, his attention had been focused on Si Yelin, and he had not paid much heed to this little female, nor had he truly observed her appearance.
But now,
seeing her up close, he felt he had been woefully negligent. "I'm fine." Shen Yueyu shook her head. Jiang Ziao's actions had unexpectedly disrupted her strategy. She had initially planned to feign weakness and slowly win him over, but now it seemed that might no longer be necessary. "General." Faze scrutinized Jiang Ziao and tentatively ventured, "Are we still sending Miss Shen Yueyu back to District 103? TSK, send her back?" Jiang Ziao immediately interrupted Faze, shooting him a glare. Faze fell silent, pondering. Jiang Ziao turned back to Shen Yueyu, his tone becoming significantly gentler. I was just joking earlier." As he spoke, Jiang Ziao's gaze held a touch of unease, his voice softening further. "What I meant is, District 103 is nice." He appeared almost anxious that Shen Yueyu might genuinely wish to leave, and he hastily added, "Though District 103 is good, this place is also quite fine. After all, I am here." Jiang Ziao wanted to convey that he would provide anything Shen Yueyu desired. However, the words lingered on his lips, and he hesitated, feeling it might be too forward, ultimately choosing to remain silent. "I understand. Thank you, General Jiang," Shen Yueyu reflected. Initially, she had intended to travel to District 103 to find C-level females for Lukuwu, but now it seemed unnecessary. She herself was a C-level female, effectively resolving a significant dilemma. "I wish to stay here for a couple of days before considering my departure."
great.
Jiang Ziao's crimson irises sparkled with delight. Her agreement to stay indicated that he still had a chance. As Shen Yueyu walked back, Jiang Ziao surprisingly followed her. "Where do you live?" Jiang Ziao inquired. "Right here," Shen Yueyu replied. "Is your living situation satisfactory? Is there anything you find uncomfortable?" "It's quite good." "That's excellent. If you need anything or have preferences, please feel free to let me know." Before he could finish, Shen Yueyu stepped into the tent and glanced back at him. "Thank you for your concern, General. I'm doing well, and the people in the camp have been very accommodating." "That is good to hear." Jiang Ziao nodded, casting a glance inside the tent and feeling increasingly dissatisfied with its modest arrangement. While it was adequate for an ordinary female, he felt it lacked so much more. All he desired was to bestow upon Shen Yueyu the finest of his possessions. Would she accept them? With this thought, Jiang Ziao clenched his fist, his peripheral vision catching Shen Yueyu pausing before the iron cage. Within that cage, a frenzied gray wolf was confined, reminiscent of her former guard. "Miss Shen Yueyu." Jiang Ziao immediately approached with concern. "Be cautious, do not draw too near. What if he harms you?" As he spoke, Jiang Ziao's formidable SS-level aura surged forth, pressing down upon Lukuwu. Although Jiang Ziao was currently preoccupied with Shen Yueyu's safety, it did not signify he would extend kindness to everyone. Lukuwu was in a state of uncontrollable chaos, and no one could predict his subsequent actions. Chapter 27. What are you staring at? Shen Yueyu remained unaffected. Yet within the cage, Lukuwu was momentarily overwhelmed by Jiang Ziao's presence. As a mere B-level male, he stood no chance against an SS-level counterpart. Nevertheless, Lukuwu defiantly glared at Jiang Ziao with his pale blue eyes, filled with hostility.
Awah.
He emitted a threatening growl, though devoid of reason. His instincts urged him to resent Jiang Ziao's proximity to Shen Yueyu. Jiang Ziao regarded the gray wolf with displeasure, suppressing his unusual emotions, and gently addressed Shen Yueyu. "Miss Shen, he hasn't harmed you, has he?" Shen Yueyu glanced at him. "No, he has always protected me." She recalled how Lukuwu had shielded her with his body during his fall, sustaining severe injuries himself. "General Jiang, please do not frighten my guard," Shen Yueyu spoke calmly. Jiang Ziao immediately sensed her discontent and felt a pang of grievance, but swiftly retracted his aura. "My apologies. I was merely anxious." "It's all right," Shen Yueyu replied with a light laugh, soothingly stroking Lukuwu to calm his emotions. Initially hostile towards Jiang Ziao, Lu Kewu's ire dissipated significantly at Shen Yueyu's touch, and he even nudged her hand affectionately with his head. Although Lu Kewu remained in his beast form, Jiang Ziyao found himself inexplicably irked. "Do you enjoy petting male beasts?" he inquired softly, his gaze fixed on Shen Yueyu. "Yes," she nodded. "Beast forms are quite adorable." Jiang Ziyao's eyes brightened at her response. He cleared his throat, actually. "I also possess a beast form." He chuckled as he scratched his head. "You can take a look." As he turned to glance back, he noticed Fei Si and the others standing outside the tent, their expressions frozen in disbelief as if they had witnessed a ghost. Typically, male beasts guarded their forms closely, especially those of higher rank, who were reluctant to reveal their full beast forms to others, let alone allow them to be touched. What was going on with their general? It was as if he was courting favor. Realizing his behavior might be inappropriate, Jiang Ziyao shot a fierce glare at Fei Si and the others. "What are you staring at?"
Get lost.
His tone bore the usual authority of a superior, starkly contrasting his demeanor towards Shen Yueyu. Fei Si and the others promptly took the hint and vacated the area, leaving the entrance empty. Satisfied, Jiang Ziyao turned back to Shen Yueyu, his voice softening once more. "Ha! They are simply ignorant. Pay them no mind. Allow me to show you my beast form." With that, Jiang Ziyao transformed, his tall figure morphing into a large canine. His coat was a luxurious blend of black and white fur, with large ears and dark red eyes that blinked at Shen Yueyu, accompanied by a broad grin.
All right.
"What do you think?" Shen Yueyu gazed at his form in astonishment. Alaskan? You recognized it." Jiang Ziyao chuckled shyly. Noticing Shen Yueyu standing still, he grew slightly anxious. "Do you find my true form unappealing?" That gray wolf received her pettings. "Why can't I? I am much more aesthetically pleasing than Lu Kewu." "Not at all," Shen Yueyu quickly reassured him, reaching out to pat his head. Jiang Ziyao, rather than shying away, relished the touch, his eyes narrowing in pleasure, as if he were bubbling with joy. "Wait a minute," Shen Yueyu suddenly spoke. "I recall your hair being dark red?" Yet his beast form was black and white. I am not sure why it is dark red. It's just how I was born," Jiang Ziyao replied warmly. "However, I quite like that color. It makes me appear more formidable." Shen Yueyu recalled his vibrant red hair, undeniably imposing. Jiang Ziyao, basking in Shen Yueyu's gentle caress, was in high spirits, even lowering himself to facilitate her touch.
Ding.
The system detected Jiang Ziyao's affection for you at level 5. Can it increase affection? Didn't I already succeed in my pursuit? Shen Yueyu wondered curiously. It can increase with a cap of 100, the system responded. Only when the character's affection reaches 100 is the pursuit fully successful, and special rewards will follow. What kind of special rewards? Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled with interest. That remains unknown for the time being. It must be unlocked to reveal, the system explained. However, I assure you, the rewards will be significant once the affection reaches 100. Shen Yueyu felt a wave of excitement. It seemed this was her golden opportunity. Moreover, her pursuit of Jiang Ziyao was unexpectedly smooth. Did this imply she could swiftly unlock the special rewards? As she pondered how to enhance Jiang Ziyao's affection further, a growl emanated from the cage. The gray wolf glaring at Shen Yueyu, emitting a displeased warning. He seemed to resent her closeness to Jiang Ziyao, his fury nearly boiling over. Shen Yueyu withdrew her hand, hurriedly inquiring, "What's the matter?" Jiang Ziyao was enjoying himself, but was abruptly interrupted, causing him to feel quite displeased, though his face remained gentle. Perhaps he is simply agitated due to his beast form and unable to be calmed. Lu Kewu glared fiercely at Jiang Ziyao, baring his teeth. Perhaps. Shen Yueyu felt a pang of sympathy, considering it best to resolve Lu Kewu's situation sooner rather than later. "He is a B-level male, correct?" Jiang Ziyao responded. "Leave this to me. I will ensure he is returned to Zone 103, where C-level females will be willing to soothe him, removing him from danger." He hesitated momentarily. "However, if he is calmed and marked by a female, that may become his mate, and he will no longer be able to remain by your side." Shen Yueyu had contemplated this issue before. Though reluctant, she had no better alternatives. It was fortunate that Lu Kewu could survive. But now, the situation was different. She herself was a C-level female. Chapter 28, A World Apart. "Thank you for your concern," Shen Yueyu began. "However, I now have a better solution." "That is good to hear," Jiang Ziyao replied. He had initially worried that sending Lu Kewu away would also mean Shen Yueyu would depart, but now it seemed unnecessary. "I have matters to attend to," Shen Yueyu indicated towards Lu Kewu. "I understand," Jiang Ziyao transformed back into his human form. You are busy. I will step outside, so they won't disturb you without being summoned. Shen Yueyu nodded gratefully. Thank you. Hey, there's no need for such formality between us. Jiang Ziyao replied before departing. Once outside the tent, Jiang Ziyao immediately instructed his men to treat the situation with utmost caution. Remember, ensure her safety at all costs. He emphasized repeatedly. With her beauty, that scoundrel Si Yelin will undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. Since Shen Yueyu had arrived in his military camp, he was determined to provide her with protection. Fei Si, observing the scene, was left speechless. General, you have already given numerous precautions. Typically, he had never seen Jiang Ziyao show such concern for anyone, save for matters of military significance. Yet, with Shen Yueyu's arrival, it seemed that everything had changed. I can't shake the feeling that something is still amiss, Jiang Ziyao pondered. You know, what kind of things do such delicate females enjoy?
He mused.
General, Fei Si interjected.
Don't you think your current demeanor is excessively eager? It makes you appear rather unremarkable. What does it matter? Jiang Ziyao retorted, his thoughts drifting to Shen Yueyu, which brought him immense joy. As long as my possessions hold value, that's all that counts. Do you think she would appreciate my favorite gun? Fei Si rolled his eyes, finding it difficult to communicate with Jiang Ziyao, who was clearly oblivious to the nuances of romance. You need to maintain an air of aloofness. That way, females will find you more appealing, Fei Si advised earnestly. Is that so? Jiang Ziyao mused. Are you suggesting I should feign indifference? Indeed, Fei Si nodded. That won't work. Jiang Ziyao shook his head. I can't pretend to be aloof with her. The moment she speaks to me, I lose all composure. Fei Si was at a loss for words. How could this renowned general be so transformed by a mere female? He had to concede that Shen Yueyu was indeed exceptional. Had she possessed spiritual power, she would be almost perfect in both appearance and character. This is unacceptable, General, Fei Si implored. You are an S-rank male, while she is merely a female devoid of spiritual power. The disparity between you is vast. What disparity? Don't say such nonsense. Jiang Ziyao countered vehemently. As if any other female could assist me. In truth, Jiang Ziyao's rank was so high that only S-rank females could hope to placate him. Everyone else would be futile. Let me be frank, Jiang Ziyao continued, his tone growing serious. Fei Si, you don't understand. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was the one. That conviction will not waver. If she were to reciprocate my feelings, it would be a blessing across several lifetimes. I would do anything for her. Jiang Ziyao's gaze was resolute, and Fei Si understood that he was genuinely invested. You mustn't be so self-destructive, Fei Si cautioned. Although no S-rank females have appeared thus far, what if one were to emerge in the future? If that happens, it will be someone else's fortune, Jiang Ziyao dismissed nonchalantly. Right now, I can only see Shen Yueyu as my sole female. Beyond that, your words hold no weight. If I were to lose control and meet my demise, then that would simply be my fate. Fei Si shook his head in disbelief, yet he recognized that once Jiang Ziyao had made up his mind, it would be nearly impossible to change it. That young female was indeed fortunate. Unbeknownst to Shen Yueyu, events were unfolding on Jiang Ziyao's side. She gazed with concern at the caged Lu Kuwu and began to communicate with the system. System, what exactly does it entail, to soothe a male? She inquired. I have no idea how to do it. The system responded promptly. First, close your eyes. Then, attempt to concentrate all your spiritual energy, and, upon reopening your eyes, closely observe Lu Kuwu. Following the system's guidance, Shen Yueyu complied. Upon scrutinizing Lu Kuwu, she noticed a dense, dark mist swirling atop his head. Is that the black mist you mentioned?
She asked.
Indeed, the system confirmed. Your ability to perceive it indicates that you possess spiritual power. The darker the mist, the higher Lu Kuwu's instability value. Since you currently possess a C-rank power and Lu Kuwu is B-rank, you can only soothe him through a spiritual marking. Spiritual marking? Shen Yueyu queried, puzzled. You must press your forehead against Lu Kuwu's and intertwine your spirits to soothe him. That is the essence of a spiritual marking. Once the marking succeeds, Lu Kuwu will belong to you. With clarity now dawning, Shen Yueyu understood why a single female could have multiple beast husbands. Once marked, they would belong to her. Casting her gaze back to Lu Kuwu, she perceived that he remained oblivious to unfolding events, tilting his head in curiosity as he regarded her. Are you willing, Lu Kuwu, to become my beast husband? The term beast husband was difficult for Shen Yueyu to utter, as she wished to respect Lu Kuwu's autonomy. I will offer you spiritual comfort. If you agree, please take a step closer. Lu Kuwu, Tilting his head in curiosity, instinctively took a step toward her, drawn by the scent she exuded. Good, Shen Yueyu murmured softly, leaning her forehead against Lu Kuwu's. Their spiritual energies collided and intertwined, sending tremors through Shen Yueyu's spirit, and a buzzing filled her ears. Suddenly, the scenery shifted dramatically. They found themselves in a vast grassland, the horizon stretching endlessly before them. System, where is this? Shen Yueyu inquired. This is Lu Kuwu's spiritual world, the system explained. Only the mate of a male beast can enter here. Shen Yueyu gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking world around her, diligently searching for Lu Kuwu's presence. Not far off, a tall tree stood out prominently, beneath which stood a slender youth with his back turned to her. Lu Kuwu, she exclaimed, racing toward him. The youth remained motionless, prompting Shen Yueyu to call out again. Lu Kuwu, it's me, Shen Yueyu. Do you remember me? Seemingly hearing her voice, the youth slowly turned to face her. It was indeed Lu Kuwu. His light blue eyes held an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a frigid lake, while his raven hair danced gently in the wind, brushing against his brow. Perched atop his head, gray-blue wolf ears twitched slightly, captivating Shen Yueyu's gaze. The scene before her was exquisitely beautiful, yet Lu Kuwu's expression seemed devoid of emotion, as if he were an unmoved observer.
Who are you?
Lu Kuwu inquired, his tone detached as he regarded her. You really don't remember me? We were together not long ago, Shen Yueyu replied, reaching out to grasp his hand. I will take you outside. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yueyu felt a sudden jolt throughout her body, and she and Lu Kuwu instantly dissolved into an intertwining of spirits. The spiritual realm around them began to collapse, and an indescribable sensation surged through Shen Yueyu's entire being, as if her very soul was merging with Lu Kuwu's spirit. The sensation enveloped her, akin to a gentle kiss upon every inch of her being, even reaching the depths of her soul. Shen Yueyu's spirit trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken by an invisible force. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became erratic. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around the youth before her, surrendering to the depths of this experience. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it was only when Shen Yueyu found herself drenched in sweat that she began to regain her composure. This spiritual marking was indeed different from what she had anticipated. She had expected a certain ease. Instead, it felt more akin to a profound fusion of souls, transcending the corporeal realm. It became clear to her why marked males invariably belong to their female counterparts. Shen Yueyu shook her head, recognizing the intensity of the situation. Resignedly, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a pair of pale blue irises. Those eyes resembled a cold lake, and Lu Kuwu's thin lips were pressed tightly as he gazed intently at her. He had unexpectedly transformed into human form.
Ah!
Shen Yueyu was startled by his proximity and instinctively recoiled a step. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Kuwu's eyes. He seemed perplexed by her reaction. Yet he quickly spoke. I apologize, my master. I do not deserve such devotion from you. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yueyu noted a faint blush creeping onto Lu Kuwu's fair cheeks, with a few strands of hair falling across his forehead. This appearance was undeniably reminiscent of intimacy after the fact. Captivated by his beauty, Shen Yueyu murmured, Do you understand what my act of spiritual comfort signifies? Lu Kuwu's complexion flushed even deeper, and he awkwardly turned his head away. From this moment forth, I am yours. His words were cold, devoid of discernible emotion. Shen Yueyu lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes partially obscuring her pupils. Yet, if you regret this, it is my fault for unilaterally marking you. That is not the case. Lu Kuwu interrupted, declaring, I do not hold you accountable. I merely need time to adjust. I assure you, I am well. His eyes grew resolute as he continued, From the moment you saved me, I have resolved to follow you for a lifetime. Concurrently, a voice echoed in Shen Yueyu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lu Kuwu's favorability towards you is 15, and the current character favorability is 35. Shen Yueyu quickly grasped that Lu Kuwu was not verbally acknowledging his feelings. Thus, she felt a mischievous urge arise within her. And what is your reaction now? Lu Kuwu resembled a virtuous woman forced into a predicament. I, Lu Kuwu, understand. You harbor no such intentions towards me. You simply pity me and wish to prevent my further beastly transformation. I comprehend. Lu Kuwu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Henceforth, I shall remain by your side and will never entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Shen Yueyu regarded his chaste demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Your instability has not yet been fully dispelled. She clearly observed the lingering dark mist around Lu Kewu's head. Though it had diminished considerably, it showed no signs of vanishing. It appeared he still required spiritual comfort. Lu Kewu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. He instinctively knelt before Shen Yueyu, exclaiming, "I am sorry, my master, for causing you trouble." Shen Yueyu, bemused, replied, "So, do you still desire my spiritual comfort?" Lu Kewu's voice faltered, and after a moment, he spoke, "I apologize. My master, I realize I have troubled you. If it is inconvenient, I understand." However, as he spoke, he could sense Shen Yueyu's expression darkening further. Lu Kewu bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before taking a deep breath and, inexplicably, uttering, "I do." With that, he lowered his head in shame, seemingly regretting his own audacity. Shen Yueyu's expression softened at last. She approached him with a smile and helped him to his feet. "Now that's better." Lu Kewu gazed up in a daze, encountering the breathtakingly flawless visage of the girl before him. Her soft, golden hair seemed to brush against his wrist, stirring his heartstrings. Suddenly, his heart raced, and he felt an overwhelming urge to avert his gaze from Shen Yueyu. The atmosphere around them grew awkward, prompting him to speak. "However, my master, I recall that during your differentiation, you possessed no spiritual power. How is it that now?" Lu Kewu found it hard to fathom. He had never heard of anyone altering their spiritual power post-differentiation. Yet, the undeniable reality indicated that since Shen Yueyu could soothe his instability, she must indeed be a C-level or higher female. "Well," Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly, "that's a secret. You will keep it for me, won't you?" Lu Kewu nodded. Though his thoughts diverged entirely, the Empire had regulations stating that C-level or higher females could have 4 beast husbands. Considering his current relationship with Shen Yueyu, she should be regarded as his wife, right? His ears flushed with warmth, and after some contemplation, he decided to continue addressing her as master rather than wife. Chapter 30, she found him utterly detestable. Observing Lu Kewu standing attentively before her, Shen Yueyu felt her spirits lift considerably.
System.
I sense that while my spiritual comfort is beneficial to Lu Kewu, it is rather taxing for me. Moreover, I feel quite embarrassed when I provide him with such comfort. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Do other females experience such embarrassment during spiritual comfort?
Not at all, host, the system replied.
Your current struggle stems from your spiritual power being 1 level below Lu Kewu's, thus you must rely on this method. The higher your level, the easier it will become to soothe lower-level males. Once you attain S-level status, you will no longer need to exert such effort. A mere gesture will suffice. That would be splendid. Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled, only to be followed by another thought. You mentioned that the best way for me to enhance my spiritual power is to pursue those individuals. However, courting the likes of Si Yelin poses a considerable challenge for me. The system concurred, particularly regarding Si Yelin, whose favorability was notoriously difficult to amass. Once it began to dwindle, it seemed endless. Host, Si Yelin's current favorability towards you stands at 88. Shen Yueyu groaned and rubbed her forehead. Is there a possibility for me to pursue someone else? Given the glacial pace of favorability increase with those few, whether she could successfully court them remained in question, especially since they had prior grievances. The original owner had spent a lifetime by their side without success, indicating that this strategy was unreliable. She needed to change her approach. That is feasible, the system responded. I have detected numerous targets for you in Zone 103. Even if they have past grievances with you, they will not recognize you now, making them a more favorable target for your pursuits. Then let us proceed to Zone 103, Shen Yueyu resolved. Once she elevates her rank and returns to Xinglan country, her treatment may very well change. After all, a high-ranking female is invariably positioned at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. The following day, Shen Yueyu assisted in mending garments at the military camp. As she began to sew a piece of clothing, she suddenly noticed the tent's entrance curtain flutter slightly. This subtle movement piqued her alertness, prompting her to pause her work and glance towards the entrance. It was Jiang Ziyan. He gently parted the curtain and, bending slightly, stepped inside, one hand carrying an exquisite box while the other held a neatly folded garment. Upon seeing Shen Yueyu, Jiang Ziyan awkwardly averted his gaze. Miss Shen Yueyu, I heard you were helping with sewing.
I
also have something torn. Do you think you could? He hesitantly offered, inching the garment closer to her. Immediately after, he felt a twinge of regret. Would Shen Yueyu be displeased with him? Females were often proud and temperamental. He couldn't help but feel a pang of dissatisfaction at being the only one without assistance while hearing of her charitable acts. Of course, it's absolutely fine. Shen Yueyu replied, her expression composed as she accepted the garment to examine the tear. However, as she unfolded the not particularly thick fabric, she was taken aback by its unexpected weight. Upon closer inspection, she found it adorned with an array of glorious medals, nearly covering the chest and shoulder areas. Each medal radiated a high value, signifying Jiang Ziyan's hard-won achievements and prestige. Shen Yueyu was momentarily dazzled by the vibrant display. General Jiang Yu, she began, only to be interrupted by Jiang Ziyan, who sheepishly admitted, I forgot to remove them. My sincerest apologies. Yet his face bore no trace of remorse. His youthful, vibrant eyes sparkled as he raised his sleeve. It's just this tear. Could you possibly mend it? Looking up, Shen Yueyu noted that the tear was remarkably neat and appeared fresh, as if recently sliced by a blade. What was Jiang Ziyan up to? She regarded him with suspicion, now seriously doubting if he was merely a pretender. Jiang Ziyan chuckled, don't worry, even if it's not mended beautifully, I won't mind. As long as it's done by you. Perhaps fearing that Shen Yueyu might refuse, he hastily added, rest assured, I won't have you work for free. He placed the box on the table before her. Look, he said, lifting the lid. As a delicate female, you must lack proper means of protection. Inside lay a slender, beautiful whip, embellished with numerous gemstones that sparkled brilliantly, indicating its substantial worth and exquisite craftsmanship. The whip was both supple and resilient, each segment meticulously polished, demonstrating Jiang Ziyan's thoughtful consideration. This whip took me a long time to choose. Don't let its delicate appearance fool you. It can inflict quite a sting. Jiang Ziyan elaborated, while Shen Yueyu's pupils contracted at the sight. A sudden recollection of the original owner's memories surged within her. In a frigid expanse of ice and snow, the original owner had just been identified as a seer, exuding arrogance. Back then, Jiang Ziyan had not yet become an enemy of Xinglan country. He had merely been a visitor in his youth. But how had the original owner treated him? She had wielded the whip against Jiang Ziyan, forcing him to kneel before her. Jiang Ziyan, remember, you are my dog, echoed the original owner's haughty voice in her mind. Why aren't you on the ground, letting me ride you? Despite being beaten mercilessly, Jiang Ziyan had refused to submit. His eyes, filled with a fierce crimson glint, were unforgettable as blood trickled down his forehead, mingling with the snow. Shen Yueyu, wait. One day I will repay this grievance tenfold. As this memory washed over her, a chill coursed through Shen Yueyu, her fingers instinctively tightening. She lifted her gaze to find Jiang Ziyan, now looking at her with bright eyes filled with affection. A stark contrast to how he had appeared before. System. Do you think Jiang Ziyan remembers how the original owner humiliated him? He certainly does, the system replied. After all, it's something from his youth that has lingered in his mind. He is merely waiting for the right moment to settle the score. Shen Yueyu felt a chill run down her spine. So, he currently harbors feelings for me because he remains unaware of my true identity. Once he discovers who I am, might he come to despise me? Perhaps even erase any goodwill he feels? The system hesitated. I cannot say for certain. The more Shen Yueyu pondered, the more apprehensive she became, redirecting her gaze toward Jiang Ziyan. What's wrong? You seem rather unhappy, he observed, blinking his eyes in confusion, his warm gaze still tender. Shen Yueyu tentatively ventured. Do you not think my name bears a striking resemblance to someone else's? Jiang Ziyan paused slightly. I do. And I harbor a strong dislike for that individual. In fact, I was quite surprised when I first heard your names were the same. At this revelation, Shen Yueyu felt a wave of dismay wash over her. What does dislike mean? Sensing her unease, Jiang Ziyan quickly clarified, no, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to imply I dislike you. I harbor no animosity towards you whatsoever. In his heart, Jiang Ziyan silently reassured himself. It's not dislike. It's affection. Yet he dared not voice this sentiment. Shen Yueyu, however, felt her heart sink further, her gaze fixed on the whip in silence. If she confessed her true identity, Jiang Ziyan might genuinely come to loathe her. Chapter 31, Jealousy. Rest assured, host, you will eventually have to reveal this matter to him. The system interjected. After all, if he remains oblivious to your true identity, the affection value can never reach its full potential. So, choose an appropriate moment to be honest with him. Shen Yueyu sighed, exasperated. How could she explain that the original owner had mercilessly lashed Jiang Ziyan in the snow? Such deep-seated enmity would not be easily forgiven by someone as proud as him. Please don't be disheartened. I never intended to imply anything negative about you. Jiang Ziyan. Oblivious to Shen Yueyu's discomfort, rushed to clarify. Rest assured, I only detest him, not you. The similarity in names is merely a coincidence. Don't let it trouble you. Shen Yueyu managed a bitter smile. Perhaps. She then closed the box and pushed it back towards Jiang Ziyan. There's no need for such recompense, General. Please take it back. I reside here, and assisting with tasks is only right. No, you truly don't need to do this, Jiang Ziyan insisted. In our District 103, as long as you are a female, you are entitled to privileges and protection. As he spoke, Jiang Ziyan seemed to recall something, cautiously inquiring. You wouldn't happen to dislike this, would you? If you don't like it, I can bring you something different tomorrow. Jiang Ziyan spoke with utmost sincerity. Yet he was somewhat apprehensive that his impulsiveness might provoke Shen Yueyu's aversion, prompting him to hastily grasp the box and prepare to depart. Just then, Lu Kuwu entered, holding a bouquet of wildflowers. Master, I have returned, he announced. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Ziyan, Lu Kuwu quickly averted his eyes and commenced arranging the flowers in a vase. Jiang Ziyan, observing Lu Kuwu, felt an inexplicable irritation, but he soon realized something was amiss. Had he recovered? Jiang Ziyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Who had provided him with soothing mental energy? I recall there being no females in the camp. At this juncture, Jiang Ziyan abruptly turned his gaze toward Shen Yueyu, as if confronted with an intolerable realization. It wouldn't be you who has calmed him, would it? Shen Yueyu understood that this matter could not remain concealed, and thus nodded in affirmation. It is I. With a resounding thud, the box in Jiang Ziyao's hand fell to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Shen Yueyu, his eyes flickering with myriad emotions. Jiang Ziyan opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Quickly lowering his lashes to conceal his turmoil, he struggled to maintain composure, though an unusual tone crept into his voice. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you another time.
With that,
Jiang Ziyan turned on his heel and departed hastily, neglecting the box that lay abandoned at his feet. Regret washed over Jiang Ziyan as he pondered why he hadn't insisted on sending Lu Kuwu to Area 103 for the comfort of another female. Were that the case, he would not be competing with his own desires for Shen Yueyu. He considered confronting Lu Kuwu, but with Shen Yueyu present, he restrained himself. No, he mused. He could not allow her to harbor a poor impression of him. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Shen Yueyu felt that Jiang Ziyao's retreating figure bore an inexplicable sense of desolation. System. Does Jiang Ziyao's favorability rating decrease? No, came the system's response. At that moment, Lu Kuwu approached, placing the vase on the bedside table. The fragrance of the wildflowers permeated the air as Lu Kuwu subtly raised his lashes. Perhaps Jiang Ziyan had misinterpreted the situation. I understand that your feelings for me are purely of a master-servant nature, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Lu Kuwu's voice remained steady as he continued. Do you wish for me to clarify this with him? You need not involve yourself in this matter, Shen Yueyu replied. Lu Kuwu lowered his gaze, asking, Master, then where shall I stay tonight? This question momentarily caught Shen Yueyu off guard. Previously, in his wolf form, it had been inconsequential to share a tent with her, but now, as a true male, it felt rather inappropriate. As she assessed his physique, she noted that Lu Kuwu, due to his regular training, possessed a layer of lean muscle that was unexpectedly appealing. She too felt that sharing a bed with him was somewhat improper. Just then, voices could be heard from outside the tent. Miss Shen, the voice called politely, remaining at a respectful distance from the tent. The general, considering your accommodation needs, has instructed me to prepare another tent for Lu Kuwu. May I inquire if it is convenient for him to accompany me to inspect it now? It is convenient. Shen Yueyu gestured to Lu Kuwu. Please go ahead. Understood. Lu Kuwu nodded and stepped outside. However, none noticed the fleeting shadow of disappointment that crossed his eyes. Throughout the day, Jiang Ziyan did not seek out Shen Yueyu. Thus, that evening, she found herself sleeping alone. Initially, she thought nothing of it. Yet that night, she was beset by a haunting dream. In her dream, she was gravely injured and imprisoned in a dungeon. What does this mean? Shen Yueyu raised her hand, only to discover her body was covered in bruises and blood, while footsteps approached ominously. She looked up to see Jiang Ziyan entering, wielding a long, slender whip, the very one he had gifted her earlier that day. Jiang Ziyan, what is the meaning of this? She demanded. His expression starkly contrasted with that of the day. Now, he bore a menacing countenance, his eyes filled with disdain and hatred, emanating an aura of terrifying authority. Shen Yueyu, why did you deceive me? Jiang Ziyao's voice was icy, devoid of the warmth he had previously shown.
What have I deceived you about?
Shen Yueyu asked, perplexed. With a swift motion, Jiang Ziyao lashed the whip down, and she instinctively recoiled into the corner, feeling a sharp sting. Yet he showed no sign of mercy. His crimson hair wild and exuding a deadly pressure as he advanced toward her. You are the once haughty son of the Star Lawn Kingdom who tormented me. Why conceal this truth? Shen Yueyu opened her mouth to explain, but Jiang Ziyao grasped her chin tightly. His eyes were frigid, devoid of compassion, and tinged with impatience. I do not wish to hear it. With that, he tightened the whip around her throat. You shall pay the price for your deception. Shen Yueyu jolted awake, her heart racing. Before her lay the empty tent, and through the gaps, she glimpsed the moonlight filtering in. She gasped, it was just a dream. Yet this dream encapsulated the very fears that haunted her. Clad in her garments, she resolved to step outside for some fresh air. As she lifted the tent flap, she was met with the sight of a gray wolf resting at her doorstep. Upon sensing her movement, the wolf's gaze sharpened, and their eyes locked in a silent exchange. It was Lu Kewu. Shen Yueyu gasped, What are you doing here? Why not return to your tent to rest? Seemingly caught off guard, the gray wolf exhibited a hint of embarrassment, yet swiftly masked it. His form transformed into that of a man, the moonlight cascading over his raven locks and casting shadows on his cheek, rendering his features almost ethereal. I, Lu Kewu, he replied, was concerned for you, wishing to remain close. Thus, by guarding her door, he ensured that no one could trouble Shen Yueyu, particularly those affiliated with Si Yellen. You, Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly. This is rather a foolish method. With his wolf form as his true self, his decision to sleep at her tent's entrance resembled that of a loyal dog on watch.
How could he demean himself so?
She contemplated admonishing him, but upon witnessing the earnestness in Lu Kewu's eyes, she chose to swallow her words. What troubles you? He inquired, bewildered by her silence. Are you thirsty? He continued. Before he slept, I filled a cup of water and placed it on your bedside for your convenience. That's not it. Shen Yueyu shook her head. There are also snacks, Lu Kewu added. The box is on the table. I have provided toothpicks and gloves. Just be careful not to spill anything on your clothes. Noticing Shen Yueyu's continued silence, Lu Kewu reassured her. Even if you spill, it matters not. I will wash them clean for you. Lu Kewu pondered. After all, Shen Yueyu was now his wife, and it was his responsibility to care for her. Shen Yueyu pressed her forehead, suddenly feeling less inclined to venture outside. I have but one request of you, Shen Yueyu began. Please return to your own tent and rest well. Do not linger here in the cold wind. I would hate for you to catch a cold and pass it on to me. That won't happen, Lu Kewu replied. I once spent a night sleeping in the snow and didn't catch a cold. This is nothing. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu recalled how the original owner of her body had never truly cared for Lu Kewu. It was common for him to stand in the courtyard during a heavy snowstorm, vigilantly watching over the night. But Shen Yueyu could not turn a blind eye to it. Go back, she encouraged gently. From now on, you must try to be kinder to yourself. Lu Kewu paused, as if struggling to grasp the meaning behind Shen Yueyu's words. Be kinder to myself? No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Everyone had always instructed him to take care of Shen Yueyu, and even he had centered his life around her. All right, Lu Kewu acquiesced softly, lowering his head as a peculiar light flickered in his eyes.
Ding.
The system detected a 5-point increase in Lu Kewu's affection for you, bringing the current affection level to 40. Another addition? Shen Yueyu was taken aback. The system was indeed correct. Compared to that group of perverts led by Si Yellen, Lu Kewu was undoubtedly the easiest to win over. However, an unexpected complication had arisen with Jiang Ziyi, making him the fastest to conquer. Host, with 40 more affection points, Lu Kewu can be successfully conquered. Please continue your efforts. The system encouraged loudly. I understand, Shen Yueyu exhaled. If only everyone I encountered were as easy to win over. Shen Yueyu became increasingly convinced that as long as she distanced herself from that group of perverts led by Si Yellen, her journey to conquer would be remarkably smoother. She hoped not to fall back into their hands before achieving full upgrade. In the latter half of the night, Shen Yueyu did not dream again. Yet this solidified her desire to reach Zone 103. Although Jiang Ziyi's territory was pleasant, there was still a risk of being discovered by the perverts led by Si Yellen. However, once she entered Zone 103, it would be far more difficult for them to retrieve her. Thus, Shen Yueyu planned to find Fei Si with Lu Kewu early the next morning. However, shortly after exiting her tent, she encountered Jiang Ziyi. He appeared aloof. and upon locking eyes with Shen Yueyu, it was evident he recognized her. Yet, he did not greet her as warmly as he had the previous day, behaving as though they were strangers. Observing Jiang Ziyi's demeanor, Shen Yueyu recalled the dream from the previous night, but chose to remain silent. Their gazes quickly averted, and they each proceeded in opposite directions. Jiang Ziyi had been waiting for Shen Yueyu to initiate conversation, as the females before her had always done. However, Shen Yueyu merely cast him a fleeting glance before nonchalantly walking away, as if they were mere acquaintances. Jiang Ziyi felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. He raised his eyes to Shen Yueyu, but instead noticed Lu Kewu trailing behind her. Lu Kewu wore a calm expression, not betraying any provocation towards Jiang Ziyi. Yet his presence irked Jiang Ziyi nonetheless. The fragrance left in Shen Yueyu's wake only deepened Jiang Ziyi's unrest. He glared at Lu Kewu, pondering why he could so openly accompany Shen Yueyu, especially as her male counterpart, while he himself was nothing. The more he thought, the more discontent he felt. He attempted several times to call out to Shen Yueyu, but ultimately refrained. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yueyu had no inkling of Jiang Ziyi's thoughts as she approached Fei Si. "Count Fei Si," she greeted. "Yes." Fei Si turned to face her. Despite having seen Shen Yueyu numerous times, he was still captivated by her beauty each time. She was undoubtedly the most stunning female he had ever encountered, which explained Jiang Ziyi's infatuation with her. "Miss Shen Yueyu," Fei Si replied with a polite smile. "What can I do for you?" Since learning that Shen Yueyu possessed psychic abilities, he was pleasantly surprised. Females with such abilities were highly regarded in Zone 103 and were entitled to significant protections. Their needs should be met within reason. "I wish to go to Zone 103. Is that possible?" Shen Yueyu inquired. "Of course," Fei Si agreed. "As it happens, we have others returning to Zone 103 this afternoon. I believe they would be delighted to have you accompany them." Shen Yueyu nodded. Several male soldiers discreetly cast admiring glances in Shen Yueyu's direction. They had never encountered such a beautiful female, and she appeared to possess a lovely disposition as well as psychic abilities. A female like her would undoubtedly attract throngs of admirers in Zone 103. Perhaps they should act quickly to catch her attention. Many males were tempted to vie for a chance to accompany her to Zone 103 that afternoon. Shen Yueyu remained oblivious to this, but Lu Kewu noticed the lingering gazes. He instinctively shifted slightly, using his tall frame to shield Shen Yueyu from their scrutiny. "Thank you very much," Shen Yueyu expressed. "I will be leaving this afternoon." As Fei Si was about to respond, Jiang Ziyi, who had been heading towards the exit, returned. He had undoubtedly overheard their conversation, and his eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. "Shen Yueyu," Jiang Ziyi's throat bobbed, "are you truly leaving this place? Even I must leave?" Shen Yueyu turned in surprise, noting the urgency in his gaze, as though a flicker of panic danced within. She was puzzled by his meaning and nodded in affirmation.
"Yes."
Jiang Ziyi pressed his lips together, his expression darkening further as he glanced at Fei Si. Understanding the situation, Fei Si discreetly led those around him away, allowing Jiang Ziyi to continue speaking.
"Can you not go?"
"I can provide you with anything you desire." "No," Shen Yueyu shook her head. "I must go to Zone 103. Wasn't that your initial intention as well?" Jiang Ziyi's lips trembled, and after closing his eyes momentarily, he finally managed to utter, "I was wrong to throw a tantrum yesterday. Please do not leave. I can accept anything." As he spoke, he gestured towards Lu Kewu standing beside her. "Even him, I can accept."
"Huh."
Shen Yueyu looked at Jiang Ziyi in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning.
"Aha, Jiang Ziyi glanced at Lu Kewu.
"He is your beast husband, is he not? You are providing him with psychic comfort as a means of saving him, correct?" Lu Kewu furrowed his brow at Jiang Ziyi's words, a flicker of hostility flashing in his eyes. What did Jiang Ziyi mean by that? Did he harbor feelings for Shen Yueyu as well?
Jiang Ziyi's subsequent words confirm Lu Kewu's suspicion.
"It doesn't matter. As long as you don't ignore me or leave me, I can accept your other beast husbands." Jiang Ziyi spoke, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "In our District 103, a C-class female can have up to 4 beast husbands simultaneously. Will you accept me?" His gaze flickered, filled with both eagerness and apprehension. "I possess many skills, truly. Do not let my rough demeanor on the battlefield deceive you. I can protect you." Beside him, Lu Kewu suddenly felt his position precarious, for indeed, in terms of strength, he was no match for an SS-class male. Jiang Ziyi was undoubtedly a fitting protector. Moreover, Jiang Ziyi continued to think earnestly, "If you desire fruits, I can pick them for you. I can take you climbing trees and swimming in rivers." After speaking, He felt a twinge of embarrassment, letting out a soft chuckle. Feisty, watching Jiang Ziao, looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was Jiang Ziao truly losing his mind? When had he become so devoid of principles? He was an SS-class male. What type of female did he not have access to, aside from an S-class? Was it necessary for him to lower himself to such a degree? Ignoring Feixi's reaction, Jiang Ziao fixed a direct and fervent gaze upon Shen Yueyu. Will you accept me? Shen Yueyu appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly struggling to process his words. Was it truly the case that males in this world had such high acceptance? She remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yueyu spoke. Do you not feel that your determination is somewhat hasty? Have you truly made up your mind? After all, the notion of having two beast husbands was rather avant-garde for someone with her modern mindset. Jiang Ziyao's eyes shimmered with a glint of realization. He lowered his head, acknowledging that he had indeed acted impulsively. The news of Shen Yueyu's intention to leave had clouded his judgment, compelling him to hastily express his feelings to remain by her side, but such actions were rather presumptuous. My apologies, Jiang Ziyao replied, his throat tightening. I did not consider it thoroughly. I merely wished to ask, if one day you were to save me, would you offer me the same emotional comfort? Yes, Shen Yueyu answered without hesitation. That is reassuring. Jiang Ziyao could no longer suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, chuckling softly. That is sufficient. Although he was acutely aware that the day he could be comforted would likely never come. With that thought, Jiang Ziyao blushed slightly as he glanced at Shen Yueyu. This afternoon, I shall escort you to District 103. I cannot rest easy with others. His tone was particularly earnest, for he was aware of Rui Yuan and Si Yelin's intentions. Should they wish to seize Shen Yueyu, they would undoubtedly employ every means to obstruct her. All right, thank you, Shen Yueyu acquiesced. Prior to their departure that afternoon, she took the precaution of donning masks for herself and Lu Kuwu, believing it prudent to exercise caution on the journey to District 103. Shortly after stepping out of the tent, Shen Yueyu spotted Jiang Ziyao seated in the back, waving at her. Ayu, hurry over. I've been waiting for you. The sunlight cast upon Jiang Ziyao's usually cold and fierce visage lent him an unexpected softness, rendering the young man exceptionally handsome. Shen Yueyu complied and took her seat, and the mirth in Jiang Ziyao's eyes was nearly palpable. Ayu, do you like this vehicle? It's all right, Shen Yueyu replied casually. Just as Jiang Ziyao was about to say something, his gaze fell upon Lu Kuwu, who was closely following Shen Yueyu. The smile on Jiang Ziyao's face instantly darkened. Lu Kuwu, you shall take the other vehicle, he declared. This individual was rather obstructive. Surely Shen Yueyu did not have an affinity for such a type to have chosen him as her beast husband? Lu Kuwu, expressionless, met Jiang Ziyao's gaze and spoke mechanically. Esteemed General, why do you not take the other vehicle? My master and I have always been together. Clearly, Lu Kuwu was unwilling to comply. Jiang Ziyao raised an eyebrow in displeasure. You possess quite the audacity. As merely a B-class male, he dared to openly challenge him, especially in Shen Yueyu's presence. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Kuwu replied, his voice chilling yet resolute. I wish to be with my master. She is my wife. Not so. Jiang Ziyao gritted his teeth in frustration. It had taken considerable effort to carve out a moment alone with Shen Yueyu, and he did not wish to squander it. You are an outsider, Lu Kuwu retorted coldly. Jiang Ziyao's teeth ground together in anger. He thought to himself that were Lu Kuwu not associated with Shen Yueyu, he would certainly want to drag him out and execute him. Ayu. Jiang Ziyao turned to Shen Yueyu. May I sit beside you? Upon seeing Jiang Ziyao's exceptionally handsome face, Shen Yueyu nodded. You may. Lu Kuwu's expression darkened further. And what of me? Recognizing the need to appease both parties, Shen Yueyu nodded again. You may as well. Very well, Lu Kuwu acquiesced, before disregarding Jiang Ziyao's opinion and plopping down beside Shen Yueyu. Jiang Ziyao's forehead twitched in irritation. Lu Kuwu, do you not find it rather cramped with three of us here? I do not. Lu Kuwu shot him a sidelong glance. If you find it cramped, you may leave. Chapter 34. A Choice. Shen Yueyu turned to Jiang Ziyao, who immediately shifted from a fierce expression to one of pure delight. In that case, I too find it not cramped, he said, leaning back slightly. Before him, the breathtaking figure of Shen Yueyu captivated Jiang Ziyao, alleviating his earlier discontent. It was customary for females to have multiple beast husbands. Moreover, given her status, he ought to accept this reality. Yet, he could not help but feel envious whenever he saw Shen Yueyu with others. The group set off towards District 103. Jiang Ziyao nervously produced a box from beside him. extending it toward Shen Yueyu with both hands, his demeanor softening as he smiled. I believe this is quite suitable for you. May I trouble you to take a look? His words were laced with sincerity, and the expectation in his eyes rendered it difficult for her to refuse. Having never pursued a female before, he was uncertain of how to bring her joy, so he instinctively wished to present her with the finest gift. As Shen Yueyu gazed at the box, her heart tightened. Please, not another whip or something of that nature. She truly feared it. However, Jiang Ziyao's hopeful gaze compelled her to open it despite her trepidation. Within the luxurious gift box lay a necklace, resplendent with diamonds, shimmering with dazzling brilliance and exuding opulence. Shen Yueyu estimated it to be worth several hundred million. It seemed Si Yelin's words held merit. Any female with spiritual power could have beast husbands willingly repaying her debts. Perhaps her own debts could indeed be settled. Yet, Shen Yueyu had no intention of exploiting Jiang Ziyao in such a manner, so she closed the box and returned it to him. What is the matter? Do you not like it? Jiang Ziyao's face fell, displaying evident disappointment. Faisi had assured him that females adored such precious jewels. Why then did Shen Yueyu not share the same sentiment? Meanwhile, Lu Kewu's gaze lingered on the necklace for a brief moment before he averted his eyes. However, Lu Ke's fingers gradually tightened. In contrast to Jiang Ziyao, it seemed he had nothing of significance to offer. Surely his master was disappointed in him? At that moment, Shen Yueyu spoke. It's too precious. I cannot accept it. But I wish to gift it to you, Jiang Ziya replied after a moment of contemplation. I understand now. It must be that you do not fancy this. Within all the education he had received, it was instilled that once a male had chosen a mate, all his assets would henceforth belong to her. Shen Yueyu's refusal to accept his offering, did that imply she was unwilling to accept him? No. It must simply mean his gift was inadequate. Jiang Ziyao produced another box. How about this one? I selected the most suitable firearm for you. Do take a look. As he spoke, Jiang Ziyao lifted the gun and aimed it at a distant tree trunk. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, and a powerful bullet swiftly struck the branch, causing it to snap and fall. The firearm itself appeared remarkably compact and lightweight, seemingly no larger than half a palm. Shen Yueyu displayed a flicker of interest. This gun is quite good. Indeed, Jiang Ziyao seemed invigorated. It can also function like this. He activated several mechanisms on the gun, which transformed it into a square shape. Had one not been an expert in firearms, they might not have recognized it as a weapon of considerable lethality. Jiang Ziyao regarded Shen Yueyu earnestly. This gun can eliminate males below grade A and can even injure those of grade A. At times when I am not by your side, I hope it can protect you well. Jiang Ziyao spoke with hopeful anticipation. Is that acceptable? Seeing the earnestness in his gaze, Shen Yueyu found it difficult to refuse, especially as she could always return other gifts to Jiang Ziyao later. Very well, she nodded. I shall accept it. Really? That is splendid. Jiang Ziyao could not contain the smile that spread across his face. Could Shen Yueyu's reaction suggest that she did not truly despise him? In Shen Yueyu's mind, the system chimed. Ding! The system detects Jiang Ziyao's affection level at 2. Current affection level is 87. Shen Yueyu found herself at a loss for words. This fellow Jiang Ziyao, how could he gain affection points by giving gifts? Soon, the sky darkened, and the entire army decided to take a rest and have dinner before continuing their journey. After her meal, Shen Yueyu settled down to rest in a tent hastily erected for their use. System, do you think I should reveal my true identity to Jiang Ziyao? The system had no definitive answer, as it too was unaware of the potential outcomes. Jiang Ziyao appeared to harbor feelings for Shen Yueyu. Yet if the truth were to be unveiled, only 2 scenarios could unfold. The first being that Jiang Ziyao would not care, thus accelerating Shen Yueyu's progress. The second, however, was that he might take offense, leading to a complete severance of their relationship, rendering Shen Yueyu's attempts at conquest futile. So, what should she do now? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Shen Yueyu felt a pang of frustration. Chapter 35. Pursuit. Lost in thought. Shen Yueyu caught a glimpse of flickering flames outside the tent, prompting her to lift the flap and step out. Before her, a campfire had been ignited, and Jiang Ziyao was crouched on the ground, grilling something. Clad in a sleek black leather jacket, the dancing flames cast a glow on his profile, accentuating his resolute features, while his mane of red hair appeared particularly striking. Shen Yueyu paused, momentarily captivated by Jiang Ziyao's focused demeanor as he seemed intent on checking whether the meat was cooked. Jiang Ziyao tilted his head, contemplating reaching out, but hesitated, wary of the heat. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Shen Yueyu's laughter caught his attention. Instantly alert, Jiang Ziao turned to see Shen Yueyu, and his cold demeanor brightened. He waved eagerly. Ayu, come here. She approached, and he swiftly wiped a nearby log with his coat. Here, sit. Look at the venison I grilled for you. Tell me how it tastes.
With that,
He promptly cut a piece of the crispiest, most delectable meat and handed it to Shen Yueyu, his face brimming with anticipation. She took a bite. It's well cooked. However, it could use a little something. What is it missing? Jiang Ziao asked, puzzled. While his culinary skills were lacking in other areas, grilling meat was one of his specialties, which is why he had hoped to impress Shen Yueyu. Wait a moment, she replied, darting back to her pack. She retrieved a small bag of chili powder and returned, sprinkling it over the venison. After completing this task, she pushed it towards him. Now, try again. Jiang Ziao regarded the layer of chili powder on the meat with curiosity, but took a bite nonetheless. With that first taste, the savory sweetness of the venison melded with the subtle heat of the seasoning, exploding in his mouth. The previously bland meat seemed to be imbued with a magical quality, becoming utterly irresistible. Each morsel was bursting with texture and chewiness, perfectly harmonizing with the unique seasoning, delivering an unprecedented gustatory experience. Jiang Ziao's eyes widened in delight as he took another bite. Ayu, what is this seasoning? It tastes remarkable. With his esteemed background, Jiang Ziao had sampled a plethora of gourmet dishes, yet the flavor of this seasoning genuinely astonished him. It's a spice I brought from my hometown, Shen Yueyu explained, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the chili powder in her hand. Although she was a task performer from another world, having traversed several realms, she was still fundamentally a person from modern society who enjoyed fine cuisine and knew which chili powder was the best. However, this world lacked the flavors she craved, so she had to rely on her memories to recreate this seasoning for her culinary enjoyment. Ayu, you are truly amazing, Jiang Ziao praised sincerely. This is really good. May I take some back for them to try? Of course, Shen Yueyu laughed lightly, handing him the bag of chili powder. Here, it's a gift for you. Fantastic. Jiang Ziao's eyes sparkled with joy as he carefully stored the seasoning, then offered the grilled venison back to Shen Yueyu. Initially, he had considered sharing the seasoning with others, but now that Shen Yueyu had gifted it to him, he found himself reluctant to part with it. This was the first item Shen Yueyu had given him. Shen Yueyu gazed at the chili powder atop the venison, plunged into contemplation. Originally, she had no clear plan upon arriving in District 103, but now it seemed she could potentially embark on a venture with the seasoning. In due course, she could repay her debts to the Xinglan Kingdom as well. With this thought, Shen Yueyu felt a surge of anticipation. After finishing the venison, the army quickly regrouped and prepared to set out once more. However, they had not traveled far before the convoy came to a halt. What is happening? Jiang Ziao inquired, frowning. General, the road ahead is blocked. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu too turned her gaze toward the front. Before them lay a road, not particularly wide, now completely obstructed by a fallen giant tree, rendering any passage impossible. TSK. Jiang Ziao, somewhat impatient, mused aloud. I wonder who is responsible for this. With that, he stepped out of the car, calmly directing his men to clear the massive tree away. Shen Yueyu observed Jiang Ziao's figure, lost in thought. In her presence, he exhibited a demeanor of gentleness and amiability, yet, in the company of others, he transformed into a figure of stark coldness and intimidation, radiating an aura that brooked no dissent. His demeanor towards enemies was even harsher. She feared that if they were to perish, he would scarcely blink an eye. Lost in these reflections, she was roused when Jiang Ziao approached her after the tree had been set aside. Ayu, there might be an ambush ahead. I will send some men to scout the area and return promptly. Please wait for me here, all right? Shen Yueyu nodded. Jiang Ziao exhaled slowly, turning to the soldiers stationed nearby, instructing them, You men, keep a vigilant watch here. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. Jiang Ziao then departed with a few of his men, leaving the majority behind to protect Shen Yueyu. She took note of his actions, an unusual emotion flickering in her heart. Lowering her gaze, she toyed with the gun in her hand, catching sight of Lu Kuwu, who still clutched the bag containing her belongings through the gaps in her mask. His handsome face was obscured by a dark mask, yet his cold demeanor lent him an air of mystery. At that moment, Lu Kuwu grasped Shen Yueyu's wrist with a firm hold, startling her as she was admiring his looks. What is it? There's an enemy attack, Lu Kuwu replied with utmost seriousness. Shen Yueyu's heart raced as she turned to glance out the car window, indeed witnessing shadows of figures advancing from the nearby forest. The personnel from Area 103 also sensed the danger, hastily shielding Shen Yueyu's vehicle while watching the approaching threat warily. This situation is dire. We must inform the general immediately. Soon, the figures drew closer, and Shen Yueyu discerned that they were indeed from the kingdom of Xinglan. Leading the group was a tall man with strikingly sharp features that appeared rather unapproachable. His piercing black eyes seemed to penetrate through the window, locking onto Shen Yueyu with the weight of authority. Is that not Si Yelin? Shen Yueyu thought, her heart nearly halting at the sight of him, and instinctively she felt the urge to flee. With Jiang Ziao, now in SS class, absent, these A-class men would hardly pose a challenge to him. As if sensing her predicament, a soldier cautiously opened the car door. Miss Shen Yueyu, the situation is precarious. The general has ordered that I ensure your safety. We must escort you swiftly to the river nearby, where our boat awaits. Shen Yueyu recognized the soldier as one who had previously served Jiang Ziao and deemed him trustworthy. Moreover, with Jiang Ziao absent and the situation deteriorating, if he failed to return in time, she would be left with no option but to surrender. All right, she acquiesced, taking Lu Kuwu with her, as they departed. At this moment, a battle erupted between the forces of Xinglan and Area 103. Shen Yueyu stealthily fled, donning her mask, and after covering some distance, she couldn't resist glancing back. Amidst the chaos, she easily recognized Si Yelin, clad in black, standing out with an ethereal presence, as if he were a natural leader. His lips moved, and although she could not hear his words, she discerned him calling out, "Shen Yueyu, come back." Furrowing her brow, she quickened her pace. She was not unwell. Why would she willingly return to the lion's den? Chapter 36. Personal Grievances. With her focus solely on escape, Shen Yueyu disregarded the turmoil behind her until she, Lu Kuwu, and 2 soldiers boarded the boat, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips. The system, observing the unfolding events, shook its head. Host, are you aware that Si Yelin's favorability towards you has diminished yet again? I'm not aware. I've turned off the notifications regarding his favorability, Shen Yueyu replied, her spirits buoyed as she watched the boat glide through the water. Past experiences had taught her that placating someone like Si Yelin was futile. Perhaps the allure of the unattainable would draw him back even more. A slight decrease in his favorability was to be expected. His favorability has reached 91. Do you not perceive that he does not appreciate your manner? The system sighed in exasperation. Between you two, there's barely a step shy of deep-seated enmity. Then I shall be even less inclined to seek him out. Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly. If I were to return, who knows how he would torment me? Shen Yueyu was not one to voluntarily seek suffering. The system, seeing that it could not sway her, relented for the moment. Miss Shen Yueyu, the soldier piloting the boat spoke up. At this pace, the general should return shortly and confront the forces of Xinglan. Should we turn back, or continue towards Area 103? This mention gave Shen Yueyu pause. However, the unfolding situation allowed her little time for contemplation. A soldier in the distance spied a large vessel rapidly approaching through the darkness and could not help but inquire.
What is that?
Are the forces of Xinglan pursuing us? As the realization dawned upon them, the soldiers recognized that the ship indeed belonged to Xinglan. How could they arrive so swiftly? A soldier exclaimed, astonished. Logically, the general should have been able to delay them. Could he have encountered some misfortune? This thought ignited a sense of urgency within them. They could hardly bear to contemplate what might befall Jiang Ziao at this critical moment, knowing the potential devastation it could wreak upon Area 103. As the ship drew closer, Shen Yueyu caught sight of the figures aboard. Among them, one man clad in a black suit stood out, his silver hair billowing in the wind, his silver eyes glinting with interest as they fell upon her. Exuding the pressure typical of someone in authority, a mere glance sent chills down her spine. It was Hey Shen Yueyu, long time no see. Song Xiaoming remarked with a smirk, his western features tinged with playful mockery. How are you faring with the potion I provided? Shen Yueyu was well aware that he referred to the incident of her pilfering his potion. She chose not to respond to Song Xiaoming but instead addressed the 2 soldiers. They are not Si Yelin. Your general is unharmed. The soldiers soon recognized this, letting out a collective sigh of relief as they focused on maximizing the boat's firepower. Is that truly her? Rui Yuan assessed Shen Yueyu, reluctantly acknowledging that, even masked, she was strikingly captivating. The once arrogant and domineering figure had transformed. Her beautiful golden hair cascaded to her ankles, the night breeze caressing her, while her pale purple dress accentuated her exquisite form. Simply standing there, she commanded attention. It is indeed her. You can see for yourself, Song Xiaoming declared, producing an illustration for Ru Yuan's perusal. Ru Yuan's gaze flickered, and he spoke in a deep tone.
Shen Yueyu.
Do not even think of escaping to Area 103 and leaving the kingdom of Xinglan. The Starry Wave Nation has nurtured you for so many years. It is high time you provide us with an explanation. Shen Yueyu felt a wave of frustration. I owe the Starry Wave Nation for my expenses, and I shall repay it. But what about you? Why go to such great lengths to pursue me? Ultimately, it is your personal grievances against me that are in play. Hasn't it? This pretense of righteousness is rather comical. Ru Yuan gazed at Shen Yueyu's defiant visage. You are correct. Because you have offended me, I must, of course, take you back for public punishment? You. Shen Yueyu found herself momentarily speechless with indignation. Lu Kewu instinctively positioned himself beside Shen Yueyu, silently asserting his stance. You cannot act in such a manner. One of the soldiers, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Miss Shen Yueyu is now a female with mental power. Your actions violate the regulations for the protection of females. You possess mental power? Song Xiaoming regarded Shen Yueyu with incredulity, scrutinizing her intently. If memory serves him correctly, Shen Yueyu had not exhibited any mental power previously. What on earth had transpired? Or had she been concealing it all along? What of her mental power? Ru Yuan scoffed dismissively. It is not as if she is an A-class female. When the time comes, should I render her mental power useless? What could the Female Protection Committee possibly say? Ru Yuan's tone was utterly unconcerned, and indeed, he had no intention of sparing Shen Yueyu. These mad soldiers remained oblivious to the extent of the fanaticism displayed by the Starry Wave Nation. They dared to incapacitate a female's mental power. Ru Yuan seemed unaware of the impropriety of his words, looking down upon Shen Yueyu with disdain. Yield to me, apologize, and I shall consider sparing your mental power. What do you say? Ru Yuan rarely found himself denied what he desired, hence his demeanor was exceedingly haughty. He believed that uttering such words was already a considerable concession to Shen Yueyu. Shen Yueyu took a step back, her voice icy. Ru Yuan, has anyone ever told you that you are a madman? Ru Yuan stared at Shen Yueyu in disbelief, his eyes narrowing slightly. Her earlier flight from him and her current reaction plainly indicated her profound disdain for him. A sudden discomfort washed over Ru Yuan. He cast a derisive smirk at Shen Yueyu. Very well, indeed. With that, he commanded without hesitation, bring forth the destruction of their vessel. A massive ship loomed swiftly towards them, casting an ominous shadow over their small boat, rendering any chance of resistance utterly futile. Furthermore, as an S-class male, Ru Yuan was aboard the ship. The vessel began to crack ominously, emitting a terrifying sound of splintering wood. In that instant, Shen Yueyu felt a surge of self-loathing for lacking the offensive capabilities of a male. Had she been an SS-class male, Ru Yuan would not have dared to act so brazenly. System. Which target must I pursue to unlock the offensive capabilities of a male? It is Si Huiqing, dear host. The system's voice was tinged with difficulty. However, Si Huiqing is notoriously cunning. Inciting any feelings for you would be a formidable challenge. Song Xiaoming watched as their small boat was rapidly shattered upon impact, its occupants plunging into the water, and could not help but exclaim, Goodness, to treat such a beauty so harshly, you are rather cruel. Did not Si Huiqing advise you against such brutality? Si Huiqing merely spoke empty words. He has not even shown up, has he? Ru Yuan looked down upon the individuals in the water with an expression of contempt, as if observing mere insects. Besides, her true form is that of a mermaid. As long as she does not perish, it suffices. Song Xiaoming fell silent, uncertain of Si Huiqing's true feelings toward Shen Yueyu. If one were to assert that he did not care, why then did he issue specific instructions? Conversely, if he truly did care, it was peculiar that he was absent at such a critical moment. Chapter 37. She should resent everyone. Shen Yueyu felt a swell of anger. She had come to realize that Ru Yuan was indeed ruthless toward her. Was it merely a dress? Fortunately, her true form was that of a mermaid. Otherwise, such a fall could indeed lead to drowning. Lu Kewu was aware of Shen Yueyu's true nature, yet he anxiously observed her, only relaxing slightly when he saw she was unharmed. However, the two unfortunate soldiers were in dire straits, being swept away by the raging river, on the brink of asphyxiation. They were both A-class, yet their true forms were terrestrial animals, and their swimming abilities were ultimately lacking. Shen Yueyu, you must consider your options carefully. From the shore, Ru Yuan's indifferent voice echoed, You are a mermaid. You shall not come to harm. But they're not so fortunate. Moreover, Ahead lies a waterfall. If they are caught in its current, they will not survive. He was pressuring Shen Yueyu into submission. Shen Yueyu seemed to ignore his words, focusing instead on rescuing the two soldiers. Song Xiaoming peered into the water, not spotting Shen Yueyu, and muttered, "Marshal, I seem to have lost sight of her. Do you think Shen Yueyu might have fled with them?" At this, Ruo Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers curling into a tense fist. Indeed, Shen Yueyu could abandon those individuals and escape. She was capable of doing so. "I propose we administer electricity into the water?" Song Xiaoming rested his chin on his hand. "As long as we do not electrocute her to death, that would suffice. In that case, she would obediently return." Song Xiaoming was genuinely eager to bring Shen Yueyu back to the laboratory for study. Just the thought of it thrilled him, as she would undoubtedly be his finest specimen. Listening to Song Xiaoming's suggestion, Ruo Yuan remained silent, his silver gaze fixated on the water surface, where a rare ripple of emotion surfaced. "Ayu, Ayu, where are you?" At this moment, a youthful voice filled with urgency called from behind, and both Song Xiaoming and Ruo Yuan quickly recognized it as belonging to Jiang Ziyu. Sure enough, they turned to see another boat, hastening toward them. On board were Jiang Ziyu and Si Yelin, both bearing varying degrees of injury, with Jiang Ziyu's shoulder nearly drenched in blood. At this moment, Jiang Ziyu and Si Yelin refrained from further conflict, standing together on the same boat, as if having reached some form of agreement. "Ruo Yuan, it is indeed you." Upon spotting the two, Jiang Ziyu was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. He glanced down at the lake surface and saw the scattered remnants of shattered boats, its occupants having fallen overboard. Shen Yueyu must have been on that boat. A crimson hue flooded Jiang Ziyu's eyes as he anxiously turned to Ruo Yuan. "Where is Shen Yueyu? What have you done to her? If anything were to happen to her due to your actions, I would stop at nothing to exact revenge." Beside him, Si Yelin's expression also darkened considerably. He had no intention of allowing Shen Yueyu to perish. "Where is she?" "Humph, you seem rather anxious." Ruo Yuan's countenance remained impassive as he inclined his head. "She is in the water." Jiang Ziyu looked down into the water, feeling a mix of relief and anguish. "Ayu, Ayu, are you all right?" Observing Jiang Ziyu's distress, Ruo Yuan could not help but let out a cold scoff. What harm could befall a mermaid in the water? Jiang Ziyu, with reddened eyes, directed his gaze towards Ruo Yuan, exuding an aura of an SS-class male. "Ruo Yuan, you truly are a madman." Jiang Ziyu was aware that Shen Yueyu would not perish in the water, yet she was still human and would undoubtedly feel discomfort. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to leap into the water. "General, no." Upon witnessing his resolve, several soldiers swiftly restrained Jiang Ziyu. "Miss Shen is fine in the water. There is no need for you to rescue her. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the people of Xinglan Nation already have the upper hand. If Jiang Ziyu were to plunge into the river, the situation would worsen." Ruo Yuan and Si Lin exchanged glances, surprised by Jiang Ziyu's reaction, yet showed no intent to intervene. "Get away." Jiang Ziyu was undeterred, pushing aside his subordinate and preparing to jump in. The river grew increasingly turbulent, and as everyone drew closer to the waterfall, even an SS-class male like Jiang Ziyu would be injured if he fell. At that moment, a different splash erupted from the water. It was Shen Yueyu, rescuing a soldier from District 103. "Jiang Ziyu, I'm fine. You don't need to come down to save me." Upon recognizing Shen Yueyu, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The sight of the girl's golden hair fanned out in the water, shimmering like stars in the night, was captivating. Although she wore a mask, the thick, fan-like eyelashes and her indescribably beautiful eyes elicited gasps of admiration. In her grasp was a male soldier, who resembled a drenched dog, his previously handsome face now devoid of dignity. Many of the men witnessing this scene harbored a terrifying thought, how they wished the person she was holding was themselves. Jiang Ziyu quickly regained his composure, his eyes brightening with determination. "Ayu, thank you for saving them. Hurry and come aboard. I will protect you." His demeanor was unwavering, his youthful face radiating sincerity and joy. Shen Yueyu responded with a smile, swiftly guiding the soldier toward them. "Come, I'll pull you up." Jiang Ziyu extended his hand toward Shen Yueyu, while the disheveled soldier struggled to climb up using his robust physique. Shen Yueyu also reached out to Jiang Ziyu. However, to Ruo Yuan and Si Lin, this scene was far from pleasant. Why was it that while they bullied Shen Yueyu, Jiang Ziyu could stand by her side without hesitation? The joy in Shen Yueyu's eyes as she looked at Jiang Ziyu inexplicably pricked Ruo Yuan's heart. He clenched his fingers tightly, finding it absurd. What did that make them? The villains who tore them apart? The one with the most displeasure was undoubtedly Si Lin. He had made a deal to bring Jiang Ziao here, yet he never wished to witness such a sight. Why should Shen Yueyu harbor feelings for Jiang Ziao? It was utterly unfair. Shen Yueyu should equally despise each of them, not smile at Jiang Ziao. With this thought, Si Lin frowned and, before Jiang Ziao could grasp Shen Yueyu's hand, unleashed an attack aimed at him. Chapter 38. Calculations. Jiang Ziao, initially filled with joy as he reached for Shen Yueyu, sensed the attack from behind and could only defend himself. Two powerful strikes erupted in the air, and Shen Yueyu, unable to grasp Jiang Ziao, was forced back into the river once more. The turbulent waters continued to surge downwards. Si Lin, what are you doing? Jiang Ziao glared at him in frustration. Didn't you promise me that as long as I inflicted a wound upon myself, you would bring me to see her? Why do you now go back on your word? Is this the conduct of the esteemed crown prince of Xinglan nation? Si Lin's cold, dark gaze met Jiang Ziao's. I agreed to let you see her, but I never said you could take her away.
Ha!
Jiang Ziao looked at the group before him, feeling a deep sense of irony. How ridiculous it is for you, esteemed figures of Xinglan nation, to create such chaos over a fragile female. Truly, how pitiful for you to expend such effort. It seems you all have too much time on your hands. Are you all contemptible or simply foolish? His words struck the group like daggers, as those in high positions had seldom encountered such harsh rebukes, causing their expressions to darken. Rui Yuan frowned at Jiang Ziao, when suddenly, Song Xiaoming couldn't help but interject. She is merely an ordinary female? No, General Jiang, you are mistaken. Shen Yueyu is not an ordinary female. She is the saint son of Xinglan nation, transformed from the very essence of our nation. Now, she must return with us to atone for her sins. At these words, Jiang Ziao's expression momentarily faltered.
Sanson.
Shen Yueyu.
Sanson.
It seemed as though something clicked into place, leaving Jiang Ziao in disbelief. Could it truly be him? What else could it be? Si Lin scoffed. The same name, the same identity. Do you truly believe such coincidences exist in this world? Shen Yueyu, still submerged in the water, heard their conversation and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had intended to reveal the truth to Jiang Ziao at an opportune moment, yet she hadn't anticipated that he would discover it at this juncture. This is it. Host, these individuals truly lack humanity. The system's voice echoed sharply in her mind. Jiang Ziao despised you before. If he learns the truth, he will surely strip away all your goodwill. Shen Yueyu tightened her fingers, remaining silent. To be honest, she had no certainty in her heart. Rui Yuan noted the expression in Shen Yueyu's eyes and felt his own frustration slightly alleviated. He thought that if Shen Yueyu were to approach him now and show humility, he would be inclined to treat her better, to shield her from harm, and inquire if she felt cold. But she did not. Shen Yueyu's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Ziao. Many knew how spoiled Shen Yueyu had been in the past, having offended numerous individuals, including the infamous incident where she had Jiang Ziao beaten in the snow. Indeed, Jiang Ziao had once harbored intense hatred for Shen Yueyu and had left Xinglan nation because of it. Finally, Jiang Ziao lifted his bloodshot eyes, locking onto Shen Yueyu's gaze from a distance. Shen Yueyu's throat tightened, her body being tossed about by the river's current.
Jiang Ziao, I am sorry.
Her voice was low, laden with an unusual heaviness. The world's design dictated that Jiang Ziao should hate her, and it was only right for him to diminish her goodwill. Observing Shen Yueyu in the water, Jiang Ziao felt an ache in his heart, as if pierced by needles. He had indeed once hated Shen Yueyu, but now he could not bear to see her in distress. Master. Lu Kuwu rushed over, unhesitatingly shielding Shen Yueyu behind him. Though merely a weak B-class male, he was willing to risk everything to protect her. To Lu Kuwu, Shen Yueyu was his entire world. No one took Lu Kuwu's threats seriously. With his strength, opposing them was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Shen Yueyu lowered her gaze in silence, waiting for Jiang Ziao's indication of diminished goodwill. However, what she awaited was Jiang Ziao's slightly hoarse voice. Ayu, can we refrain from discussing so much for now? Allow me to pull you up first. As he spoke, a genuine smile graced Jiang Ziao's face, his demeanor seemingly devoid of pretense. In that fleeting moment, nearly everyone present doubted their own hearing. Jiang Ziao had effortlessly forgiven Shen Yueyu. How could that be possible? Rui Yuan observed a flicker of peculiarity in Jiang Ziao's gaze, yet chose to remain silent. The contours of Jiang Ziao's chiseled cheekbones were illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Yueyu. shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, signaling his unwavering allegiance. He would steadfastly stand by Shen Yueyu's side, come what may. Shen Yueyu felt a surge of complex emotions, just as she was about to speak. An urgent cry for help pierced the air from behind. "General, save me." Turning to investigate, she saw a soldier being swept away by the river, struggling to breathe, perilously close to a waterfall. He was one of Jiang Ziyao's men. Witnessing the scene, Shen Yueyu's expression altered sharply. She swiftly dove in, determined to rescue the soldier. "You." Jiang Ziyao's concern escalated as he witnessed the unfolding drama. "Master." Lu Kuwu quickly followed Shen Yueyu's lead. "What are you doing, Shen Yueyu? It's dangerous there." Even the usually composed Si Yelin displayed a crack in his calm demeanor upon witnessing the scene. Shen Yueyu hastened to grasp the soldier, pulling him back from the brink of the waterfall. Meanwhile, her mind raced with thoughts. If she remained, Jiang Ziyao would undoubtedly choose to stand with her. In that scenario, he would have to confront Si Yelin, Rui Yuan, and Song Xiaoming. Ordinarily, Jiang Ziyao and Si Yelin were evenly matched in strength, but now he was injured. And while Rui Yuan was an S-class male, his combat prowess and experience rivaled Jiang Ziyao's. Even Song Xiaoming, the least formidable, employed cunning tactics that were difficult to counter. Should Jiang Ziyao refuse to relent, the outcome could very well be his demise, and she would be captured once more. Shen Yueyu was unwilling to witness such a fate, nor did she wish to burden Jiang Ziyao further. Gazing at the raging waterfall, a sudden resolve crystallized in her mind. She wished to be remembered. At that moment, the tumultuous waters nearly engulfed the soldier, but Shen Yueyu's grip pulled him back. However, this also drew her perilously closer to the waterfall. Looking into the soldier's eyes, she whispered, "Live well." With that, she exchanged positions with the soldier, pushing him towards safety while she plunged into the abyss of the waterfall. Just before the fall, Shen Yueyu cast a deep glance at Jiang Ziyao and the others, then vanished into the torrent. Everyone witnessed the harrowing truth. Shen Yueyu had indeed plummeted over the cliff.
No.
Master. Lu Kuwu's eyes brimmed with tears at this sight. He was closest to Shen Yueyu, ready to protect her. Yet he had never anticipated she would willingly trade her life for another S. The impact would surely be excruciating. In that instant, Lu Kuwu disregarded everything else and leapt after her into the waterfall's depths.
No, ayue.
Jiang Ziyao, consumed by despair, was on the brink of madness. Chapter 39. It is your doing. He attempted to jump from the ship to pursue Shen Yueyu, but his subordinate restrained him. "General, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. Ahead lies the waterfall. It is perilous. Miss Shen has worked hard to save that soldier. Surely you do not wish for her efforts to be in vain?" Jiang Ziyao's eyes flared crimson, his fists clenched tightly. He knew what he ought to do, yet he was paralyzed by an overwhelming dread. Shen Yueyu must not come to harm.
Shen Yueyu.
Si Yelin watched as her form disappeared beneath the waterfall, his teeth clenched in fury. The usual restraint he prided himself on dissipated as he recklessly plunged into the water. In Si Yelin's gaze, he could see Shen Yueyu's figure gradually descending, swallowed by the chasm, until she was utterly lost. She had truly jumped. She could perish. This realization haunted Si Yelin, causing his pupils to tremble violently as he pounded the water in an attempt to quell the anguish within. How could this be happening? Had he truly erred? Shen Yueyu's current plight was a consequence of his own actions. The thought unleashed a tempest within Si Yelin's typically tranquil heart. No one noticed the surging tide of his unrestrained fury. Quickly search for her. Do not delay. He could no longer suppress his emotions, shedding the guise he had worn, his eyes blazing with rage. The soldiers of Xinglan Kingdom had never witnessed their prince in such a state. They were left utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Si Yelin's meticulously styled hair was disheveled by the rushing waters, his entire being a chaotic blend of disarray and fury, as though he had lost his sanity. Even when injured, he had never allowed his emotions to spiral out of control like this. Search! Search! The soldiers of Xinglan Kingdom hurriedly scoured the edges of the waterfall. Had they seen Si Yelin in such a state under normal circumstances, Rui Yuan would have undoubtedly mocked him. Yet, Rui Yuan's own demeanor was far from stable. His typically stoic visage now bore a pallor. With a resounding crack, Rui Yuan could not restrain himself from breaking the railing before him, his eyes flickering with turmoil as he inquired, "Do you think Shen Yueyu will die?" Song Xiaoming's countenance mirrored his own distress. It is indeed possible she may perish. She was the experimental subject he had painstakingly selected, and today's scheme to besiege Shen Yueyu had been his proposal. The intent was to reclaim her for experimentation once Si Yelin, Ru Yuan, and the others lost interest. But now, it seemed she was lost. My precious specimen. Song Xiaoming's face darkened with regret. How unfortunate, indeed. Shen Yueyu could have been his finest subject. Who would have anticipated that such a seemingly delicate female could possess such a fierce spirit? Ru Yuan remained silent, suddenly recalling the scene of Shen Yueyu risking her life to return the soldier. She had used her life to save another's. This was entirely out of character for the Shen Yueyu he knew. It was as if she had transformed into someone else. Or perhaps they had fundamentally misjudged her. She was not the person they had believed her to be. Song Xiaoming turned and caught sight of Ru Yuan's visibly agitated expression. He was genuinely angry. Observing Si Yelin's reaction, Song Xiaoming quickly realized they had indeed made a grave mistake. Should they have forced Shen Yueyu to return to Xinglan Kingdom? As more soldiers from Xinglan Kingdom descended along the waterfall to search, the distraught Jiang Ziyao could no longer contain himself. "Everyone halt!" he shouted. "It is your actions that have driven her to this point, yet you refuse to relent. Must you push her to the brink of despair, ensuring she finds no peace in death?" Si Yilin turned around and glared fiercely at Jiang Ziyan, emphasizing with a venomous tone, "She is not dead." Deep down, he harbored the unsettling thought that Shen Yueyu might face dire consequences, yet he was utterly unwilling to accept such a grim reality, let alone acknowledge that her predicament was a result of his own actions. You compel a frail female to leap. Do you dare to witness whether she survives? At that moment, Jiang Ziyan's desire was undoubtedly for Shen Yueyu's safety, yet he could no longer tolerate the hypocrisy radiating from the crowd surrounding him. He yearned to expel these insufferable individuals from the scene. "And you, Si Yilin," Jiang Ziyan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Si Yilin. "Are you not the one who cornered her into this desperate situation? Who do you think you are fooling with your pretense? How disgusting." Ordinarily, Si Yilin would have retorted vehemently upon hearing such accusations, but now he simply wore a grim expression, his throat tightening as he slowly closed his eyes. Reflecting on the past, he realized that since Shen Yueyu had undergone her transformation, his treatment of her could be summed up in 2 words: coercion. It was no wonder she held animosity towards him. A pang of discomfort surged within Si Yilin as he declared, "I will find her." His voice rang with unwavering determination, and Jiang Ziyan grasped the gravity of the situation. Shen Yueyu had already fallen victim to this chaos, and yet these lunatics showed no signs of relenting. "If you wish to search for her, you must first seek my permission." Jiang Ziyan stood up, suppressing his sorrow and anxiety. "This waterfall is in District 103, my territory. Does His Highness truly believe he can run rampant here unchallenged?" Jiang Ziyan's message was crystal clear. He would not allow anyone to further jeopardize Shen Yueyu's safety. "Hurry and find someone. I will handle things here." Si Yilin turned to the hesitant soldiers, his voice cold. "Remember, you must locate her. As for that guard, do as you please." Jiang Ziyan's fury escalated at Si Yilin's audacious demeanor. "Very well, Si Yilin. Today I shall settle the score with you." Si Yilin glanced back, his gaze dark and menacing. "I shall accompany you to the end." Chapter 40. Shielding one another. Meanwhile, Shen Yueyu remained oblivious to the unfolding events surrounding Jiang Ziyan and the others. However, just before she plunged over the waterfall, she caught a glimpse of their astonished expressions and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If she did not take decisive action, they would never change their ways. Perhaps this incident would inspire some transformation in their behavior. "System, activate the shield." "Affirmative." The system's mechanical voice echoed, and Shen Yueyu soon found herself enveloped in a translucent barrier. Shen Yueyu would never act impulsively, risking her life to evoke regret in others. Before executing her leap, she had already consulted the system. "System, do you think I will die if I jump from this waterfall?" The system replied, "That is uncertain. Though your true form is a mermaid, granting you exceptional swimming abilities, should you fall onto the rocks below, the impact could indeed prove fatal. You have a way to ensure my survival, don't you?" After a brief search, the system responded, "You may expend all your current points to exchange for a personal invulnerability shield lasting 2 minutes, which will protect only you. During this time, you will be impervious to the impact of landing." Thus, Shen Yueyu was able to perform her earlier action. 2 minutes would suffice for her to land unscathed. Not far below the waterfall lay District 103. She would soon reach it. "Farewell, Ru Yuan, Si Yilin, you 2 perverts." With this thought, her mood lightened, and the act of jumping from the waterfall became merely an exhilarating adventure. However, a voice soon shattered the jubilant atmosphere. "Master, wait for me." Shen Yueyu's heart skipped a beat, disbelief washing over her as she turned to see Lu Kuwu resolutely following suit, leaping after her. His raven hair whipped in the wind, and the sharp contours of his face bore an expression of determination, his pale blue eyes reflecting the image of Shen Yueyu plummeting. "Fear not, master, I am here." Lu Kuwu decisively embraced Shen Yueyu, gently closing his eyes. Although undeniably handsome, Shen Yueyu couldn't help but scream internally. "What are you doing, you reckless fool?" She had jumped knowing she would not perish, not even suffer an injury. But Lu Kuwu was different. As a B-grade male with limited swimming skills, his leap was tantamount to a death sentence. Anger surged within her, and she could no longer restrain herself, delivering a sharp slap across Lu Kuwu's face.
Slap.
The sound echoed crisply in the air. "Lu Kuwu, who told you to jump?" Lu Kuwu had descended with the conviction of facing death, and Shen Yueyu's reaction momentarily left him stunned, as if he had been struck dumb. Lu Kuwu," he began, his voice warm yet hoarse. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I just wanted to be with you always." His sincerity shone through his eyes, which reflected Shen Yueyu's image, nearly engulfing his entire gaze. Despite her exasperation, Shen Yueyu felt her heart soften at his earnestness. Ultimately, he had done this for her. What was the point of her fury? The immediate concern was to figure out how to ensure Lu Kuwu's safety. As they fell rapidly, Shen Yueyu had little time to react. So she adjusted her position to cushion their landing. She held Lu Kuwu tightly. "Hold on to me. Trust me, I have a way." The faint fragrance emanating from Shen Yueyu enveloped Lu Kuwu, who complied, wrapping his arms around her and slowly closing his eyes. He would unconditionally trust Shen Yueyu, even if it meant death. With a resounding thud, they hit the ground, the impact reverberating through them. Shen Yueyu felt a wave of numbness wash over her, yet she instinctively clung to Lu Kuwu, refusing to let go. She distinctly heard him emit a muffled groan, laced with pain, and then silence fell. When Shen Yueyu regained consciousness, she quickly opened her eyes to find them being swept downstream by the rushing water. She felt no discomfort herself, but the shield offered no protection to Lu Kuwu. The force of their fall had taken its toll, rendering him unconscious. They could not remain submerged for long. If Lu Kuwu continued to be submerged, he would surely suffocate, and there would be no rescuing him. Shen Yueyu hastily pulled him back to the shore. Confirming that Lu Kuwu was no longer in mortal danger, merely unconscious from the fall, she finally exhaled in relief.
System.
Shen Yueyu inquired, "How far are we from District 103? "Very near," the system replied. "If you walk a few hundred steps further, you will enter the vicinity of District 103. However, this area is wild terrain, so finding a suitable place to rest may prove challenging." "That's all right. As long as we draw closer, there is hope." Shen Yueyu spoke as she cast a glance at Lu Kuwu's figure sprawled on the ground. With a heavy sigh, she made the decision to hoist him onto her back and head toward District 103. It wouldn't be long before Si Yelin and his group would track them down. She needed to make haste. Although Lu Kuwu's weight was somewhat burdensome, Shen Yueyu found it bearable and continued to carry him for an extended distance. The moonlight bathed them in its glow, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. The system marveled, exclaiming, "Host, you truly are remarkable to carry him this far. You're quite the sturdy one." Shen Yueyu shot a glance at the system, retorting, "Silence. Do you recall how long I carried Lu Kuwu when I fled? What do you call this?" The system, in awe, responded, "Truly, you are a woman capable of escaping the clutches of several beastly men. Such valor." Shen Yueyu, exasperated, replied, "This situation is catastrophic. What choice did I have but to flee? Should I allow them to torment me?" The system, feeling somewhat guilty, shifted the topic. "By the way, host, there's something I haven't disclosed." "What is it?" "In the original narrative, Lu Kuwu perished shortly after you fell into the hands of Si Yelin and the others. This meant that, in the original timeline, Lu Kuwu's corpse had already begun to decay." Carrying the heavy Lu Kuwu on her back, Shen Yueyu felt a sudden jolt of unease. "What are you implying?" The system sighed heavily. "Lu Kuwu's fortune has run dry. His life force is exceedingly fragile and could extinguish at any moment. It would be prudent for you to refrain from developing deep feelings for him. The safest course of action would be to swiftly extricate yourself after successfully wooing Lu Kuwu." Shen Yueyu's countenance darkened instantly. "System, Lu Kuwu is a living person, not a mere cold statistic in your eyes." "I apologize," the system responded. "However, the fragility of his life may very well be attributed to his current injuries. I will not allow him to die," Shen Yueyu declared resolutely. She felt the steady rhythm of his breath against her back. I will protect him. Traversing through multiple worlds, Lu Kuwu was the only one willing to sacrifice everything for her without hesitation. The injuries he sustained were entirely due to her. What right did she have to disdain him? Furthermore, in the original timeline, Lu Kuwu had perished while saving the original protagonist. Shen Yueyu carried Lu Kuwu for quite a distance, assuring herself that Si Yelin's men would not pursue them here before finally exhaling in relief. She leaned Lu Kuwu against a tree and took a moment to rest beside him. Si Yelin and his group would never suspect that she had access to such a formidable system, which could provide her with a protective shield. Without that shield, the best outcome from a fall would be unconsciousness, while the worst could be death. Thus, they would undoubtedly follow the river. No one would find this place. With this thought, Shen Yueyu felt a slight sense of reassurance. She gasped for breath to regain her strength, and at that moment, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the dark forest not far away. The sound was alarmingly close. Shen Yueyu, on high alert, turned her gaze toward the source, instantly breaking out in goosebumps. Chapter 41. I do not blame you. In the pitch-black forest, at least a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes were fixated on them. Some hidden in the darkness while others brazenly stared, creating an especially eerie atmosphere. This is bad. It's wolves. Shen Yueyu's expression shifted as she quickly rummaged through her belongings, relieved to find a rectangular object. It was the gun Jiang Zai had given her. Shen Yueyu sighed in relief and immediately prepared the firearm. The wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger, gradually approached, seemingly deliberating on whom to devour first. To them, Shen Yueyu was merely a defenseless female, posing no threat, while Lu Kuwu lay incapacitated on the ground, undoubtedly easy prey. Saliva dripped slowly from the wolves' fangs, their eyes shimmering with ravenous desire as they advanced toward Shen Yueyu. Feeling a surge of fear, she quickly raised the gun before her, her expression darkening. Although she had learned some martial arts in her previous ancient world, the deep night obscured her vision, and with the number of wolves surrounding her, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, with Lu Kuwu still here, she could not choose to flee. Even though she now possessed a firearm capable of temporarily eliminating some threats, firing it could very well attract Si Yelin and his men, drawing them closer. Lu Kuwu, wake up. Shen Yueyu attempted to rouse him, gently shaking him. However, it was futile. Lu Kuwu's eyes remained tightly shut, indicating he was gravely wounded. Shen Yueyu was left with no choice but to pause, contemplating how to deal with the pack of wolves. The situation grew increasingly dire as unsettling bird calls echoed in the dark forest, and the wolves crept closer, their footsteps crunching on the leaves. Finally, within an appropriate distance, the wolves could no longer contain themselves, and one lunged at Shen Yueyu, bearing its sharp fangs. A gust of wind rushed past. Lacking any sharp weapons, Shen Yueyu found herself with no alternative. She had to raise her gun and pull the trigger. Yet, the anticipated loud bang never came. Confounded, she glanced at the firearm in her hand, only to discover that water was seeping from it. The gun had apparently malfunctioned due to water damage. This was a terrifying revelation, and now the wolf's fangs were mere inches away, poised to sink into her hand. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Yueyu's brow. She was utterly defenseless. Just at that critical moment, blood splattered. Scalding blood sprayed across Shen Yueyu's face as the wolf that had lunged at her collapsed into a pool of blood. Lu Kuwu had awakened. Shen Yueyu turned to look, seeing Lu Kuwu with his disheveled hair sticking to his forehead, a flicker of blue light dancing in his eyes, and sharp claws extending from his fingertips. He had swiftly grasped the situation and transformed into his half-beast form to confront the threat. Witnessing the first wolf fall, the remaining pack regarded Lu Kuwu with newfound apprehension. Lu Kuwu, how do you feel? Shen Yueyu felt a surge of joy. The system had claimed Lu Kuwu was a liability, yet his current performance was anything but that. He had saved her once more. Lu Kuwu nodded, observing the encircling wolves as he emitted a low growl of warning. As a B-class male, his attack power was formidable, and these beasts were no match for him. The wolf pack, sensing an unprecedented threat, was filled with unease and fear. Realizing that remaining here could lead to dire consequences, they decided against hesitation and promptly turned to flee. In unison, the glowing green eyes vanished from sight. Master, the crisis has temporarily abated, Lu Kuwu exhaled, though his vitality had quickly waned, leaving him in a weakened state. Master, I am severely injured and cannot move. You should leave me quickly. Your survival is paramount. I do not blame you. The words had yet to be fully uttered when Lu Kuwu could no longer withstand the excruciating pain coursing through his body. succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Shen Yueyu gazed at his fallen figure, her heart in turmoil, before finally speaking. To easily abandon you? What would that make me? Shen Yueyu had always been clear about her loyalties and would never casually forsake a companion. This place was no longer safe for them. Without hesitation, Shen Yueyu hoisted Lu Kuwu onto her back once again and set off towards District 103. They proceeded in fits and starts, pausing intermittently to rest before continuing on their arduous journey. As time slipped away, the night gradually receded, and the eastern sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Shen Yueyu lifted her gaze to the horizon, noticing the faint glow of daybreak. She realized this heralded the impending arrival of morning. Fortunately, she could ascertain that they had long since entered the territory of District 103. During this time, she had swiftly repaired the gun bestowed upon her by Jiang Zai. Though it had been severely compromised by water and impact, the quality of Jiang Zai's gifts was exceptional. Once the moisture was expelled, it could function normally once more. Clutching the firearm, Shen Yueyu felt a measure of reassurance. However, after a night of relentless exertion, her body teetered on the brink of collapse, each step trembling beneath her. At that moment, she distinctly heard the sound of approaching footsteps not far away. Someone was coming. My goodness. This female, carrying a male on her back? Moreover, they appear to have been traveling all night. Are you all right? The two individuals hastened towards Shen Yueyu, evidently residents of District 103, and their intentions appeared benign. Shen Yueyu had been sustained solely by sheer will, but now, as she glimpsed their approach, her exhausted body could no longer hold up, and she fell to the ground. Lu Kuwu still slumped against her.
Hey.
Su Yanjia quickly rushed over to assess Shen Yueyu's condition. Upon seeing her, his eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. How could he describe the scene he had just witnessed? In the soft morning light, a petite female, almost delicate in stature, was carrying a male whose size vastly exceeded her own. This small female appeared somewhat disheveled from her arduous journey, her clothing was tattered, and her face bore the marks of dust and fatigue. Yet, despite this, her beauty remained undeniable, her golden hair cascading like satin, albeit in a tousled manner that lent her an air of fragility. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like fans, and her violet eyes radiated a regal and enigmatic allure that could captivate the soul at a mere glance. In an instant, Su Yanjia was entranced. He had never encountered such a beautiful and resilient female. Quickly, take her to Dr. Gu for treatment, he commanded coldly to his bodyguard. The bodyguard hesitated momentarily. But sir,
We don't seem to know them.
Su Yanjia clicked his tongue in impatience. I said do it. Why are you dawdling? The bodyguard, sensing his employer's urgency, promptly stepped forward to carefully lift Shen Yueyu, leaving Lu Kuwu abandoned on the ground. What about this person? The bodyguard inquired, visibly troubled. Su Yanjia shot a glance at Lu Kuwu, an inexplicable annoyance bubbling within him, and replied brusquely, leave him. Chapter 42. Rising Levels of Instability.
Yes.
The bodyguard readily acquiesced, relieved by the prospect of carrying one less individual. After taking just a few steps, Su Yanjia's gaze fell upon Shen Yueyu, and his spirits lifted somewhat. He thought to himself that if she awakened and discovered the absence of the man she had been carrying, she might blame him, as her ability to bear him for so long indicated that he held some significance to her. He certainly did not wish to lose her favor. With this in mind, Su Yanjia let out an exasperated sigh. Fine. Drag that male along as well.
Huh.
The bodyguard glanced back at Lu Kuwu, uncertain of why his employer had changed his mind, but nonetheless returned sincerely and lifted Lu Kuwu, dragging him along. Su Yanjia noted the bodyguard's differential treatment but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Zai and Si Yelin were still unaware of Shen Yueyu's circumstances. However, their own situation was rather dire. As dawn broke, neither party had returned with any useful information regarding Shen Yueyu, and the atmosphere hung heavy with tension, punctuated only by the relentless roar of the cascading waterfall. Si Yelin had lost track of how long he had sat by the riverbank, surrounded by tirelessly working soldiers. Despite their efforts throughout the night, they had found nothing. Your Highness, a soldier observed as Si Yelin remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation, his expression dark and foreboding. Perhaps you should return and rest for a while? We will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. The soldier's voice was earnest, and he watched as Si Yelin slowly lifted his head. Blood smeared his handsome features, a fresh gash marring his cheek, which only heightened the ferocity in his narrow black eyes. The dim light of dawn illuminated his profile, yet could not obscure the shadows of despair that lingered in his gaze. Compounding his distress, Si Yelin's lips bore a bruise. The soldier vividly recalled the fierce confrontation that had ensued between Jiang Zai and Si Yelin after Shen Yueyu had plummeted into the waterfall. Both men bore various injuries, yet they seemed oblivious to the pain, opting instead for a brutal exchange of fists as a means to vent their pent-up fury. At that moment, these two men of high standing had been reduced to a state of disarray, each wishing to see the other perish. The matter had been left unresolved due to Shen Yueyu's disappearance, yet the emotions on both sides appeared decidedly askew. Even Rui Yuan, usually composed and serene, had exhibited rare signs of anger. "Your Highness," a soldier, noticing Si Yelin's prolonged silence, ventured to voice his concern. "Continue the search." Si Yelin's lips parted,
his voice gravelly.
"I will remain here until you find her, even if it is only her remains." His words were quiet, but imbued with an unwavering determination, starkly contrasting with his usual calm demeanor. The soldier struggled to comprehend why the prince seemed to care so deeply for a mere female. Si Yelin paid no mind to the soldier's thoughts and carefully picked up a painting from beside him, unfurling it to scrutinize closely. The subject of the painting was Shen Yueyu, the incomplete piece now embellished with her lips and delicate nose, rendering her likeness remarkably lifelike. Yet the painting still lacked eyes, and Si Yelin found himself unable to bring himself to paint them. He felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and caress the image of the girl, but hesitated. His gaze drifting over the artwork, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. Was his growing concern for Shen Yueyu truly solely inspired by this painting? "Your Highness, your hand." The soldiers swiftly noticed the fingers of Si Yelin, unable to suppress a gasp. What should have been delicate, jade-like fingers, well-defined at the joints, were now adorned with sharp, fox-like claws that gleamed menacingly. This was the manifestation of a male half-beast form. Yet, at that moment, Si Yelin had no intention of willingly transforming into such a state. The only explanation for his current predicament was the alarming elevation of his control threshold, placing him perilously close to succumbing to beastly instincts. As he gazed at his own fingers, his pupils constricted, disbelief flickering across his features. "What shall we do, Your Highness?" The soldiers, witnessing the scene, felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. The SS-class males of the Xinglan Kingdom were exceedingly rare, with only 2 currently existing, and Si Yelin was a beacon of hope for the empire. After all, he had always excelled in weighing the pros and cons, maintaining a stable emotional state. As long as his control threshold remained low, the Xinglan Kingdom could flourish under his enduring governance. However, should his control threshold rise too high, he would irrevocably devolve into a beast, akin to death itself. In this world, there had never been a female of S-class or above capable of soothing Si Yelin's turmoil. The stakes surrounding Si Yelin were of grave consequence to the entire Xinglan Kingdom. "Urgent matters at hand. Your Highness, please report this to His Majesty without delay." A soldier suddenly knelt before Si Yelin, pleading earnestly. Si Yelin remained silent, the depths of his dark eyes glimmering momentarily as he fixed his gaze upon the girl in the painting. "Shen Yueyu, I shall find you, without fail. If you are alive, that would be best. If not, I will meticulously stitch your shattered form together, placing you in the most exquisite ice coffin, visiting you daily." Chapter 43. Are you also one of his admirers? Shen Yueyu was unaware of how long she had slept, gradually rousing from a deep slumber. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered, catching the bright daylight. Still overwhelmed by fatigue, her rationality had not fully returned. However, a face soon loomed close, curiously scrutinizing her. Shen Yueyu's eyes widened, and she instinctively recoiled to the side, her body almost leaving an afterimage in its wake. "Who are you?" Su Yanjia had been languidly keeping vigil beside Shen Yueyu for an entire day. Upon hearing a sound and finally witnessing her awaken, he eagerly approached her, brimming with excitement. He was about to engage her in conversation, yet her reaction left him feeling somewhat insecure. From Shen Yueyu's perspective, she saw a tall, slender youth clad in a bespoke suit. His dark blue-purple hair fell casually across his forehead, with the tips of a small section braided, exuding a sense of nonchalance. The youth possessed violet eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, reminiscent of peach blossoms. A mere glance could ensnare one's heart, striking a balance between striking beauty and an air of unattainable distance. At that moment, the boy touched his face, murmuring, "Sister, your actions have truly saddened me. Am I that ugly?" He then appeared to consider his appearance unworthy, hastily retrieving a small mirror to inspect his reflection. Once satisfied with his looks, Su Yenja relaxed slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Yueyu, seemingly questioning her reaction. Ahem, I apologize. That was not my intention. Shen Yueyu, regaining some clarity, spoke. You are quite handsome. Indeed. The youth, while undeniably attractive, possessed a charm that surpassed that of many females, presenting a stark contrast to Jiang Ziyi. If Jiang Ziyi radiated the intensity of a raging fire, Su Yenja resembled an alluring violet on the roadside, compelling one to glance back repeatedly. That's a relief. Su Yenja sighed with relief.
Did you save me?
Shen Yueyu assessed her surroundings, realizing she was in a mountain inn, elegantly decorated, yet vaguely reminiscent of a hospital's antiseptic scent. Of course, the boy raised an eyebrow. Sister, my name is Su Yenja. You may call me Yenja, or whatever you prefer as long as it pleases you. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of the system echoed in Shen Yuyu's mind. Ding. The system detects that the affection level for target Su Yenja has been activated. Current affection level. Surprised yet puzzled, Shen Yueyu contemplated the system's words. She had previously deemed her situation rather unfortunate, inheriting the mess left by the original owner, only to find herself as a female devoid of spiritual power, chased by a multitude. The concept of a protagonist's halo had eluded her. Otherwise, her own spiritual level would not be so woefully inadequate, and she wouldn't have fled for so long. Yet as she looked at Su Yenja, an unexpected glimmer of fortune flickered within her. After all, how fortuitous was it that she had simply collapsed and ended up rescued by her target?
System.
I don't quite understand. What does it mean that his affection level is a question mark? Shen Yueyu inquired. The system hesitated, offering a sheepish chuckle. Well, currently, the affection value for target Su Yenja fluctuates too greatly, making it impossible for the system to detect an accurate figure. It may stabilize after some time. Shen Yueyu shot a speechless glance at the system, resolving that regardless of circumstances, it would be prudent to cultivate some affection points. By the way, have you seen the male who accompanied me? She quickly recalled Lu Kuwu and inquired. Upon hearing Lu Kuwu's name, Su Yenja's expression soured slightly. After I brought him here with you, Dr. Gu found that his injuries were quite severe, so he treated him first. He is currently unconscious in a room at the end of the corridor, recovering. Su Yenja thought to himself how fortunate it was that he hadn't given up on Lu Kuwu. Otherwise, he would have had no explanation for Shen Yueyu. Thank you. Shen Yueyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Sister, there's no need for such formality. Su Yenja waved lazily. He was genuinely intrigued by the extraordinarily beautiful female before him. By the way, is this your first time visiting Area 103? Shen Yueyu, realizing he had seen through her, did not deny it. Yes. That's wonderful, Su Yenja smiled. We in Area 103 are very welcoming and respectful of females, even those from the Xinglan Kingdom. Su Yenja's statement held truth. While Xinglan Kingdom emphasized strength and status, Area 103 offered significantly more freedom and equality. Females were an exceedingly rare resource everywhere, prompting Area 103 to implement various protective policies for them. Even females without spiritual power, or those with low levels, were valued highly here. A female with higher spiritual power would possess an extraordinary status, attracting the admiration of numerous males. Sister, what brings you to Area 103? Su Yenja asked, tilting his head curiously, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I believe you possess some spiritual power. Indeed, Shen Yueyu replied. I am primarily here to find someone. Who are you searching for? General Jiang Ziyi, Shen Yueyu answered. At this moment, Jiang Ziyi remained utterly oblivious to her predicament. All he knew was that she had leapt from the waterfall, undoubtedly causing him great anxiety. Unfortunately, Shen Yueyu had no means to contact Jiang Ziyi, leaving her unable to reassure him of her safety. Jiang Ziyi Su Yenju, upon hearing this response, seemed somewhat accustomed to the situation, a low chuckle escaping his lips. I see, dear sister, you are also an admirer of Jiang Ziyi, are you not? As he spoke, Su Yenju leaned back, a few strands of hair dancing at the corners of his eyes, prompting Shen Yueyu to notice the alluring beauty mark at the tail of his eye. An admirer? Shen Yueyu reflected on her interactions with Jiang Ziyi, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it could be considered as such? Over the years, countless admirers had surrounded Jiang Ziyi, with numerous females drawn to him. Yet, he had never found any female to his liking. Being an S-class male, he saw no need to grovel before them, indifferent to their presence. Consequently, many of these female admirers rarely caught a glimpse of him. After Su Yenju spoke, He appeared somewhat parched, lifting the teacup from the table to moisten his delicate lips, glistening alluringly. "But I am different," he continued, raising his gaze toward Shen Yueyu, mischief dancing in his eyes. "I lack such a multitude of complicated admirers. I genuinely envy Jiangxiao, surrounded by an endless array of peach blossoms. I have always been solitary, without a mate." With a soft sigh, Su Yenju's tone rose slightly. "I wonder what it feels like to be liked by someone?" His words carried a touch of melancholy, his extraordinarily beautiful peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Shen Yueyu. Seeing this, Shen Yueyu hurried to comfort him. "Do not worry, you will encounter a female who will cherish you." "I hope so," Su Yenju sighed softly, averting his gaze. "However, sister, if you intend to meet Jiangxiao, I advise you to abandon that thought for now." At this point, Su Yenju's casual demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness, not to mention that Jiangxiao rarely returns to the 103rd district. Even if he does, there are countless soldiers guarding the area. You will not be able to enter. Shen Yueyu found the situation somewhat challenging. "Is there no exceptional circumstance under which I could see him?" "Of course there is." Su Yenju chuckled lightly, gently swirling the teacup in his hand. "Unless you are an S-class female, in which case you would require no effort. The entirety of the 103rd district would treat you as an honored guest. At that point, requesting to meet him would merely be a matter of words." An S-class female had never appeared before. This method seemed exceedingly improbable. "Very well," Shen Yueyu mused, realizing that her desire to see Jiangxiao would necessitate greater caution. While Jiangxiao's allies would undoubtedly protect her, she could not guarantee that spies from Xinglan Nation would not infiltrate the 103rd district. If she were to encounter those individuals first, it could lead to significant trouble. Without a doubt, she knew that Rui Yuan and his associates would not treat her kindly. Faking her death would surely lead to repercussions. Noticing Shen Yueyu's expression, Su Yenju raised an eyebrow. "Sister, you seem to be troubled?" Indeed, Shen Yueyu did not deny it. "Before I arrived at the 103rd district, I offended a group of individuals, and I still fear they might find me and take me back." "I see." Su Yenju rested his chin on his hand. "Then you might as well register with the Female Protection Association." "The Female Protection Association?" Shen Yueyu voiced her confusion. "Yes." Su Yenju nodded. "It is an organization dedicated to protecting females. As long as you are a female, you can obtain a temporary residence permit, and they will ensure your safety in times of danger. Moreover, sister, you can receive a monthly stipend from the association." The mention of money immediately reminded Shen Yueyu of the belongings she had painstakingly brought back. After all the trouble, it seemed those items were temporarily placed in Jiangxiao's vehicle and had not been brought along. Disappointment washed over her as she thought of this. However, having jumped from the waterfall, the situation had been too urgent. Even if she had brought them, they would have been swept away by the current. It was perhaps safer to leave them with Jiangxiao, as she could retrieve them later. Yet now, she found herself without any funds, making things rather difficult. Upon hearing that the Female Protection Association provided financial assistance, Shen Yueyu felt a flicker of interest. "Very well, I shall go register. Speaking of which, sister, you do not know the way. Let me accompany you, shall I?" Su Yenju's tone carried an unmistakable hint of coaxing. Given Shen Yueyu's extraordinary beauty, it was no wonder that countless males in the 103rd district had failed to find a mate. If he did not accompany her, there would be nothing left of her potential suitors. He could not possibly allow Shen Yueyu to venture alone to register. After all, she was the one he had rescued. Very well, Shen Yueyu did not refuse. Having company was certainly preferable, especially considering Su Yenju's apparent strength. As she rose from the bed, her toes glistened like jade in the sunlight, exquisite and remarkably delicate. Her physique was, indeed, perfection incarnate from head to toe. Yet, Shen Yueyu remained utterly unaware of this. Where are my shoes?" Su Yenju gazed at her, his eyes shimmering slightly. "I have them here." He then produced a pair of exceptionally adorable rabbit slippers. "Sister, may I help you put them on?" The young man tilted his head, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth, his tousled hair swaying gently, his lips curving into a smile that was nearly enchanting. Shen Yueyu gazed at him, inexplicably nodding. The warmth of his palm against her ankle sent an unusual sensation coursing through her. She looked up at Su Yenju in surprise, only to find him slightly bowing his head, thick lashes casting shadows over his violet pupils, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye strikingly prominent. Shen Yueyu's breath hitched. This young man was undeniably stunning, exceedingly so. "Let us check on your unconscious bodyguard before we depart," Su Yenju suggested. Very well, Shen Yueyu nodded. And the two of them stepped out of the room. However, she could not help but wonder who had arranged the accommodations for her and Lu Kuwu. Shen Yueyu looked on in bewilderment. Why was she in the first room of the corridor while Lu Kuwu was at the very end, separated by dozens of rooms? Was such a distance truly necessary? Su Yenju found no fault in this arrangement. They soon arrived at the unconscious Lu Kuwu, who lay on the bed, his consciousness clouded. Eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. Dr. Gu had mentioned that he bore multiple injuries, though none were too severe. He would recover swiftly. Noticing Shen Yueyu's concern as she gazed at Lu Kuwu, Su Yenju shifted the topic. If you are eager to see him, you may return tomorrow for a visit. He is unlikely to wake today. Shen Yueyu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Reassured that Lu Kuwu was fine, Shen Yueyu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. After finalizing their plans, the two of them set off towards the location of the Female Protection Association. Unwilling to wait until they reached the entrance only to discover that the Females Protection Association was closed for the day due to unforeseen circumstances. Su Yenju couldn't help but express his frustration upon seeing the tightly shut doors of the towering building. What on earth is happening? He muttered. Outside the association, a multitude of passers-by continued their way, and the orcs were bustling about. Many of them took note of Shen Yueyu and Su Yenju. Particularly striking was Shen Yueyu, whose golden locks shimmered with an almost ethereal beauty, captivating attention despite her simple attire. Numerous males lingering outside the association were drawn to her, and one brave male, orc, even approached her directly. Excuse me, miss, have you chosen your beast husband yet? Though his appearance was not particularly remarkable, he exhibited a certain politeness that prevented Shen Yueyu from feeling repulsed. Not yet, she replied casually. However, the moment her words fell, several male orcs converged around her. Little female, what do you think of me? I come from wealth, one exclaimed.
And me.
I'm quite handsome, take a look at me. Another chimed in. What's your spiritual level, female? I'm struggling to control my beastly instincts. Can you help me? Their eagerness was palpable, eyes brimming with curiosity and urgency, as if they yearned to whisk Shen Yueyu inside to register. Dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before her, Shen Yueyu instinctively took a step back. Su Yenju, who had been perusing a bulletin board nearby, swiftly stepped forward to shield her. Hey, what are you all doing? Let me make it clear. My wife has already secured her beast husband. This is none of your business. Chapter 45. Sister, I'm in pain. Su Yenju's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of sternness, his tone serious as he addressed them. You do well to step aside. Shen Yueyu was taken aback by Su Yenju's protective stance. Although he appeared to be merely 17 or 18, his height of at least 6 feet 3 inches granted him an imposing presence that offered an unexpected sense of security. His intervention proved effective, deterring some of the males. Yet, a few were undeterred and pressed closer, clinging to Su Yenju. I really need a female's comfort. Please let me be your beast husband. One pleaded, reaching out to tug at Su Yenju's sleeve in an attempt to push him aside. The moment the sleeve was touched, Su Yenju's expression soured. As if he had been tainted by something particularly loathsome, his brow furrowing. Get away, he snapped, unleashing the formidable aura of an A-class male without hesitation. In this world, A-class males were a rarity, occupying a position at the pinnacle of hierarchy. Consequently, many males recoiled in fear upon sensing Su Yenju's status. Irritation was evident in his gaze. Yet when he turned to face Shen Yueyu, he wore his customary smile. Sister, was I a bit too fierce just now? I didn't frighten you, did I? Shen Yueyu shook her head. Not at all. Su Yenju had deliberately controlled the range of his power, ensuring it posed no threat to her. I only claimed to be your beast husband to temporarily defuse the situation. At this, he anxiously raised his gaze to meet hers. You won't mind, will you? I don't mind, Shen Yueyu replied, shaking her head. But what is going on with those males? Why are they congregating here? It's because there are far too many males in Area 103, and females are exceedingly rare. Even those without spiritual power are scarce, Su Yenju explained. Indeed, host. The system chimed in, having also elucidated the matter to Shen Yueyu earlier. In Area 103, the ratio of females to males has reached an astonishing 1,100, making it nearly impossible for many males to encounter a female. Furthermore, once a male loses control, he requires a female's comfort to regain his composure, which is why many males spend their lives searching for a wife. Given your appearance, host. As the system continued, Shen Yueyu began to understand. So, can I provide them with spiritual comfort? Of course, the system replied. However, your current level is C-class, permitting you to bind spiritually with only 4 males. Thus, in Area 103, C-class females are allowed 4 beast husbands, which is the reason behind it. Is my only option to provide spiritual comfort through binding? Shen Yueyu gazed at the males, who were suffering and reverting to their primal instincts without any female to soothe them, feeling a pang of compassion. Indeed, host, because your spiritual level is currently low, this is the only method available to you. You can only provide comfort with a wave of your hand once your spiritual level elevates to S-class or higher, without any limitations on quantity. Understanding dawned upon Shen Yueyu as she grasped why females with higher spiritual power held greater status in this world. Noticing Shen Yueyu lost in thought, Su Yanju hurriedly interjected, "Is this troubling you, sister?" But rest assured, such occurrences only happen at the entrance of the Females Protection Association. Previously, some females had not found suitable males, so they would temporarily select at the entrance. They are all waiting for such an opportunity. After all, if a female agrees, it would be a remarkable event. Shen Yueyu nodded. "Thank you for your help today." "It's no trouble at all, sister," Su Yanju replied, but then hesitated. He raised his hand, looking quite innocent as he gazed at Shen Yueyu. "But they pushed me with such force. It really hurt." His violet eyes looked helplessly at her, his lips slightly pursed. "Sister, it hurts. Please ignore them. They're bullying me," he pleaded, his youthful appeal shifting to a more vulnerable demeanor, captivating enough to draw Shen Yueyu's attention entirely. Momentarily entranced by this exquisite sight, Shen Yueyu instinctively responded, "Where does it hurt? Let me see." Su Yanju quickly withdrew his hand. "It's fine, sister. I can just rub it myself. I saw on the notice that the Females Protection Association opens tomorrow. Why don't we rest at a nearby hotel for the night and return tomorrow?" Shen Yueyu nodded in agreement.
We can only proceed this way for now.
The two made their way to a nearby hotel, where Su Yanju accompanied Shen Yueyu to check in. However, upon seeing the man at the front desk, Shen Yueyu was momentarily taken aback. The man stood tall and elegant, his flowing silver hair cascading like a waterfall, every movement exuding grace. He wore a silver mask, concealing his features, yet his tea-green eyes, imbued with an elegant softness, hinted at kindness. As Shen Yueyu observed him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, though she could not quite place it. "We'd like to book 2 rooms, Su Yanju said, striding forward and handing over the card. 2 rooms? The man's voice was warm, laced with an inherent nobility. "Are you not a wife and beast husband?" "Certainly not," Su Yanju shot him a glance, irritation flickering in his eyes. The overly handsome front desk attendant, rivaling his own looks, stirred an unsettling feeling within him. As Su Yanju turned to look back, she indeed found Shen Yueyu's gaze fixed intently upon the man before them. Su Yanju felt a flicker of displeasure arise within her. "Sister, what sort of front desk is this? It reeks of tea, truly tea." Chapter 46. Covetous Glances. Shen Yueyu snapped back to reality and turned her attention to Su Yanju. "What's wrong?" Su Yanju's voice bore a hint of grievance. "Those people just pushed me around. Shall we find a place to rest?"
All right.
Shen Yueyu diverted her gaze from the man and intended to walk into the hotel alongside Su Yanju. She had been straining to recall who he was, but soon realized he was unlikely to be among the few she recognized. After all, it was improbable that anyone of high standing from Xinglan Nation would demean themselves to engage in such behavior. It must be merely her misperception. Unbeknownst to her, as Shen Yueyu turned away, the previously expressionless man suddenly lifted his gaze, watching her retreating figure intently. Concurrently, he swiftly received a message. Currently, Shen Yueyu's fate is uncertain, and the Crown Prince's instability is critically high. The situation is dire. Should the 5th Prince discover Shen Yueyu, it is imperative that she be brought back immediately to prevent the Crown Prince's instability from worsening. Upon reading the message, the man coolly raised his eyes to the silhouettes of Shen Yueyu and Su Yanju. At that moment, the young female appeared blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, chatting and laughing with Su Yanju. A flicker of displeasure crossed the depths of his previously emotionless eyes. He raised his hand, his fingertips slowly revealing the sharp claws of a fox. His good royal brother would surely find it amusing to learn that Shen Yueyu was still alive. At that moment, he distinctly heard Su Yanju's voice. "Sister, remember to rest early today. After all, we must test our mental strength levels tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes slightly. A test of mental strength levels? He recalled clearly that Shen Yueyu had previously possessed no mental strength, and even after her differentiation, she still lacked it. How is it that she suddenly had mental strength now? Could it be that she harbored some secret? With this thought, the man slowly lowered his gaze, his claws reverting to their normal state. That night, Shen Yueyu struggled to find peace in her sleep. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt as if a pair of eyes were silently observing her from the shadows of the hotel room. Yet, she could not discern anything amiss. A taut string of anxiety gripped her heart, as every nerve in her body seemed to resist the environment. She did not like this place. It was only in the later hours of the night that she sensed a slight alleviation of her discomfort. The following day, Shen Yueyu arose early, rousing the drowsy Su Yenju, and the two set off once more for the Female Protection Association. Sister, Su Yenju rubbed her enchanting peach blossom eyes, an expression of grievance adorning her face. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I thought that hotel was quite nice. Su Yenju was correct. The hotel, in terms of amenities and facilities, was exceptional, lavish and elegant, with meticulous attention to detail. Apart from the exorbitant prices, one could hardly find fault with it. I cannot say why. Shen Yueyu shook her head. I just feel that place is not particularly safe.
Huh.
Su Yenju seemed taken aback. Shen Yueyu's concern for safety began to make sense. In District 103, where males greatly outnumbered females, and considering Shen Yueyu's striking beauty, it was likely there were those who coveted her. At that very moment, as they walked side by side into the Female Protection Association, even with Su Yenju deliberately projecting her A-level male mental strength, many males still cast lingering glances at Shen Yueyu. This bunch has hardly seen a female. Su Yenju thought, frustrated that Shen Yueyu had not been able to enjoy a restful night due to their gaze. Spotting a thin male who had been staring at them for quite some time, even following Shen Yueyu for a moment, Su Yenju's anger flared.
What are you looking at?
Move along. The thin man was startled by Su Yenju's fierce tone, taking a step back, his face painted with grievance. He had merely found the female beautiful and could not help but steal glances, only to be met with disdain. Perhaps due to Su Yenju's aggressive demeanor, Shen Yueyu could not help but turn to look back at him. Su Yenju immediately changed her expression. Sister, I didn't mean to frighten anyone just now. Am I being too harsh? What if you dislike me for it? Shen Yueyu shook her head. No, it's not ugly. She was merely curious about how one could change their demeanor so swiftly. Sister, we have arrived, Su Yenju said, deliberately softening her voice as she led Shen Yueyu to the reception area. At that moment, within the Female Protection Association, Shen Yueyu was the only female present, so she did not need to wait in line. In District 103, females were exceedingly rare. The necessary procedures had long been handled by eager males on their behalf. It was quite uncommon for someone like Shen Yueyu to attend in person. After a brief registration, they moved to the next stage, where the staff exhibited an unusually respectful attitude towards Shen Yueyu. May I ask if you wish to test your mental strength level? What is the difference between testing and not testing? Shen Yueyu inquired. She held a significant interest in this, primarily wishing to ascertain whether the level indicated by the system aligned with the results of the test. However, she was acutely aware that her mental strength would undoubtedly increase in the future. Should the level differ from the current one, it could become troublesome. There is indeed a distinction, the staff replied. The higher your tested level, the more you will receive monthly from the Female Protection Association. His words clearly reflected the rules of District 103. The higher a female's level, the greater her status and benefits. This piqued Shen Yueyu's interest. Having just arrived in District 103, she had not brought any money with her, and all her expenditures were borrowed from Su Yenju. Every aspect of her life required funds. Moreover, she still owed a debt to the Xinglan nation. Pondering this, and feeling a twinge of pain in her head, she was reluctant to forego this unexpected windfall for a mere fraction of the total. Thus, she asked another question. Have there been instances of erroneous testing among the females here? The staff responded. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. At this, Shen Yueyu's eyes brightened. As long as there were examples of errors, she could easily explain any rise in her mental strength as a testing mistake. All right, I would like to test, Shen Yueyu declared. The staff eagerly invited her to proceed with the test. The testing apparatus was an unassuming stone. As long as the female concentrated her mental strength upon it, the resulting color would indicate her level. The brighter the hue, the higher the female's mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yueyu gently placed her finger upon the stone, attempting to envelop it with her mental strength. She felt no particular significance in her actions, but many of the males observing could not help but be captivated. It was a scene of exquisite beauty. The girl with golden hair cascading down to her ankles swayed gently, her delicately exquisite face illuminated by the light. She slowly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering, exuding an air of noble purity. The sight was breathtaking, akin to a divine miracle. This place is already scarce in females, and even more so for those endowed with psychic abilities, especially one as beautiful as Shen Yueyu.
Click.
A slender male, who had been watching this scene, couldn't help but snap a picture, his eyes brimming with infatuation. She was truly the most exquisite female he had ever encountered. He mused that posting this photograph on social media would surely garner him considerable attention. With this thought, the slender male excitedly clutched his camera and prepared to depart briskly. However, just as he stepped out of the entrance of the Female Protection Association, a tall and imposing male blocked his path.
Who are you?
The slender male said impatiently, looking up at the stranger, but as soon as he caught a glimpse of the man's visage, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The man before him had flowing silver hair that cascaded like a stream. Though he wore a mask, his extraordinary aura exuded an air of nobility. While the man's demeanor was even somewhat gentle, when he lowered his gaze towards the slender male, his tea-colored eyes brimmed with intimidation and warning. It was the presence of an A-class male or higher. The slender male's expression immediately sobered, and he stammered, "My lord, do you have any orders?" "Delete it." Si Huijing's voice was cold, laced with an inexplicable sense of menace that instilled fear deep within. Chapter 47, Psychic Level. What did you say? I don't quite understand. The slender male had indeed grasped the implication of Si Huijing's words and instinctively tightened his grip on the camera. This was the most satisfying shot he had managed to capture. He was reluctant to delete it. Upon hearing this, Si Huijing lowered his head, his eyes, which always held a hint of disdain, slowly turned towards him. "If you don't understand, then perish." It was an unequivocal display of rank suppression. The man felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly swiped on the camera, reluctantly deleting the photo of Shen Yueyu. Unbeknownst to Shen Yueyu, who was focused on enveloping her psychic energy around a stone, the stone finally began to respond. A faint grayish glow emanated from it, and the display nearby exhibited Shen Yueyu's psychic level. The staff member glanced up, and their expression transformed to one of astonishment. "Miss, your psychic level is C grade, and you are eligible to receive 50,000 cash monthly from the Female Protection Association." Although a C-grade psychic level was not particularly high, it was still quite rare in this world, constituting nearly 8 of the female population, thus warranting special protection from the association. Shen Yueyu nodded. "Thank you." The tested level aligned perfectly with the system's assessment, showing no discrepancies. However, the conditions presented by the Female Protection Association were already quite favorable. "May I inquire if the beast husband you have brought today is this gentleman beside you?" The staff member asked Shen Yueyu. "Beast husband?" Shen Yueyu was taken aback. Having just arrived in Zone 103, she was unfamiliar with this rule. "Is it mandatory to bring a beast husband?" "Yes," the staff member affirmed. "You must bring at least one beast husband today for registration, or we cannot issue you a temporary residence permit and cash." "There is such a rule?" Shen Yueyu was surprised. Indeed. With this statement, Shen Yueyu began to understand that the kindness shown to females in Zone 103 was not without its strings attached. It was fundamentally aimed at assisting more male beastmen in stabilizing their uncontrollable values. Shen Yueyu furrowed her brow, contemplating this situation, while beside her, Su Yenja gently tugged at her sleeve, his voice soft.
"Sister."
The young boy's violet eyes held a hint of pleading, staring earnestly at Shen Yueyu, his beauty reminiscent of an enchanting sprite. "Since you've brought me here, why not let me be your beast husband?" Shen Yueyu regarded him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet she spoke. "Thank you for your consideration in helping me out. However, your level is A grade, while mine is C grade. I cannot possibly pacify you. Do you understand?" Shaking her head, Shen Yueyu continued, "I do not wish to put you in danger. Moreover, I already have a beast husband." She thought of Lu Kewu. Her heart warmed by the thought of him. Though his level was not the highest, his past words and actions provided Shen Yueyu with immense security. He was deserving of her trust. Upon hearing that Shen Yueyu already had a beast husband, Su Yenja's expression dimmed slightly. He released her sleeve, murmuring, "Is it that man you came with?" "It is," Shen Yueyu did not deny. Su Yenja's gaze fell, his thick lashes obscuring the fleeting shadow of disappointment in his eyes. So it was that male fox spirit. Had he known, he wouldn't have rescued her. Shen Yueyu turned to the staff member. "Is there truly no other option?" The staff member, observing the computer screen, replied, "If you did not bring a beast husband with you, I will automatically match you with one. Alternatively, You may choose to forego this registration for now. A number of male beast men, who had been quietly observing the situation, began to feel eager. Yet they refrained from acting impulsively, mindful of Su Yenja beside her. Shen Yueyu hesitated upon hearing this. If she were to return without resolving the matter, it would be a pity to have made the journey in vain. However, the idea of being matched with a random male felt too hasty. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Zai. He would certainly wish to complete the beast husband registration with her. Yet, mentioning Jiang Zai's name would undoubtedly result in disbelief from those around her. She decided it best to keep that information to herself for now. As Shen Yueyu wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed a faint sound of sobbing nearby. The sound seemed to be a forced suppression of grief, a soft whimper that tugged at one's heartstrings. Turning her head, she saw Su Yenja's enchanting peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, his violet irises shimmering with moisture. Even the tip of his nose slightly reddened. This was troubling. Su Yenja was on the verge of tears. Shen Yueyu immediately expressed concern. What is wrong? It's nothing. Su Yenja replied, stubbornly pressing his lips together. A single tear trickled down his cheek, accentuating the allure of his tear mole. Feeling embarrassed by his display of emotion, Su Yenja hastily wiped away the tear and, with a defiant pout, said, I just feel very sad. Sad about what? Shen Yueyu asked, her heart softening at the sight of him. Su Yenja lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering like water, the faint blush at the corners of his eyes rendering him even more captivating. Does sister truly despise me so? Would you rather match with strangers than choose me? With that, Su Yenja lowered his head in embarrassment, his voice choking. Am I really that inadequate? As he spoke, a perfectly timed tear fell from his eye. Chapter 48. Beast Husband. Witnessing his distress, Shen Yueyu could hardly bear to speak harshly to him. That is not my intention. You are genuinely wonderful. Really? Su Yenja looked at her with hope. At that moment, Shen Yueyu had no doubt that if she denied him again, he would shed a torrent of tears. The beauty of the boy, even in tears, was profoundly moving, prompting Shen Yueyu to recall a poignant saying. Tears are the finest dowry a man can possess. Indeed. Shen Yueyu smiled and comforted him, saying, You are exceptionally kind. Su Yenja wore a look of melancholy on his face, lamenting, Then why didn't sister choose me? Do you share the same disdain as those other females, merely saying these words to console me? This expression from Su Yenja required gentle coaxing, otherwise he would surely weep again. Shen Yueyu, recalling that Su Yenja had saved her life, felt compelled to express her gratitude. Thus she replied, No. It is merely that I fear I might hinder you. But I do not perceive it as a hindrance, Su Yenja interjected. I simply wish to assist you, sister. If it proves unsuitable later, we can part ways amicably. As he spoke, Su Yenja looked up at Shen Yueyu, his voice soft and tinged with a hint of affection. Is that agreeable, sister? His voice, though slightly hoarse, was utterly natural and perfectly measured. Shen Yueyu could only nod in response. All right. Let us proceed in this manner for now. Turning to the staff, she instructed, Please register him as my beast husband. Wonderful, sister.
Susanne Eckelim.
His tears transformed into laughter, akin to the sudden clearing of a gloomy sky. The nearby staff stared at Su Yenja in astonishment. Though many males sought to please females, few were so unabashedly open about it. It was no wonder he could earn the favor of the females. Yet the staff, glancing at the screen displaying Shen Yueyu's C-level psychic rank alongside Su Yenja's A-level, could not help but shake their heads gently. Alas, another destined for demise. Though this female's temperament and appearance were impeccable, once Su Yenja's psychic powers spiraled out of control, without the calming presence of a female, he was doomed. After completing the registration, Shen Yueyu picked up the cash she had received from the Female Protection Committee. Just as she was about to leave with Su Yenja, a voice from the system echoed in her mind.
Ding.
System detected an increase of 20 points in Lu Kuwu's favorability towards you. Current favorability, 60. Shen Yueyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's voice, quickly realizing that Lu Kuwu must have awakened. Since she had finished her business, it was the perfect opportunity to check on his recovery. Sister, are we heading back now? Su Yenja inquired, his eyes sparkling with mirth, indicating his good spirits. Yes. Shen Yueyu replied with a nod. Shall we return to the hotel for a while? Su Yenja seemed reluctant to leave. Sister, you haven't taken me shopping yet. We could enjoy ourselves here for a bit before heading back. The mention of the hotel made Shen Yueyu feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation, prompting her to shake her head immediately. No, let's go straight away. All right, Su Yenja responded, though disappointment flickered across his features. As the two were about to depart, they heard a somewhat familiar sound emanating from the nearby bushes. Chirp chirp. Shen Yueyu turned towards the source of the sound and spotted a small, fluffy white ball moving within the depths of the underbrush. She couldn't resist leaning down to take a closer look, and, to her delight, it was the pure white nine-tailed fox she had encountered by the river that day. The little fox, sensing her gaze, looked up at her with its large, innocent eyes, shimmering with moisture and paired with an extraordinarily cute face that melted her heart. "It's you, little fox," Shen Yueyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight. She had been captivated by the little fox's beauty and fluffiness, even considering keeping it by her side, but circumstances had not allowed for it. And it had darted away too quickly. Now that her living situation had stabilized, and having encountered the fox again, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Extending her hand, she called, "Little fox, come here. Would you like to go home with sister?" The little fox hesitated for a moment, but cautiously approached Shen Yueyu, moving with an elegant grace. This demeanor only served to ignite Shen Yueyu's instincts, and she couldn't help but scoop it up into her embrace. Such a good little one. Now cradling the fox once more, Shen Yueyu found herself quite enamored. She gently ruffled its pristine fur, playfully tousling the hair atop its head. Si Huijing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he trembled slightly. How rude of this female! How could she so brazenly tousle his fur? Shen Yueyu, however, saw nothing amiss in her actions, cherishing the little creature in her arms, while Su Yanjia observed the rare nine-tailed fox with keen interest. To Su Yanjia, an A-level male, the little fox seemed utterly unremarkable, appearing to possess no consciousness whatsoever. "Sister, do you like this little fox?"
Su Yanjia asked.
"Yes," Shen Yueyu replied, still holding the fox. "Since fate has brought us together again, I am reluctant to let it go." She had thought of this little fox for quite some time. "Then why not take it home with us to raise?" Su Yanjia suggested. "Yes, that is precisely my intention," Shen Yueyu said, feeling quite fulfilled by this visit. Moreover, the fox was remarkably well behaved, not struggling in her embrace, but instead using its paws to meticulously groom the ruffled fur. "Sister, are you tired from holding him?" Su Yanjia asked with concern after walking a few steps. "Shall I hold him instead? He looks so lovely. I want to hold him too, if that's all right." Su Yanjia's enchanting eyes sparkled with anticipation, making it difficult for Shen Yueyu to refuse. "Very well." Without a second thought, she agreed. Just as she was about to hand the fox over, the docile creature in her arms suddenly lifted its gaze, unhesitatingly extending its claws in a threatening manner. Even baring its teeth at Su Yanjia, the display of hostility was unmistakable. Su Yanjia froze for a moment, looking up at Shen Yueyu with a hint of grievance. "Sister, this fox does not like me." Chapter 49. A Peaceful Time. At that moment, the little fox nestled comfortably back into Shen Yueyu's embrace, its expression subtly laced with disdain. Shen Yueyu couldn't help but facepalm at the scene. It was one thing for the males to vie for her affection, but now Su Yanjia was squabbling with the fox. "It's all right," Shen Yueyu reassured, stroking the little fox's back gently. "Perhaps you two just need more time to become familiar with each other. Then you'll get along splendidly." "Okay," Su Yanjia replied. However, the little fox had no such intentions. It disdainfully ignored Su Yanjia. Suddenly, the little fox's expression shifted dramatically, its ears perking up. "She is touching my belly." The little fox felt a wave of heat wash over its ears and instinctively shielded its vulnerable parts, desperately trying to endure the peculiar sensation. They soon returned to the hospital, with Shen Yueyu feeling an eagerness to reunite with Lu Kuwu, making a beeline for his room. In the room, Lu Kuwu lay on the hospital bed, his previously pallid complexion having improved significantly. He was engaged in conversation with a man clad in a white coat. Upon noticing the figure at the door, Lu Kuwu's eyes brightened instantly. "Master," he exclaimed. "Ah," Shen Yueyu hurriedly approached. "How is your injury?" "I am well," Lu Kuwu replied with a smile. "My body is no longer an issue. My wounds have healed remarkably." As he spoke, a deeper emotion flickered in his gaze directed at Shen Yueyu. He vividly recalled their previous plunge into the waterfall, where he had intended to perish alongside her, only to find that she had saved him instead. She had even carried him for an extended period, despite his insistence that he would not blame her for abandoning him. At that moment, while Lu Kuwu lay on Shen Yueyu's back, he had briefly regained consciousness. He had anticipated his fate would be on the cold ground, or perhaps to be torn apart by a pack of wolves, yet this delicate and gentle female had persevered, step by step, to carry him forward. Despite her evident struggle and trembling limbs, she had never entertained the thought of giving up on him. In that instant, Lu Kuwu felt his heart tremble, as if something profound within him had been awakened. He silently vowed to do anything for Shen Yueyu, to devote himself entirely to her. Just as he gazed at Shen Yueyu, his eyes sparkled with starlight. "It's good that you're fine," she remarked, unaware of the turmoil within Lu Kuwu's heart. As she examined his wounds, relief flooded her senses. How wonderful it was that they had both successfully escaped the clutches of Xinglan country. "Indeed. We owe much to Dr. Gu," Lu Kuwu said, glancing at the man beside them. Dr. Gu had been quietly observing Shen Yueyu since she entered. He recognized clearly that her affection for Lu Kuwu was genuine, among the females in District 103, who held themselves in high regard. She alone had persisted in carrying a male for so long. Here, as long as this beautiful female uttered a word, she could easily attract a multitude of males. And yet she chose to exert herself for the sake of another. Most females in such circumstances would abandon their male companions in search of a new one. Yet she exhibited an extraordinary sense of loyalty. This female was indeed unique. At that moment, Shen Yueyu also took note of Dr. Gu's appearance. He was tall and well-proportioned, with light golden brown hair, and the metal glasses he wore lent him an air of aloofness, exuding a vibe of stay away. "Healing the wounded is my duty," Dr. Gu stated coolly, handing her a bill. "However, do remember to pay for the medical expenses." Shen Yueyu took the bill and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the sum of 30,000. Beside her, Su Yenja, who had previously harbored some disdain for Lu Kuwu, stepped forward, casually placing a hand on Dr. Gu's shoulder. "Hey, Gu Qing, don't be so stingy. It's just a few of your supplies. Considering our friendship, wouldn't it be better to let them off?" Dr. Gu shot him a dispassionate glance, brusquely removing his hand. "We have no friendship between us." "Ah," Su Yenja pouted. "Gu Qing, you truly wound my heart." Shen Yueyu interjected. "It's all right, I'll pay." She understood clearly that the medical fee was quite reasonable. Dr. Gu had not extorted them and had actually assisted them greatly. "But sister, what about the place we'll stay?" Su Yenja asked. "No worries." Shen Yueyu shook her head. "There are always solutions to difficulties. It's only a matter of living in less comfort." When she arrived in this world as the Saint Child, she had lived in luxury, but she had also endured hardships in other realms, even sleeping in the wild. She was not so delicate. Lu Kuwu lowered his gaze, his fingers clenching slowly. It seemed he had not been of much help to his master. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small fox sitting elegantly in a corner, and he couldn't help but express his curiosity.
"Master,
"This little fox you brought back is so adorable, isn't it?" Shen Yueyu replied. "However, it's a bit shy. So try not to touch it until you're more familiar with it. Otherwise, it might scratch you." The small fox turned its head away disdainfully. As if disinterested in conversing with them, its demeanor quite haughty. After paying the medical fees, Shen Yueyu selected a modest courtyard nearby as their temporary residence. The space was not large, but it was relatively clean, and after a simple arrangement, they managed to create 3 rooms. As they completed their tasks, dusk began to settle. Lu Kuwu entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. Shen Yueyu intended to assist him, but was gently persuaded to remain outside. "Master, leave everything here to me. You only need to wait in the courtyard." Unable to resist him, she sat down in the courtyard, cradling the small fox and leisurely rocking in a chair. Su Yenja sat beside Shen Yueyu, grinning as he propped his chin on his hand, watching her. The soft glow of the setting sun illuminated Shen Yueyu's golden hair, casting a delicate rosy hue at the edges. Her eyelashes lowered as she gazed tenderly at the small fox in her arms, her expression serene and gentle. This scene was as picturesque as a painting, filling Su Yenja with an inexplicable sense of joy. He thought, perhaps this is what is meant by the tranquility of time. If only time could continue like this, it wouldn't be so bad.
the food is ready."
Moments later, Lu Kuwu brought several dishes to Shen Yueyu, even meticulously wiping the bowls and chopsticks for her. He didn't forget to prepare a small bowl for the little fox as well. "Thank you," Shen Yueyu said, accepting the bowls and gazing at the steaming food before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. The dishes looked exquisite and mouth-watering. She had never realized that Lu Kuwu was such a wonderful homemaker. Seeing Shen Yueyu's happiness, Lu Kuwu couldn't help but chuckle softly, and the atmosphere grew warm. Except for Su Yenja, who appeared somewhat disgruntled. Su Yenja looked at the empty space in front of him. "Hey, Lu Kuwu, where are my bowls and chopsticks?" Lu Kuwu glanced at him, seemingly indifferent. "There are none for you. If you want to eat, go get your own." Chapter 50, Equitable Treatment. His voice was cold and direct, showing no courtesy towards Su Yenja. Su Yenja's violet hair swayed slightly, and he looked at Shen Yueyu with a pitiful expression in his violet eyes, his long eyelashes trembling. "Sister, your bodyguard is bullying me." He appeared quite endearing, prompting Shen Yueyu to sigh softly. "Lu Kewu is not my bodyguard. We have already formed a spiritual bond." She had mentioned this to him in the female protector meeting before. As her words fell, Su Yenja shot Lu Kewu a meaningful glance, not knowing whether it was a provocation. Lu Kewu felt a warm sensation in his heart. As long as he could stay by Shen Yueyu's side, he was already content. It was even more delightful that Shen Yueyu acknowledged his status. Su Yenja gritted his teeth in frustration. What a male fox spirit. Is it not merely through the preparation of a simple meal that one can ensnare Su Yenja's attention? Today, this meal is absolutely essential for him. "Sister, what about me?" Su Yenja's eyes brimmed with tears, casting a sorrowful glance downward, with a tear mole at the corner of his eye becoming increasingly captivating. His demeanor was such that anyone who beheld him would be utterly entranced. Even Shen Yueyu held a particular admiration for his extraordinarily handsome visage that could invoke envy from the heavens. As she watched the unfolding drama, a familiar notification from the system suddenly echoed in her mind.
Ding.
The system has detected that the affection level of the target Su Yenja is at 35. Please seize the opportunity for a successful conquest. Shen Yueyu's eyes brightened immediately, and her gaze towards Su Yenja shifted subtly. A score of 35 is not excessively high, yet it is significantly better compared to that of Si Yelin and his companions. However, at this moment, the target Su Yenja gazed at Shen Yueyu with a hint of melancholy, as if seeking her to take charge of the situation. Shen Yueyu sensed that if she did not utter something soon, Su Yenja might shed tears, accompanied by a potential decrease in affection points. Clearing her throat, Shen Yueyu extended her chopsticks and bowl towards Su Yenja. "It's all right, you can use mine. But how can I?" A hint of grievance flickered across Su Yenja's face. "Lu Kewu seems to disapprove of my eating here. If I take your utensils, won't he blame me?" Lu Kewu cast a frosty glance at Su Yenja, his brows visibly furrowing. "Of course not." Shen Yueyu pressed the utensils into his hands. "After all, you are now registered as my beast husband at the Female Protection Association. You are no outsider." "That's good to hear." Su Yenja seemed finally satisfied with this response. He elegantly grasped the utensils, almost as if showcasing his trophy. "Sister, I almost forgot to mention. I am now your only beast husband registered at the Female Protection Association." Whether deliberate or not, he emphasized the word only, making it impossible not to notice. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shen Yueyu's forehead, and just then, the system's notification chimed again.
Ding.
The system has detected that Su Yenja's affection level for you is now at 2. Congratulations to the host. Please continue your efforts. Shen Yueyu raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sound, glancing at Su Yenja. Thus, boasting about her relationship with him would indeed enhance his affection points. This seemed rather straightforward. Meanwhile, Lu Kewu, hearing this, appeared somewhat despondent. He silently pursed his lips and handed his utensils to Shen Yueyu. "Master, these are for you." With that, Lu Kewu quietly rose to fetch more utensils. Shen Yueyu, observing his retreating figure, felt an inexplicable sense of loss wash over her. A wave of guilt surged within her as she regarded the meal Lu Kewu had prepared with such care. When he returned, she offered some comforting words. "Do not be disheartened. All we lack is the registration, right?" Lu Kewu lifted his gaze, a mix of hope and trepidation evident on his face. "Can I also?" As he spoke, a hint of nervousness caused his throat to constrict, and his fingers clenched anxiously. Shen Yueyu noticed his unease and smiled gently.
"Of course you can."
She had already contemplated the responsibility she felt toward him during their spiritual marking. Lu Kewu's lips immediately curled into a smile, and he turned to gaze at the food before him, chuckling softly. His voice had a slight rasp, a rarity for him when he appeared so genuinely joyful. Unable to resist, Shen Yueyu's lips curved upward. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in her mind.
Ding.
The system has detected that Lu Kewu's affection level for you is now at 5. Just as she reveled in the good news, another notification swiftly followed.
Ding.
The system has detected that Su Yenja's affection level for you is now at 3. Shen Yueyu's smile promptly froze on her face. She turned her head mechanically to find Su Yenja gazing at her with a hint of melancholy, clearing her throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. She pondered for a moment before serving him some braised pork ribs. "Here, don't just sit there. Eat some vegetables." Su Yenja looked down at the food in his bowl. Then back up at Shen Yueyu, his melodious voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. Sister, I don't want vegetables. Then what do you want? Shen Yueyu questioned, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. Su Yanjia opened his mouth as if to say, I want your spiritual marking, very much. Without the spiritual marking, his instability would escalate, driving him to madness, or worse, to death. Yet, more than the spiritual marking, he desired Shen Yueyu. Everything else paled in comparison. As the words hung on his lips, Su Yanjia ultimately said, I want you to like me a little more. He thought that if Shen Yueyu also liked him, even if just a tiny bit, dying would be inconsequential. He would find contentment in that. Shen Yueyu observed his pitiful expression, his lashes lowered in a heartbreaking manner. And her heart softened. Don't overthink it. You are both wonderful, and I like you both. Su Yanjia was evidently dissatisfied with her response. So, do you like me more or him more? At this, Lu Kuwu tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his gaze also fixed upon Shen Yueyu, his thin lips pressed together, revealing a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Shen Yueyu could no longer suppress her exasperation. They say that a wife must be impartial. Yet she found it utterly impossible to achieve balance. Being kind to one side would incur a drop in affection points from the other. At this moment, she had no doubt that whichever side she favored would lead to the other feeling slighted. She was beginning to experience the chaos of a domestic dispute. The little fox, who had previously expressed disdain for the meal, found the unfolding scene amusing. Even the meat in the bowl tempted him to take a bite.
Well,
a good show deserves a decent meal. Chapter 51. You are being too forward. Clearing her throat. Shen Yueyu realized this age-old dilemma had no standard resolution and was inherently difficult to navigate. Nevertheless, she chose to follow her heart. Yanjia, both you and Lu Kuwu are wonderful, but if I absolutely had to choose, it would be Lu Kuwu, as he has always been by my side. Her words did not provide a definitive answer, yet it seemed she had spoken volumes. I understand. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yanjia's eyes. He forced a smile and began to leisurely eat the food Shen Yueyu had served him. Yet, within his heart, ulterior motives brewed. If Lu Kuwu had accompanied Shen Yueyu the longest, then surely if he too stayed by her side longer, she might come to favor him more. Moreover, Lu Kuwu had been frequently absent, leaving Su Yanjia with more time at Shen Yueyu's side. Sooner or later, he would usurp Lu Kuwu's position. As this thought solidified in his mind, Su Yanjia bit down angrily on a piece of meat, making a firm resolution. Shen Yueyu let out a sigh of relief at this sight, thinking that perhaps peace had finally returned. Lu Kuwu cast a glance at Su Yanjia, ultimately remaining silent. Yet his joy was unmistakably evident. In Shen Yueyu's mind, the notification regarding Lu Kuwu's affection chimed once more.
Ding.
The system has detected Lu Kuwu's affection level for you is now at 2. As the system's voice faded, Lu Kuwu delicately placed a piece of rose-flavored yam cake into Shen Yueyu's bowl. Master, do try this, he urged. The cake, adorned with a gentle blush hue and molded into the shape of a flower, was undeniably beautiful, revealing the care he had taken in its preparation.
Shen Yueyu,
who had previously harbored a fondness for yam, was pleasantly surprised that Lu Kuwu remembered this detail.
Upon tasting,
she was immediately captivated by the cake's uniquely dense and tender texture, enhanced by a delightful chewiness. The subtle sweetness blended harmoniously with the floral aroma of the rose. Lingering on her palate, delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Observing her joy, Lu Kuwu felt his spirits lift, and with a smile, he added another piece to her bowl. Meanwhile, Su Yanjia, seated nearby, suddenly found the food in his bowl less appealing, inexplicably tinged with the essence of that individual. He averted his gaze from Shen Yueyu, feeling a twinge of discontent. After all, it was merely food. Though he lacked the culinary skills, he could certainly learn. One day, he vowed to impress Shen Yueyu with his own cooking. Setting down his chopsticks, he declared, Sister, I'm full. I'll go check on the accommodations.
Shen Yueyu,
her mouth full of cake, inquired, Are you planning to stay here? Of course, Su Yanjia replied. Do you not wish for me to reside here? His eyes gleamed with anticipation, yet a hint of withdrawal suggested he feared a negative response. Could Shen Yueyu bear to refuse him? It would surely diminish her fondness for him. Not at all, Shen Yueyu replied. There are 3 rooms available. You can certainly stay.
Splendid.
Su Yanjia beamed. I knew you wouldn't mind my presence. At that moment, the little fox, who had been elegantly savoring the cake, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. With Su Yanjia claiming 1 room, where would he reside? Determined, the little fox approached Shen Yueyu, placing his paw on her hand and whimpering. Don't fret. Lu Kuwu reassured the little fox. I'll build you a cozy little nook shortly. You can rest there peacefully. The little fox was unimpressed by this suggestion, his expression darkening. Who would want to dwell in a mere doghouse? He was a prince of the Xinglan kingdom, a nine-tailed fox, not a canine. Regrettably, the others failed to grasp his sentiments. Su Yanjia, thrilled at the prospect of residing with Shen Yueyu, felt elated. He was about to rise to select a room closest to her when a figure entered through the courtyard gate. My lord, the newcomer, Su Yanjia's bodyguard greeted. Upon seeing him, Su Yanjia's face momentarily flickered with impatience, yet he maintained a cordial tone with Shen Yueyu, saying, Sister, I must step out for a moment to speak with him. All right, Shen Yueyu quickly agreed. The tension between the two vying for her attention was becoming unbearable, and she hoped for a shift in dynamics. Su Yanjia, taking note of her relief, said nothing further and departed with his bodyguard. After they had walked some distance, the bodyguard turned to Su Yanjia and remarked, My lord, you are being rather reckless. How can you choose a C-rank female as your mate? Have you forgotten the reason for your departure from home? Such an action will surely incite the ire of the count and countess. At this, Su Yanjia's demeanor darkened, erasing any trace of his earlier mirth. I am well aware, he replied tersely. Previously, due to his escalating instability, his family had grown increasingly frantic, particularly his father. They had even spent 200 million to procure an A-rank female to be his mate. Both parties had consented, and the female was indeed beautiful, with only a handful of beast husbands by her side. Yet, Su Yanjia felt no affection for her whatsoever, prompting his decisive flight from his family.
Now,
his instability had only worsened, and they had hoped he would at least marry a B-rank female, yet he had chosen a C-rank instead. My lord, what shall we do about your situation? The bodyguard's eyes reflected concern, but Su Yanjia's gaze flickered with ire. When did my affairs become your concern? He retorted, unleashing his A-rank male aggression upon the bodyguard. Though equally an A-rank male, the bodyguard did not dare evade it and bore the brunt of the strike. My lord, I see my error, the bodyguard grimaced. I will temporarily keep this matter hidden for you. Su Yanjia's expression softened slightly. How much do you have left? Not much. The bodyguard replied, approximately 300,000. Withdraw 200,000 for Gu Qing, Su Yanjia commanded. The previous medical expenses he had discussed with Shen Yueyu amounted to 30,000, merely covering outstanding fees. The medications he provided for Shen Yueyu and Lu Kuwu were of the highest quality, exceeding 20,000 long ago, yet he wished to keep this from Shen Yueyu.
Ah,
The bodyguard hesitated. But if we do that, we'll have nothing left to spend. I instructed you to take it. Just do it. Su Yanjia's irritation was palpable. Though his resources were indeed limited, he still wished to provide Shen Yueyu with the best he could afford. Understood. The bodyguard regarded Su Yanjia, hesitating to voice his thoughts. What was his master thinking? Choosing a C-rank female and jeopardizing his own life while pouring resources into her? They were on the brink of starvation. Unable to hold back, the bodyguard finally suggested, My lord, perhaps you should return and apologize to the count and countess? Get lost. Su Yanjia kicked the bodyguard firmly in the rear. Chapter 52. Truly impertinent. Shen Yueyu remained oblivious to the unfolding events between Su Yanjia and his bodyguard. However, Su Yanjia's prolonged absence was noticeable. Lu Kuwu, determined to construct a cozy nook for the little fox in the courtyard, chose a spot high in the largest tree, protected from the elements. He toiled for quite some time, hammering and assembling, until after an hour, a quaint wooden structure emerged before them. To ensure the little fox would find it appealing, Lu Kuwu even adorned the interior with lovely cushions and small decorations. Shen Yueyu, cradling the little fox, observed the tranquil moments, cherishing the peace, wishing only to avoid any encounter with Si Yelin. However, the little fox had entirely different thoughts as he gazed at the nook. All done, master, Lu Kuwu announced with a smile. Your nook is ready. Not bad, Shen Yueyu nodded in approval, turning to the little fox. What do you think? Do you like it? The little fox shot a glance at Lu Kuwu before promptly darting towards Shen Yueyu's room without hesitation. If anyone discovered that a prince resided in a mere animal's nook, it would be a disgrace to Si Huijing. He possessed but one face and must preserve it. Hey, where are you going? Shen Yueyu called as she hurried after him, only to find the little fox had already climbed onto her bed and settled in comfortably. Unlike other creatures, the little fox was remarkably clean, its tiny paws immaculate, reflecting its innate inclination towards cleanliness. Shen Yueyu gazed at it in astonishment, beginning to grasp its intention. You wish to sleep alongside me? A flicker of hesitation crossed the little fox's eyes, yet it earnestly nodded. It truly despised that nest. Very well then. Shen Yueyu, fond of the little creature, found no objection, but you must be sure to maintain your cleanliness. Si Huijing turned his head away, feigning ignorance. In all his years, no one had ever instructed him to be tidy. Master, is this acceptable? Lu Kuo looked at the little fox, concern etched on his face. It's nothing to worry about, Shen Yueyu replied with a gentle smile. After all, it's just a little fox. What ill intentions could it possibly harbor? It's simply too adorable. Lu Kuo found no anomalies in the little fox and quickly acquiesced to ensure Shen Yueyu's happiness. Very well, master. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to summon me. I have but one request, Shen Yueyu sighed. Please refrain from transforming back into your original form and sleeping at my door in the middle of the night. Who could understand? It really did resemble a dog in that position, and she had no peculiar inclinations in that regard. Oh, Lu Kuo's expression turned slightly dejected, yet he consented. Although he relished that behavior, as it prevented others from crossing him to harm Shen Yueyu, it seemed she did not appreciate it. He would endure for now. After tidying up, Lu Kuo departed, and Shen Yueyu turned to see the little fox sprawled atop her quilt. Its excessively fair and fluffy appearance sent delightful shivers through her senses. Noticing Shen Yueyu's gaze, the little fox's tea-colored eyes flickered with innocence. Its long lashes quivered as it tentatively addressed her. Awo? Shen Yueyu had been striving to restrain herself, but upon hearing that soft, slightly moist voice, she could no longer contain her excitement. She leaped forward, embracing the little fox, who instinctively attempted to flee upon sensing something amiss. Cradling the little fox in her arms, she rubbed her exquisitely delicate face against its, reveling in its pleasant texture. The little fox bore no unpleasant odor, instead exuding a fragrance reminiscent of fresh tea. The little fox was utterly taken aback by Shen Yueyu's sudden movement, its entire body tensing, even its eyes ceasing to move. What on earth was this woman doing? But soon, Shen Yueyu's action sent its pupils quaking. She buried her head in its fluffy neck and gently nibbled. Little fox, you smell divine. Si Huijing's heart raced, his entire being flushed with heat, leaving him paralyzed, unsure of how to react. This female, what on earth was she doing? Did she not know any shame? At that moment, he regretted his decision to lurk near Shen Yueyu in such a manner. Yet evidently, she remained blissfully unaware of any abnormality, continuing to nuzzle and inhale the scent of the little fox's neck. Si Huijing trembled uncontrollably, unable to discern whether his agitation stemmed from anger or something else entirely. At last, he could no longer endure and abruptly pushed Shen Yueyu away, bolting from the room. Hey, little fox. Shen Yueyu stared bewilderedly at Si Huijing's hasty retreat, a glimmer of confusion passing through her eyes. This little fox possessed a formidable sense of pride. However, it mattered not. Perhaps once it became accustomed to her touch, its reactions would diminish. With that thought, Shen Yueyu dismissed her concerns and soon drifted off to sleep. Shen Yueyu enjoyed a remarkably restful slumber, the most secure sleep she had experienced since her transformation. However, the little fox had a different perspective. By the late hours of the night, a snow-white figure stealthily re-entered the room. Si Huijing glanced at Shen Yueyu to confirm her deep sleep before seating himself before the mirror. In an instant, the fluffy little fox transformed into a remarkably tall and slender young man. His pure white hair cascaded like flowing water under the moonlight, and his visage was strikingly beautiful, exuding elegance and nobility. The scene was exquisite, yet Si Huijing's expression was far from pleasant. He caught sight of a series of red marks adorning his long, pale neck, evidence of Shen Yueyu's nibbling. Si Huijing stared at the marks in disbelief, his pupils narrowing. Slowly, he extended his long, slender fingers, trembling as he contemplated touching the marks, but just before contact, he withdrew his hand. Si Huijing felt a surge of annoyance and promptly raised his collar to conceal the overly intimate marks. Chapter 53. A Kiss Won't Kill You. Moonlight cascaded, casting a gentle glow upon Shen Yueyu's exquisitely beautiful face, her skin as porcelain-like and flawless as a doll. At that moment, her thick lashes were closed. Her rosy lips slightly parted, exhaling warm breath. Upon noticing her delicate lips, Si Huijing inexplicably recalled the sensation of her kiss. Her lips were as soft as flower petals, devoid of any lewd implication even during their embrace. Shen Yueyu radiated a subtle fragrance that she herself was unaware of, her golden hair flowing around her, captivating all attention. She was breathtaking, even more so than any female he had ever encountered. Si Huijing gazed at Shen Yueyu, his eyes once again returning to their indifferent state. A glimmer of silver flickered in his gaze, and his fingertips slowly extended into sharp claws. "Little fox, don't leave." In her dreams, Shen Yueyu murmured softly, her lips parting slightly, a strand of hair brushing against her mouth, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her voice was gentle, akin to feathers softly grazing against the skin. Si Huijing's cold gaze remained fixed upon her as he extended his claws towards her lips. With a mere flick of his claws, he could inflict grievous harm. Yet, his claws did not descend. Instead, he delicately swept aside the golden strands that had fallen near her mouth. Shen Yueyu felt no hint of unusualness, merely smiling sweetly.
All right.
Be good. The strands of hair by Si Huijing's cheek danced slightly, adding a touch of chill to his elegance. He gazed deeply at her, ultimately retracting his hand with a sigh, reverting to his original form. Perhaps it wasn't he so intolerable after all. Glancing back, the excessively adorable little fox bore no semblance of aggression, appearing simply charming. Si Huijing lay down beside Shen Yueyu, slowly closing his tea-colored eyes. Meanwhile, a faint sound emanated from the system within Shen Yueyu's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations. The system detected that the target, Si Huijing, has a fondness level of 10 towards you. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shen Yueyu was fast asleep, entirely unaware. Sweet dreams. Lu Kewu awoke early, prepared breakfast for Shen Yueyu, and quietly departed from the courtyard. Yesterday, when they secured this courtyard, they had nearly exhausted all their funds. If they did not take action soon, they were likely to face starvation. Lu Kewu also wished to do something for Shen Yueyu. A beast man ought to provide for his wife. With this thought in mind, after wandering the streets for a while, Lu Kewu finally halted before a job advertisement, scrutinizing it for an extended period. He nearly perused all the listings, yet it seemed there were no options offering high wages or meeting his criteria. "Hey, brother," a nearby male beast man approached Lu Kewu with enthusiasm. "What kind of job are you seeking?" "I'm looking for one with a high salary," Lu Kewu replied. "I see," the male beast man said, his eyes darting with intrigue. "Come with me to a certain place. I assure you, the wages there are exceedingly high."
How high?
Lu Kewu inquired. "You could earn tens of thousands in a single day," the male beast man exclaimed. "All right," Lu Kewu replied, his interest piqued as he nodded in agreement to follow. The destination he was led to appeared to be an immense arena. On the grounds, two male beast men were locked in a fierce battle, their bodies stained crimson with blood, riddled with deep and shallow wounds. Yet, they seemed undeterred in their combat, attacking each other with increasing ferocity as if intent on delivering fatal blows. Surrounding the arena sat numerous spectators, the air thick with the scent of blood, yet their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty excitement.
Charge. Kill him.
Kill him. The thunderous cheers echoed, causing Lu Kewu to frown. This place was not what he had envisioned. "Look, by participating in such duels, if you win, you can earn 10,000 in one go," the male beast man beside Lu Kewu urged. Lu Kewu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the center of the arena. At that moment, one of the male beast men surged forward recklessly, using a sharp blade to slice open the neck of the other. Vivid scarlet blood sprayed forth, rendering the scene exceptionally brutal. One beast man collapsed, and the atmosphere of the arena only grew more frenzied. "I won! Useless creature, what a waste of money. Had I known, I wouldn't have placed my bet on him." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, utterly indifferent to the life or death of the beast men in the arena, their focus solely on victory and the thrill of bloodshed. Lu Kewu watched the scene with a frown, turning to leave, but the man beside him was insistent. Stepping in front of Lu Kewu, "Hey, brother, don't go. Though this seems risky, it truly is lucrative. I guarantee you won't find a more profitable endeavor in the entire District 103. Lu Kewu paused a steps. "What are the rules of the competition?" Seeing his interest, the beast man eagerly began to explain. "Rest assured, here there is no hierarchy. Your level is B, and your opponents will also be B." He then produced a contract and handed it to Lu Kewu. "Just sign this death contract, win a match, and you can leave with 20,000 in cash immediately." Lu Kewu's gaze lingered on the contract, hesitating. Shen Yueyu was unaware of Lu Kewu's whereabouts. When she awoke, he had already vanished. Before leaving, he had left her a note and prepared steaming pastries in the pot, ensuring everything was ready. He had promised he would return swiftly. Not thinking much of it, Shen Yueyu cradled the little fox in her arms and instinctively rubbed her neck. "You," she said, gazing at the little fox, shaking her head. This morning, she felt an unusual soreness in her neck, something that had not previously occurred. Upon closer inspection, she realized the little fox had stolen her pillow during the night, sleeping soundly while she suffered. That SR pillow. Shen Yueyu chided the little fox, feeling a wave of frustration. Yet, the little creature appeared entirely oblivious to the wrongdoing. It cast a glance at Shen Yueyu with its tea-colored eyes, stretching elegantly, looking utterly adorable. Seeing its charming demeanor, Shen Yueyu could not hold on to her irritation. She reached out, intending to scoop up the little fox for a kiss. This time, however, the little fox seemed to anticipate her move, deftly sidestepping her grasp. Shen Yueyu missed. You, she said, shaking her head at the little fox. Why are you dodging? I just want to give you a kiss. What's wrong with that? A kiss won't hurt anyone. The little fox's expression darkened. While a kiss might not prove fatal, it could not guarantee Shen Yueyu's safety. Chapter 54. The Infinite Points Machine. Uncertain if it was just her imagination, Shen Yueyu felt the little fox had rolled its eyes at her. However, she paid it no mind. Rubbing her neck, she addressed the system. Host, I am here. Check the affection levels of the various targets, she instructed. Understood. Querying all affection data for the targets now. The system reported, the current affection level of target C Yellen towards you is 30. 30? Shen Yueyu gasped, nearly leaping up in disbelief, convinced she had misheard. If her memory served her right, C Yellen's affection for her had previously been quite low. She distinctly recalled the look he had cast upon her before she leapt from the cliff, a gaze filled with a desire to flay her alive. Why had his fondness for her increased now that she had disregarded him? The system offered an uncertain explanation. Perhaps he mistakenly believes you are dead, hence his diminished animosity. That certainly seemed plausible. The system continued. Now even Ryuan's affection towards you has risen to 46. Wow. Shen Yueyu found herself somewhat speechless. Despite her previous efforts to be kind to them, it had yielded little effect, and now that she had distanced herself, their affections had increased. It seemed her strategy had indeed been effective. What about the others? The current affection level of target C Huijing is 10. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Yueyu was taken aback. She remembered C Huijing's affection had also been rather low. How had it quietly risen to 10? What had transpired in the interim? She did not recall any significant interaction with him. Could it be that he too had heard of her supposed demise, thus raising his regard for her? The current affection level of target Lu Kuwu is 67. Lu Kuwu held a high level of affection towards her, indicating a swift potential for pursuit. Shen Yueyu felt no surprise at this figure. After all, Lu Kuwu had always treated her well. The current affection level of target Jiang Ziyao is 90, with an increase of 3 during this period. At this moment, Jiang Ziyao stood as the one with the highest affection level among all. The mention of Jiang Ziyao brought a hint of melancholy to Shen Yueyu's expression. Upon the revelation of the truth, Jiang Ziyao's favorability indeed surged. Yet it was evident that he remained preoccupied with his own concerns during this period. After all, a favorability score of 90 is remarkably high. The target, Su Yanjua, currently holds a favorability rating of 42 towards you. At the mention of Su Yanjua, Shen Yueyu could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. It is easy to increase favorability with Su Yanjua, yet he can just as effortlessly diminish it. Especially when he interacts with others, the favorability meter fluctuates wildly, akin to a heart monitor, leaving one utterly unprepared. The favorability scores of other targets remain uncertain, and your current account boasts a total of 244 points. Oh! Shen Yueyu was taken aback. Could it be that I have accumulated such a substantial amount of points? These points are indeed a valuable asset. When faced with peril, she could exchange them for numerous advantageous items. Thus, she resolved to save them for now. Indeed. The system responded. This fluctuation in favorability with a target Su Yanjua may be the reason for your accumulating points, as the increments and decrements do not cancel each other out. Shen Yueyu swiftly grasped the key concept. Are you suggesting that while Su Yanjua may raise and then lower his favorability towards me, the points earned during the increments remain intact? Theoretically, that is correct, the system affirmed. That is splendid. Shen Yueyu cast her gaze towards Su Yanjua's room, a mischievous thought blossoming in her mind. Su Yanjua is, in essence, a perpetual point generator, ISNTE? Host, what are you planning? The system observed Shen Yueyu, an ominous premonition suddenly surfacing within. Why did he inexplicably feel a sense of pity for Su Yanjua? Do not concern yourself. Just focus on accumulating points, Shen Yueyu replied, making a beeline for Su Yanjua's room. Upon arrival, It was apparent that Su Yanjua had yet to fully awaken. He looked at Shen Yueyu with a hint of confusion. Sister, what are you doing? Shen Yueyu flashed him a wicked smile. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to share my innermost thoughts with you. Su Yanjua appeared even more perplexed. However, Shen Yueyu did not grant him the opportunity to regain clarity. Moments later, the room was filled with Su Yanjua's resounding cries. Wah, sister, how could you do this?
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has decreased to 3. All right, do not cry. I was merely teasing you. Shen Yueyu hurriedly consoled him.
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has risen to 4.
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has risen to 5.
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has decreased to 2. An hour passed, and Shen Yueyu gazed at the additional 100 points in her account, feeling immensely satisfied.
Points as easy as pie.
The system, witnessing the scene, was nearly overwhelmed. Host, it seems Su Yanjua is on the verge of shedding all his tears. Will you not comfort him? Shen Yueyu, distracted by her points, shifted her gaze and noticed Su Yanjua curled up in the corner, clutching his knees. His face adorned with small teardrops. His violet hair seemed tousled from crying, a few strands clinging to his tear-streaked cheeks, making his beauty mark appear even more pronounced. The sight made Shen Yueyu feel akin to a tormentor, while Su Yanjua's sobbing visage resembled that of a distressed maiden. Observing him, Shen Yueyu began to question the appropriateness of her actions. Ahem. She cleared her throat, softening her tone to soothe Su Yanjua. Enough of the tears. What sort of sight is this for an A-grade male?
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has decreased to 3. Shen Yueyu swiftly altered her tone. However, no matter how you cry, you remain charming. But it would be best if you refrained from tears. Seeing you cry tugs at my heartstrings. Su Yanjua lifted his tear-stained face, his violet eyes shimmering. Really? Will you truly feel heartache for me, sister? Of course I will. Shen Yueyu replied. At that moment, she felt somewhat like a cad coaxing a young girl. Yet, Su Yanjua believed her. And he quickly broke into a smile. I knew it. Sister treats me differently.
Ding.
The system detected that Su Yanjua's favorability towards you has risen to 5. Watching the favorability increase, Shen Yueyu exhaled in relief. She indeed held a different sentiment towards him. After all, such a point-generating mechanism is incredibly advantageous. Chapter 55. He is her beastly husband. I recall you mentioned wanting to go shopping last time, Shen Yueyu stated. Do you have time to accompany me now? Given the current economic hardships, she needed to devise a way to earn money, perhaps by creating that chili powder again. Upon hearing that Shen Yueyu wished to go out with him, Su Yanjua's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly wiped away his tears. I'm free. Whenever sister calls. I am available. Shen Yueyu, noticing his exquisitely beautiful face flushed from crying, felt a twinge of guilt. Very well, let us head out shortly. Su Yanjua promptly agreed. And as they prepared to leave, Shen Yueyu caught sight of the little fox lazily sprawled on the table, watching her. At that moment, the little fox's gaze appeared to have shifted, evading her eyes, though she could not discern the reason behind it. Nevertheless, its demeanor was utterly adorable to Shen Yueyu, prompting her to scoop the little fox up and take it along. The little fox, recalling the events of the previous night, tensed up and struggled to escape.
Ah.
Shen Yueyu firmly pressed it down. Come along with us. It would be dreadfully boring for a little fox to stay here alone. Upon hearing this, Si Huijing ceased his struggles, curious to observe Shen Yueyu's intentions. Su Yanjua cast a glance at Si Huijing, although he was not fond of the little fox. He reasoned that he was not so petty as to quarrel with a mere animal. The group soon arrived at the bustling main street of a nearby city. Shen Yueyu surveyed the throngs of people, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. Here, she was free from the perverse individuals of Xinglan Nation, allowing her to act without excessive caution. Noticing Shen Yueyu curiously scanning her surroundings, Su Yanjua inquired, Sister, what do you wish to buy today? Shen Yueyu, cradling the little fox, nodded gently. I would like to purchase some dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Ideally of good quality and at a reasonable price.
Ah.
Su Yanjua fell into thought. I know where you can find the dried chili peppers you need. Just then, a male voice unexpectedly called out from behind them. Shen Yueyu turned to see a man in a white shirt standing before them, his tone laced with desperation. He had tousled gray-blue hair, eyes as clear as the sea, and an extraordinarily handsome visage, radiating an air of purity, albeit tinged with an inexplicable frailty.
You know?
Shen Yueyu asked skeptically. Yes, I do, the blue-haired man replied. his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. If only you would be willing to save me. Upon hearing his last words, Su Yenjue immediately grew alert, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Yueyu, his tone turning hostile. What are you scheming? As he spoke, the blue-haired man glanced back, noticing a girl accompanied by a man hastily approaching him. His expression shifted, and he attempted to flee, but it was already too late. A male orc hastened forward, seizing him firmly. Nanli, how dare you defy our mistress's wishes and flee on your own? The blue-haired man's expression shifted dramatically. I did not. I simply cannot continue like this. Before he could finish his sentence, a girl following closely behind him lashed out with a whip, striking him sharply across the back. A cry of pain escaped the blue-haired man's lips as he crumpled to the ground. Su Yenjue observed the scene with a furrowed brow and instinctively pulled Shen Yueyu back a step to prevent them from being inadvertently harmed. Do you still dare to retort? The approaching female, her voice dripping with arrogance as she scrutinized his cheek, declared, Nanli, let me tell you, had it not been for your somewhat pleasing appearance, would I consider taking you, a B-class male, as my beast husband? I am an A-class female. Do you have any idea how many wish to be my beast husband? Even an S-class male would kneel and lick my feet. As she spoke, her anger seemed to escalate, and she lashed him again with the whip. It was only because your parents pleaded with me that I accepted you. How dare you be so ungrateful? Cowering from the blows, Nanli's clothes stained with blood, murmured,
I am sorry.
But I truly do not like you. The girl, further incensed by his pitiful demeanor, drew her whip and continued her assault. The surrounding male orcs merely watched from a distance, showing no inclination to intervene. In this realm, an A-class female represented absolute status and power. Even General Jiang Zai had to yield to them and accord them respect. After all, only high-ranking females could soothe the uncontrollable urges of males. Thus, females in District 103 held an unequivocal position of authority, and it was entirely normal for them to punish their males. Even should she beat Nanli to death today, she would face no consequences. Su Yenjue, witnessing this, could not help but clench his fingers tightly. He suddenly recalled the A-class female his parents had arranged for him. Had he truly become her beast husband, she would possess the power to dictate his life or death. This was a rule against which male orcs had no means of resistance. Therefore, Su Yenjue fled. Moreover, he was confident that Shen Yueyu would never treat him with such cruelty. At most, she merely enjoyed teasing him to the point of tears. Sister, let us leave, Su Yenjue suggested, unable to bear the sight any longer as he tugged at Shen Yueyu. The child in Shen Yueyu's arms, Si Huijing, frowned at the scene but acquiesced to the course of action. For a high-ranking female to discipline her beast husband was, after all, an all-too-common occurrence. Indeed, Shen Yueyu remarked, though she disapproved of the female's actions, she refrained from intervening. She was not one to provoke trouble. Please, save me.
Nanli,
Lying on the ground and enduring the beating, glanced at Shen Yueyu's retreating figure, despair flickering across his face. He had sought her assistance because females were scarce here, and they possessed absolute protection rights. An A-class female was untouchable unless the aggressor was also female. Upon hearing his plea, Shen Yueyu hesitated briefly, but did not turn back. As Nanli continued to be whipped, his face turned pale, and he suddenly spat blood from his mouth. He was already frail, and at this rate, he truly feared for his life. The female showed no signs of relenting. Do you still dare to seek help from that female? Are you out of your mind? Just by looking at her, I can tell her mental prowess is lacking. How could such a cowardly and incompetent female dare to oppose me? Shen Yueyu paused momentarily. Su Yenjue, unable to bear it any longer, turned angrily to the offending female. Did your parents not teach you how to speak properly? He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he could not stand to hear anyone disparage Shen Yueyu. His words caught the female's attention. Upon seeing Su Yenjue's appearance, her eyes lit up.
I am Su Meng.
You're rather handsome. Would you be interested in becoming my beast husband? As she spoke, Su Meng tossed her bloodied whip onto the ground. If you become my male, I might consider providing you with mental comfort. Your uncontrollable urges are already quite high. That incompetent female beside you cannot save your life. This was the leverage and power that females wielded. A wave of strong revulsion surged within Su Yenjue as he prepared to retort, but Shen Yueyu stepped in front of him, blocking his way. He is my beast husband. Your actions are rather overstepping, are they not? Su Yenjue turned, astonished to gaze at Shen Yueyu, his eyes trembling. Did this mean she was acknowledging their relationship?
Ding.
The system detected Su Yenja's affection for you at 2. A smile of delight spread across his face, and he confidently stood behind Shen Yueyu in agreement. Sister is right. He is indeed her beast husband. Furthermore, the sight of Shen Yueyu standing protectively in front of him was undeniably impressive. Are you out of your mind? You are his mistress. Su Meng erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. If I'm not mistaken, you appear to be merely a C-class female. How dare you accept him? Do you even know if you are worthy? Su Meng's gaze scrutinized Shen Yueyu's face, a flicker of jealousy crossing her features. Shen Yueyu's beauty far surpassed her own. She resembled a vixen enticing males. As Shen Yueyu frowned, preparing to speak, the seemingly fragile Su Yenja could no longer contain himself. Interjecting with defiance, what do you mean she is unworthy? She is my chosen mistress, far more deserving than you. I tell you. Su Yenja glared at her. In my eyes, 1,000 of you do not compare to a single strand of her hair. Su Meng was incensed by his words. What nonsense are you spouting? I am an A-class female. For years, she had wielded her status in District 103, enjoying the finest luxuries, adorned in haute couture, residing in opulent mansions, surrounded by a throng of males. After living such a charmed life, few dared to challenge her. Yet here was Su Yenja, audaciously speaking against her. Furious, Su Meng raised her whip, poised to strike Su Yenja. In this realm, even among equals, females held a significantly higher status than males. No one dared to defy an A-class female, let alone strike one. After all, the female protectors would invariably side with their kind, a privilege afforded to females in District 103. As the whip swung toward his face, Su Yenja gritted his teeth, preparing to step back, only to see Shen Yueyu take a step forward. To his astonishment, Shen Yueyu grasped Su Meng's whip firmly. Hey, is it your place to strike my beast husband? Did you seek my permission? Though Shen Yueyu may not possess the extraordinary offensive capabilities characteristic of their male counterparts, she is still capable of intercepting a delicate female's whip. Su Meng did not anticipate such a reaction from Shen Yueyu. While she could impose her will upon males at her discretion, there existed certain constraints among females endowed with mental prowess. Even she could not inflict harm upon another female at will. Release me, or I shall summon my beast husband to deal with you.
Su Meng threatened vehemently.
Shen Yueyu glanced up, retorting, it sounds as if once I release you, you won't summon anyone to confront me. Gritting her teeth, Su Meng knew Shen Yueyu was correct. Regardless of the outcome, she had already marked this grievance in her mind. The sight of two rare females clashing was indeed a rarity, prompting immediate notification to the Female Protection Committee. Some onlookers even began to capture the scene on camera. Shen Yueyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Meng and said, I would advise you to depart sooner rather than later. Why should I leave? Su Meng snapped. Because you are an A-grade female, while I am merely a C-grade, Shen Yueyu replied, pausing slightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. After all, those without shoes fear not the barefooted. Your influence in Zone 103 is considerable, is it not? If word of this incident were to circulate online. Lowering her voice, she shifted her gaze to Namli, especially since you assaulted your own beast husband in public, causing him to bleed. Su Meng's complexion paled at these words, and she stammered, that was merely a result of his frail constitution. Although the repercussions of this incident posed no tangible threat to her, it would certainly alter many people's perceptions of her. And Su Meng was not keen on tarnishing her reputation. Shen Yueyu, however, seemed unfazed by such concerns. Realizing this, Su Meng cast a venomous glare at Shen Yueyu, declaring, you will pay for this. With that, she stormed off with her beast husband, not sparing a glance at Namli. Once she departed, Namli let out a sigh of relief, gingerly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he approached Shen Yueyu. Cough. Thank you for your assistance. It was nothing. Shen Yueyu shook her head. How is your health? My health has always been poor. I've become accustomed to it, and it's not a significant issue. Namli replied with a wry smile. Shall I take you to the place where they sell dried chilies? Yes, Shen Yueyu agreed. Namli was truthful about this matter. The place he recommended had dried chilies that were both affordable and of good quality. Shen Yueyu purchased some with her remaining funds, but soon realized her budget was insufficient, forcing her to halt her spending. As they parted ways, Namli's silhouette bore an indescribable desolation. Su Yenja, observing his retreating figure, called out, Namli, what do you plan to do next? Namli paused, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. I do not know, but I intend to leave my wife for a while. He continued, his expression tinged with helplessness. I sought my wife to alleviate my instability. Yet she brings me no comfort and revels in tormenting me for her amusement. Nanli sighed, closing his eyes in resignation.
Now.
I simply wish to find a place to spend the remainder of my life before I completely lose control. Shen Yueyu glanced up and indeed noticed the dark haze thickening around Nanli's head. However, she could not provide him solace. He was now another's beast husband, and it was against the rules to form a new mental bond. I wish you luck, Shen Yueyu finally spoke after a pause. Thank you. Nanli replied with a smile before turning to leave alone. Su Yanjia, watching this scene unfold, felt a deep-seated sense of melancholy. It was fortunate he escaped, otherwise, he too might have faced a similar fate. Moreover, Shen Yueyu was genuinely kind. Reflecting on this, Su Yanjia turned to Shen Yueyu, a smile illuminating his eyes. Surely, someone as wonderful as Shen Yueyu would not harm him. Yet, when Su Yanjia spoke, he uttered, "Sister, as my wife, you may strike me at will." After saying this, he hoped Shen Yueyu would offer him comfort, perhaps saying, "Of course not, I could never bear to strike you." However, Shen Yueyu found his statement perplexing. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. The system has detected that character Su Yanjia's affection level towards you is 3. Shen Yueyu's gaze towards Su Yanjia grew somewhat peculiar. Was he inviting her to strike him? Was he truly that masochistic? Thus, Shen Yueyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you have a masochistic tendency? Does being struck excite you?" Shen Yueyu, respectful, yet perplexed. Chapter 57. Comforting. Su Yanjia's smile immediately froze at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Shen Yueyu, his cheeks puffing up in indignation. "I am not." He began to suspect Shen Yueyu might be allergic to romance.
Ding.
The system has detected that character Su Yanjia's affection level towards you is 3. Noticing the affection prompt, Shen Yueyu realized she had misinterpreted his meaning. Clearing her throat, she averted her gaze. Glancing at a nearby stall, she spotted several trinkets, among which were a few particularly exquisite necklaces. She then tugged at the puffed-up Su Yanjia and led him over, selecting a necklace from the display. "Su Yanjia, what do you think of this necklace?" Su Yanjia, still somewhat sulky, turned to look, noticing that the necklace in Shen Yueyu's hand was silver, adorned with a gracefully flowing fishtail design, exuding simplicity and elegance. "Sister," he said, somewhat surprised by Shen Yueyu's choice, as if he did not quite grasp her intention. He recalled that Shen Yueyu's true form was a mermaid. "Do you like it?" Shen Yueyu inquired. Su Yanjia was momentarily taken aback, then nodded dazedly. "I do. Shall I put it on for you?" Shen Yueyu suggested. "All right," Su Yanjia agreed, observing Shen Yueyu's height, and he silently crouched down to allow her to fasten the necklace around his neck. In that moment, Shen Yueyu was close enough to detect the faint scent of grass and wood emanating from him. As she wrapped the necklace around Su Yanjia's long, elegant neck, her fingers inadvertently brushed against his exceptionally delicate skin. From her vantage point, she could see his exquisitely handsome profile and the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. Undeniably, Su Yanjia possessed striking features. All done, Shen Yueyu released her hold, smiling at him. "Indeed, beautiful people look good in anything." "Really?" Su Yanjia raised his gaze expectantly. The previous sulkiness vanished. "Of course," Shen Yueyu affirmed.
Ding.
The system has detected that character Su Yanjia's affection level towards you is 5. Hearing the affection prompt, Shen Yueyu realized she had done well, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. The stall owner, a male beast man, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene, "Sir, you are truly fortunate. Your wife has personally gifted you a necklace. This necklace suits you perfectly, enhancing your charm even further." Su Yanjia touched the necklace, and although he said nothing, the corners of his eyes lifted, revealing his delight. Shen Yueyu couldn't help but think how easily Su Yanjia could be appeased. A simple, inexpensive necklace from a roadside stall was enough to win his affection. Yet, seeing him happy brought her a sense of joy as well. She glanced at the other necklaces on the stall and noticed a wolf head-shaped one, purchasing it along with 2 pink bells before finally departing. Su Yanjia appeared to be in remarkably high spirits today, his face subtly adorned with a smile upon his return. The little fox nestled in Shen Yueyu's arms cast a fleeting glance at Su Yanjia before turning away, seemingly disinterested. His unsightly demeanor hardly resembled that of an A-class male. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Yueyu commenced her exploration of the recipe for chili powder. It was not until nightfall that Lu Kewu returned. Spotting his arrival, Shen Yueyu eagerly approached him and inquired, "Where have you been today? Why are you home so late?" Lu Kewu seemed taken aback by the fact that Shen Yueyu had been waiting for him, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, I. The little fox, who had been dozing off, shot a sidelong glance at Lu Kuwu, furrowing its brow. While others might not detect it, his keen sense of smell picked up an overwhelming scent of blood on Lu Kuwu. He had taken a life today. Shen Yueyu remained oblivious to this, noticing Lu Kuwu's fatigued appearance and urging him to sit down. Have you eaten dinner? Lu Kuwu stared blankly and shook his head no. With a soft sigh, Shen Yueyu retrieved some food from the kitchen and placed it before him. I kept it warm for you, go ahead and eat. The meal consisted of the standard 3 dishes and a soup, which warmed Lu Kuwu's heart. He swallowed hard, and the words that escaped his lips were, Master.
I'm sorry.
Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly at his demeanor. What do I have to apologize for? Lu Kuwu, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered his head. I didn't prepare dinner for you. He had initially thought he would return home quickly, but his adversary had proven to be rather troublesome, delaying his return until now. Shen Yueyu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh upon hearing this. The golden strands of her hair shimmered under the dim yellow light, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. Her striking features were accentuated by her gentle yet playful smile, resembling an angel descended to earth. With her pink, glistening lips, she remarked, I can cook too, you know. Why go through the trouble of preparing all that for me? Lu Kuwu, unable to resist the allure of Shen Yueyu's presence, felt his face flush. He averted his gaze. I merely wished to do so. He wanted his master to live in comfort, without a care for sustenance. As for everything else, he would shoulder it himself. Shen Yueyu shook her head at his demeanor. Su Yanjia was quite talkative, but Lu Kuwu spoke too little, often withholding his thoughts from her. Thus, she presented him with a necklace she had purchased earlier that day. Here, this is for you. Open it and take a look. Lu Kuwu, puzzled, opened the box to reveal a silver necklace adorned with a sleek wolf head design, simple yet elegant, glimmering in the soft light. His eyelashes fluttered as he nearly questioned his own eyes. Master, is this truly for me? Of course, Shen Yueyu replied with a gentle laugh. It was chosen based on your true form. A glimmer of light sparked in Lu Kuwu's eyes as he nodded. I love it. Thank you, master. That's wonderful. Shen Yueyu exclaimed. Now, hurry and eat. Do you expect me to feed you? No, that's not it. Lu Kuwu's ears flushed crimson as he hastily lowered his head to eat, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. His master truly treated him with great kindness. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed in Shen Yueyu's mind. Ding. The system has detected that the character Lu Kuwu has gained 3 favor points towards you. Current favorability stands at 70. A surge of joy filled Shen Yueyu's heart. With a score of 70, success in her endeavor was now within reach. Observing this scene, the little fox turned away, unwilling to witness it further. Why did both Su Yanjia and Lu Kuwu possess necklaces gifted by Shen Yueyu while he did not? Previously, she had embraced him affectionately, yet now she seemed to favor them. This thought deepened the little fox's sense of disappointment, prompting him to stride into Shen Yueyu's room and lie down. Unaware of the little fox's subtle actions, Shen Yueyu exchanged a few more words with Lu Kuwu before heading off to rest. Upon entering her room, she found the little fox sprawled on the bed, a fluffy ball with its 9 tails flicking restlessly. The light cast upon its pristine white fur rendered it all the more captivating. Sensing Shen Yueyu's gaze, the little fox turned to look at her, its eyes imbued with innocence and its lashes fluttering, creating an utterly enchanting sight. From any angle, the little fox appeared strikingly charming. Shen Yueyu approached, yearning to embrace the little fox, but unexpectedly, it leaped away, evading her outstretched hand.
Oh, you?
Shen Yueyu shook her head in exasperation. The little fox had previously seemed to entice her, yet now it shunned her touch, leaving her puzzled about its thoughts. Not wishing to press the issue, Shen Yueyu took a seat at her desk and began crafting the bell she had purchased earlier. In no time, she completed a delightful collar adorned with 2 pink bells. Gazing at the collar in her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Turning to the little fox, who lay languidly on the bed, seemingly disinterested in her, she approached and waved the newly crafted collar before it. I didn't find anything suitable for you at the stall today, so I made this collar myself. Do you like it? Si Huijing stared at the collar before him, his pupils quivering. As the 5th prince of the illustrious Xinglan kingdom, how could he wear something so distinctly meant for a pet? His expression darkened slightly, yet Shen Yueyu did not afford him the luxury of a response. Promptly fastening the collar around his neck, the already striking little fox, now adorned with 2 pink bells, appeared utterly adorable. As the sound of the bells tinkled against his neck, Si Huijing's body stiffened. Unfazed, Shen Yueyu continued to express her delight, lifting the little fox to face the mirror. Look how perfectly this bell matches you. You're simply adorable. Chapter 58. An image ruined. Si Huijing gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the two large bells hanging from his neck. This was utterly absurd. Yet, Shen Yueyu remained blissfully unaware of his turmoil, excitedly tapping the pink bells adorning Si Huijing's neck. Ding ding ding. The bells chimed melodiously, causing Si Huijing's ears to twitch involuntarily. Little fox, you look even cuter now. Shen Yueyu praised sincerely, finding him irresistibly charming. Si Huijing's pupils quivered. He cast Shen Yueyu a glance before abruptly shoving her hand away and leaping down from the table. Hey, little fox, where are you going? Shen Yueyu exclaimed, bewildered. Si Huijing, with his tea-smoke-colored fox eyes, glanced at her without a word, striding over to tug at the bells around his neck. However, the dexterity of a fox's paw was no match for a human hand, and after a short struggle, he merely loosened the collar slightly, leaving it dangling awkwardly around his neck. This spectacle, while adorable, also bore a hint of absurdity. Shen Yueyu couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Little fox, please do not tamper with that collar. It took me considerable effort to create it for you. With that, Shen Yueyu approached, intending to lift the little fox and properly secure the collar around his neck once more. However, the little fox deftly evaded her grasp, frowning as he concentrated on removing the necklace. Shen Yueyu could not help but shake her head at his antics, silently imagining a voiceover for his actions. The little fox exclaimed in frustration, "Hurry up, get this off me. I refuse to wear it." Shen Yueyu burst into laughter at his expression, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Despite his undeniably attractive appearance, there lingered a hint of playful mischief about him. Si Huijing, at a loss for words, shot a glance at Shen Yueyu before leaping out of the room, determined to focus on unfastening the bell around his neck. Once again, he regretted returning with Shen Yueyu. This female was simply insufferable. The sound of the little fox's bells soon faded into the distance, and Shen Yueyu chose not to pursue him further. Instead, concentrating on tidying up for bed, the little fox ventured far beyond the courtyard, ensuring no one was watching, before transforming back into his human form. His adorable, fluffy paws morphed into long, slender fingers, revealing Si Huijing's true form. He furrowed his brow as he struggled with the bell, a flicker of embarrassment evident in his clear, noble eyes. Unfortunately, the collar's clasp was at the back, and he found himself unable to undo it. Just then, he heard cautious footsteps approaching from behind. Kneeling behind Si Huijing was a figure. "Your Highness." Si Huijing stiffened, instinctively retracting his hand, attempting to feign nonchalance as he replied, his voice smooth and regal. "What is it?" "There's a message from the Crown Prince," the soldier spoke cautiously. "The Crown Prince has been losing control severely lately. In the worst instance, he even transformed into his beast form. Fortunately, he reverted to human form after a couple of days. However, his condition remains precarious, and his loss of control is still alarmingly high." Upon hearing this, Si Huijing's lashes lowered, concealing the darkness within his gaze. He slowly stroked his fingers, letting out a soft chuckle. "Ah, my dear royal brother has finally met his match. Was he not always the epitome of calmness? How has he fallen into such disarray?" "Yes," the guard affirmed, "I suspect the Crown Prince's loss of control may be linked to that female. He has instructed that if we cannot locate Shen Yueyu within 7 days, he will personally send someone to find her." Si Huijing's brow furrowed slightly. "Has he ceased the search in the river?" Previously, Si Yelin had gone to great lengths, expending considerable manpower and resources to scour that river, yet had found no trace of the little female's body. The only explanation was that Shen Yueyu had not perished. She had escaped to Zone 103. This truth could not remain concealed for long. "Yes," the guard affirmed, "the Crown Prince has already dispatched several individuals to investigate Zone 103. Your Highness, what shall we do?" The soldier, trembling slightly, dared to glance at Si Huijing, eager to discern his expression. However, upon seeing Si Huijing's demeanor, he was taken aback. The moonlight cascaded over his pristine silver hair, and Si Huijing's expression remained inscrutable, exuding an air of timeless nobility. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a pink collar adorned his long, pale neck, and even more absurdly, 2 pink bells dangled from it. Your Highness, the soldier was utterly astonished. He had served the 5th prince for some time and understood that his thoughts were often unfathomable, always maintaining a keen awareness of his outward appearance. Such bizarre adornments were not his style, particularly this one. Si Huijing's tea-colored eyes shifted to the guard, causing the soldier to feel a chill run down his spine. Soon after, he heard Si Huijing's exceptionally cold voice return and accept 10 military strikes. Yes, yes. The guard hurriedly agreed, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He was merely delivering a message. It was clear the prince had chosen to wear such an attire himself, yet he was punishing others for it. What kind of situation was this? Nevertheless, he dared not voice his grievances, choosing instead to lower his head, accepting his ill fate for the day.
Withdraw, Si Huijing commanded.
Not sparing the soldier a glance, as he turned to leave. As he departed, the sound of the jingling bells around his neck echoed behind him, contrasting starkly with his usual dignified demeanor. The soldier could not help but twitch his lips in amusement before swiftly exiting, fearful of incurring further punishment. Once the soldier had gone, Si Huijing regarded the collar around his neck with a slight frown. This female truly was a troublemaker. His voice tinged with resignation. He lowered his long, jade-like neck and, after a moment of frustration, removed the collar. Under the moonlight, he held the pink collar in his hand, his brow furrowing at the sight. In the next moment, he released it, casting the collar to the ground in a definitive display of his discontent. Chapter 59. You cannot help him. Unbeknownst to Shen Yueyu, events had unfolded that night. Upon waking, she found the little fox perched at the foot of her bed, his fox-like eyes fixed intently upon her. His pupils reflected a hint of discontent, and as Shen Yueyu focused, she realized the collar around his neck had mysteriously vanished.
Ah!
Little fox, Shen Yueyu rubbed her eyes. Where have you thrown your necklace? I worked so hard on that. How could you lose it? The little fox cast her a sidelong glance, seemingly indifferent to her concern. His feigned aloofness was utterly adorable, and unable to resist, Shen Yueyu scooped the soft little fox into her arms. How mischievous you are. Let us search for your lost necklace together. The little fox regarded her with a peculiar expression, struggling slightly in her embrace, yet appearing exceedingly fragile. Carrying him, Shen Yueyu scoured the courtyard, only to discover that, for reasons unknown, both Lu Ke and Su Yanjia had ventured out today. Eventually, she found the collar, discarded by the little fox, outside the courtyard. Oh, little fox, how could you have lost it? What a shame. As she spoke, Shen Yueyu reattached the pink bell-adorned collar around Si Huijing's neck, despite his evident resistance throughout the process. Had he known, he should have tossed the collar further away. Just as she secured the collar, footsteps approached from a distance. She lifted her gaze to see several beast men making their way toward her. Leading the group was a tall male figure, clad in a black formal suit, with dark green hair cascading down to obscure his deep crimson eyes. His beauty was striking, each step he took radiating an air of nobility. Behind him trailed a dozen guards, indicating his status was far from ordinary. The man halted before Shen Yueyu, his eyes glinting with disdain. You are Shen Yueyu? Indeed. Shen Yueyu recognized the hostility emanating from the group, her heart racing with apprehension. Surely, they were not from the Starlon Kingdom? That would spell trouble. The man produced a document, placing it before Shen Yueyu. A few days ago, you registered with Su Yanjia at the Female Protection Association to declare him as your beast husband, correct? And you are? Shen Yueyu inquired. I am the father of Su Yanjia, the man spoke. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu felt a sense of relief. It seemed that she had been approached by the parents of her partner. Although these individuals harbored unclear intentions, they were certainly preferable to the group from Xinglan Nation. Please, come inside for a detailed discussion, Shen Yueyu gestured. The man acquiesced to her request, but as he surveyed the modest courtyard, a frown creased his brow. Although the female's rank was classified as C, which was somewhat low, it was still inconceivable for her to reside in such a place, especially while living with his son. Su Yanjia had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to the finest comforts. He had never lived in such a humble abode. How could he endure such hardship alongside this female? The man's dissatisfaction grew as he observed the surroundings, and he took a seat beside Shen Yueyu, his expression darkening. Shen Yueyu poured him a cup of tea, her demeanor polite. Please. The man did not even glance at the tea before speaking directly. Are you truly merely a searing female? Shen Yueyu took a delicate sip of tea, her composure unshaken. That is what the results from the Female Protection Association indicate. May I ask how I should address you? She inquired, tilting her head slightly. Su Yanjia possessed striking features, and his father was equally handsome. I am Jiancheng, the man replied, eyeing Shen Yueyu with a slight frown. To be frank, her beauty was indeed exceptional. No wonder his son had chosen her despite all odds. Under his scrutiny, Shen Yueyu suddenly felt as though she were the one who had ensnared another's daughter, prompting her to clear her throat awkwardly. Uncle Jian, Shen Yueyu began.
What is it that you seek from me?
Noticing Shen Yueyu's politeness, which surpassed that of other females, Jian Cheng's expression softened slightly. However, he continued, "Are you aware that with your level of mental strength, you cannot possibly soothe Yanjia? His current instability is quite severe, and you are unable to assist him. If he continues down this path with you, he may not survive for long." Shen Yueyu, upon hearing this, remained remarkably composed. She believed she would soon successfully win over Lukuwu, at which point she would likely be able to manage Su Yanjia's condition. The concerns raised by Jian Cheng were not particularly daunting for her. However, she had no intention of revealing the secret, maintaining a calm demeanor as she regarded Jian Cheng. "So, what do you wish for me to do?" Jian Cheng raised his hand, and a guard promptly presented a check to Shen Yueyu. "Here is 100 million. I implore you to relinquish my son's beast husband status and sever your ties with him." Shen Yueyu turned, her eyes falling upon the check, and she found herself caught in a moment of indecision. After all, Su Yanjia was a veritable treasure trove of points. Selling him off would indeed be a great loss. Yet, she would not emulate the heroines of domineering romance novels, shouting declarations of true love, with money so blatantly offered. It was difficult for Shen Yueyu not to be swayed, especially given her pressing financial needs. "Ahem," she began, reaching out to accept the check, only to be interrupted by Su Yanjia's sharp voice from the courtyard entrance. "Father, what are you doing?" Su Yanjia rushed in, his anger palpable. As Shen Yueyu's hand brushed the check, she hesitated and withdrew it. "I am only doing this for your own good." Jian Cheng shot an angry glance at Su Yanjia. "Our family has exerted immense effort to find you an A-rank female, and you reject her? Are you intent on courting disaster?"
Sudan dito angrily.
"That was your unilateral decision to find her. I never asked you for that. I do not like her at all. If you do not like her, then who do you prefer? You insist on choosing a C-rank female with such low mental strength." Jian Cheng turned his gaze to Shen Yueyu. "Will you agree to what I proposed earlier?" Shen Yueyu glanced at Su Yanjia and replied, 200 million. "Very well." Jian Cheng instantly concurred, instructing his guard.
"Give her the check."
Shen Yueyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and just as she reached out, she noticed Su Yanjia regarding her with a hint of sorrow. "Sister." His violet eyes glistened with unshed tears, his ears flushed with urgency, and his delicate lips slightly bitten, rendering him almost pitiable. Shen Yueyu realized that if she accepted the check now, it would likely lead Su Yanjia to tears. This was not something easily mended. Thus, she resolutely faced Jian Cheng. "I cannot possibly abandon Su Yanjia. Did you hear that?" Su Yanjia glared at Jian Cheng. "No matter how much you offer her, she will remain unmoved." Shen Yueyu, overhearing this, felt a pang of guilt. She did wish to accept the offer, but the fear of losing out on the money lingered. If she left empty-handed, Su Yanjia would likely cling to her for days, his tears flooding the courtyard, and that was a burden she could not bear. Chapter 60. I just want to take a look. You truly do not want it? Jian Cheng questioned Shen Yueyu. She remained silent, contemplating the check, while Su Yanjia looked at her with a hurt expression. "Sister, please say something." Shen Yueyu shook her head. "I truly do not want it." Upon hearing this, Jian Cheng regarded Su Yanjia with a hint of resignation. "When your instability reaches its peak, do not come seeking me. Rest assured." Su Yanjia shot back. "I would rather perish outside than return to plead for your assistance. Do you not wish for a female with higher mental strength to soothe Su Yanjia?" Shen Yueyu quickly discerned the crux of the matter. "Indeed." Jian Cheng sighed deeply. "If you can calm him, we would even be willing to offer you 500 million in cash." He shook his head at Shen Yueyu. "Unfortunately, your mental strength is too low. It is of no use to him." "Her mental strength is not low." Su Yanjia immediately defended Shen Yueyu. "You are not welcome here. Please leave at once." He instinctively sought to shield Shen Yueyu from distress. "You." Jian Cheng, shaking his head at Su Yanjia, could only lead his entourage away. Once they had departed, Su Yanjia turned to Shen Yueyu. "Sister, did my father and his entourage disturb you?" "Not at all," Shen Yueyu replied, though inwardly she lamented the missed opportunity of the 200 million check. Seeing her expression, Su Yanjia tilted his head. "Did you truly consider abandoning me just now?"
"How could that be?"
Shen Yueyu averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt.
"Is that so?"
Su Yanjia pouted, following her gaze. "Then why were you so eager to take that check?" Shen Yueyu cleared her throat, continuing to avoid eye contact. I merely wished to ascertain its authenticity. I intended to return it afterward. Su Yenja pressed on. So, sister, was that check real or fake? Unable to evade his gaze any longer, Shen Yueyu finally admitted. It was real. Then that proves I am more valuable than the check, does it not? Su Yenja looked at her with a hint of frustration. Of course. Shen Yueyu replied with strong conviction. Su Yenja agreed wholeheartedly. What is just 200 million? I am worth far more than that. With that, Su Yenja took Shen Yueyu's hand. Sister, you mentioned needing to procure some items. Have you completed your shopping? Let us go now. His palm was scorching, and the youth gazed at Shen Yueyu, his eyes brimming with mirth, as sunlight bathed his face, casting an enchanting allure upon his violet-hued irises. Shen Yueyu, momentarily dazzled by his beauty, turned her attention to Su Yenju, who was holding her hand. You. Su Yenju seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his action only then, retracting his hand. I sincerely apologize. I became overly enthusiastic and forgot myself. His eyes reflected innocence and regret, though inwardly, Su Yenju was exhilarated. He had taken Shen Yueyu's hand. Her touch was so soft, far more blissful than he had ever imagined. During the day, they ventured out to procure materials, yet due to financial constraints, they could only afford to buy a limited amount. In the evening, Shen Yueyu meticulously counted the affection levels of each character, noticing that Lu Kewu's affection had reached 70. She fell into contemplation, realizing that just 10 more points were needed for a successful conquest. At that point, her mental prowess could ascend to level B. The thought invigorated her, but it appeared that Lu Kewu's affection increased far too slowly. She needed to take initiative. Thus, she prepared a few items and, under the cover of night, knocked on Lu Kewu's door. Lu Kewu, are you asleep? Shen Yueyu inquired from the doorway. Master. Shen Yueyu heard Lu Kewu's somewhat drowsy voice, tinged with a husky undertone. It seems you just fell asleep, she remarked, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Shen Yueyu paused for a moment. There stood Lu Kewu in the dim light of the moonlit room, pulling on a garment. His skin glowed with an exceptional fairness, his physique not gaunt but rather adorned with a delicate layer of muscle, his well-defined abs glistening under the moonlight. At that moment, as he donned his attire, his torso was partially exposed, starkly contrasting against the darkness, almost blindingly white. Noticing Shen Yueyu's entrance, a fleeting panic crossed Lu Kewu's face. He hurriedly finished dressing, his movements betraying a hint of awkwardness. Under normal circumstances, Shen Yueyu should have averted her gaze, yet she had no intention of doing so. Though Lu Kewu was shrouded in shadows, his form was undeniably remarkable. Master, Lu Kewu's voice was slightly husky, imbued with warmth and shyness. He turned his face away, tugging at his clothing. Shen Yueyu showed no sign of modesty. She approached him, locking her gaze onto his. Why are you so bashful? Have we not previously established a mental bond? At her words, Lu Kewu recalled the exhilarating spiritual connection they had shared, causing his ears to redden further.
I.
Lu Kewu bit his lip, his eyes fixed on Shen Yueyu, filled with a simmering intensity that he struggled to suppress. Master, what brings you here tonight? Shen Yueyu crossed her arms. I wish to ascend the mountain to witness the sunrise. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Kewu responded, very well.
Shen Yueyu,
surprised by his immediate agreement, asked, You don't mind that I've disturbed your slumber? Not at all, Lu Kewu affirmed, his tone resolute. Sleeping can be done any time. Seeing you brings me greater joy. Observing his demeanor, Shen Yueyu couldn't help but marvel at his emotional stability. However, Lu Kewu's reaction fell well within her expectations. She extended her hand towards him. Come, let us go. Lu Kewu gazed at her outstretched fingers, momentarily entranced, his eyes reflecting disbelief and excitement. Am I truly allowed? Could he really hold her hand as they walked together? Of course, Shen Yueyu smiled gently. After all, you are my beast husband. Lu Kewu silently savored the term beast husband as he looked into Shen Yueyu's eyes, which sparkled like the night sky. With utmost care, he grasped her fingers, his heart racing so fiercely that he could almost hear it pounding in his chest. He had never dared to dream that one day he would become Shen Yueyu's beast husband and could hold her hand with such affection.
Yet,
the sensation of holding her felt astonishingly real, and he could even envision the smile gracing her cheeks. In that moment, Lu Kewu felt as though he had genuinely grasped his moon, who had reached out to him. Chapter 61, Fireflies. Soon, Shen Yueyu heard the system's announcement. Ding. The system has detected an increase in Lukuwu's affection for you by 2 points. Current affection level, 72. A smile graced Shen Yueyu's lips as she mused that Lukuwu was indeed quite innocent. However, if holding hands could elevate affection levels, he was certainly easy to conquer. Lukuwu was unaware of how he had mindlessly followed Shen Yueyu outside. He glanced up to see her leading the way, her golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. A subtle fragrance wafting from her presence. This scene felt dreamlike, so exquisite that Lukuwu found himself hesitant to blink. He touched his cheek, realizing it was unusually warm. Suddenly, Shen Yueyu halted, nearly causing Lukuwu to bump into her. He quickly stopped, only to see her turn and smile at him. What should I do? I seem to be getting tired. How about you carry me? Lukuwu's pupils quivered, and he stood there, momentarily at a loss. What, unwilling? Shen Yueyu observed him. Her voice laced with a hint of regret. The sunrise I wish to see is atop a high mountain. By the time I climb up, my feet will be sore. Before Shen Yueyu could finish her sentence, Lukuwu, blushing, crouched down.
All right.
His once tall stature appeared diminished in that moment, as he hung his head slightly, his raven hair dancing in the wind. From Shen Yueyu's vantage point, she could even see the redness creeping up his neck. She smiled softly, gently resting on Lukuwu's back. Feeling the closeness of the girl, Lukuwu stiffened, his ears reddening further as he rose to carry her. The air was filled with her comforting fragrance, and his heart raced as he took careful steps up the mountain, each footfall a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. The night breeze caressed their faces, and Shen Yueyu wrapped her arms around his neck, listening to the rapid beat of his heart, which lifted her spirits. Lukuwu provided her with immense reassurance, for she knew that with him by her side, she would be unconditionally protected. She reached out to caress Lukuwu's cheek, softly inquiring, Lukuwu, why is your face so warm? Her cool fingers brushed against his skin, causing Lukuwu's eyelashes to flutter.
I
don't know, he replied, his voice tinged with caution and uncertainty. Shen Yueyu found his demeanor amusing. Your heart is racing quite fast as well. Lukuwu's steps faltered awkwardly, and Shen Yueyu could hear his heartbeat quickening even more. Haha, she chuckled, delighted by his reaction. Lukuwu continued his ascent up the mountain, a subtle smile gracing his features. Shen Yueyu pointed to the ground, where the moonlight cast elongated shadows of the two figures. It resembled a particularly tall man carrying a young girl, a scene both vivid and lively. Did you see the shadow on the ground? Shen Yueyu inquired. Lukuwu replied affirmatively. The surrounding dense grass swayed with their proximity, releasing a refreshing scent of greenery. Do you think I am heavy while you carry me? Shen Yueyu questioned. Not at all, Lukuwu replied earnestly, shaking his head. But you are incredibly heavy, Shen Yueyu said, casting him a playful, reproachful glance. Back then, when we had just jumped from the waterfall, you fainted, and I had no choice but to carry you to evade the pursuers from Xinglan Kingdom, walking throughout the night. As Lukuwu listened to Shen Yueyu's words, a sharp pang struck his heart, akin to a needle's prick. How exhausting it must have been for her to carry him, especially when she was trembling with fatigue, yet refused to abandon him. His lips quivered slightly. Master, I am sorry. I have caused you trouble. In that moment, witnessing Shen Yueyu leap down, it seemed he had lost all rational thought. He resolved to protect her at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. In hindsight, it was he who had burdened her. Why apologize? Shen Yueyu laughed lightly.
You did splendidly.
Not everyone can jump from such a height. However, she swiftly changed the subject. I need you to promise me that in any situation, you will prioritize your own safety. She emphasized. I am not as fragile as you think. I can take care of myself. Lukuwu nodded in agreement. As they walked along the path, they noticed twinkling lights emerging from the thick bushes nearby. The faint green glow flickered in the night, scattering in various directions, and as they ventured deeper, the air was filled with even more of these luminous creatures. Lukuwu stared in astonishment at the myriad of fireflies. How can there be so many fireflies here?
Indeed.
Shen Yueyu said, her eyes narrowing in delight. How can there be so many? As she spoke, she gently captured a nearby firefly in her palm and presented it to Lukuwu. The firefly fluttered its wings, resting delicately on the tips of her fingers. With more and more fireflies rising around them, the night breeze rustled the shadows of the trees and stirred the blades of grass. Do you like it? Shen Yueyu asked him. Her motivation for rousing Lukuwu from his slumber was not without reason. She had scouted the mountain beforehand, knowing the best spots to witness the fireflies, deliberately guiding him here. Moreover, her claim of sore feet was genuine, as she had indeed walked a considerable distance to find the right place. I do, Lu Kuwu replied earnestly, not only appreciating the scenery, but cherishing the person beside him. His heart brimmed with joy as he carried his beloved, stepping on the moonlight and gazing at the fireflies, climbing toward the mountain's peak.
Ding.
The system has detected Lu Kuwu's affection level at 3. The system's voice echoed in his mind, as Shen Yueyu embraced his neck, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She thought that her actions were not solely for Lu Kuwu's affection level. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Lu Kuwu carefully set Shen Yueyu down from his back. They chose a flat rock to rest upon, with fireflies still flickering in the nearby thicket. Shall we wait for the sunrise here? Shen Yueyu asked him.
All right.
Lu Kuwu nodded. However, waiting for the sunrise in such stillness proved a touch tedious. Why don't we engage in something thrilling while we're here? Shen Yueyu turned to him. Chapter 62, Sunrise. At that moment, Lu Kuwu could scarcely believe his ears, his gaze shifting to Shen Yueyu with skepticism. Yet, she was smiling brightly at him, her beauty akin to a miracle. What do you mean? Lu Kuwu stammered, feeling his cheeks warm once more. His light blue eyes instinctively averted, his pink lips quivered. His handsome features strikingly captivating. This is the wilderness. Haha, Shen Yueyu chuckled lightly. Of course, I know it's the wilderness. She continued, glancing at the top of Lu Kuwu's head. I remember your instability level is still quite high. Allow me to soothe you a bit. Recalling the profound sensation of her soothing presence, Lu Kuwu nodded shyly, his face flushed. As long as Shen Yueyu refrained from initiating anything untoward at this moment, he would be fine. With his consent, Shen Yueyu gently intertwined her fingers with his. As their foreheads touched, their souls began to intertwine, creating an electrifying connection that spread throughout their beings. This spiritual communion transcended the pleasures of the flesh, bordering on an addictive ecstasy. When Shen Yueyu opened her eyes again, she was met with Lu Kuwu's somewhat dazed gaze. He was breathing heavily, his voice hoarse, his cheeks flushed to deep crimson, a sight utterly enchanting. For a moment, Shen Yueyu found herself entranced, unable to deny Lu Kuwu's striking beauty, which was now more captivating than ever. Just as a chill brushed her shoulder, Shen Yueyu snapped back to reality. They had lingered in the night for quite some time, and the temperature had dropped significantly. She touched her shoulder, feeling the warmth of Lu Kuwu's coat draped over her. Aren't you cold? Shen Yueyu asked, surprised. Not at all, Lu Kuwu shook his head. In truth, he too felt the bite of the cold wind, but he chose to ignore it. The dawn is approaching, Shen Yueyu remarked, gazing at the horizon with a sigh. She gently leaned her head against Lu Kuwu's shoulder. After the prior mental soothing, she sensed that Lu Kuwu's instability level had decreased significantly, though she felt somewhat fatigued herself. Lu Kuwu allowed Shen Yueyu to rest against him, his heart swelling with joy. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously wrapped his arms around her delicate shoulders, wishing that time could remain suspended in this blissful moment. In her mind, Shen Yueyu soon heard the system's announcement. Ding. The system has detected Lu Kuwu's affection level at 2, bringing the current level to 77. Congratulations, host. Character Lu Kuwu is on the verge of successful conquest. The system's voice brimmed with elation, and as Shen Yueyu listened, her eyes narrowed with delight, snuggling closer to Lu Kuwu. In the distant sky, a splendid blush of dawn soon spread across the horizon, as the golden sun rose gradually, its warm light filtering through the clouds, cascading over the earth and illuminating them. As Shen Yueyu and Lu Kuwu made their way back, fatigue enveloped her. She had scarcely slept throughout the night and now felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Upon returning to her courtyard, she intended to retreat to her room for a much-needed rest. However, just as she entered, she was intercepted by Su Yenja. Su Yenja cast a glance at Lu Kuwu, who was trailing behind Shen Yueyu, opting to disregard him entirely. Instead, his gaze was fervently fixed upon Shen Yueyu, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Sister, I prepared breakfast for you, but I couldn't find you. So, I've been waiting for you here all morning. Are you hungry? His tone brimmed with anticipation. Even if you're not hungry, you should still give it a try. I've spent quite some time making it. Su Yenja's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he looked at Shen Yueyu. His dark purple, tousled hair was evidently well-groomed, each strand appearing meticulously arranged.
Today,
the longer ends were purposely left loose, adding to his allure. Seeing his enthusiasm, Shen Yueyu found it difficult to decline, and thus nodded in agreement. All right. That's wonderful. Su Yenja beamed at her, then glanced at Lu Kuwu, asking, Are you coming to eat too? Lu Kuwu merely shot him a look before turning to enter the house. Su Yanjia chose not to engage with him further and led Shen Yueyu inside. On the table, the food was housed within a large, exquisite thermal container, indicating that he had indeed been waiting for her. "Sister, please have a seat." Su Yanjia pulled out a chair with pride. "Let me show you the dishes I made." With that, he eagerly lifted the lid of the thermal container. Shen Yueyu leaned in to peer inside, her expression instantly transforming into one of bewilderment. What exactly was she expecting? Inside the container lay a porridge-like concoction, yet its color was a striking blue-purple. Moreover, it was not mere porridge. It seemed almost enchanted, brimming with an array of astonishing ingredients. Alongside the usual rice, there were strips of squid, vibrant vegetable cubes, and some mysterious ingredients that Shen Yueyu had never encountered before. The medley of these components formed a remarkably unique color combination, more extravagant than anything from a chemical factory strain. At that moment, steam wafted from the dish, carrying an overwhelmingly peculiar aroma that assaulted Shen Yueyu's senses. She felt her vision darken, nearly succumbing to the overpowering scent. Shen Yueyu repeatedly reminded herself not to appear overly disdainful, yet she instinctively turned her face away to escape the noxious odor. "Su Yanjia, what on earth have you made?" "It's porridge," he replied innocently, blinking his eyes, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He practically wore a sign on his face that read, "Praise me, please." Shen Yueyu placed a hand on her forehead. "Don't you think the color of this porridge is somewhat strange?" "Not at all," Su Yanjia chuckled lightly. "I remember, sister, you particularly enjoy wearing purple, so I thought you might also appreciate a purple porridge. Isn't that delightful?" At this point, he was genuinely excited, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Shen Yueyu with eager anticipation. "Sister, you simply must try it. It should be delicious." Shen Yueyu remained motionless. There was no need for such seriousness. Su Yanjia assumed she couldn't find her chopsticks, so he hurriedly fetched a pair and handed them to her. "Sister." Overwhelmed by his endearing insistence, Shen Yueyu reluctantly took the chopsticks and gingerly prodded the peculiar porridge. Squid was one thing, but upon inspecting the contents further, her eyes widened in shock. She had extracted a bug from the bowl of peculiar porridge. Trembling, she asked uncertainly, "Is that a grasshopper?" "Yes." Su Yanjia nodded enthusiastically. "Grasshoppers are quite tasty. I had initially considered adding mealworms, but I thought you might not like them, so I opted for grasshoppers instead." His tone carried a hint of regret. Shen Yueyu harbored serious doubts that he was merely trying to prank her, and she inquired with a quiver in her voice, "Why on earth do you enjoy such bizarre things? What is your true form?" It struck her that, despite knowing Su Yanjia for quite some time, she had never seen his true form. Chapter 63, True Form. "My true form?" Su Yanjia hesitated, visibly anxious. "It's not very grand or imposing." "Are you sure you want to see?" "Yes," Shen Yueyu affirmed with a nod. "Since you want to see, I shall transform for you." Su Yanjia had no intention of concealing anything. In an instant, his form shifted, transforming from a handsome, towering youth into a parrot. Shen Yueyu's eyes widened further. The small parrot boasted predominantly purple feathers, with a pure white crest that appeared fluffy. Its violet eyes were particularly striking, sparkling like gemstones. "Sister, do you not like my true form?" Su Yanjia asked, a flicker of worry crossing his features. Many females found his true form unappealing, deeming it too weak and uninteresting. "I don't." Shen Yueyu shook her head, extending her hand towards him. "You look beautiful like this." Hearing her words, Su Yanjia's heart swelled with joy as he hopped onto her palm, gently nuzzling her soft fingers with his fluffy head. "I knew it! You are different from those other females." As Shen Yueyu beheld him, a phrase suddenly came to mind, "a little bird depending on its master." How fitting! No wonder Su Yanjia was so talkative and prone to jealousy. His true form was that of a parrot. Looking at Su Yanjia, she found the idea of having such a parrot as a pet quite appealing. "So, do you truly love eating these grasshoppers?" Shen Yueyu had uncovered a crucial point. Initially, she believed Su Yanjia was playing a prank on her, who would toss bugs into a bowl. Indeed, Su Yanjia nodded, completely oblivious to any impropriety. "However, I prefer the barbecued dishes made by previous chefs. Surely, this should taste good as well?" Shen Yueyu remained silent. He had merely placed what he enjoyed eating into her bowl. It was not done with malice. "If it's good, you should try it yourself." She still could not bring herself to eat those things. She needed to let Su Yanjia sample his own dark culinary creations, lest he continue to bask in his pride. "It's bound to be delicious." Sister, you must try it. Su Yenja insisted, his voice brimming with expectation. He was determined to prove that his culinary skills surpassed Lu Kuo's, hoping to make Shen Yueyu fall in love with his cooking and thus become inseparable from him. Without hesitation, Shen Yueyu scooped a spoonful and offered it to Su Yenja. You try it. As the porridge approached his beak, Su Yenja thought it couldn't possibly taste that bad, and thus opened his mouth for a tentative nibble. After just a small bite, his expression contorted in horror. He could no longer contain himself and quickly flew away from Shen Yueyu's hand, darting to the wall and retching uncontrollably. What is this? How can anything be so horrid? Shen Yueyu watched his reaction with a sense of relief. Thankfully, she had not been swayed by his charms, enduring even a sip of that porridge. Otherwise, she would now be the one, leaning against the wall, retching without dignity. With that thought, she turned and opened the door. Intending to leave, Su Yenja, who had been retching nearby, disregarding his discomfort, swiftly followed her out. Sister, where are you going? The voice was laced with a raspy tone and a hint of grievance. Nonetheless, he did not hold it against Shen Yueyu for not consuming the porridge she had painstakingly prepared that day. He had not anticipated its flavor would be like this. Shen Yueyu stretched lazily, replying, I'm going back to sleep. Are you going back to sleep with that little fox? Su Yenja inquired, leaning closer to Shen Yueyu's shoulder, gently brushing his feathers against her neck. Sister, I'm also in beast form. Let me in to sleep with you, please. I promise to behave obediently. His appearance was exceptionally endearing, with his beads almost bouncing onto Shen Yueyu's face. Absolutely not, Shen Yueyu stated, mercilessly plucking the little parrot from her shoulder and shutting it outside. I wish to sleep alone. Just before closing the door, Su Yenja caught sight of the little fox inside the room, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Feeling somewhat displeased under the fox's scrutiny, Su Yenja transformed back into his human form outside, running his fingers through his hair in frustration as he pulled out a mirror to check his reflection. I looked fine today. Prior to meeting Shen Yueyu, he had deliberately donned a distinguished outfit, and his hair and appearance had been meticulously arranged. Why did Shen Yueyu not find him appealing? Surely, it must be because of his cooking skills. With that thought, he headed towards the kitchen, determined to prepare a delicious meal today. Meanwhile, Shen Yueyu found herself in a dream. She gazed at the familiar surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. Wasn't this the place where she resided when she was the Holy Sun? Just as she was about to step inside, she noticed a remarkably tall man standing not far ahead. His tousled black hair gave him an imposing presence, and even from behind, he exuded an air of authority that sent an unsettling chill down Shen Yueyu's spine. Immediately, she turned to flee, only to see the man glance back at her. It was Si Yelin. His eyes no longer reflected the calm demeanor she had first encountered. They were now tinged with a wild, almost feral intensity. Shen Yueyu, where do you think you're going? He demanded. Without responding, she turned and sprinted away, but Si Yelin transformed into a towering beast and lunged towards her. You can't escape. His deep voice echoed. Shen Yueyu jolted awake, exhaling sharply, mentally chastising herself for the sudden nightmare featuring that troublesome Si Yelin. What bad luck. Chapter 64. The Kitchen Disaster. As she shook off the remnants of her panic, a burnt odor wafted to her nostrils, prompting her to sit up abruptly and head towards the source of the smell. To her astonishment, the once pristine kitchen was now engulfed in thick, swirling smoke, as if something had caught fire. What on earth is happening? Shen Yueyu thought, her heart racing as she ventured further inside. There, she found Su Yenja frantically meddling with something in the pot, from which billowing black smoke escaped, and flames flickered dangerously. What are you doing here? Su Yenja exclaimed, panic evident in his voice as he hastily poured a basin of water into the pot. With a loud hiss, the water met the flames, sending smoke spiraling upwards like a tornado. Despite her prior preparations, Shen Yueyu could not evade the onslaught. She coughed and stumbled out of the kitchen. Su Yenja fared even worse, rushing out and coughing uncontrollably. You, Shen Yueyu began, but the reprimands lodged in her throat upon witnessing Su Yenja's previously immaculate hair now charred and his beloved face smeared with soot. Usually meticulous about his appearance, Su Yenja now looked disheveled. Shen Yueyu's gaze shifted as she noticed the burns on his hands, a pang of concern gripping her heart. Su Yenja was rather delicate. He could hardly tolerate any pain. Yet here he was, enduring significant burns without complaint. The word she meant to say transformed into, "Are you alright, sister?" Su Yenja's voice carried an apologetic tone. I didn't intend to blow up the kitchen. He pondered whether if Lu Kuwu could cook, Shen Yueyu would favor him more. If he could prepare delicious dishes himself, perhaps she would also come to like him. If only he could earn a bit more of her affection through his efforts, yet he had inadvertently created this chaos. Sister must surely despise me now. Dejected, Su Yanjia wiped at the grime on his face, only to smudge it further. I'm sorry, sister. I'll clean up. With that, he moved to re-enter the kitchen.
Wait.
Shen Yueyu grasped his arm. Does your hand hurt? Su Yanjia froze, taken aback by her concern, almost doubting his ears. What? With a gentle sigh, Shen Yueyu took his hand, saying, Come on, let's go to my room. I'll tend to your wounds. Su Yanjia stood dazed, obediently following Shen Yueyu, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He had anticipated a scolding or blame from her, yet she was genuinely worried about him and offered to treat his injuries. As he watched her attentively bandaging his wounds, tears welled in his eyes. Does it hurt? Shen Yueyu asked softly, wrapping gauze around his hand. It does. Su Yanjia nodded earnestly, biting his lip and lowering his gaze. He had initially hoped to win Shen Yueyu's affection through his looks, but now, covered in soot, he felt as unattractive as a piece of charred coal. Yet, Shen Yueyu showed him no disdain. She was truly remarkable, the finest female he had ever encountered, showing him kindness without regard for appearances. Su Yanjia resolved that no matter what transpired, he would protect her at all costs. He had made up his mind.
Ding.
The system detected that the target, Su Yanjia, has a favorability level of 15. Current favorability is 66. 66 favorability? Shen Yueyu was taken aback by the number. She had merely intended to express concern for Su Yanjia, but the effect was unexpectedly profound. Indeed, Su Yanjia was just 14 points shy of achieving success in their relationship. The system's voice carried a note of excitement. She had not anticipated that such a small gesture could yield such significant results. Excellent, Shen Yueyu thought, her gaze towards Su Yanjia softening with affection. As long as he did not diminish her favorability, pursuing his affection would become markedly easier. If she could swiftly garner the favorability of both Lu Kuwu and Su Yanjia, she could upgrade to grade A. With this thought, excitement surged within Shen Yueyu, and she immediately began to strategize. Lu Kuwu's favorability was just shy of 80. Perhaps she could seek him out tonight. With this in mind, Shen Yueyu set her plans in motion for how to win over Lu Kuwu. After tending to Su Yan's wounds and the crime scene, she finally made her way to Lu Kuwu's room. Unfortunately, he was not present. It seemed that Lu Kuwu had been perpetually busy these past few days, frequently venturing out during the day. A conjecture began to take shape in Shen Yueyu's mind, prompting her to leave rather than wait idly. As the hours passed and the dusk deepened, Lu Kuwu still had not returned. Sitting on her bed, Shen Yueyu's gaze suddenly fell upon an unremarkable iron box not far away. It was the very box Lu Kuwu had placed there while tidying up her room earlier. At the time, she had given it little thought, but now it appeared increasingly suspicious. She approached and opened the box, only to find it filled to the brim with a considerable sum of money, approximately 100,000. Shen Yueyu's expression darkened swiftly. She was acutely aware that Lu Kuwu had arrived with her with hardly any money at all. How, then, had he managed to acquire such a fortune in just a few short days? This thought stirred a sense of unease within her. She contemplated whether she should fetch him if he remained absent for another hour. Fortunately, Lu Kuwu returned within half an hour. Upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback to see Shen Yueyu waiting for him beneath a tree. Mistress, what troubles you? He asked, puzzled. Shen Yueyu merely glanced at him and beckoned. Come inside. Lu Kuwu's fingers tightened instinctively. He could not defy her command, and thus followed her inside. Standing beside Shen Yueyu, he looked at her with a hint of uncertainty. She appeared composed, patting the chair beside her. Have a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Kuwu complied, sitting down as his light blue eyes earnestly regarded her, a trace of affection unmistakably gleaming within them. Shen Yueyu scrutinized his attire. He wore a deep black combat uniform that accentuated his muscular physique, the V-shaped collar revealing a hint of his pale chest, provoking vivid imaginings. Chapter 65. Willing to Fall. As she observed the scene, Shen Yueyu's mind drifted back to the previous night when Lu Kuwu had changed clothes. There was no denying that his figure was undeniably impressive. With this thought, her fingers gently brushed against Lu Kuwu's cheek as she posed a question. Do you like me? A blush crept onto Lu Kuwu's face, yet he earnestly nodded, affirmatively stating, Yes, I do. Very much so. I would willingly give everything for you. Very well. Shen Yueyu replied with a light laugh. I have a task for you. What is it? Lu Kuwu's face betrayed a hint of confusion. Shen Yueyu's fingers glided down his side, caressing his neck before pausing at the collar of his shirt, as if to unfasten it. Lu Kuwu's body stiffened momentarily. His breath quickened in response to her teasing, and his cheeks flushed. He immediately clutched his collar tightly, preventing her from proceeding further. Mistress, what are you doing? Lu Kuwu's voice trembled with uncertainty. Did you not profess your feelings for me? Shen Yueyu leaned closer, locking her gaze onto his light blue eyes. We have already established a mental bond. What else is there that we cannot do? Lu Kuwu's breath became increasingly erratic, his head bowing in embarrassment. Yet his grip on his collar remained steadfast. It's different, he murmured. How so? Shen Yueyu inquired playfully, intrigued by his reaction. Lu Kuwu's lashes fluttered as he lowered his head, his cheeks aflame. Shen Yueyu found his shyness amusing and gradually withdrew her hand from his chest. Very well. I shall not force you. Lu Kuwu exhaled in relief, only to hear Shen Yueyu continue, you may undress yourself. The young woman gazed at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief, captivating to behold. Lu Kuwu's lips trembled, and he shut his eyes. Mistress, please don't do this. He was paradoxically unaware that his refusal only intensified the desire to be playfully dominated. Shen Yueyu had initially intended to tease him, but his reaction ignited a wicked delight within her. She stepped closer once more, whispering, let me say something silently. Watch my lips. If you can understand, I will let you go, all right? Lu Kuwu replied softly. Shen Yueyu began to speak quietly, and indeed, she observed Lu Kuwu's gaze drop as his light blue eyes focused on her lips, earnestly deciphering her words. His demeanor was simply endearing. After she finished her whispered sentence, before Lu Kuwu could react, she stood on her toes and pressed her lips against his. His pupils dilated in surprise, utterly unprepared for her sudden advance. The sensation of her soft, sweet lips sent a tremor through him. Strangely enough, his body instinctively harbored no aversion. Instead, he felt an unexpected joy. Lu Kuwu's fingers stiffened before he finally embraced the delicate figure before him, gradually closing his shimmering eyes. He was willingly surrendering to this enchantment.
Soon.
The sound of the system's notification resonated in Shen Yueyu's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Lu Kuwu's affection level has increased by 10, currently standing at 87. Target character Lu Kuwu has been successfully conquered. The reward for this conquest has been distributed. It can now be used to upgrade mental power. Will you proceed with the upgrade? Yes, Shen Yueyu replied softly. Listening to Lu Kuwu's disordered and anxious breaths, a wave of joy welled up in her heart. What a pure-hearted individual he was. Congratulations, host. Your mental power has been upgraded to level B. Once Lu Kuwu's affection reaches 100, a mysterious reward will be unlocked. A mysterious reward? Shen Yueyu felt a twinge of curiosity. She had long awaited this enigmatic reward but had never had the opportunity to claim it. This time, she was eager to discover what it entailed. However, her mind was too preoccupied with current matters. While she continued to tease Lu Kuwu, she began to slowly peel away his clothing. Perhaps overwhelmed by nervousness, Lu Kuwu's heartbeat resonated loudly, akin to a drum, thus he remained oblivious to her subtle movements. It was only when she had quietly pulled half of his upper garment down that he realized something was amiss. Shen Yueyu withdrew from his lips, lowering her gaze to his abdomen, suddenly falling silent. Lu Kuwu glanced down and was immediately taken aback. There, on his midsection, lay a deep wound, untreated and bleeding profusely. The dark fabric of his shirt concealed the blood, allowing him to deceive many. Yet, now that Shen Yueyu had stripped away his facade, he could no longer hide the truth. Mistress, I. Lu Kuwu's heart raced, instinctively reaching to pull his shirt up to cover the injury. He had never intentionally rejected Shen Yueyu. Lu Kuwu could never bear to treat her that way. However, he was acutely aware of the wounds he bore, and he feared that upon seeing them, she would be overwhelmed with sorrow. Thus, he had resorted to evasive tactics. Yet, the truth had ultimately been unveiled by her. Don't move. Shen Yueyu reached out to grasp Lu Kuwu's hand, which he had tried to conceal, examining the wound closely. It appeared deep and did not resemble a mere injury from a fall. Rather, it seemed as though someone had deliberately inflicted harm with a sharp blade.
Who hurt you?
Shen Yueyu's voice was eerily calm, but her tranquil demeanor only underscored her growing anger. Lu Kuwu's expression shifted as he abruptly knelt before her, lowering his typically aloof and handsome head. I, Lu Kuwu, have never desired to conceal anything from you, nor deceive you. If she were to be angered by this, He would accept any punishment. I'm sorry, my master. I went to the arena. Slowly raising his head, his eyes brimmed with remorse as they met Shen Yueyu's gaze. I have no other means. I can only earn some quick money this way. In terms of strength and status, I cannot compare to Jiangziyu. And in terms of charm, I fall short of Su Yanjia. Moreover, with Si Yelin and the others eyeing you covetously, I have nothing else but you. I wish to exhaust every effort to care for you, even if it costs my life. This is the only way I can fulfill my duties as your beast husband. Shen Yueyu's heart twisted slightly upon witnessing his vulnerability. It turned out that Lu Kuwu had long harbored feelings of inferiority. Chapter 66. Please leave. She pointed toward a nearby iron box. So, all the money in there is what you've risked your life to earn, is it? Yes, Lu Kuwu nodded. In recent days, he had quietly given all the money he could earn to Shen Yueyu, even daring not to mention it to her. This was his silent way of caring for her. Why didn't you tell me? The young woman scrutinized him, her brow furrowing slowly.
I am sorry.
I feared it would worry you. Knowing that I would worry, and still not telling me, have you ever considered my feelings? Shen Yueyu glared at him. I worked so hard to bring you out of Xinglan Kingdom. We have endured so many trials together. What if something were to happen to you? Would you want all my efforts to be in vain? Faced with her accusations, Lu Kuwu's lips trembled, his heart aching as he bowed his head.
I am sorry.
That was never my intention. If you truly had no such intention, then you should have revealed the truth rather than suffer in silence. Do you think that by giving me the money you earned at the cost of your life, I would forgive you? As she spoke, Shen Yueyu raised her hand sharply. Lu Kuwu had become somewhat accustomed to her gestures by now. He made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his head, willingly closing his eyes. Yet, the anticipated slap did not land upon his face. Instead, he felt her soft fingers gently caressing him, imbued with a tender warmth. Lu Kuwu opened his eyes in surprise to find Shen Yueyu squatting before him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please don't do such things in the future. It worries me. Her voice quivered slightly. Upon seeing her cry, Lu Kuwu immediately disregarded everything else, hastily using a sleeve to awkwardly wipe her tears, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, my master. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden this from you. Punish me as you see fit. At that moment, Lu Kuwu felt more unsettled than if she had struck him hundreds of times or made him kneel for days. He wished for Shen Yueyu to be well, loathed to see her distressed, and detested the thought of her shedding tears for him. He felt utterly unworthy. Observing the guilt in his eyes, Shen Yueyu's tone softened. Indeed, you deserve punishment. Lu Kuwu raised his gaze to her, contemplating that he would accept any punishment. Then I shall punish you by making you accompany me to the doctor tomorrow for a thorough examination. Shen Yueyu's tone turned serious. It is too late tonight. I will tend to your wound first. With that, she gathered bandages and other supplies, placing them on the table. Now, take off some more of your clothing. Lu Kuwu paused, seemingly taken aback by her request. Given the location of his injury, if he were to remove more, it would expose him further. He stood still for a moment. Didn't you say you would agree to any punishment? Shen Yueyu sighed softly, looking at him. If you don't remove your clothing, how can I bandage your wound? Hearing this, Lu Kuwu complied, reluctantly shedding more of his garment to reveal the injury. Up close, one could see that his skin was as pale as jade, with a slender waist and broad shoulders. His physique was even more impressive than Shen Yueyu had imagined. Quickly, her gaze fell upon the ghastly wound, and she retrieved some alcohol to disinfect it. This might hurt a bit, bear with it. With that, she gently applied the alcohol. The sharp sting seared through the wound, causing Lu Kuwu's veins to bulge in his neck as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Despite his efforts to stifle his voice, a few hoarse, muffled groans escaped his throat. Shen Yueyu, witnessing his pain, felt her heart ache, hastily dressing the wound until she felt somewhat reassured. Although the injury appeared alarming, it was ultimately just a superficial wound and not overly severe. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, an ominous premonition lingered in her heart. Perhaps it was due to the system's warning that Lu Kuwu's fate was precarious, compelling her to protect him more diligently. She resolved that he would never return to the arena, lest he encounter further danger. After finishing the bandaging, Shen Yueyu offered a few final words of caution before departing. That night, as Shen Yueyu drifted in and out of sleep, she unexpectedly discovered that the little fox in her room had vanished. Where could it have gone? She murmured groggily, rubbing her eyes and getting up for a drink. Quickly feeling more alert, contemplating this, she decided to step outside to search for the little fox. However, the yard was empty. It wouldn't he have run away, would it? The thought filled her with regret. So, she donned a coat, intending to stroll around the yard and enjoy the night breeze. Not far from the yard, she soon heard the sounds of a struggle coming from the nearby dense forest. What is that noise? Alarm bells rang in her head as she retrieved the gun Jiang Ziyu had given her and approached the source of the commotion. Parting the thick underbrush, she beheld the scene before her. In the moonlit grass, two foxes, one black and one white, were fiercely battling, their fur flying in all directions amidst the chaos. The white and black fur was being violently torn apart, the struggle appearing particularly intense. Hey, you two. Shen Yueyu quickly recognized that the white fox was the one she had been caring for. His typically immaculate fox fur appeared particularly disheveled at this moment, and the bell around his neck had mysteriously vanished. The eyes that usually bore an air of haughty elegance were now warily fixed upon the fox across from him. The opposing fox, though not in the best condition, was strikingly beautiful with its sleek black fur. The tips of its ears bore a hue of crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood, and its single tail swayed languidly. Its gaze exuded a natural disdain for authority. Upon encountering him, Shen Yueyu caught sight of the little fox, whose previously aloof demeanor faltered slightly upon recognizing her, the sharpness in his eyes somewhat subdued. As Shen Yueyu regarded the black fox, an unsettling feeling surged within her. Yet upon closer inspection, she noted that there was no black mist enveloping the creature. He was not an uncontrollable male and possessed only one tail. With this realization, Shen Yueyu exhaled softly in relief, promptly aiming her gun at the black fox. Leave immediately, or I shall be compelled to fire. The black fox, upon seeing the gun leveled at him, flashed a glimmer of malevolence in his eyes. Chapter 67. Only this once. Seeing this, the white fox swiftly darted to Shen Yueyu's side, his sharp gaze directed at the black fox, a hint of discontent evident in his expression. Little fox, are you injured? Shen Yueyu inquired, her concern evident as she leaned closer to examine him. Let me check if he has bitten away any of your fur. The little fox turned his head away with an air of pride, evading her touch. Shen Yueyu's hand met with emptiness, yet she remained unfazed, her gaze coldly fixed on the black fox. Enough. Depart at once, and cease to disturb us. As she prepared to lower her gun, the black fox disregarded her warning, slowly advancing towards her. A soft, whimper-like sound escaped his lips, reminiscent of a mournful cry, eliciting a wave of sympathy. He raised his eyes, and it seemed as though tears glistened within the depths of his dark orbs, gazing at Shen Yueyu with a pitiful expression. What is this? Shen Yueyu's grip on her gun faltered momentarily. It was not an illusion. She could sense that the fox bore no ill towards her and was genuinely sorrowful. The black fox cautiously approached Shen Yueyu, sensing her lack of aversion to his display of vulnerability. He whined softly and affectionately nudged against her leg. Shen Yueyu stared in astonishment at his actions. This black fox, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, now seemed transformed. Si Huijing observed this exchange with evident displeasure. The white fox stepped forward and playfully swatted the black fox on the back. The latter ignored him, continuing to nuzzle against Shen Yueyu, attempting to mark her with his scent. Shen Yueyu found this peculiar scene astounding and took a step back to observe. The black fox was left wanting, while the white fox continued to playfully tussle with him, tufts of fur drifting through the air. Stop it! Shen Yueyu exclaimed in surprise, hastily intervening. She had no desire to concern herself with the black fox, but her fondness for the white one was sincere, especially given his soft, fragrant fur. He would surely suffer if injured. The two little foxes showed no intention of halting their playful skirmish. Frustration bubbled within Shen Yueyu as she raised her voice. I said, both of you, cease this nonsense. If you continue, I will have you both expelled at once. At her words, the two foxes froze simultaneously, turning their attention to Shen Yueyu. The white fox shot a glance at the black one before returning to Shen Yueyu's side, meticulously grooming his own fur. What a crude individual, he seemed to think. To engage in such a scuffle with him is indeed beneath my dignity. Seeing this, Shen Yueyu embraced the white fox, who surprisingly offered no resistance this time. All right, let us depart, she said, gently smoothing the white fox's fur, paying no mind to the black fox. As she turned to walk back, the black fox, sensing the shift, hurried to follow Shen Yueyu into the courtyard, only to be met with her stern reprimand. You are not permitted to enter. Shen Yueyu, for reasons unbeknownst to herself, gazed at the little black fox, recognizing his undeniable cuteness, yet she could not bring herself to like him. Perhaps it was due to his aggression towards the one she held in her arms. Left outside the gate, The black fox watched dejectedly as Shen Yueyu's figure gradually faded from view. He extended a paw, tempted to smash the obstructive door. Yet instinct held him back. If he were to act thus, surely that little female would come to despise him. With this thought, the black fox obediently sat at the door, his large eyes brimming with despair as his ears twitched slightly. Once inside her courtyard, Shen Yueyu paid no further heed to the black fox, cradling the white one as she entered the house. That black fox is truly vicious, she thought, feeling a pang of sympathy as she groomed the white fox's fur. Fortunately, he appeared to have sustained no significant injuries. After confirming there were no wounds, she finally felt at ease. Had anyone dared to treat Si Huijing this way, inspecting him repeatedly for injuries, his grave would surely be adorned with 3 feet of grass by now. Si Huijing had initially resisted her attentions, but for reasons he could not fathom, he refrained from pushing her away upon seeing the concern in her eyes. "All is well now, sleep," Shen Yueyu said, patting the little fox's back. "You are safe here. He cannot harm you." Si Huijing raised an eyebrow at her words, contemplating that if that fellow truly decided to strike, not even 100 Shen Yueyus could withstand him. Yet, strangely, he found no aversion to her words. "Very well. Let her be." Shen Yueyu quickly fell into a deep slumber that night. When dawn broke, she awoke to find Lu Kuwu back in the kitchen preparing breakfast. And she promptly pulled him from his culinary endeavors. "What are you doing? Do not forget, you are still injured. Such deep wounds are not to be trifled with." "This injury is of little consequence," Lu Kuwu replied, bringing out breakfast as he regarded Shen Yueyu. "Moreover, I promised the master I would visit the hospital shortly." In the past, he would never have considered seeking medical attention for such an injury, but now, under Shen Yueyu's caring gaze, he felt a mix of discomfort and warmth. Shen Yueyu shook her head in exasperation at his demeanor. "Very well, just this once. Do not repeat such recklessness. I am more than capable of handling these matters myself." Her words flowed naturally, and she saw nothing amiss in her declaration. Yet, to Lu Kuwu, they carried a hint of bittersweetness. Once, when Shen Yueyu served as the Holy Sun in the Xinglan Kingdom, she lived a life of opulence and indulgence, her temperament exceedingly pampered. She was accustomed to having everything at her fingertips, rarely encountering denial for her desires. However, an unexpected upheaval altered the course of her existence. The transformation must have weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 68. Examination. "Sister, if you're heading to the hospital, why not visit Dr. Gu?" Su Yenjia suggested as he entered. His medical skills have always been quite commendable, albeit his temperament is rather peculiar, leading many to overlook him, hence not many are aware of his modest clinic. Su Yenjia spoke sincerely, knowing full well that Dr. Gu's expertise rivaled that of the leading physicians in Zone 103.
All right.
Shen Yueyu recalled how quickly Lu Kuwu had recovered under Dr. Gu's care. Indeed, the doctor's skills were exceptional. After a brief tidying up, the group set out for Dr. Gu's residence. As they stepped outside, Shen Yueyu was startled by the faint cry of a fox emanating from the entrance of the courtyard. Turning in surprise, she spotted a small black fox huddled pitifully in the corner. Wasn't this the same one from yesterday? Upon noticing Shen Yueyu, the little fox approached her, only to display wariness and displeasure upon seeing the 2 males beside her. "It's you. Why are you still here?" Shen Yueyu questioned, astonished. Almost forgetting the events of the previous night, the sight of the small fox reminded her of the encounter. The black fox's fur was tousled by the wind, clearly indicating it had spent the night waiting there. Seeing that Shen Yueyu was willing to acknowledge him, the black fox disregarded Lu Kuwu and Su Yenjia, fixating solely on her. Its voice carried a hint of grievance. With round, dark eyes fixed on Shen Yueyu, it exuded an irresistible charm, softening her heart.
"Sister,"
Su Yenjia remarked, visibly displeased by the presence of the black fox. "Where did it come from? What is it doing here?" The black fox instinctively caused Su Yenjia to frown. The white fox, though somewhat haughty, appeared more amiable, and Shen Yueyu's affection for it was understandable. Yet, this black fox emanated an entirely different aura, one that made him sense a latent threat and aggression. "I don't know. It just appeared here last night," Shen Yueyu replied, equally perplexed. At that moment, the white fox also noticed the black one, and the 2 foxes locked gazes. The black fox immediately issued a threatening sound upon seeing the white fox. Shen Yueyu recalled the fierce scuffle between the 2 the night prior, prompting her to swiftly close the door to prevent a confrontation. With their line of sight severed, the black fox looked at Shen Yueyu with confusion, seemingly unsure of her intentions. "Let us go, sister," Su Yenjia urged. "We shouldn't pay attention to that fox." Yes, let us move, Lukuwu added, instinctively sharing a dislike for the creature. Very well. Once Shen Yueyu ensured the door was securely shut, she and the two males took their leave. However, to her surprise, the black fox trailed closely behind, unwilling to part ways. Shen Yueyu cast a glance back at it but opted to remain silent. Su Yenja felt a surge of irritation toward the little fox, contemplating whether to turn around and shoo it away. Yet he hesitated, concerned that Shen Yueyu might perceive him as cruel, and thus decided to bide his time for a more opportune moment when she would be absent. Since the distance to Dr. Gu's clinic was relatively short, they arrived within a mere 10 minutes. The establishment resembled a serene retreat rather than a hospital, its tranquil surroundings unchanged from their prior visit. Upon their arrival, Dr. Gu was attending to an orc patient, his light brown hair falling casually over his brow, and the metal-framed glasses lending him an air of aloofness. Dressed in a meticulously pristine white coat, he exuded a sense of gravitas as he prepared the medication with utmost care.
Hey, Guking, Suzanne de Approchek non chalen.
Could you prescribe something for one of my companions? Su Yenja's demeanor was relaxed, and Dr. Gu, glancing at him, immediately deduced who required treatment. His gaze settled on Lukuwu. Please wait a moment. He tightened the gloves on his hands, their latex material accentuating his long, slender fingers. Had Shen Yueyu been the one seeking treatment, the situation would have been quite different. Females in Zone 103 received prioritized care, while males did not enjoy such privileges. Shen Yueyu remained unperturbed, sitting beside Lukuwu as they waited. After Dr. Gu finished with the orc, he approached them. Follow me. After Shen Yueyu explained Lukuwu's condition, Dr. Gu's expression remained notably calm. Let me take a look at the wound. Lukuwu shyly lifted his shirt, but with only Shen Yueyu and the two males present, it wasn't particularly awkward. Shen Yueyu had previously treated his injury, so it was no surprise to her, and the other two males acted normally. Dr. Gu carefully unwrapped the bandage covering Lukuwu's wound, his brow slightly furrowing at the sight of the deep gash. Su Yenja, observing Lukuwu, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lukuwu possessed an enviable physique, his muscles well-defined in all the right places, and his 8-pack abs were flawless. Su Yenja turned to Shen Yueyu, noticing her calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. Clearly, she had already seen Lukuwu's physique. How infuriating! She had yet to see his own body. Feeling a surge of frustration, Su Yenja kept his expression neutral and murmured to Shen Yueyu, Sister, I need to use the restroom. Shen Yueyu nodded, concerned for Lukuwu's injury. Doctor, how is his condition? The wound is minor, Dr. Gu began to treat him. He'll recover in due time. Shen Yueyu let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Dr. Gu continue, however. What do you mean, however? Shen Yueyu inquired, her tone becoming cautious. Dr. Gu glanced at Lukuwu. I will need to conduct a full-body examination shortly. That's fine, Shen Yueyu acquiesced. Meanwhile, Su Yenja had made his way to the restroom. The decor was exquisite, maintaining a clean and orderly appearance, and it was devoid of any other patrons. Standing before a grand mirror towering at least 2 people high, he hesitantly lifted his shirt. Beneath it lay skin as smooth and radiant as jade, tinged with a hint of pink. His physique, while slightly leaner than Lukuwu's, boasted equally impressive abs, with contours that were strikingly defined. Would she appreciate a physique like mine? Su Yenja lamented softly as he set his garments aside, vexed. I must find an opportunity to show this to her. Chapter 69. Do not disdain him. Lukuwu was taken by Gu Qing for a comprehensive examination, leaving Shen Yueyu to await outside alone. She sat languidly on a bench, boredom creeping in, when she suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her from outside. Instinctively alert, Shen Yueyu glanced back and beheld a small black fox standing at the entrance, the very one that had followed them. It had not departed. To her surprise, as if aware of Shen Yueyu's attention, the black fox approached and squatted before her. It emitted a soft whimper, and as Shen Yueyu observed its adorable visage, her initial reluctance faded. After all, it was merely a matter of 2 foxes in a scuffle. What troubles you? Shen Yueyu inquired softly. The black fox raised its paw with a pitiable expression. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yueyu noticed that the paw was injured, the flesh torn and bleeding. The dark fur had concealed the wound from her earlier scrutiny. Now it appeared quite pitiful, and Shen Yueyu, having an innate patience for charming creatures, softened her tone. Oh dear, you're hurt. With that, she procured bandages and antiseptic from a nearby medical shelf. May I tend to your wound? The black fox's countenance brightened at her words, and it nodded, extending its fluffy little paw towards her. Shen Yueyu found its demeanor irresistibly cute, her heart melting as she commenced the treatment. "Bear with me, little fox," she cautioned. The antiseptic would sting a bit, and she anticipated a strong reaction, or perhaps a sudden attack from the creature. Yet it remained surprisingly compliant, sitting patiently as Shen Yueyu worked, its large fox eyes fixed intently on her, unwilling to look away. She swiftly bandaged the injury with meticulous care. The black fox watched her, its pupils slightly trembling. "All done. You may go now," Shen Yueyu said gently, a smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the black fox sat beside her, its fluffy black tail swaying as its gaze fell upon her right wrist. It crept closer and cautiously licked her wrist with its tiny red tongue. A ticklish sensation coursed through her hand, prompting a soft laugh from Shen Yueyu. "All right, enough licking." However, the little fox seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to tenderly lick her wrist, as if afraid of causing her pain. "Enough now," Shen Yueyu said, lifting the black fox into her arms. "Why are you so mischievous?" The black fox gazed at her with its crescent-shaped eyes, grinning adorably, and Shen Yueyu couldn't resist teasing it for a while. When Lu Kewu and Gu Qing emerged, they were greeted by this enchanting scene. The golden-haired girl in a light dress sat on the bench, sunlight illuminating her flawless profile and accentuating her exquisite facial features, particularly her lush lashes resembling butterfly wings and her noble lavender-hued irises, strikingly perfect as if touched by divinity. At that moment, she was engrossed in play, with the little black fox in her arms, her previously indifferent expression transformed into one of extraordinary tenderness, her laughter capable of stirring the very chords of one's heart. Lu Kewu paused, reluctant to disrupt such a beautiful tableau, while Gu Qing stood momentarily entranced. Gu Qing could not deny that Shen Yueyu was the most beautiful and kind-hearted female he had ever encountered. If he had to pinpoint a flaw, it would merely be her slightly lower mental capacity. Yet, she was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a partner. Su Yanzhe was truly fortunate. Gu Qing began to understand why Su Yanzhe cherished this little female so dearly. With this thought, Gu Qing lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. Lu Kewu's examination results are in. There are no significant issues, but he should ensure ample rest over the next few days. His tone was cold, merely stating the facts. As an A-class male, he had once sought a B-class or higher female for mental comfort. Despite being a skilled physician, he could not alter the rules of this world. Only females could soothe males during mental crises. However, in District 103, females held a high status and often regarded males with disdain, unconcerned for their lives, even viewing their demise as a mere opportunity to register another. Having witnessed many males suffering brutal abuse at the hands of females, Gu Qing would rather face mental collapse than endure such indignities. Yet, he was taken aback by Lu Kewu's attitude during the examination. It was the first time he had seen a male so fiercely protective of a female. She was indeed extraordinary, though regrettably so. "Thank you." Lu Kewu turned to Gu Qing, expressing his gratitude not only for the examination but also for concealing certain matters. Gu Qing nodded calmly. "You must return here at least once a day for the next week. Do you understand?" Shen Yueyu, puzzled, raised her gaze at them. "Is it really necessary to come daily for just a wound?" "Initially, yes, merely to ensure optimal recovery," Gu Qing replied casually, beginning to organize the medications in the drawer beside him. Taking his words to heart, Shen Yueyu hastened to Lu Kewu's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you experiencing any issues with your health?" "None," Lu Kewu replied with a smile. "I am quite healthy. Moving forward, I wish to remain by my master's side." At this, Shen Yueyu's spirit soared. "That is simply wonderful." Seeing her delight, Lu Kewu couldn't help but smile as a somewhat melancholic voice interjected from nearby. "And what of me? Sister, do you not wish for my company?" Su Yanzhe's face bore a hint of grievance, his violet eyes reflecting a touch of inquiry. Shen Yueyu cleared her throat. "You may join us as well." Could she dare to refuse? Given Su Yanzhe's fluctuating favorability, a denial could strip away the goodwill she had painstakingly built. "That's good to hear. I knew I still held some place in my sister's heart," Su Yanzhe replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of sadness passed through his gaze. He spoke lightly, yet he was acutely aware that his current instability was quite high, and should his emotions fluctuate further, he might devolve into a beast. While avian beasts posed minimal safety threats, District 103 would not immediately resort to extermination. However, his memories would become fleeting. In such a state, Su Yanzhe feared he might no longer recognize Shen Yueyu. Thus, He resolved to cherish the moments of clarity, imprinting her image deep within his memory, so that even as a mere bird, he could hold on to her visage. Sister, do not disdain him, he implored. His time to accompany you is truly limited. Chapter 70. Right and Wrong. Shen Yueyu was oblivious to Su Yenja's thoughts as she gently spoke. Since there's nothing pressing, let us return after acquiring the medicine. Lu Ke replied in agreement. After attending to a few matters, they prepared to depart from that place. The little black fox, observing this, obediently followed Shen Yueyu, limping due to the bandage wrapped around its foot, which rendered its gait rather pitiful. For as long as they walked, the black fox remained steadfastly at Shen Yueyu's heels, and she had no doubt it could accompany her all the way home. Unable to resist, she turned to inquire, "Hey, are you really going to follow us?" The black fox met her gaze, looking quite aggrieved. It lowered its head, the injured paw trembling from pain. Seemingly aware of the disdain directed towards it, the black fox's ears drooped, presenting a woeful sight. Its appearance was undeniably adorable, evoking a twinge of compassion in Shen Yueyu, prompting her to squat down slightly. "Come here. Let me carry you back." Upon hearing this, the little black fox nearly thought it had misheard, bounding over with uncontainable joy, tentatively rubbing its fluffy cheek against her palm. The soft, ticklish sensation made Shen Yueyu's heart soften further as she scooped it up, gently stroking its head. The black fox reveled in the affection, squinting its eyes in delight, nuzzling closer into her embrace, its once sharp demeanor now completely subdued. "Sister," Su Yenja observed the little fox with an expression of mild astonishment. He felt that the disparity between this little fox and the two of them was rather pronounced, while it appeared to carry a hint of hostility towards others. It would always temper that fierceness in Shen Yueyu's presence, adopting a docile demeanor. Su Yenja regarded it with a hint of displeasure, his brow slightly furrowed. "It's nothing. Let us go back," Shen Yueyu stated, cradling the little black fox as they made their way home. The little black fox seemed utterly exhausted, leaning into the warmth of her embrace and comfortably drifting off to sleep. By the time Shen Yueyu returned to the courtyard, it was deep in slumber. She thought it would be rather cruel to leave such a small creature outside to endure the cold wind. Thus, she placed it in its little nest. As for the white fox, it seemed to have vanished without a trace. Shen Yueyu didn't dwell on it, surmising that perhaps the little white fox had simply ventured out for a leisurely stroll. After arranging the space, she began contemplating the preparation of chili powder. She still needed a few rare spices and resolved to set aside time for shopping the next day, as the ingredients she currently possessed were adequate. Shen Yueyu decided to move some of the items to the kitchen to begin her culinary endeavors. Later that evening, she returned with a bowl of food to feed the little black fox. By this time, it had woken up and was dipping its black tail into the water from a nearby vase, creating a mess on the floor. Shen Yueyu looked at this scene, bemused. "What are you doing? How can you let your tail get wet and drag it across the floor? That's so dirty." With that, she approached and used a towel to dry its tail. The little black fox, realizing its behavior was inappropriate, sat obediently, allowing her to clean it. Once its tail was dry, Shen Yueyu presented the meal, saying, "Here, I prepared this for you. Eat up." The bowl contained some delectable chunks of meat,
which looked quite appetizing.
While her culinary skills were not exceptional, they were decent enough to whet one's appetite. However, the little black fox merely glanced at the food before quickly averting its gaze, seemingly uninterested. Its attention was drawn instead to the wet patch on the floor created by its tail. "Why aren't you eating?" Shen Yueyu asked, feeling a bit exasperated. It appeared to be rather finicky, as if it had grown accustomed to only the finest delicacies. "You should eat at least a little," she insisted, picking up a piece of meat and offering it to the little black fox. "Otherwise, your wound won't heal." The subtle fragrance emanating from her drew the little black fox's gaze, and it could not resist looking up at Shen Yueyu, eventually opening its mouth to take a bite. It ate with an elegance that was endearing. Shen Yueyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Now that's more like it. Do eat a bit more." The little black fox gazed at her, its eyes gradually brightening, and she could sense its delight. Just as they were enjoying their time together, the unlocked door creaked open, revealing the entrance of the white fox. Upon entering, it immediately spotted Shen Yueyu feeding the little black fox, its greenish eyes narrowing in displeasure. "You're back," Shen Yueyu remarked, casting a glance at it. "Little fox, have you eaten yet?" Prompted by the question, the white fox trotted over and settled beside Shen Yueyu, lightly pawing at her hand with its pristine white paws, its expression tinged with a hint of grievance, indicating its own hunger. It was undeniable that Shen Yueyu held a slight favoritism towards the white fox, and she quickly reached out to pet it. You want to eat too? The white fox nodded in affirmation, prompting Shen Yueyu to shift her focus away from the little black fox and offer a piece of meat to the white fox instead. The white fox cast a provocative glance at the little black fox, its 9 tails gently swaying, seemingly indicating a cheerful mood. The little black fox, in turn, shot a glare at it, its face instantly contorting into a frown of irritation. Unable to suppress its frustration any longer, it lunged forward, appearing ready to bite the white fox. The white fox, sensing the impending confrontation, turned to guard itself. Shen Yueyu, witnessing the escalating tension between the two little foxes, was suddenly reminded of the night they had fought and felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Before a scuffle could ensue, she swiftly lifted the little black fox off the ground. The little black fox stared at Shen Yueyu in bewilderment, its aggression dissipating almost entirely, leaving it devoid of any semblance of a threat.
Huh?
It queried softly, looking up at her in confusion. You're being too unruly, Shen Yueyu gently admonished. How can you just fight like that? She was acutely aware that it was the little black fox that had instigated the provocation against the white fox. Thus it was indeed at fault. With that thought in mind, Shen Yueyu placed the little black fox outside the door. I've already bandaged your wound. Now be off with you. The little black fox gazed at Shen Yueyu, who was closing the door with unyielding resolve, its dark eyes filled with sorrow. And even its ears drooped in disappointment. It seemed she truly did not care for it. It's all right now. Shen Yueyu turned to the white fox behind her, who sat there with an innocent expression, its eyes wide with vulnerability, as if it had been frightened by the earlier confrontation. Don't worry. It won't scare you anymore. Shen Yueyu felt a pang of sympathy as she looked at it. The white fox had always been well-behaved, albeit a bit proud, and she resolved to protect it more. However, she remained unaware that as the little black fox left, the white fox had cast a look of both provocation and scorn in its direction. No one seemed to notice the damp stain in the corner, which, combined with the previous disappearing marks, unmistakably resembled the shape of a mermaid. Chapter 71. Competing for favor. The following morning, when Shen Yueyu awoke, she beheld a fluffy white fox peacefully slumbering beside her. Since the last time the little fox had pilfered her pillow, it had grown wise enough to prepare a second one, thus sparing her from midnight thefts. As the dawn light began to filter in, the white fox exuded a gentle aroma of tea, its shimmering eyes gazing innocently at Shen Yueyu. It stretched lazily towards her, an utterly adorable sight. Shen Yueyu found herself utterly defenseless against its charm, and she willingly drew closer to embrace it tenderly. You woke up quite early, little fox. The white fox nestled comfortably in her arms, contentedly allowing her to carry it out of the room. As she opened the door, a rush of cold air swept in, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the room. A faint, trembling sound emanated from the doorway, prompting Shen Yueyu to glance down. There, curled up at the entrance, was a pitiful black fox. Its once beautiful fur was tousled by the wind, its ears drooping forlornly, and its form shivered as it braved the chill. Upon noticing Shen Yueyu, the black fox shook its disheveled fur, trembling as it stood and cautiously approached her. In stark contrast, the white fox in Shen Yueyu's embrace was warm and cozy, creating a poignant juxtaposition that rendered the black fox's plight even more tragic. Observing this, Shen Yueyu felt a twinge of guilt over the apparent disparity in treatment. She stepped closer, but with the white fox cradled in her arms, she could not reach out. Instead, she inquired gently, "Why are you still here and not leaving?" The black fox looked up at her with a pitiful quiver in its voice, silently asserting its presence. It had kept vigil at the door all night. Why are you so persistent? Shen Yueyu shook her head lightly. She recalled that the white fox had been brought home by her own will, while the black fox seemed to cling to her uninvited, refusing to depart. She couldn't help but wonder why this creature was so attached to her, as if it had known her previously. Very well, I shall prepare breakfast for you. Eat before you go, Shen Yueyu announced, heading towards the kitchen. During this time, she glanced at the white fox in her embrace and whispered, "All right, I will cook for a bit. You may come down now." As she attempted to set him down, the white fox stubbornly clung tighter to her arm, unable to resist the adorable antics of the soft, fragrant little fox. Shen Yueyu continued to hold him with one arm while reaching for the ingredients with the other. To her surprise, she found that breakfast had already been prepared by Lu Kuwu. As she lifted the pot's lid, a plume of steam escaped, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. Shen Yueyu's heart warmed at the sight, yet she remained unaware that the white fox in her arms and the black fox on the ground had locked eyes. The black fox's gaze brimmed with a simmering resentment, yet it refrained from acting on its impulse. Remembering that it had been the first to attack the white fox the previous night, an act that had led to Shen Yueyu's disapproval, it did not wish to incur her disdain. Thus, it endured, though its agitation grew ever more pronounced. Meanwhile, the white fox gazed back at it with a hint of provocation. Shen Yueyu placed the dishes on the table, declaring, "All right, you two, it's time to eat." Gently, she set the white fox down on a nearby chair, allowing it to finally release its hold. Seeing this tender scene, the black fox couldn't resist moving closer, seating itself beside the white fox, subtly attempting to shove it off the chair. The white fox, however, was equally unyielding. Though the two did not engage in outright conflict, the atmosphere crackled with tension. This tableau could easily be misconstrued as a reconciliatory moment between them, and Shen Yueyu felt her spirits lift as she watched the two little foxes jostle for space. She served each of them a bowl of meat, saying, "Now, stop crowding each other and eat." Yet, neither fox made a move to eat. Instead, they pressed even closer together. Shen Yueyu shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What are you two doing? There's more than one chair." She reached out and lifted the black fox, placing it on a separate chair. "Don't crowd him. You sit here." The white fox glanced at Shen Yueyu, a glimmer of amusement flickering in its eyes, while it also directed a challenging look at the black fox. The latter, feeling slighted, bared its teeth at the white fox, but before it could react further, Shen Yueyu cheerfully offered it a piece of meat. "All right. I know you're hungry. Go ahead and eat." The black fox hesitated, then begrudgingly accepted the morsel, chewing it slowly. Shen Yueyu found the sight of the two foxes enjoying their meal endearing. However, she never entertained the thought of adopting the black fox. As its temperament clashed too severely with that of her beloved white fox, she feared they would bicker incessantly if left unsupervised. Moreover, she couldn't quite understand why she felt an underlying aversion towards the black one. "Sister." At that moment, a vibrant voice called from the doorway. "Are you in the kitchen?" "Yes," Shen Yueyu replied, turning to see Su Yenja entering. Dressed in a black uniform, adorned with a violet-black jade pendant, his fair face was strikingly handsome, and his violet eyes sparkled with an alluring charm as they settled on Shen Yueyu. "You've arrived just in time," she said. "Come have breakfast."
Sure.
Su Yenja smiled as he approached, scanning for a place to sit beside Shen Yueyu. However, the space beside her was already occupied by the black and white foxes, leaving him with no room. Seeing this, Su Yenja's expression soured slightly. He desired to be closer to Shen Yueyu, so he pointed at the black fox. "Sister, could you please move it? I'd like to sit next to you." Chapter 72. Intentional provocation. The black fox, already in a foul mood, bristled at Su Yenja's words, glaring at him as a form of protest. Su Yenja's displeasure only deepened at the sight. "Sister, this creature is even baring its teeth at me." The black fox, incensed by Su Yenja's remark, stood up and glared at him with fierce eyes. Just as it was about to leap at him, Shen Yueyu swiftly grasped it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it away. "All right, you can come sit here," she said, moving the black fox and its bowl further away. The black fox had initially enjoyed Shen Yueyu's touch, but upon realizing her intent, its expression turned sour. Shui Yanzhua, with a contented demeanor, settled beside Shen Yueyu, delicately offering her a piece of meat. "This looks delectable, sister. Please, indulge yourself first." The sincerity in the youth's eyes held a hint of temptation. Shen Yueyu lowered her head and gently bit into the morsel, catching a glimpse of Shui Yanzhua's smile as he curled his lips in delight. The scenery before her was breathtaking, filling Shen Yueyu with a sense of joy. However, her attention was abruptly diverted as she noticed a shift in Shui Yanzhua's expression. He lowered his gaze in response to an unexpected commotion. It was the little black fox, now agitated, which dashed forward and took a bite out of Shui Yanzhua's calf before scurrying away. "Are you alright? Does it hurt?" Shen Yueyu exclaimed, her concern palpable as she examined the bite mark on his fair skin, where distinct teeth impressions marred the surface, and a few spots were actively bleeding. "Sister," Shui Yanzhua spoke, his voice tinged with a touch of grievance. "It seems that this fox harbors a strong aversion towards me," he added, his nose slightly reddening. "What if it bites me again in the future?" In truth, Shui Yanzhua felt an increasing dislike for the little black fox, yet he refrained from voicing it. "Understood. I will address this matter," Shen Yueyu replied softly. Clearly, the little black fox was ill-suited to remain in this vicinity. It appeared to clash with everyone here and exuded an inexplicable aura of aggression, a sensation Shen Yueyu found unsettling. "I shall tend to my own affairs first," Shui Yanzhua stated, biting his lip. Very well, Shen Yueyu responded, watching as Shui Yanzhuo walked away unsteadily, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. He did not return for quite some time, and her worry grew as she sought him out, only to find his door tightly shut, leaving her uncertain of his activities. Shen Yueyu could only wait at the threshold. Before long, a sudden crash echoed from within, as if something had shattered. Alarmed, she hurriedly pushed the door open. Shui Yanzhuo, are you all right? However, upon witnessing the scene before her, Shen Yueyu's words caught in her throat. The dim lighting of the room revealed Shui Yanzhuo standing there, clad in a loosely fitting formal outfit. From her vantage point, she could see his slender waist accentuated by defined abs, even catching a glimpse of his pale chest. The soft glow cast upon his cream-like skin added a gentle sheen, rendering his physique particularly alluring. Shen Yueyu found herself captivated by the elegant curve of his neck, the delicate flutter of his eyelashes, and the exquisite profile he presented. The sight was akin to a painting, and she could not help but steal a few more glances at this beautiful figure. Ah, sister, what brings you in here? Shui Yanzhuo gasped, evidently taken aback by her sudden entrance, his expression a blend of surprise and embarrassment. Yet, as he registered Shen Yueyu's reaction, a wave of delight washed over him. It appeared she was pleased with his appearance, affirming his efforts to maintain his physique. I apologize, it was unintentional, Shen Yueyu stammered, clearing her throat as she turned to leave, feeling somewhat inappropriate for her actions, akin to a brazen woman. Sister, wait a moment, Shui Yanzhuo implored, turning towards her and revealing more of his figure. The zipper on this dress is a bit out of reach. Could you assist me? After all, you are my wife. He emphasized the word wife, a hint of youthful shyness and anticipation shimmering in his gaze. Yet, sensing her potential reluctance, he quickly added, but if it is inconvenient for you, it is no problem. Of course, Shen Yueyu replied softly, approaching him while internally communicating with the system. Have you ever encountered a male outfit that requires zipping from the back? Though uncommon, some fashion brands might indeed design such garments. Shen Yueyu shook her head. I have only seen this style once before today. Despite her thoughts, she gently assisted Shui Yanzhuo with the zipper. From her angle, she noticed the slight blush on his ears and the beauty of his neck. Even his profile was stunning. This perspective highlighted the most attractive angle of his face. Shen Yueyu's gaze darkened slightly as she began to realize that today's scenario was likely a carefully orchestrated endeavor by Shui Yanzhuo to seduce her. Yet, she found herself rather susceptible to such charms, for his appearance was indeed striking, and his efforts carried an endearing quality. All done, she said as she adjusted his collar. The garment fit him snugly, emphasizing his physique. Just as Shen Yueyu was about to speak, Shui Yanzhuo turned abruptly, losing his footing and tumbling towards her. Shen Yueyu was caught off guard as he fell onto the bed beside her.
Oh.
The soft bed jolted slightly, while Shen Yueyu felt no pain. Shui Yanzhuo landed squarely atop her. He seemed to exert effort to maintain distance, bracing himself on his hands to avoid pressing down on her. Meeting Shen Yueyu's gaze, Shui Yanzhuo's eyes were filled with regret. I apologize, sister. I lost my balance due to the bite on my leg.
His voice,
hoarse yet imbued with the clarity of youth, was particularly melodious. From Shen Yueyu's perspective, she beheld the exquisite features of Shui Yanzhuo up close. Each aspect of his face nearly perfect, captivating in its proximity. A faint scent of nature enveloped him, subtle yet inexplicably alluring. It's quite all right, Shen Yueyu murmured, gazing at him. She did not hastily push him away, but instead savored the sight before her. Indeed, she noticed the rosy hue adorning Shui Yanzhuo's cheeks, and the shimmering violet of his eyes as they gazed at her was utterly enchanting.
Ding.
The system has detected a rise in Shui Yanzhuo's affection for you by 5. Current affection level is 71. Just as Shen Yueyu was about to speak, a resounding noise erupted from the door. Turning her gaze, she spotted Lu Kuwu and 2 little foxes frozen in place at the entrance. The noise had been caused by the little black fox accidentally colliding with the door. Time seemed to stand still as the gentle breeze flowed, while the 3 at the entrance remained as if petrified. Shen Yueyu glanced back at her own situation. Shui Yanzhuo, somewhat disheveled, was atop her, his cheeks flushed, and their current state was undeniably inappropriate. Alarmed by the commotion, Shui Yanzhuo quickly scrambled off Shen Yueyu, averting his gaze.
Wait,
Shen Yueyu exclaimed, hastily rising to her feet and moving towards Lu Kuwu to clarify, it's not what you think. The white fox regarded her with a calm demeanor before turning away. Lu Kuwu, his eyelashes lowered, remained silent, though his expression betrayed a hint of sadness. The small black fox snarled fiercely at Su Yanzhuo, appearing quite regretful for having bitten him too lightly moments ago. Lukuwu cast a sideways glance at the black fox, preparing to drag him away. Lukuwu, please listen to me, Su Yenja called out. Observing the scene, Shen Yueyu couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Just as she was about to follow, she heard Su Yenja's voice behind her. Sister, are you really leaving? His face was flushed, his violet eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Turning to pursue Lukuwu, Shen Yueyu's demeanor resembled that of a heartless betrayer. Ahem, I need to clarify things first, she declared before hastily chasing after Lukuwu. Su Yenja lowered his head, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, which betrayed his undeniable despondency. Lukuwu, Shen Yueyu began, there was merely a slight misunderstanding. I didn't intend to harm him like a beast. Lukuwu paused, acknowledging her words with a subdued tone. I know. His voice bore a hint of frustration as he set the black fox down. You prefer those who cry. Shen Yueyu felt a prickle of unease. The air around her was thick with jealousy. How bitterly sour, she muttered. I do not prefer those who cry. With a fleeting glance at Shen Yueyu, Lukuwu turned and shut the door, leaving Shen Yueyu and the black fox locked outside.
Ah, truly, Shen Yueyu exasperated.
With only 2 males in her courtyard, they could create such turmoil. She could only imagine the chaos in the backyards of females with hundreds of beastly husbands. Never mind, she resolved, glancing at the sulking black fox beside her. I shall go procure some supplies. By the time I return, their temper should have cooled. With that thought, she set her mind on gathering the remaining ingredients for chili powder. Initially, the black fox felt somewhat disgruntled, but upon seeing Shen Yueyu leave, he promptly followed her. Seriously? Do you really have to tail me everywhere? She remarked, bemused. The black fox seemed to misunderstand her words, yet he doggedly trailed her without any intention of departing. Unable to shake him off, Shen Yueyu resigned herself to his company. Upon arriving at the city center, she noticed the small fox disembarking alongside her, prompting a gentle shake of her head as she entered a nearby wholesale market to purchase some pepper. After acquiring the necessary materials, Shen Yueyu prepared to depart, only to find the black fox persistently following her still. His expression was one of grievance, as if he could not fathom why Shen Yueyu could converse so freely with others while seemingly disliking him. Contemplating this, his pace slackened, and he began to question his existence. Shen Yueyu, however, was not preoccupied with his thoughts. As she navigated the street and prepared to head back, she was abruptly confronted by a towering male beast man. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he had short brown hair and donned a black leather jacket. His appearance was relatively handsome, yet he emanated a distinctly menacing aura. You are Shen Yueyu, are you not? He queried, glancing at a photograph before fixing his gaze back on her. Although it was a question, his conviction grew stronger. After all, a female as beautiful as she was a rare find. And you are? Shen Yueyu instinctively recoiled, sensing something amiss about him. A few days ago, you provoked my wife, the male beast man, Chu Yi, stated, his eyes darkening. You should not have done that. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu's heart raced with apprehension. Glancing at the photo in his hand, she realized she could not deny the truth. What do you want to say? She inquired, frowning. You have no idea, Chu Yi continued, shaking his head, but after that incident, my wife remembered you. She returned in a fit of rage and instructed me and several other beastmen to find you. She said that if any of us encountered you. His words trailed off as an unmistakable malevolence filled the air. It was evident that this male beast man was formidable, and with her fragile strength, she feared she would not survive a single encounter. Are you out of your mind? Shen Yueyu exclaimed, furrowing her brow. Do you realize that attacking a female in Zone 103 is a capital offense? Here, females are exceedingly rare, thus they are fiercely protected. Any male beast man below S rank who dares to assault a female will face execution if caught. This is precisely why I dared to venture out alone. I am aware. Chu Yi replied with a bitter smile. I was fully prepared to die when I came here. Does your wife know of your intentions? Shen Yueyu pressed. Of course she does, he replied, a grim smile crossing his face. She has dozens of males at her side. Losing one of us is inconsequential. His words bore a sense of fatalistic resolve, and Shen Yueyu felt a chill run down her spine. She quietly stepped back, stalling for time. Have you ever considered that sacrificing yourself for her is utterly unwarranted? What does it matter if it is warranted? Chu Yi stepped closer. What my wife commands. We are powerless to resist. It is simply what we, as males, must do for her. Shen Yueyu gritted her teeth. And what about you? Are you truly willing to follow her orders to your death without a thought for your own life? Should I consider myself? Chu Yi's eyes flickered with confusion. Then his gaze shifted, growing complex as he regarded Shen Yueyu. You are the first female here to speak to me in such a manner. If only I had met you first when I lost control, perhaps things would have been different, but there are no what-ifs in life. With that, a glint of determination shone in Chu Yi's eyes as he advanced on Shen Yueyu. Aren't you going to scream for help? Realizing his seriousness, she took another step back, pulling out the gun Jiang's I had given her and aiming it at him. I advise you to think carefully. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. When my mental state spiraled out of control and I chose to marry my wife, I could no longer turn back, the male beast man declared, unleashing his formidable A-rank strength upon Shen Yueyu. Seeing this, she hesitated no longer and swiftly pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet flew toward Chu Yi with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. He was struck squarely in the chest, blood quickly saturating his shirt as he staggered, nearly toppled by the force of the impact. A gun capable of injuring an A-rank male.
Cheheui climate, astonished.
The small female before him wielded a weapon of extraordinary value, worth billions. What is her true identity? As pain coursed through his chest, he realized he was gravely injured, struggling to maintain his footing. Despite Shen Yueyu's early gunshot, which thwarted much of Chu Yi's offensive prowess, she remained merely a defenseless female, incapable of enduring the onslaught from her opponent. The aftershock of the attack swept over her without hesitation. The sound instantly drew attention, prompting several male beast men in the vicinity to curiously glance in her direction. One male, realizing the situation, attempted to rush over to assist the beautiful female. However, he was still some distance away and would never reach her in time. Moreover, at that moment, Chu Yi had unleashed his full mental power as he was an A-grade male. There was simply no one on the street capable of confronting him. As a fierce gust of wind struck, Shen Yueyu was engulfed in excruciating pain, and her vision faded to black. Yet just before her eyes closed, she seemed to catch sight of a swift black shadow darting towards her. It was the little black fox. A chilling howl erupted from the creature. Devoid of the earlier docility it had displayed before Shen Yueyu, its eyes now glowed a menacing crimson, and the tips of its ears shone like blood. In an instant, its single black tail transformed into 9, each tip radiating a blood-red hue, exuding an especially terrifying aura. It was genuinely furious now. Chapter 75. Calculations. Moments ago, it had merely lost focus and strayed a bit too far. Little did it know that this male would dare to recklessly harm her. He was essentially courting death. Chu Yi, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, was immediately struck with alarm upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the little black fox. It turned out that this was no ordinary fox, but rather a high-level male in a state of uncontrolled transformation. Only males of S-grade or above could surpass him in rank. It is known that high-level males in a state of uncontrollable fury are strictly monitored. As they pose a significant security threat, those of lesser status might even be executed on the spot. However, S-grade males are different. Their rarity might allow for moments of lucidity, and thus, empires keep a close watch over them. How could an S-grade male in such a state have escaped capture? At that moment, the black fox's lethal claws descended mercilessly upon Chu Yi, who found himself utterly incapable of resistance under the weight of such power. And he fell to the ground with a resounding crash. He had not even had time to claim Shen Yueyu's life. Chu Yi lamented that he had ultimately failed to execute his wife's command. Heavens! Nearby, the males also sensed the exceptionally terrifying aura radiating from the little black fox. They were instinctively fearful of high-level males in a state of uncontrolled fury and retreated, yet they began to discuss amongst themselves. Quick, call the Female Protection Agency. That female seems injured. Hurry, summon an ambulance to rescue her. How could such a dangerous S-grade male appear here? Voices of confusion filled the air, yet they dared only to observe from a distance, fearing that the little fox might take offense and attack them directly. They were acutely aware that, before an S-grade male, they possessed no capacity for resistance. However, the little black fox seemed entirely disinterested in the crowd. After dispatching Chu Yi, its gaze returned helplessly to Shen Yueyu. Cautiously, it extended a paw to nudge her. But she lay unconscious, unable to respond to its attempts at interaction. The fox emitted a frustrated sound, growing increasingly vexed. If only it had not strayed so far from Shen Yueyu, that beast man would not have been able to harm her at all. But alas, it was too late. The little black fox, overwhelmed with anxiety, paced in circles before ultimately lying down in front of Shen Yueyu, waiting for her to awaken. Shortly thereafter, the Female Protection Agency, ambulance, and military personnel arrived in succession. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were filled with indignation. Who would dare openly assault a female here? Yet, it appeared she had not sustained serious injuries. She had merely fainted. The members of the Female Protection Agency breathed a sigh of relief, but soon found themselves in a dilemma as they observed the high-aggression, uncontrolled male fox guarding Shen Yueyu. It seems to be of S grade or higher. We need to capture it, they stated. The military personnel organized to apprehend the high-risk black fox. Even high-level males in a state of fury would experience some diminishment in power, and they were eager to uncover the identity of this black fox. As all males of S grade and above were registered in Zone 103, immediately, a team moved closer to the black fox, which sensed the impending danger and assumed an aggressive stance. The scene erupted into chaos, yet the little black fox remained intent on protecting Shen Yueyu, preventing anyone from coming near. A perimeter was established, and many retreated in fear of injury. However, one individual, by contrast, approached. This man, clad in a dark coat, possessed flowing silver hair that cascaded down his back, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of elegance. He wore a silver mask, yet even as he turned, his charm was undeniable. His chestnut eyes were extraordinarily captivating. Members of the Female Protection Agency quickly intercepted him, saying, "Sir, it's dangerous over there. Please don't go near." Si Huiqing glanced up nonchalantly. "There's my wife." The beast men had no choice but to let him pass. The female they were tasked to protect was indeed of utmost importance, but at this moment, the uncontrolled black fox was resolutely guarding her, making their task all the more troublesome. Si Huiqing strode purposefully towards Shen Yueyu, effortlessly scooping her up in his arms, holding the soft young woman close. He cast a cold gaze at the besieged black fox, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Farewell, my dear royal brother." A faint dizziness enveloped Shen Yueyu's head. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital. Beside her bed, Lu Kehu and Su Yanju sat exhaustedly on a long bench, resting. The room was silent, a somewhat luxurious ward with only her hospital bed occupying the spacious area, meticulously arranged. Noticing a tingling in her hand, Shen Yueyu moved it, immediately rousing Lu Kehu from his slumber. He opened his eyes and, upon realizing she was awake, sprang to his feet, gazing at her with concern. "Mistress." As Lu Kehu stood, the bench where Su Yanju sat lost its balance, causing him to sway slightly as he groggily spoke. "Lu Kehu? You." His reprimand was cut short as his peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Yueyu awake, and all anger dissipated as he joyfully rushed over to grasp her hand. "Oh wow, sister, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you, did you know?" As he spoke, he pressed her hand against his exquisitely beautiful face, his expression utterly charming. Shen Yueyu, upon seeing him, could not help but gently caress his face. "I am perfectly fine." "That's a relief."
Suzanne de Esalet deeply.
"We were all horrified to hear the news of your assault by a male. Thankfully, sister, your body has not sustained any injuries. You will merely be unconscious for a while." At this point, Su Yanju's voice grew heavy with frustration. "That man is utterly despicable. To harm you in my absence. Had he not been imprisoned, I would have flayed him alive." Su Yanju's anger was palpable, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had always treated Shen Yueyu with utmost care, catering to her preferences and showing her profound respect. Yet, the fact that she had been harmed by that male was a bitter pill for him to swallow. "Really, I am fine," Shen Yueyu reassured Su Yanju, patting his head gently. Su Yanju leaned his forehead against her hand, a look of dismay crossing his features. "Sister, this is all my fault. If I had stayed by your side, this would never have happened." "This is not your fault," Shen Yueyu whispered soothingly. "Your presence here with me is already a great comfort." As she spoke, she turned to glance at Lu Kehu, who stood silently, his light blue gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. In just one day apart, Lu Kehu appeared slightly thinner, his pale complexion marred by dark circles beneath his eyes, suggesting a restless night. Chapter 76. Compensation. Lu Kehu's appearance tugged at Shen Yueyu's heartstrings. "I truly am unscathed. You need not worry so much about me." He nodded slightly, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes, but predominantly concern for Shen Yueyu eclipsed any jealousy he might have felt. He promptly fetched a cup of warm water for her. "Mistress, please drink." Though Shen Yueyu was not thirsty, she accepted the cup and took a sip. Appreciating the perfectly warm temperature, evidence of their attentive care. However, the atmosphere in the room felt oppressively heavy. Just as she contemplated saying something to lighten the mood, a knock echoed from the door.
Come in.
A group of 7 or 8 individuals entered, led by a tall man clad in black uniform, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches. He sported short, tousled black hair, and his strikingly dark complexion was particularly captivating. Despite this, his chiseled features were remarkably defined, and his elongated, phoenix-like eyes bore golden pupils, framed by distinct, thick lashes, exuding an aura of coldness and impartiality. "Miss Shen Yueyu," the man addressed her, his voice imbued with a magnetic quality. "I am Qi Lai, the president of the Female Protection Association. I sincerely apologize for the distress the situation has caused you." With that, Qi Lai approached Shen Yueyu and offered a slight bow. In District 103, females were a rare existence, and it was their duty to protect every one of them, even those without spiritual powers. Moreover, upon reviewing Shen Yueyu's records, he discovered that she was a C-grade female, a rarity among them. "It's nothing," Shen Yueyu replied, considering that the association had failed to protect her previously, and they were now unable to assist her in this situation. Qi Lai continued earnestly, "This incident is indeed a failure on our part. I assure you that should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance at the Female Protection Association." His words were sincere. Though not on par with the highest-ranking males like Jiangziyu, he was still an S-grade, and as long as the adversary was not overwhelmingly powerful, there should be no issues. "Thank you," Shen Yueyu responded, having no intention of refusing such an offer. It would be foolish to dismiss a promise extended to her. Seeing her acceptance of his apology, Qi Lai visibly relaxed. "The male beast man who dared to harm you has been detained, and is scheduled for execution in 3 days. His words were delivered coldly, without a hint of hesitation. In District 103, assaulting a female was a capital offense, and their momentary lapse in vigilance had led to this unfortunate incident. Shen Yueyu recalled the face of Chu Yi. He had acted under the orders of his mate. While Chu Yi had indeed harmed her, it was the unseen puppet master behind him whom she intended to hold accountable. "I suspected as much," Qi Lai remarked, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes. "Regrettably, we have no criminal evidence against his mate, Su Meng, and can only deal with the male." He paused briefly. "However, I have personally requested a 3-day house arrest for Su Meng." Though his statement was straightforward, Su Meng was an A-grade female with a high status, and achieving such a sanction was a considerable effort on his part. Shen Yueyu did not harbor any resentment toward him upon hearing this. He had indeed done well on her behalf. A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. If she wanted to ensure a satisfactory price was paid, she would have to take matters into her own hands. As for Chu Yi, must he truly face execution? Generally speaking, yes, Qi Lai replied. However, there is an exception if you choose to pardon him. Of course, I do not recommend this course of action, Qi Lai added seriously. While his current plight is pitiful, his transgression against you and the established order warrants the punishment he is to receive. He understood that Chu Yi acted under duress from his mate. Yet breaking the rules must be met with consequences. Shen Yueyu fell silent for a moment. "Could you assist me in investigating Chu Yi's familial connections?" Reflecting on Chu Yi's resolute demeanor, she sensed there was more to the story. "Certainly," Qi Lai responded. "May I provide you with the findings tomorrow?" "That would be acceptable," Shen Yueyu replied, suddenly recalling something. "Do you know who brought me back?" Her memory only recalled the small black fox that had charged at her. Everything else was a blur. "A striking male with silvery white long hair brought you back," Qi Lai informed her. "According to him, he appears to be your beast husband." "Beast husband?" Shen Yueyu exclaimed in surprise, having never acknowledged such a person. Su Yanjia and Lu Kewu exchanged puzzled glances, both equally bewildered. Not only Shen Yueyu, but even they had no idea who that individual could be. Thus, Shen Yueyu stated, "He is not my beast husband. I do not know him at all." "Is that so?" Qi Lai's brow furrowed slightly. "Nonetheless, he does not seem to harbor any ill intentions toward you. Perhaps he is merely an admirer from afar." Qi Lai was accustomed to the behavior of male beast men. Many sought to curry favor with females due to their inability to find mates, so he found it unsurprising. Shen Yueyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, sensing something was amiss, yet she could not identify that individual, leaving her with no choice but to set it aside. "By the way, what happened to the little black fox that was with me earlier?" Shen Yueyu now perceives that the small fox accompanying her is far from ordinary. It seems to be no mere beast. As she gazes at Qi Lai, she too yearns to unravel the truth that lingers in her heart. Are you referring to the uncontrollable male beastman by your side? Qi Lai inquires. Uncontrollable male beastman? She confirms. Indeed, Qi Lai replies. We exerted considerable effort to bring him back and conducted a preliminary investigation. We are certain he is not an ordinary creature, but rather a male of S rank or higher who is transformed due to his loss of control. Such males are typically extremely dangerous, and it is nothing short of a miracle that he has lingered by your side without causing you harm. Su Yanjia and Lu Kewu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The small black fox had spent 2 days with them, dutifully following Shen Yueyu without any inclination to cause her harm, which seemed rather uncharacteristic of a creature in a state of chaos. Aside from its palpable aggression and the hostility it directed towards anyone other than Shen Yueyu, it appeared to exhibit a peculiar restraint. Why is it considered a miracle? Shen Yueyu pondered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, an uncontrollable S-rank male had been by her side, and the thought sent a shiver down her spine. If he were to take a disliking to her, ending her life would be effortlessly simple. Chapter 77. Suspected Identity. The only reason he hasn't harmed you is that your mental presence soothes him. Qi Lai paused, instinctively dismissing this possibility. After all, he is an S-rank male. In a state of chaos, even A-rank females cannot pacify him, and S-rank females have never been seen. It is also possible that he knows you, harbors a fondness for you, or remembers you clearly, which could explain his restraint. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueyu's heart skipped a beat. The black fox, and its familiarity with her, seemed to align with the traits of Si Lin. However, Si Lin possessed 9 tails, while the black fox had but 1, and their mannerisms were entirely different. Si Lin would never bow to her. If he were to encounter her, he would have long since captured her rather than patiently guarding her doorstep. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Yueyu suppressed the chilling conjecture. May I see him? That is not permissible. Qi Lai's tone turned resolute. He is an uncontrollable S-rank male, highly dangerous, and could potentially harm you. Furthermore, his identity remains unclear, rendering him a latent threat. Until we ascertain his origins, we cannot permit anyone but internal personnel to meet him. I see. Shen Yueyu lowered her gaze. However, do not fret, Qi Lai continued. At present, he poses no life-threatening danger. Once we uncover his identity, I will endeavor to communicate with you promptly. Very well, Shen Yueyu replied, though an undercurrent of unease brewed within her. Subsequently, Qi Lai conversed with Shen Yueyu, but her mind wandered. Observing her distraction, Qi Lai exchanged contact details with her before departing. As Shen Yueyu had suffered no significant injuries, she was soon discharged from the hospital. Upon returning to her yard, she immediately sought out the white fox. Previously, she had harbored no suspicions regarding the identity of this small fox. But having observed the strength of both the white and black foxes, she began to entertain the notion that the white fox might also be an S-rank male. Shen Yueyu was startled by this revelation, yet as she reflected on the details, the thought seemed increasingly plausible. Who is that white fox? As she contemplated, she searched the entire yard, but the white fox had yet to return. Could he have sensed something amiss and left early? Su Yanjia now harbored doubts about the white fox as well. Perhaps, Shen Yueyu mused, having scoured the area without success. She decided not to press further and instead sat in the yard, preparing chili powder, determined not to abandon her task. Su Yanjia and Lu Kewu exchanged silent glances before joining her to lend a hand. The white fox did not return throughout the day. Previously, he would return each evening and leap onto Shen Yueyu's bed to sleep, yet now he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Shen Yueyu felt an increasing sense of unease regarding the matter. For now, she could only follow the clues step by step. The following day, Shen Yueyu visited Qi Lai. We have yet to accurately discern the identity of the black fox, Qi Lai said, shaking his head gently. Shen Yueyu tightened her grip on the teacup, listening intently as he continued. However, I have ascertained information regarding Chu Yi. Qi Lai pushed a file toward Shen Yueyu. Chu Yi had been abandoned by his mother at a young age and lived with his father and younger brother for a time until his father was killed due to his high level of chaos. At the age of 11, he had to fend for himself and his younger brother, who is now about 7 years old, living alone in a remote area after marrying Su Meng as a beast husband. It seems he is soon to face execution. Shen Yueyu furrowed her brow as she read the file, understanding now why Chu Yi adhered so strictly to his wife's commands. His previous life appears to have been fraught with hardship. I understand, she said, closing the file and politely thanking Qi Lai before stepping outside. Lu Kewu and Su Yanjia quickly followed her, having become particularly attentive to Shen Yueyu's safety after the events of the previous day. eager to remain close by her side. Before their departure, Lu Kewu and Su Yenjia had quarreled over who would accompany Shen Yueyu, ultimately deciding that it would be safer to go together. As they watched the trio depart, Qi Lai lowered his lashes, his gaze returning to the empty tabletop. President, a male beast man who had been following Qi Lai, could not help but speak up. Do you truly intend to continue offending Miss Su Meng, the A-rank female? For the sake of that C-rank female? You must realize that A-rank females hold a high status and typically look down upon male beast men, and many of them maintain connections with one another. By dealing with Su Meng, you have indirectly incited the ire of several A-rank females. I have already offended her. Qi Lai's voice remained calm. Moreover, my motivations extend beyond her. I seek justice for District 103. Even if I were to refrain from this action, I would never choose a wife. As the president of the Female Protection Association, Qi Lai possessed commendable looks and considerable power, yet being an S-rank male, he found A-rank females to be excessively proud. Lacking a suitable mate, Qi Lai had no intention of bowing to a female to alleviate his loss of control. He merely intended to fulfill his responsibilities. Chapter 78. Retracing. Shen Yueyu, however, did not pay much attention to Qi Lai. She proceeded to the address indicated in the documents, arriving at the residence where Chu Yi had previously lived. This was a somewhat remote location, and compared to the bustling center of District 103, the house appeared rather antiquated. After searching the premises thoroughly, they found no sign of Chu Yi's younger brother, Chu Haoyang. Just when they began to lose hope of finding him, Shen Yueyu noticed a large trash bin in the distance that had shifted slightly. Moments later, a frail figure of a boy emerged from the trash can, clutching something and stuffing it into his mouth. His face was somewhat dirty, but upon comparing it with the photograph in her hand, Shen Yueyu could ascertain that the boy was indeed Chu Haoyang. She walked toward him. In her line of sight, a boy about half her height was clad in a dingy gray hoodie, his deep brown hair matted with grime, and the two lion-like ears atop his head appeared dust-laden and twitching. His large eyes, though charming, were overshadowed by his filthy appearance. Shen Yueyu halted before him, inquiring gently, "Are you Chu Haoyang?" At the sound of her voice, the little boy turned to look at her, his eyes widening in surprise as he took in the girl's visage. With golden hair that glistened like sunlight, a splendid figure, and a face of extraordinary beauty, she resembled the angelic figure he had often envisioned. When Chu Haoyang remained silent, Shen Yueyu prompted him again. I am," Chu Haoyang stammered, snapping back to reality. His large eyes gazed at Shen Yueyu with a mixture of admiration and awe. "Sister, you are female." In this realm, females held a position of great esteem. Apart from abandoning his mother, Chu Haoyang had never conversed with another female, especially one so beautiful. "Is that so?" Shen Yueyu replied, bemused by his question. "Your brother is Chu Yi, correct? Do you have any news about him?" At this, Chu Haoyang's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He hasn't returned for several days. I've searched everywhere for him, and my messages have gone unanswered. I'm frantic." As he spoke, his voice trembled with emotion. "I've been looking for him, but I can't find him." Seeing the glistening tears in the boy's eyes stirred a complex mix of emotions within Shen Yueyu. Though he appeared disheveled, it was evident that his clothing had not been inexpensive and his hair had once been well-groomed. Chu Yi clearly cherished his younger brother. Yet, after being taken by the Female Protection Association, the boy was left to scavenge for food in trash bins. Their unfortunate circumstances were undeniably influenced by their own choices. Thus, she softened her tone, addressing Chu Haoyang kindly. "I am here to take care of you for a while, on behalf of your brother. He is safe and has not encountered any danger." "Really?" The boy's face brightened, and he hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve. "Thank you, sister. As long as I know he is okay, that's all that matters. Come with me now, and in a few days, I will take you to see your brother." Shen Yueyu gently suggested. "All right." Chu Haoyang, still young and innocent, accepted her words without a hint of skepticism, his eyes reflecting unwavering trust. He removed a necklace that he had worn around his neck and handed it to Shen Yueyu. "This was given to me by my brother. When he sees it, he will know I am thinking of him." The necklace appeared to be silver, adorned with a charming lion pendant. "Understood." Shen Yueyu grasped the necklace, her mind racing with thoughts. She instructed Lu Ke to take Chu Haoyang back while she and Su Yenjia proceeded to the Female Protection Association to meet Qi Lai, requesting an audience with Chu Yi. Qi Lai readily acquiesced, rising to lead the way. They arrived at a location reminiscent of a prison, surrounded by dark cells housing male beast men, some in beast form and others in human form. The male beast men, lacking mates, turned their attention toward Shen Yueyu as she entered, their gazes filled with interest. Some beast men, sensing the aura of mental energy emanating from her, became agitated. Su Yanjia frowned at this, instinctively positioning himself to shield Shen Yueyu from prying eyes. After walking a short distance, Qi Lai halted. Miss Shen Yueyu, we have arrived. Chu Yi is confined in the cell. Peering inside, Shen Yueyu beheld Chu Yi, who once appeared strong and imposing, now lying in a corner of the cell, battered and disheveled. Upon hearing their footsteps, he glanced over, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Is he gravely injured? Shen Yueyu inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed. Qi Lai confirmed with a nod. In District 103, it is unforgivable to harm a female, and upon his imprisonment, several males took it upon themselves to beat him. His tone bore no trace of sympathy, indicating his familiarity with such occurrences. I wish to speak to him privately. Is that permissible? Shen Yueyu asked, looking at Qi Lai. Of course, please proceed, Qi Lai gestured, swiftly stepping outside. Su Yanjia, however, showed no intention of leaving, opting to remain close to protect Shen Yueyu, who did not object. What is there to discuss between us? Chu Yi's voice was low and heavy. You may take my life. I deserve it. At this, he cast a sideways glance at Shen Yueyu. Of course, if you are upset about my actions toward you, you are welcome to retaliate. I am currently powerless. His voice was laced with a sense of resignation, clearly prepared for death. You have been imprisoned here for 2 days, have you not? Shen Yueyu stated calmly. Tomorrow, you will face execution by gunfire. So 2 days have passed, Chu Yi replied with a bitter smile, his expression one of acceptance toward death. I can ensure your survival, Shen Yueyu's tone grew earnest. If you are willing to infiltrate back into your mate's circle and inform me of her whereabouts. Chu Yi scoffed at this proposition, clearly unmoved. If he were truly fearful for his life, he would not have taken the risk to attack Shen Yueyu in the first place. During these 2 days, if your mate wished to see you, she could have devised 100 ways to do so. Yet she has not. The one for whom you are willing to sacrifice your life does not even care to glance at you in your final moments. Do you find that fair? Shen Yueyu's gaze remained steady as she spoke. A flicker of sorrow crossed Chu Yi's face. But she will remember me. She will not. Shen Yueyu offered him no glimmer of hope. You and your father have been forsaken by your mate. Even your actions cannot compel them to look back at you. Her words struck a painful chord within Chu Yi, and he glared at her with reddened eyes. Be silent. You shall not speak any further. Previously, he could deceive himself into believing that everything he did was of value to his beloved wife. However, now that Shen Yueyu had laid the truth bare before him, how could he possibly accept it? You may not value your own life, Shen Yueyu continued, but what of your brother? What do you expect him to do? When this person was mentioned, Chu Yi was evidently taken aback. Do you recognize this? Shen Yueyu said, producing the lion necklace. The moment Chu Yi laid eyes on it, his gaze reddened, and he rushed forward in a frenzy. What have you done to him? The swiftness of Chu Yi's advance startled Su Yanjia, who instinctively launched an attack, believing he was about to assault Shen Yueyu.
Bang!
Chu Yi was violently slammed against the wall, his face turning pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yanjia regarded Chu Yi with cold disdain, offering him no sympathy whatsoever. Shen Yueyu, with her gentle temperament, would not pursue the matter of his prior injuries, but he had etched it into his mind, resolved not to let it go lightly. As Su Yanjia prepared to continue his assault, Shen Yueyu gently grasped his arm, shaking her head. Only then did Su Yanjia suppress his fury. Though he was kind to Shen Yueyu, it did not imply he would extend the same courtesy to everyone. You are aware that I have Chu Haoyang in my possession. If I so wished, I could take his life at any moment. Shen Yueyu chuckled softly. After all, for a female with mental prowess, killing a mere street urchin would hardly be a matter of consequence, would it? Chu Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, if Shen Yueyu were to do so, it would bear no repercussions for her. At worst, she would face a 2-day house arrest. But what of his brother? Witnessing the drastic change in Chu Yi's expression, Shen Yueyu squatted down to look at him. How about it? Have you given my previous proposal some thought? Chu Yi's face was fraught with conflict, muttering. I could never betray my beloved wife. It's impossible. In his youth, his father had been cast out for a minor transgression, and he was unwilling to repeat that fate. Realizing that reason had failed to sway Chu Yi, Shen Yueyu stood up. I shall leave my words here. I will apply to the Female Protection Association to postpone your execution by 2 days. If I do not receive the response I desire by then, you and your brother shall descend into the underworld together." Her voice was calm yet laced with a chilling undertone, and without a glance back at Chu-yi, she turned and departed. Chu-yi slumped back in despair.
Brother, I am sorry.
After attending to some matters, Shen Yueyu returned to her residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Luku crouching beneath the large locust tree, conversing with a small boy. Sunlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the tree, casting a warm glow upon them. Luku's raven-black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his profile seemed illuminated by the light. The boy's chattering voice, though lively, exuded a sense of warmth and joy. Shen Yueyu stood at the doorway, her heart swelling with warmth at the sight. Sensing her arrival, Luku turned to look at her. His gaze softened compared to his usual coldness. Chu Haoyang also sensed Luku's change and glanced toward the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Yueyu, he immediately rushed over. "Sister, you're back." Luku watched the heartwarming scene unfold, a smile creeping onto his face. Chu Haoyang embraced Shen Yueyu, exclaiming, "We've been waiting for you for so long." He was now clad in clean clothes, having been changed by Luku, his hair and appearance well-groomed, resembling a chubby little dumpling. Shen Yueyu looked down at him, a smile dancing in her eyes. "Yes, I'm back." Luku seemed quite adept at caring for children, realizing his actions might be inappropriate. Chu Haoyang hurriedly released his embrace. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. I was just too happy." As he spoke, he instinctively wiped his hands on his clothes, anxious that Shen Yueyu might find him unclean. "I harbor no ill will," Shen Yueyu reassured him, reaching out to pat his head. Chu Haoyang's face flushed crimson, excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. "Everything is proceeding smoothly," Shen Yueyu softly addressed Luku. "I am well. You both must ensure to rest properly in the coming days." Observing Luku's appearance, she felt a pang of concern. "You seem to have lost weight. Have you been sleeping well?" Luku hesitated at her words, awkwardly touching his face before nodding. "Yes, perhaps I've been a bit worried lately." Reflecting on the peculiar origins of the two foxes, they still had not unearthed any clues regarding their identities. There's no need to overly worry about this matter. Shen Yueyu comforted him. "The boat will naturally reach the bridgehead." Chapter 80. Despicable. On this day, Shen Yueyu had gathered all the ingredients necessary for making chili powder. Following the recipe for the most delectable chili powder from her previous life, she experimented with various seasonings, ultimately selecting the most effective blend. Afterward, she decided to prepare a large batch, packaging it up to sell at the most bustling hotel in the city center. Upon seeing that she was a beautiful female with mental prowess, the staff treated her with utmost respect, though they paid little attention to her chili powder, purchasing it in a cursory manner, which left Shen Yueyu somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, selling several thousand was still a promising start. A day later, when she visited Chu-yi again, he appeared significantly more gaunt and haggard, crouched in the dim confines of his cell, seemingly merging with the shadows. "Have you given any thought to our discussion?" Shen Yueyu inquired coldly. "Are you planning to die alongside your brother, or will you heed my advice?" Chu-yi lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes bloodshot. "I can agree to your terms, but you must release my brother immediately. I will provide you with my wife's whereabouts, but I will not be responsible for anything else." "Very well," Shen Yueyu nodded. "Your brother is already waiting for you at your home." Chu-yi looked at her with a hint of disbelief. At that moment, another male prison guard entered, addressing Chu-yi. "Chu-yi, your wife is waiting for you outside." With this, Chu-yi lowered his head and exited the cell. Outside, Su-meng, accompanied by several beastmen, regarded Chu-yi with evident disdain as he emerged. "I truly never expected you to be able to come out alive. You are absolutely filthy. Hurry back and clean yourself up." Su-meng's tone was rife with contempt. Chu-yi, hearing her words, pursed his lips but said nothing. Just then, Su-meng caught sight of Shen Yueyu approaching and could not help but let out a derisive snicker. "No way, is that really you? As a female, how can you endure remaining in such a filthy place? They, as noble females, ought to revel in wealth and pleasure, attended by a throng of beastly husbands, rather than subjecting themselves to the miseries of such a sordid environment." Shen Yueyu cast her gaze upon her. "The reason I am willing to step inside is that I hold respect for life. Unlike certain individuals who, despite witnessing the demise of their own beastly husbands, refuse even to cast a glance in their direction." With that, Shen Yueyu chose not to engage further and turned away from her. As Shen Yueyu approached Su-meng, The latter could not suppress a disdainful scoff. You certainly are indecisive. After all, he is merely a male beast man. If he dies, so be it. If it were me, I would not spare his life, as it continues to pose a threat to my safety. Su Yanjia, standing beside Shen Yueyu, narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness surfacing within their depths as he regarded Su Meng. Chu Yi, just emerging, also clearly heard Su Meng's words, and disappointment flashed across his eyes. Shen Yueyu was correct. His wife cared not for his life. All his previous efforts had turned into a farce. Shen Yueyu listened coldly, her steps unceasing. She did not retain Chu Yi to create a security risk for herself. She only hoped that Su Meng would not regret her choices in due course. Upon returning, the more Shen Yueyu pondered the two little foxes, the more she sensed something amiss, yet she still could not locate the white little fox. This thought made her head throb slightly. Lu Kuwu noticed Shen Yueyu's distracted demeanor during dinner and gently inquired, "My lady, do you carry any worries?" His face was etched with concern, and his blue eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Shen Yueyu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured him, "It's nothing. Just a trivial matter." Suddenly recalling something, she added, I just remembered, you have yet to be registered as my beast husband, following me around without a name or bond. Does that not bother you?" "Not at all," Lu Kuwu softly shook his head. "I simply wish to remain by your side and protect you. That is enough for me." Shen Yueyu felt her heart flutter slightly. "Perhaps tomorrow, you could accompany me to the female protection meeting for registration." Having experienced so much together, Lu Kuwu had always been steadfastly by her side. She should grant him a rightful place. Is that truly possible? Lu Kuwu was taken aback, his eyes glimmering with hope. "Of course," Shen Yueyu smiled warmly at him. "You are more than deserving." A radiant joy uncontrollably spread across Lu Kuwu's handsome face as he gently embraced Shen Yueyu, as if cradling a cherished treasure. Shen Yueyu could hear the uncontainable thrum of his heart. He seemed rather anxious. She smiled at him and reciprocated the embrace. Lu Kuwu's form stiffened slightly, his handsome cheeks tinged with a hint of blush from excitement. He had always held her in reverence. Even when embracing her, he maintained an impeccable sense of propriety. Yet this time, as he gazed at the girl he had long protected, joyfully engaging with him, the offer of becoming her beast husband filled him with emotion. And he slowly closed his eyes.
Ding.
The system detects Lu Kuwu's affection level towards you at 5. Current affection level is 92. It was indeed a high level of affection, Shen Yueyu mused. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she completely won over Lu Kuwu. A soft sound interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Su Yanjia inadvertently breaking his chopsticks. Meeting Shen Yueyu's inquiring gaze, Su Yanjia's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and he forced a smile. "The chopsticks broke. I will fetch another pair." With that, he rose to leave. Observing Su Yanjia's almost unsteady gait, Shen Yueyu did not release Lu Kuwu but held him close, waiting for Su Yanjia's notification regarding her affection level. However, this time, there was no deduction. In truth, he was well aware of everything and accepted it willingly. In the afternoon, Shen Yueyu was still engrossed in researching formulas, while Lu Kuwu claimed to be at the hospital attending to his wounds. Su Yanjia felt a surge of curiosity and followed him after an hour to investigate. After all, it was merely a wound. It should have healed somewhat over the days. Why did he visit the hospital daily? Su Yanjia mused, feeling puzzled, and observed that Gu Qing was not present at the hospital entrance. Presumably, he had gone to assist Lu Kuwu with his wounds. Ascending to the second floor, he casually pushed open the door to the treatment room. However, upon witnessing the scene within, Su Yanjia was instantly frozen in place. There, beside a massive medical apparatus, Lu Kuwu lay on the operating table, a deep and horrific wound on his abdomen, stitched together with an array of surgical threads, the injury appearing particularly gruesome, with some blood seeping forth. Gu Qing, standing nearby, was using tweezers to tend to the wound. Clearly, such a wound could only have emerged post-surgery, and it was located on the stomach. At that moment, neither of the two inside seemed to anticipate Su Yanjia's sudden intrusion. Gu Qing's movements faltered, and his brow furrowed in concern. Upon seeing Su Yanjia, Lu Kuwu's expression shifted dramatically. He desperately attempted to conceal the wound to mask the reality. But it was too late. Su Yanjia swiftly approached Lu Kuwu. "What on earth are you doing?" "What are we doing? Is it not abundantly clear?" Gu Qing methodically placed the bloodied cotton onto a nearby tray, which was already filled with numerous blood-stained pieces, indicating that Lu Kuwu's wound had reopened and bled profusely. "Surgery?" Su Yanjia raised an eyebrow at the sight. And it seems that the surgery is quite severe. Indeed, Lu Kuwu nodded, not denying the truth. Su Yenja's gaze bore into Lu Kuwu, a simmering anger brewing within him. Why would you hide such a significant matter from her? If you truly have fallen ill, she deserves to know rather than remaining in the dark while you bear the burden alone. Lu Kuwu pressed his lips together, his eyes quivering. Seeing that he could not reach Lu Kuwu, Su Yenja turned to leave. Just a few steps out, Lu Kuwu immediately rose and grasped his arm.
Please,
Do not tell her about this, all right? Su Yenja let out a cold laugh. On what grounds do you believe I would assist you in deceiving her? She is Our Lady. She has the right to know the truth. I understand. Lu Kuwu's lips tightened, and he slowly lowered his gaze. But I do not wish to cause her distress. Why would she be upset? Su Yenja turned to face Lu Kuwu, his expression probing. What ailment have you contracted? Chapter 81, The Punishment. Lu Kuwu's long eyelashes trembled, and he finally spoke softly. SD-87. The pathogen has severely eroded my stomach, and the portion that was surgically removed comprised most of it. Now, I am barely sustaining myself with a chip. You. Su Yenja stared at him in shock, almost doubting his own hearing at that moment. However, one could see that Lu Kuwu appeared somewhat haggard and devoid of spirit. His demeanor hardly suggested deceit. Su Yenja turned to Gu Qing beside him, inquiring, is what he said true? SD-87 is considered an incurable disease in this realm, utterly beyond remedy. Yet, the affliction is not contagious, and given the rarity of its victims, how could he possibly? Gu Qing nodded affirmatively. Su Yenja was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with vivid recollections of the moment shared between Shen Yueyu and Lu Kuwu. He understood well the significance Lu Kuwu held in Shen Yueyu's heart. Should Lu Kuwu truly succumb, it would be unbearable for her. At this moment, Lu Kuwu also felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, yet he still tremulously uttered, tomorrow. I can register with her. I wish to see her radiantly joyful, perpetually happy, rather than burdened by my existence. How could he be so selfish as to bring sorrow to Shen Yueyu? The one he cherished should not be encumbered by such worries. Ultimately, it was his inadequacy that weighed her down. If you truly wish for her happiness, then you should not be afflicted by this wretched disease. Though Su Yenja harbored resentment towards Lu Kuwu for consistently vying for Shen Yueyu's affection, he yearned for a fair competition rather than allowing Lu Kuwu to exit the stage in such a tragic manner. I understand, Lu Kuwu replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I have wronged her. Even at this juncture, I selfishly seek a title through such a despicable means. Yet, I genuinely desire it. Now and forever. Enough, Su Yenja interjected coldly, turning to leave. For this matter, I implore you. Lu Kuwu's voice turned hoarse. I simply wish for her to feel less sorrow. You wouldn't want to see her heartbroken so soon, would you? The image of Shen Yueyu flashed in Su Yenja's mind, piercing his heart with pain. Indeed, if Shen Yueyu was distressed, how could he not be? Ultimately, he halted his steps. You must clarify this with her yourself. Lu Kuwu lowered his gaze. Thank you. As Lu Kuwu departed the hospital, he meticulously concealed his condition, even spritzing himself with the fragrance of aloes wood to mask any hint of the metallic scent of blood that might linger. Upon returning to the courtyard, night had fallen. Yet the courtyard was aglow with lights, where Shen Yueyu sat beneath the lamp, engrossed in a book. However, fatigue had overtaken her, and she had succumbed to slumber, her head resting heavily upon the table. Lu Kuwu approached quietly, witnessing the once flawless visage of the girl, now with one side resting on the table, slightly puffed, adding an endearing touch to her beauty. The subtle sound of insects chirping surrounded them, and her gentle breaths made her slightly parted red lips appear even more inviting. Observing the scene, Lu Kuwu's melancholy gaze softened into tenderness. He stepped closer, cradling her in his arms with utmost gentleness, fearful of disturbing her. In that moment, he felt as though he had embraced his entire world. How could you fall asleep out here? What if you catch a chill? His voice, hoarse yet laced with a hint of forlornness, carried an earnest care. Nonetheless, he tenderly carried Shen Yueyu to her room, laying her gently upon the bed. As he moved, she stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open momentarily. Upon recognizing Lu Kuwu, she reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck. Why did you come back so late? You deserve punishment, she murmured sleepily, her tone laced with an undeniable dependence despite the words of reproach. Trusting Lu Kuwu implicitly, she soon succumbed to slumber once more. I'm sorry, Lu Kuwu whispered softly, trembling fingers tucking her blanket more snugly around her. He then settled at the edge of her bed, gazing longingly at her for what felt like an eternity, as if to engrave her image into his very bones. Suppressing the heartache within, he softly murmured, "My beloved, I cherish you, truly deeply." He did not refer to her as master, but rather as beloved wife. Alas, Shen Yueyu was enveloped in sleep, oblivious to his heartfelt declaration. Watching her serene face, Lu Kuwu found solace in simply being by her side, gazing upon her. Chapter 82. It turned out to be him. The following day, when Shen Yueyu awoke, she discovered that daylight had fully arrived. When did I return? She pondered, rubbing her head as she struggled to recall. Gradually, blurred memories surfaced, hinting that Lu Kuwu had carried her home the previous night. "Well, considering we are to register today, I shall overlook your tardiness," she mumbled, rising to rummage through her wardrobe. Today held special significance. She needed to find the most exquisite dress. Ultimately, she selected a stunning red and white gown. This one, although the hem was modest, it fit her figure exquisitely, accentuating her curves. The white fabric featured delicate dark patterns resembling crimson beans, while the vibrant red overlay was adorned with sparkling red gems, creating an impression of elegance and beauty. Shen Yueyu meticulously applied a light touch of makeup and donned ruby earrings, taking great care in her appearance. When she emerged, both Lu Kuwu and Su Yanjia were rendered momentarily speechless. Shen Yueyu had rarely adorned herself so, typically presenting herself without makeup, yet today, she appeared breathtakingly ethereal, exuding an air of elegance and grace that captivated all who beheld her. "Beloved, how do I look?" Shen Yueyu inquired with a smile, seeking their approval. The two towering male beast men could hardly tear their gazes from her. "You look stunning," they replied in unison. Shen Yueyu smiled lightly. "Then let us go. It's time to register." "Yes," Lu Kuwu answered with a warm smile, feeling a comforting warmth in his heart. Today, she had dressed up for their registration. Perhaps she cared for him. The trio proceeded to the registration office, where Shen Yueyu's heart swelled with a complex warmth upon seeing Lu Kuwu's name inscribed beside hers. This arrangement indeed resembled a marriage registration. She turned to glance at Lu Kuwu, whose tousled hair partially obscured his eyes. His light blue pupils quivered, and his exquisitely handsome face was strikingly captivating, his throat subtly bobbing with nervousness. His appearance was undeniably charming. The trio stood out remarkably as they strolled down the street, drawing the attention of nearly every beast man they passed, particularly that of Shen Yueyu. However, with an A-grade male and a B-grade male standing beside her, none dared approach her recklessly. She was simply too beautiful, and even the male beast man responsible for the registration found himself stammering in her presence. Afterward, Shen Yueyu discreetly purchased a few items before returning home. After dinner, Shen Yueyu called Lu Kuwu into her room. "Beloved, you called for me?" Lu Kuwu inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. "Here, this is for you." Shen Yueyu handed a packaging bag to Lu Kuwu, urging him to change into it. Inside the bag lay a striking suit. Without questioning the reason, Lu Kuwu complied with Shen Yueyu's wishes. Shortly thereafter, he emerged clad in the suit, only to be met with the sight of Shen Yueyu adorned in an exceptionally voluminous gown of pristine white. For a moment he stood transfixed. Shen Yueyu beckoned him closer, and as he approached, she revealed a small box containing 2 silver rings. "What is this?" Lu Kuwu inquired. "These are wedding rings." "Wedding rings?" Lu Kuwu echoed, puzzled. His tall frame, coupled with his meticulously styled raven locks, emphasized the profound intensity of his deep-set eyes. Beneath long lashes lay enchanting light blue irises, radiating a cool and pristine aura. "Indeed, they are tokens of our commitment," Shen Yueyu replied with a gentle smile, lifting one of the rings. "Lu Kuwu, do you promise to be my beast husband for eternity?" "I do," Lu Kuwu responded, his voice resonant and firm. "I vow to protect and cherish you, to ensure that no one dares to harm you. I will stand by your side forever." The determination in his gaze sparkled like a myriad of stars, overflowing with sincerity. Shen Yueyu, taken aback by his earnestness, spoke softly, "Then extend your hand, so I may place the ring upon it." "Very well." The simple silver band adorned his elegantly knotted fingers, enhancing their beauty. "Now, please help me wear the other ring." Shen Yueyu extended her finger. "Of course," Lu Kuwu agreed, sliding the ring onto her finger, his eyes glimmering with joy. He had awaited this day with bated breath. "I, too, pledge to accept you forever and accompany you," Shen Yueyu affirmed, her gaze unwavering. She had witnessed Lu Kuwu's unwavering devotion, realizing he was truly exceptional, deserving of her affection. She brought their ring-clad hands together, declaring, "With my ring upon you, you are now irrevocably mine. I shall not flee," Lu Kuwu replied softly, a smile gracing his otherwise stoic face. Meeting Shen Yueyu was indeed his fortune.
Ding.
The system detected Lu Kuwu's affection level at 7, currently at 99. Congratulations, host. You are on the verge of complete conquest, unlocking a mysterious and grand reward. Shen Yueyu's heart soared at the news. With a score of 99, she was close to fully winning Lu Kuwu's heart. How could someone as naive as Lu Kuwu be so effortlessly swayed? In the heart of District 103, at the Yulon Hotel, a red-haired man lounged casually by the floor-to-ceiling window. His striking features exuded an air of arrogance, and despite his impeccably tailored suit, he emanated a formidable presence. "General, your meal has been served," a nearby waiter spoke with utmost respect. "Has that female left?" he asked, his tone tinged with impatience. Reporting to the general, "Miss Zhonglian is still waiting for you downstairs," the waiter replied, envy glimmering in his eyes. After all, she was an A-class female, deigning to seek an audience with him, yet he showed no appreciation for her efforts, a reaction they had grown accustomed to. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I understand. You may leave." As the waiter respectfully withdrew, silence enveloped the room. The man turned his gaze to the outside, an unusual wistfulness crossing his countenance. "Ayu, where are you?" This man was Jiang Ziyue. Not long ago, he received news from headquarters regarding an out-of-control male beastman in District 103. One of which was of an exceptionally high level, SS grade. In District 103, SS grade males were few and far between, and they were certain that this individual was not among them, indicating he likely hailed from Xinglan Nation. Before they could ascertain his true identity, the laboratory was suddenly attacked, and the rampaging male was abducted by a group of high-ranking beast men. Jiang Ziyue meticulously examined the appearance of the male beast man, only to be astounded to discover that it was indeed Si Yelin. "So it is this vile individual," Jiang Ziyue remarked, a menacing glare glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 83. Found you. He promptly sent a message to headquarters. Where was he first discovered? Headquarters swiftly replied with a confidential image. Jiang Ziyue opened it, his gaze landing upon a black nine-tailed fox, his expression reflecting a hint of irritation. However, he soon noticed a girl lying in the distance in the image, and his pupils constricted in shock. His thoughts momentarily halted as he quickly zoomed in on the image, confirming his suspicions. "Ayu, Ayu." In that instant, Jiang Ziyue felt his heart thundering, a grin breaking forth revealing his small canine teeth. "I've finally found you." His voice trembled with excitement. But he quickly sensed an anomaly in the image and sent another message to headquarters. "Is the blonde female in the photo alright?" Although headquarters was puzzled by Jiang Ziyue's sudden concern for a female, they promptly replied, "She is fine. She has been discharged and has left the hospital." Jiang Ziyue breathed a sigh of relief, yet he was soon engulfed by anxiety again. "Where is she now?" "We do not have specific information on her current whereabouts, but I can send you the location of where the incident occurred." "Hurry. Send it to me." At that moment, the composed demeanor Jiang Ziyue usually possessed had evaporated, replaced by a mix of excitement and urgency. The response soon arrived. Without a second thought, Jiang Ziyue disregarded past grievances. The ongoing conflict between District 103 and Xinglan Nation had persisted for years without resolution. He immediately arranged for a friend to cover his post, and hurriedly boarded a flying vehicle, racing towards the destination. Upon arrival, however, Jiang Ziyue found himself unable to locate Shen Yueyu. Feeling a surge of frustration, he murmured, "Ayu, how long must I search for you?" A hint of melancholy crept into his voice. Thoughts of Shen Yueyu filled him with heartache. When she fell from the waterfall, despite their numerous efforts to find her, her trace remained elusive. At that time, Jiang Ziyue genuinely feared for her safety, causing his stress levels to rise. Each night, he personally organized search parties, yet they yielded no results. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that Shen Yueyu was safe, that she had to be alright. Now, upon receiving news of her, Jiang Ziyue felt as though he had been resurrected. Yet guilt soon followed. Protecting one's mate was the duty of every male beastman. "It is all my fault. I failed to safeguard her, and she was harmed." Jiang Ziyue clenched his fists tightly. "Ayu, Ayu, you must wait for me." Unbeknownst to Shen Yueyu, these events were unfolding. On the following day, she arranged to meet Qi Lai at a hotel, where they would indulge in exquisite cuisine while discussing matters of importance. Seated at the elegantly set table, Shen Yueyu pushed a plate of aromatic roasted lamb towards Qi Lai, smilingly suggesting he sample the dish to discern its flavor. Qi Lai expressed his gratitude softly, but his attention was immediately drawn to the plate, adorned with a particularly appealing array of spices, giving the meat a radiant crimson hue reminiscent of a fiery sunset. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks, initially intending to taste it casually. Yet the moment the roasted lamb touched his palate, it was as if a revelation unfolded before him. The piquant spiciness of the chili pepper tantalized his senses, soon followed by the unique savory aroma of the lamb, harmoniously intertwined with the spice's fragrance, revealing the meat's tender juiciness. The chili's heat was perfectly calibrated, amplifying the lamb's delectable essence while completely masking any lingering gamey flavor. The interplay of heat and flavor was utterly irresistible. As the president of the Female Protection Association, Qi Lai had savored numerous culinary delights, but this particular dish struck him as refreshingly extraordinary. At a loss for words, he took another bite, his eyes narrowing in blissful enjoyment. Perhaps sensing Shen Yueyu's gaze, Qi Lai offered a sheepish smile, elegantly placing his chopsticks down. "I beg your pardon, Miss Shen Yueyu, but the flavor of this dish is simply divine. I find myself somewhat overwhelmed." Shen Yueyu noted his reaction with a sense of satisfaction. It appeared the individuals here were indeed receptive to modern gastronomic delights, which would greatly facilitate her plans. The flavor of the spices was truly unexpected. It seemed she would need to inquire about the recipe shortly. Qi Lai continued, contemplating that if he could acquire these spices, his mother, who is not fond of eating, might be encouraged to enjoy her meals more. "What do you intend to do with the recipe? If it could be produced on a large scale, wouldn't that open a lucrative avenue?" Qi Lai remarked, half in jest but with earnest intent. He genuinely considered pursuing such an endeavor, albeit regrettably. He suspected they might not be inclined to sell it to him. Shen Yueyu raised her gaze slightly at his words. "That may not be necessary," she revealed. "The seasoning for this dish is of my own creation." "What?" Qi Lai was genuinely taken aback. In District 103, females, especially those with mental prowess, were typically revered and led lives of luxury without needing to engage in such endeavors, relying instead on their beastly partners for sustenance. It was rare to find a female willing to undertake such tasks. She was indeed quite different. "Might I have the honor of collaborating with you?" Qi Lai inquired with hopeful anticipation. "How do you envision this collaboration?" Shen Yueyu asked, intrigued. She had previously considered expanding her production scale, and Qi Lai's initiative presented an auspicious opportunity. "Here is the proposition," Qi Lai began. "I will arrange for the factory to mass-produce the seasoning, while you would provide the recipe and guidance. We could split the profits 70-30. How does that sound?" "That is agreeable," Shen Yueyu responded, her interest piqued. If the profits were calculated based on sales, it suggested that this seasoning could yield substantial earnings. "According to your budget, how much could this seasoning potentially earn?" After contemplating for a moment, Qi Lai replied, "At least 600 million, though it will require some time investment." 600 million. Shen Yueyu's eyes lit up immediately. Even if the profit were only 600 million, her share would amount to 180 million. It seemed Qi Lai's factory was quite substantial, and partnering with him was indeed a promising venture. "Very well," Shen Yueyu said, feeling increasingly enthusiastic. "I also possess several culinary recipes that I would be delighted to share with you." During her time in the modern world, her interests were few, but she had a profound appreciation for fine cuisine, thus acquiring a wealth of culinary formulas. If she could transfer those recipes here and transform them into marketable products, settling her debts with the Xinglan Kingdom would be an inevitable outcome. The prospect of soon clearing her debts and distancing herself from those few deranged individuals filled her with excitement. Chapter 84. The Priceless Potion. That would be most desirable. Qi Lai concurred, feeling elated. Although his assets had surpassed 100 billion, he welcomed the prospect of further enrichment and was eager to collaborate with Shen Yueyu. "By the way," Qi Lai seemed to recall something. "This afternoon, I will be attending the auction at Ruibao Hall. Would it be possible to invite Miss Shen Yueyu to accompany me?" "Ruibao Hall?" Shen Yueyu inquired curiously. "Indeed," Qi Lai nodded gracefully. "This is the grandest auction the 103rd District has hosted in 6 months, featuring numerous rare treasures and even some exceptionally effective potions. There may even be potions to enhance physical prowess. Perhaps you would find this auction intriguing." Shen Yueyu pondered briefly. If this was indeed the largest auction in District 103, it was likely to showcase a plethora of remarkable items. Now that she had entered this world, it would be prudent to experience as many exquisite items as possible. Very well, Shen Yueyu acquiesced. Upon hearing her agreement, a glimmer of delight flashed in Qi Lai's dark golden eyes. At the same time, a notification echoed in Shen Yueyu's mind. Ding. The system has detected the affection level of the target. Qi Lai has been activated. Current affection level, 20. Surprised, Shen Yueyu glanced at Qi Lai, observing his tailored black tuxedo that accentuated his muscular physique. His slightly darker skin paired with his flawless features exuded a charm that was both alluring and enigmatic. However, Shen Yueyu had no intention of pursuing Qi Lai. With the imminent success of her strategy concerning Su Yanjia, her mental prowess had already reached A-level, the highest female tier in this world. Given this, she decided to remain open to fate, allowing events to unfold naturally. After their meal, the group made their way to Ruibao Hall for the auction. Despite having mentally prepared herself, Shen Yueyu was still awestruck by the grandeur before her. Ruibao Hall was constructed atop a massive floating city, surrounded by shimmering blue light waves that exuded a futuristic ambience, meticulously designed with opulence, yet devoid of ostentation. During her time as a saint in the Xinglan Kingdom, Shen Yueyu had witnessed some exceptionally grand scenes, but the Ruibao Hall in District 103 rivaled even the largest auction in the Xinglan Kingdom. Although there were many people present, only a select few were granted entry into Ruibao Hall. Only those with invitations were permitted to bring guests inside. Upon ascending the elevator, Shen Yueyu observed her surroundings with a composed demeanor. The attendees heading to the auction appeared remarkably discreet, seemingly reluctant to reveal their identities. Nevertheless, due to her striking beauty, several males frequently cast glances in her direction. Meanwhile, Lu Kuowu's attention remained fixated on Shen Yueyu, entirely indifferent to the surroundings. Su Yanjia's demeanor appeared somewhat languid, his gaze warily scrutinizing Qi Lai. This man surely harbored ulterior motives regarding his wife. Caution was warranted. The group entered a private box, which was tastefully adorned, lavishly intricate, yet understated. The table was adorned with tulips, and the most distinctive feature was the enormous glass panel facing the auction center. This glass allowed an unobstructed view from within, yet from the outside, it rendered the interior utterly concealed. The entire auction was adorned in such a manner. Although the attendees sat face to face, they remained oblivious to each other's identities, greatly safeguarding the privacy of the customers and infusing the atmosphere with an air of mystery. A few individuals had not waited long when the auction commenced in earnest. Shen Yueyu, adopting a spectator's mindset, surveyed the items on display. They consisted of either cutting-edge technology, potions, or rare treasures, with buyers in each room simply needing to press a number on their tables to participate in the price auction, with final sale prices starting from tens of millions. She had no interest in these items and had no intention of making a purchase. Qi Lai, it appeared, was equally disinterested. That was until a vial of potion appeared, prompting the auctioneer to begin his introduction. The next item for auction is a product of the latest research from the laboratory. This potion can aid uncontrollable male beast men in regaining their sanity for a brief duration of 3 days and can even be utilized by SS-level males. However, the higher the level of the male user, the shorter the duration of the effect. We have conducted experimental validations confirming the potion's efficacy, and it possesses minimal side effects. Yet its production cost is exorbitantly high, and currently there are no more than 10 vials of this potion in the entire Zone 103. This is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. The starting bid is 50 million. Upon hearing this introduction, the male beast men present could hardly contain themselves. For them, the loss of mental control was an insurmountable issue rooted in their genetics. Those of lower rank might still rely on their wives for assistance, but once they reached higher levels, they could only await their demise on this matter. The emergence of such a potion was exhilarating. Even if it only restored sanity for a day, it was far preferable to being utterly reduced to a beast. Consequently, the beast men began to bid fervently, seemingly unfazed by the steep price. The numbers on the board soared. VIP Room 6 bids 100 million. VIP Room 9 bids 300 million. Good heavens! VIP Room 16 bids 500 million. Hearing these astronomical figures, Shen Yueyu could not help but widen her eyes. System. Is this soothing potion truly worth such a fortune? Indeed, the system replied. In this world, many high-ranking males have transformed into beasts due to a lack of timely soothing. Only this exceedingly rare potion can provide them with a fleeting return to lucidity. Believe me, no male can resist the allure of this potion. Some males, despite having wives, may not receive the necessary soothing from them, leading to their inevitable descent into beasthood. This was their fatal flaw. Observing the skyrocketing prices, Shen Yueyu mused internally. When she caught sight of Su Yanjua beside her, his expression fraught with conflict. His slender fingers hovered over the bidding panel, hesitating to press down. If he were to take a loan from the merchants, he could swiftly afford the potion, possibly securing it for himself. He wished to spend just one more day with Shen Yueyu, even if it meant acquiring this exorbitantly priced potion. Though he understood that by choosing Shen Yueyu, he would have to bear all consequences, even if it meant complete beastification, he merely desired to linger with her a little longer, even if just for a few hours. Chapter 85. Who is he? With this thought, Su Yanjua hesitated. Just then, a delicate, soft hand covered his, and Shen Yueyu spoke softly. You need not press for this. You don't require it. With her present, and her mental strength now at B grade, she could adequately soothe Su Yanjua. He no longer needed this potion. Moreover, as her beast man, it would be somewhat insulting to utilize his mental energy on such a thing. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yanjua's eyes, but he nodded. All right. I shall heed your advice. He appeared remarkably obedient, his violet eyes filled with trust as they gazed at Shen Yueyu. As Shen Yueyu comforted Su Yanjua's emotions, she noticed that the bidding panel in their box lit up. The displayed bid was 800 million. It was Qi Lai who had placed the bid. Qi Lai sat there, his demeanor stoic, the bright lights of the box illuminating the chiseled contours of his face, his dark skin adding an air of wildness and authority. He truly intended to spend such a fortune on a potion that merely offered temporary solace. Sensing Shen Yueyu's gaze upon him, Qi Lai offered a wry smile. There's no other choice. I must have this. He would not opt for his wife. Should he lose control completely in the future, this potion might prove invaluable to him. Shen Yueyu fell silent at his words, realizing that in this world, high-ranking females had become exceedingly scarce. Otherwise, the potion's price would not have escalated to such heights. However, she had no intention of dissuading Qi Lai, as she needed time to elevate her own rank. The effects of mental soothing exceeded her expectations, and if she were to leverage this for profit, she could envision a future where she ascended to SS grade and amassed great wealth. At that moment, the auction continued with fervor, and ultimately, Qi Lai secured the potion for the staggering sum of 1 billion. Shen Yueyu watched, her heart aching. A single vial cost 1 billion. If only she possessed such means, she would have long repaid her debts to those wretched individuals in Xinglan country. Following the successful bid, the auction staff promptly entered the box with deference. President Qi Lai, your potion has been priced at 1 billion, but it is being sold by another male beastman. He has a condition for this sale, the staff member said, somewhat apprehensively. What condition? Qi Lai furrowed his brow at the thought. He wishes to invite the female beside you to answer a question. Should she answer correctly, the potion will be exchanged immediately. If she answers incorrectly, Shen Yueyu, bewildered, realized the individual had singled her out, prompting her to inquire, what if the answer is wrong? Then, he will not sell the potion, the staff member replied. Seeing this, Shen Yueyu rubbed her temples, pondering the absurdity of this rich young man's whims. Was there no alternative? Qi Lai's brow furrowed slightly. Would it not suffice for me to go? That is not permissible, the staff member shook his head. Alternatively, you could find another female on-site to take your place. Qi Lai found himself in a quandary. Females were already scarce in Zone 103, and locating one on the spot was no easy task. With this in mind, Qi Lai turned to Shen Yueyu. Miss Shen Yueyu, could I trouble you to assist me? Regardless of the outcome, it would be considered a favor owed to you, and I would surely repay you in the future. I truly wish to obtain this potion. Qi Lai spoke earnestly, knowing that encountering such a potion again would be challenging. Seeing his sincere demeanor and recognizing their cooperative relationship, Shen Yueyu acquiesced. Very well, but I cannot guarantee I will secure the potion. Thank you. Qi Lai's voice carried a note of gratitude. He had prepared himself for the possibility of being rejected by Shen Yueyu, so he was utterly taken aback when she unexpectedly agreed. Shen Yueyu was truly remarkable. Following the staff's guidance, she arrived at another private room, with Lu Kuwu and Su Yanjia trailing closely behind, their concern evident. A staff member approached and gently knocked on the door, announcing, Sir, a female guest has arrived. Come in. A husky male voice emerged from within. The staff respectfully opened the door and gestured to Shen Yueyu. After you. Su Yanjia opted to remain by the door, while Lu Kuwu entered alongside Shen Yueyu. As soon as Shen Yueyu stepped into the room, her curiosity piqued, and she began to survey her surroundings. She had anticipated a setting similar to others, expecting to find the male beast man immediately, but instead, she was confronted by a vast black curtain, suggesting that the individual was concealed behind it. This person certainly exuded an air of mystery. Shen Yueyu mused internally, while outwardly she greeted him and encouraged him to pose his questions. With that, she nonchalantly chose a nearby table to sit down. Upon glancing at the exquisite and lavish array of food and pastries laid before her, it became evident that this individual was quite affluent. The man seemed unperturbed by Shen Yueyu's casual demeanor, his voice tinged with amusement as he inquired, "What is your perspective on a certain matter?" "What matter?" Shen Yueyu responded, intrigued. "I have a male beast-man friend who is infatuated with a female, yet he is uncertain of his feelings. He has, in his confusion, caused her much harm. She ought to." His voice faltered at that moment. "She must despise my friend. Tell me, if he were to treat her well, could there be a chance?" He spoke, unwittingly revealing a hint of anxiety and hope in his tone. Shen Yueyu raised her eyes. That would depend on the female's character, after all. The females in Zone 103 are quite proud. They have no need to remain tethered to a single tree. As her words hung in the air, the man fell silent for an extended period. Growing impatient, Shen Yueyu finally heard him speak in a hoarse voice. "And what if it were you?"
Me?
Shen Yueyu asked, puzzled, pointing to herself. "Yes," he clarified. "It would depend on the nature of the situation. There are some things I could forgive, while others I would never pardon. Regardless of his circumstances, if he has harmed me, I will hold a grudge against him." Upon saying this, Shen Yueyu became acutely aware that something felt amiss. This man seemed overly invested in her thoughts. Could it be that he recognized her? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room as neither party spoke further. Chapter 86. Nightmarish Reunion. After Shen Yueyu answered the question, her companion remained silent for an unsettlingly long time, his behavior raising her suspicions. An unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Yet, she remained oblivious to the identity of the individual concealed behind the curtain. Contemplating this, Shen Yueyu took a step closer, eager to unveil the obstructive curtain and glimpse the person behind it. Her soft, pale fingers reached out, brushing against the fabric, starkly contrasting its darkness. Just as she was about to pull back the curtain, a panicked shout echoed from outside. "Sister,
Run."
something's not right with this group." Immediately, sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from beyond the door, signaling that the situation had escalated dangerously. Shen Yueyu felt her hair stand on end at Su Yanzhi's warning. At that moment, she distinctly sensed steady footsteps approaching from behind her. The footsteps were remarkably firm and powerful, each step resonating with an unnerving weight upon her heart, inciting a wave of panic. She quickly turned to look, only to see that the curtain had already been drawn open by long, elegant fingers. Behind the curtain emerged a face that was strikingly cold and unapproachable, his dark eyes fixated on Shen Yueyu with an intense possessiveness, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, sending a chill down her spine. It was Si Yilin. Upon seeing him, Shen Yueyu's expression changed dramatically. Just then, she felt a warm hand grasp hers, pulling her back. A towering figure stepped in front of her, confronting Si Yilin. Initially, Si Yilin's gaze had been locked on Shen Yueyu, but now it was obstructed by Lu Kuwu, much to his displeasure. "Step aside." Si Yilin's voice was icy. "You are no match for me." Despite this, Lu Kuwu remained steadfast, refusing to budge an inch. Meanwhile, at the Xingyao Hotel, Jiang Zai sat listlessly during lunch, his mind evidently elsewhere. Since his arrival, he had instructed his trusted subordinates to track down Shen Yueyu, but he was cautious not to create too much commotion, which hindered his ability to pinpoint her whereabouts. All he knew was that she was not residing in the city center, which left him increasingly agitated. As his gaze wandered to his plate, he noticed a dish of roasted meat, delicately sprinkled with chili powder, which struck him as familiar. Jiang Zai recalled how he had prepared roasted meat for Shen Yueyu, who had also used similar seasonings. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece. The moment the familiar flavor graced his palate, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, overwhelmed by a wave of delight. "Waiter," he called out, "where did this chili powder come from?" The server, taken aback, replied, It seems a beautiful female sold it to us some time ago." "Indeed? It is simply exquisite." Jiang Zai chuckled softly, unable to contain his joy. It appeared he had not made the wrong choice in coming here. "Do you know where that female is now?" he inquired. The server shook his head. "I haven't seen her in a while." Just then, Jiang Zai's subordinate sent him a message. General, about an hour ago, I discovered that Miss Shen Yueyu attended the auction at Ruobeitang with President Qi Liao. Qi Liao. Jiang Zai recognized the name, having encountered him on numerous occasions. Upon hearing this, he could no longer remain seated, immediately summoning several nearby subordinates to accompany him to Ruobeitang. As he made his way, excitement surged within him. He scrutinized his attire to ensure everything was in order, feeling slightly relieved. How vexing. I should have tidied my hair before leaving, he lamented, but quickly reassured himself. Never mind, seeing a you is what matters.
The more he thought about it,
the more exhilarated he became, though a twinge of concern crept in. That Qi Liao fellow wouldn't dare to entice my you while I'm not around, would he? Shaking his head dismissively, Jiang Zai reassured himself. No, Qi Liao's appearance is rather dark. You wouldn't be interested in someone so coal-black. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and swiftly arrived at Ruobeitang. Although Ruobeitang has certain requirements for its guests, Jiang Ziyao's identity is exceedingly unique, allowing him to enter the auction without difficulty. At this moment, the atmosphere within the auction hall remains tranquil. After making a few inquiries, Jiang Ziyao effortlessly located Qi Lai. Qi Lai was casually seated, his long legs elegantly crossed. Upon noticing Jiang Ziyao's entrance, he raised an eyebrow slightly.
Oh,
General Jiang? What brings you here instead of staying at the border? Has the wind blown you this way? Jiang Ziyao cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of displeasure evident as he crossed his arms. I am here to find my Ayu. You have taken her away. Your Ayu? Qi Lai responded, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Are you referring to Miss Shen Yueyu? Of course, who else could it be? Jiang Ziyao retorted, his gaze scanning the auction hall. Where is my Ayu? You scoundrel, are you aware of my arrival and deliberately kept her away? Qi Lai felt a sudden headache. Jiang Ziyao had always been straightforward, unafraid to offend anyone. The buyers in the auction hall wanted to invite her to answer a question. She was assisting me and should return shortly, he explained. Jiang Ziyao's brows furrowed. No. Who wishes to meet her alone? Qi Lai, unaware of the events that transpired prior, was nonetheless acutely aware of the situation. The peculiar individuals from the Xinglan kingdom, akin to phantoms, were keen to locate her, and Jiang Ziyao felt a growing unease. Qi Lai pondered briefly. I am not privy to who that individual is. You truly are rather naive, Jiang Ziyao remarked, rolling his eyes at Qi Lai before striding out. As Qi Lai observed Jiang Ziyao's actions, a sense of foreboding began to settle in. This was, after all, District 103, where the status of females was exceptionally high. As the president of the Females Protection Association, he had never considered that anyone would dare to openly threaten a female's safety in this vicinity. Jiang Ziyao instructed someone to inquire about Shen Yueyu's room number. Just as he was about to reach that destination, several figures emerged to obstruct his path. Step aside, Jiang Ziyao exclaimed, his irritation palpable. The individuals blocking his way were clad in tight-fitting black combat attire, their faces meticulously concealed by masks, rendering them indistinguishable. Nevertheless, Jiang Ziyao could sense their malicious intent. Indeed, upon hearing his command, they showed no inclination to retreat, their eyes sparkling with provocation. In District 103, few dared to confront Jiang Ziyao directly. General Jiang, the path ahead is blocked. I kindly ask you to take an alternate route, the leader stated, raising a hand. Clearly unafraid of Jiang Ziyao's influence.
Who are you?
Jiang Ziyao's eyes narrowed dangerously, a surge of unease washing over him upon encountering this group. He instinctively felt that they were after Ayu. If that were the case, Ayu was in peril.
Who am I?
The white-haired man at the forefront regarded Jiang Ziyao, a smirk barely visible beneath his mask. We have crossed paths on numerous occasions. Why not take a guess at my identity? Jiang Ziyao locked his gaze onto the man's eyes, a murderous intent surging forth.
Rui Yuan.
It is you. You have audacity to come here. Upon confirming the identity of his adversary, Jiang Ziyao was entirely convinced that this group was indeed targeting Shen Yueyu. These relentless lunatics. He could have engaged Rui Yuan in a battle, but his anxiety about Si Yelin's potential arrival grew. After all, he had witnessed Si Yelin's reaction when Shen Yueyu fell from the cliff. It was evident that he held an unusual concern for her, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might come as well. As these thoughts raced through Jiang Ziyao's mind, his urgency intensified. 2 canine ears had sprouted atop his head, and his eyes glowed an increasingly crimson hue. He was transforming into a half-beast form, indicating his seriousness. Qi Lai, who had followed closely behind, quickly discerned the irregularity in the scene. Upon hearing Jiang Ziyao utter Rui Yuan's name, his brow furrowed in concern. How could those in high positions within District 103 dare to risk themselves in such a place? Could they truly be intent on abducting Miss Shen Yueyu? With the path ahead obstructed, Qi Lai now grasped the gravity of the situation. You have used me to deceive her? How despicable! Qi Lai's anger flared. The golden hue in his eyes glimmered, and the formidable aura of an S-rank male radiated from him without restraint. Shen Yueyu's predicament stemmed from his involvement, and he owed her a significant debt of gratitude. Moreover, it was the duty of the Females Protection Association to safeguard females. Upon witnessing Qi Lai's emergence, Rui Yuan cast a glance over his shoulder, his tone indifferent yet chilling. Song Xiaoming, you need not hide any longer. Reveal your true self. Very well. A deep male voice responded from behind. It seems today will cost me a considerable fortune, which truly pains my heart. As he spoke, a man clad in a white lab coat emerged, adjusting his glasses. The two factions now stood at an impasse, their eyes filled with hostility. In the private room, Si Yelin and Lu Kuwu faced each other, neither willing to yield. Si Yelin scrutinized the male before him, his eyes narrowing dangerously. In terms of strength, Lu Kuwu was merely a B-rank male. He had never considered someone of such low standing a worthy opponent. Yet now, seeing Shen Yueyu cower behind Lu Kuwu, he recalled how desperately he had tried to approach her when he lost control, while she had not even spared him a glance. Why did Lu Kuwu, a mere B-rank male, have the right to remain by her side? Why was she so kind to him? Your Highness, a soldier emerged from behind, aiming a gun at Lu Kuwu. Shall we eliminate this bothersome male? Si Yelin's gaze shifted to the hands clasped between Lu Kuwu and Shen Yueyu, and he keenly noticed that they wore identical rings. How dare he? Si Yelin's usual calm demeanor shattered, a burning jealousy igniting within him. He did not intervene with the soldier, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Kuwu. You cannot obstruct me. Step aside. His voice was cold, and anyone familiar with Si Yelin would recognize the fury etched upon his face. Lu Kuwu understood the gravity of the situation. His raven-black hair brushed against his brow, exuding a presence that, while not as overwhelming as Si Yelin's, conveyed his unwavering determination to protect the woman he cherished, even if it cost him everything. Sensing the tension escalating, Shen Yueyu regained her composure. She realized that if this continued, Si Yelin would genuinely become enraged, and she worried he might take actions detrimental to Lu Kuwu. Thus, she stepped forward, gently grasping Lu Kuwu's hand and shaking her head. This does not concern you. Focus on your own safety. Si Yelin's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, the jealousy threatening to consume him. Release your hand. The words escaped his lips. Nearly a growl. He urged her to let go, but Shen Yueyu stubbornly refused. She fixed her gaze upon Si Yelin and asked, By what authority do you command me?
Who are you to me?
The question momentarily stunned Si Yelin. Indeed, he pondered, what right did he have to demand she refrain from associating with other men? Yet, inexplicably, he found himself more concerned about Shen Yueyu than ever before. Since her fall, that haunting scene replayed incessantly in his mind every time he closed his eyes. It drove him to the brink of madness. He desired nothing more than to seclude this enchanting female, ensuring her gaze was solely for him, warding off any would-be admirers, even at the cost of his own humanity. As he contemplated this, Si Yelin opened his mouth to articulate the obscure feelings within him, but Shen Yueyu spoke first.
Oh.
I see now. We are sworn enemies, arch-rivals. Her expression was one of sudden enlightenment. You've come all this way to demand repayment for debts. Haven to you? Rest assured, I will soon settle my debts to the kingdom of Xinglan.
What?
Si Yelin furrowed his brow at her. After all, my debts to you are minimal, while your debts to me are substantial. Upon saying this, Shen Yueyu raised her hand, pointing to her wrist. This wrist, which you yourself so cruelly broke. Do you have any idea how much it hurt, Your Highness? Her tone was calm, yet the more composed she appeared, the more agitated he became. He trembled on the verge of uttering an apology, but as the crown prince of the empire, his pride forbade such words from escaping his lips. And Shen Yueyu continued, I have no desire to be in your company, my sworn enemy. You have only ever threatened and suppressed me, never once respecting me. Even if I am a female without any psychic power, my transformation was not my choice. I too wished to evolve like the prophecies foretold. Why must I bear the burden of the prophecies imposed upon me? Confronted with Shen Yueyu's accusations, Si Yelin's pupils constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless. He reflected on their interactions. Indeed, He had found joy in her presence after her transformation. Yet, she remained utterly miserable. She despised him. No wonder she instinctively recoiled from him, even in moments of his own loss of control. This realization ignited a flicker of bloodshot rage in Si Yelin's eyes as he stepped closer, staring intently at Shen Yueyu. You loathe me, don't you? Shen Yueyu raised an eyebrow in response. What do you think? Si Yelin managed a strange smile as he drew forth an exquisitely sharp dagger.
Take this.
For every ounce of pain I have inflicted upon you, you may stab me until your anger is spent. Shen Yueyu regarded him with suspicion. Are you serious? Indeed, Si Yelin replied in a husky voice, his eyes glistening with an unsettling warmth. Shen Yueyu, filled with animosity towards him, reached out for the dagger but suddenly hesitated. After I stab you a few times, will you let me go? Si Yelin's gaze darkened.
No.
Even if you were to kill me today, I would never allow you to leave. If he truly wished to liberate Shen Yueyu, he would not have recklessly sought her out upon regaining his senses. How could you? Shen Yueyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, but she could see the unwavering determination etched upon his face. Although guilt flickered within him, it was overshadowed by a near-obsessive madness. She instinctively took a step back. Si Yelin, you are truly repugnant. She gritted her teeth. I am willing to repay my debts to the kingdom of Xinglan. Why can you not let me go? Si Yelin pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for a response. Previously, he had approached her with a sense of duty, but now his motives were entirely selfish. Indeed, what further dialogue is there to be had with a madwoman? With that, Shen Yueyu turned to leave, eager to escape the madness that was Si Yelin. Outside, Su Yenjia awaited her anxiously. She had no desire to prolong her encounter with this lunatic. Seeing her retreat, Si Yelin felt a surge of urgency and disregarded his pride as he rushed after her. Just as he moved, a loud bang erupted nearby. One of his guards had accidentally discharged his weapon, and a bullet was hurtling toward Shen Yueyu. No! Si Yelin's pupils dilated with horror. At this distance, he had no time to intervene. My lord, be careful. A frantic voice cried out behind Shen Yueyu, and suddenly, she heard the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. In terror, she turned to see the warm blood splatter across her face, and when she looked up, there stood Lu Kuwu, his face etched with urgency, blood blooming across his chest. Shen Yueyu froze, her mind blank, overwhelmed by the deafening hum of panic.
No.
It shouldn't end like this. Lu Kuwu trembled violently, his handsome face struggling to maintain a semblance of composure as he managed a weak smile. I'm just glad you're unharmed. You scared me half to death. He reached out to touch her face, seeking to soothe her fears, but as he extended his hand, he collapsed to the ground. The vivid crimson of his blood was blinding. Shen Yueyu rushed to support him, but she was powerless to prevent his descent, cradling him as he lay on the ground. Lu Kuwu, how do you feel? She pressed her fingers desperately against his chest wound, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet it was futile. Blood continued to pour from the wound, and her face paled to an ashen hue. Si Yelin, witnessing that the bullet had missed Shen Yueyu, exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, had it struck her, she would not have survived. But observing Shen Yueyu's frantic attempts to staunch Lu Kuwu's wound, he recognized the turmoil in her eyes, an expression he had never witnessed on her face before. She truly cared for Lu Kuwu. Shen Yueyu, Si Yelin began, yearning to explain. But when met with her tear-filled eyes, his words faltered in his throat. Her gaze was rife with disdain and hatred. Did you intend for this to happen? Shen Yueyu glared at him. So, you wished for my demise all along. Si Yelin wanted to protest that it was an accident. Yet any explanation that came to mind now seemed utterly impotent. Get away from me. I must take him for treatment. Shen Yueyu's heart was filled with resentment towards Si Yelin, but all she truly wanted was to save Lu Kuwu, leaving no desire for further discourse with him. She lifted Lu Kuwu into her arms, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. You will be fine. I'm here. Whether she spoke to him or to herself remained unclear. Lu Kuwu nodded, but as he opened his mouth, blood flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his lips. No, don't do this. It will frighten her. He did not wish to burden Shen Yueyu with worry, desperately swallowing the blood that surged forth. Yet, no sooner had he swallowed it than more blood erupted from him. Si Yiling's gaze darkened. He too yearned to assist Lu Kuwu in his healing. At that moment, the door to the chamber was forcefully kicked open.
Bang!
The overwhelming presence of an SS-class male aggressor surged forth, as Jiang Ziyu burst in, accompanied by Qi Lai. Yueyu, I have come for you. I have searched for you tirelessly. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both Jiang Ziyu and Qi Lai were momentarily stunned. They beheld Lu Kewu with a ghastly wound in his chest, while Shen Yueyu, covered in blood, clung to him. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes were now reddened, and her face, smeared with blood, appeared hauntingly pale. Yueyu, what has happened to you? Jiang Ziyu rushed forward, his voice laced with concern. You are not injured, are you? Shen Yueyu lifted her gaze to Jiang Ziyu, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. Save Lu Kewu, please save him. The sight of her distress tugged at Jiang Ziyu's heart, as if it were being relentlessly crushed. This was his Yueyu, the one he cherished above all, whose suffering he could not bear. How dare Si Yiling inflict harm upon her? Si Yiling, look at the calamity you have wrought. Jiang Ziyu's eyes shifted to Si Yiling, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him. You deserve death. Chapter 89. Do you really hate her this much? Si Yiling's gaze flickered past Jiang Ziyu, his complexion pale as he looked at Shen Yueyu, his lips moving slightly. Shen Yueyu, my medical team is quite competent. There is no need for your feigned concern here. Qi Lai, enraged at the unfolding scene, interjected. My medical team from District 103 is no less capable than yours. Initially, it was Qi Lai who had implored her to assist, yet now that such a dire situation had arisen, he felt a profound guilt towards Shen Yueyu. Quickly, take them to the hospital. Jiang Ziyu commanded. Leave this to me. Understood. Qi Lai recognized the urgency of preserving Lu Kewu's life and promptly arranged for assistance. She cannot leave. Si Yiling clenched his fists as he observed the unfolding chaos. Si Yiling, your adversary is me. Perhaps you have forgotten that. Jiang Ziyu transformed into his half-beast form, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Why have you taken it this far? Do you truly harbor such hatred for her? What heinous act has she committed to deserve your torment? Jiang Ziyu's words struck deeply, and Si Yiling, pale-faced, struggled to maintain his composure. I never intended to kill her. That thought never crossed my mind. He merely wished for Shen Yueyu's gaze to be solely fixed upon him, to see only him. Was that truly a fault?
No.
He was mistaken. He should have intervened when the soldiers aimed their weapons at Shen Yueyu. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Why? Si Yiling unleashed a merciless attack upon the nearby soldier, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why did you fire? With that gunshot? Any affection Shen Yueyu held for him was likely obliterated. The thought sent Si Yiling into a panic. The soldier was hurled aside, his face a mask of terror. Your Highness, I am so sorry. I do not know what came over me today. I truly did not mean to. As an A-class male, he had never before made such a grave error, yet in recollecting the moment, his mind was shrouded in confusion, unable to retain clarity. You had better pray that the male beast is unharmed. Si Yiling spoke, his heart racing. If that male was indeed fine, perhaps there remained a chance for reconciliation between him and Shen Yueyu. Unfortunately, that bullet could injure both A-class and B-class males. If something were to happen to him, Jiang Ziyu, since you are here, we must settle this. Si Yiling declared, transforming into his half-beast form without hesitation, and the two sides swiftly engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Shen Yueyu and Qi Lai hastily transported Lu Kewu into the rescue pod en route to the hospital. Watching as he was fitted with a breathing mask, blood still pouring from his mouth, her heart trembled violently. Lu Kewu had been injured while saving her. He was a fool for putting himself in danger when he could have chosen otherwise. How could he have been shot? Before long, Lu Kewu was wheeled into the operating room by a team of doctors. Shen Yueyu, watching his departing figure, felt a sharp pang in her chest. Noticing her pale complexion, Su Yanjia attempted to console her. Sister, Lu Kewu should be fine. Do not worry too much about your health. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Yanjia had also sustained injuries while delivering messages for Shen Yueyu outside. His left shoulder had been struck during the battle, leaving his arm nearly numb. He ought to seek treatment. However, seeing Shen Yueyu in such a distraught state, he chose to remain by her side, even if it might result in lingering consequences. You are right. He will be fine. Shen Yueyu murmured, reassuring herself repeatedly. She had wiped away her tears, believing that crying was inauspicious. Lu Kewu would be all right. Shen Yueyu continued to comfort herself, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Turning to Qi Lai, whose expression mirrored her own distress, she implored, I want to see him. Can I go see him? Qi Lai's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Family members were strictly prohibited from interrupting during the surgery. However, I can take you to the family observation room, but You must not disrupt the surgery's rhythm.
All right.
Shen Yueyu quickly agreed.
Take me there.
The agony of merely waiting for results was unbearable. She longed to see Lu Kuwu, hoping to find a way to help him recover. Qi Lai led the way, and they soon arrived at a glass room, from which they could see the operating room, though the reverse was not true. As soon as Shen Yueyu entered, her gaze trembled involuntarily. 4 or 5 doctors were diligently working in the operating room, Lu Kuwu's face ashen, numerous needles piercing his skin. His abdomen was a gruesome tableau of wounds, particularly a section higher up, where stitches were evident. How could this be? Why does he have such wounds? Shen Yueyu murmured, her face paling in shock. This scene was unbearably cruel. Qi Lai glanced at her, his expression filled with compassion. Miss Shen, perhaps we should step outside. It would be better not to look. Shen Yueyu pushed him away, and just then, a medical staff member entered, announcing Lu Kuwu's condition. The patient situation is critical. Who is the family member? I am. Shen Yueyu's voice trembled as she spoke. What is his condition? He has sustained nearly fatal gunshot wounds. Timely treatment may still save him. However, he previously suffered from SD87 and most of his stomach has been removed. This is a terminal condition. Coupled with the gunshot wound, the pathogen has begun to spread throughout his body. Both factors are life-threatening. Please understand that our capabilities are limited, and he may not survive. Do not speak such nonsense. Shen Yueyu's voice was hoarse. How could he not survive? If you cannot save him, surely there are others who can. The medical staff cast a glance at Shen Yueyu, uttering a brief apology before departing. This institution was already the finest hospital in the entirety of District 103, rivaling even the medical standards of Xinglan Nation. Shen Yueyu turned to Qi Liao and implored, shall we transfer him to another hospital? There must be a way. Qi Liao clenched his fist and responded, I fear his body may not withstand the transfer and the gunshot wound coupled with the spread of pathogens. His words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Over the years, he had witnessed numerous cases in the hospital, and in circumstances such as these, survival was nearly impossible. That Lu Kuwu had managed to endure until now was already a remarkable feat. Shen Yueyu felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over her as she glanced at Lu Kuwu, only to see that he seemed to sense something. With great effort, his slender fingers removed the ring he wore, clutching it firmly in his palm, as if striving to hold onto his entire world.